Chapter 1. In the world of Dragon Balls, in an unknown universe, on the planet Vegeta. On this day, within the core of the Saiyan Royal Palace, King Vegeta summoned all the mid-level warriors of the Vegeta planet. Their purpose, however, was to deliberate the fate of an infant. A Saiyan knelt before the throne, humbly inquiring, "Your Majesty, I beg your pardon for my impetuousness, but I have heard that you intend to send my son Broly to the border planet?" "Indeed," replied King Vegeta from his elevated platform. But your Majesty, I have heard that my son's destination is a desolate planet called Vampa, which is utterly barren and devoid of resources. Your son's potential is exceedingly high. He may pose a threat to the safety of our Saiyan race in the future. I am merely exiling him, not seeking his life. You ought to be grateful to me, Paragus." "What?" The Saiyan named Paragus rose, clenching his fists, a fire of fury igniting within him. "How dare you, King Vegeta? You envy my son's potential, fearing he may threaten your son's position. You scoundrel!" King Vegeta sneered, "And what of it? By the time we converse, your son is already being dispatched." "What?" Paragus hurried to the window, peering outside. Yet, there were no signs of a spaceship taking off from the cosmic launch pad. At that moment, a figure suddenly burst through the door, exclaiming, "Paragus, do not worry. I have intercepted Broly's spaceship." "You? Who are you?" Paragus and the other inhabitants of the palace stared in astonishment at the newcomer, while King Vegeta stood, his expression filled with rage. "Lin Chen. How dare you return?" The visitor was named Lin Chen, though that was his name from a previous life. In this life, he was known as Lin Chen, a young Saiyan warrior who was currently wanted. The reason for his notoriety stemmed from Lin Chen's abandonment of the mission assigned to him by King Vegeta after his soul awakening, vanishing for 4 years. "Lin Chen, 4 years ago, you defied my orders and fled, and now you dare return. Are you seeking your own demise?" Lin Chen gritted his teeth, stating, "I have come to deliver a warning. Frieza is soon to arrive to annihilate our Saiyan race. If we do not prepare promptly, the entire planet Vegeta will face destruction." At this declaration, the room fell silent, the mid-level warriors gaping in disbelief. Even Paragus wore a shocked expression. In the next moment, laughter erupted throughout the hall. Everyone dismissed Lin Chen's words as a mere jest. After all, they Saiyans were Frieza's right-hand allies. Why would he seek to eliminate them? Lin Chen let out a cold snort, realizing that the situation was as he had feared unless Bardock were present. No one would believe his words. However, having spent 4 long years in the Dragon Ball world, living incognito, he did not return to be ridiculed. "Silence!" Lin Chen bellowed, then pointed at King Vegeta. "All Saiyans must heed the king's decree. If I cannot convince them, then I shall persuade you alone. According to Saiyan tradition, I hereby challenge your royal authority." "What?" King Vegeta's eyes widened, unable to believe what he had just heard. Lin Chen continued, "It is well known that your reign is upheld because your grandfather, King Vegeta, led the Saiyans to conquer the Zafu people and claim this planet. However, according to our Saiyan customs, the throne rightfully belongs to the strongest. Thus, I now challenge you. If I win, I shall become the new Saiyan king." No sooner had Lin Chen finished speaking than a mid-level warrior leaped forward. "You dare, Lin Chen, to show disrespect to King Vegeta. First, you must fight me. Stand Azida. My only target is him," Lin Chen declared, pointing at King Vegeta. "Are you afraid to accept the challenge?" "Foolish." Veins throbbed on King Vegeta's forehead. "Lin Chen, you, a mere low-level warrior, dare to challenge me? Very well, I accept your challenge. I will show everyone the consequence of provoking King Vegeta." "Huh!" King Vegeta roared, his energy erupting, as he leaped from his throne like a dart aimed at Lin Chen. Yet, bang! King Vegeta's fist was blocked effortlessly by Lin Chen with a mere finger. How? How is this possible? King Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically. He had exerted all his strength, yet could not overpower Lin Chen's single finger. "I am King Vegeta, the ruler of the Saiyans." King Vegeta swiftly retreated a step, gathering his energy, and unleashed a powerful energy blast aimed at Lin Chen, channeling his full might. However, Lin Chen merely flicked his finger, diverting the energy blast, which soared straight through the palace and into the sky. Boom! A tremendous explosion drew the attention of the Saiyans surrounding the palace. Why? King Vegeta gazed at Lin Chen in disbelief. Lin Chen, however, remained unfazed. "For the past 4 years, I have fought for this day. How could a Saiyan who has sat comfortably upon a throne possibly compare to me? But your battle power?" King Vegeta had always donned a battle power scouter. In the reading on the device over his left, I consistently indicated that Lin Chen's battle power was merely 2,000. That device cannot measure instantaneous battle power. I can now control my energy. My true battle power is 10 times yours. 10 times? Not only King Vegeta, but everyone present gasped in astonishment. If this were true, it was utterly shocking. 100,000 battle power? That would undoubtedly make Lin Chen the strongest among the Saiyans. How could a mere low-level warrior possess such power? No, impossible. How could you have 100,000 battle power? I do not believe it. I absolutely do not believe it. Just as King Vegeta screamed in disbelief, Lin Chen suddenly vanished from his original position, reappearing behind King Vegeta in the next instant. With a single punch, King Vegeta fell unconscious. As King Vegeta collapsed to the ground, Lin Chen reached out and removed the circular necklace that symbolized the king's authority. Lin Chen held the necklace aloft, ascending to the throne that rightfully belonged to King Vegeta. From this day forth, I am the new Saiyan King. After 4 long years in the Dragon Ball world, he had finally reached this moment. Lin Chen knew that he could now commence the final phase of his plan, to eliminate Frieza and prevent the destruction of Planet Vegeta. He acted thus because upon arriving in this world, he had bound himself to the strongest choice system. The system presented Lin Chen with its first choice as follows. Choice 1. Defeat Frieza to prevent the destruction of Planet Vegeta. Reward. Legendary Saiyan Bloodline. Choice 2. Defeat the Kais. Reward. Power of the Kais. Choice 3. Defeat the God of Destruction to prevent the destruction of Planet Vegeta. Reward. Power of the God of Destruction. Chapter 2. An impossible task. Upon initially discovering that he had received a choice system, Lin Chen felt an overwhelming joy. A quintessential feature of traversers, he too had obtained a golden finger. However, upon viewing the 3 choices presented by the system, Lin Chen's face turned ashen, for he was well versed in the narrative. What the hell? What kind of options were these? Each one more grotesque than the last. Not to mention the formidable Frieza, but the Kais and the God of Destruction. Could someone with a battle power barely exceeding 10,000 like him possibly contend with them? While others received beginner gift packs upon acquiring their systems, why was he confronted with tasks of hellish difficulty? Was this not a cruel joke? Lin Chen contemplated abandoning the choice, but the system immediately countered. Tasks cannot be forsaken. One must select one and complete it before the destruction of Planet Vegeta, or the host will be obliterated. Faced with the system's blatant threat, Lin Chen gritted his teeth and, without further deliberation, chose the first option. Frieza, the Kais, the God of Destruction. Only Frieza presented a theoretical opportunity for him to defeat. Moreover, opportunity often accompanies risk. Should he succeed in fulfilling this task, Lin Chen's future would be exceedingly bright. The Dragon Ball universe is fraught with peril, where even attaining the status of a Super Saiyan does not guarantee one's safety. Yet, should one acquire the bloodline of the legendary Saiyan, as depicted in the original narrative, Lin Chen could undoubtedly navigate any crisis with ease in the future. Thus, after this revelation, Lin Chen devoted himself meticulously for 4 entire years, striving to defeat Frieza before he could annihilate Planet Vegeta. Leveraging the system's guidance, Lin Chen accurately discerned the moment of his arrival in this world. The year 733 of the age of the Elder Kai, precisely 4 years prior to the destruction of Planet Vegeta. Time was not on Lin Chen's side, and with Kakarot yet to be born and Prince Vegeta merely an infant of 1 year, finding allies proved to be an arduous endeavor. Confronting Frieza appeared to be an almost insurmountable challenge. However, after a thorough analysis of the storyline, Lin Chen uncovered a slender glimmer of hope for achieving his objective. He realized that to accomplish this goal, he must possess a combat power exceeding 60,000 and garner the support of all Saiyans. Thus, in pursuit of this ambition, Lin Chen escaped during a mission and commenced his solitary odyssey through the cosmos. In the first year, Lin Chen endeavored to enhance his combat strength through rigorous training. The body he had traversed into possessed a mere combat power of 2,000, placing him among the most common low-tier warriors of the Saiyan race. Although his corporeal age was only 14, leaving room for improvement, the prospects appeared grim. Throughout that year, Lin Chen endured tremendous hardships, managing to elevate his combat power to a mere 10,000, still a staggering distance from his target of at least 60,000. Consequently, in the second year, Lin Chen altered his strategy. He had to concede that his physical capabilities did not rival those of Kakarot or Vegeta. Attaining 60,000 combat power within the remaining 3 years was a formidable task. Thus, during the second year, Lin Chen dedicated an entire year to uncovering the whereabouts of Namek. In his current predicament, the only feasible method he envisioned for swiftly augmenting his strength was to journey to Namek. It was not that he intended to wish for an enhancement of his abilities through the Dragon Balls, as that would be utterly impossible. Even the Eternal Dragon has its limitations. Moreover, with Lin Chen's current power, it was inconceivable for him to overcome Namek, which was under the protection of Nail. Therefore, his true objective was to negotiate with the Grand Elder, hoping for his assistance in unlocking his potential. The Grand Elder of Namek possesses a unique ability to develop one's latent potential, and in the original narrative, under his guidance, the originally weak Krillin and Gohan saw their powers multiply tenfold. If Lin Chen could obtain the Grand Elder's assistance, his objectives would be effortlessly fulfilled. Thus, after locating Namek, Lin Chen immediately set forth to that planet, spending an additional year there. As a Saiyan notorious for his ferocity, Lin Chen's encounter with the Grand Elder was not without its challenges. Initially, upon seeing him as a Saiyan, the Namekians assumed he was there to attack their planet and, without hesitation, launched an assault. Even after Lin Chen revealed his true intentions, the Namekians remained skeptical of his words. They insisted that to meet the Grand Elder, he must first endure their trials. Therefore, Lin Chen spent another year on Namek, successfully passing their multifaceted tests of wisdom, courage, and combat prowess, ultimately earning an audience with the Grand Elder and establishing a special agreement. As per their arrangement, the Grand Elder fully unlocked Lin Chen's combat potential, bestowing upon him an astounding power level exceeding 110,000. In the span of 4 years, Lin Chen transformed from a lowly warrior into a formidable Saiyan with a combat power of 110,000. Hardships endured were indeed monumental, yet all the toil proved worthwhile. Seated upon the throne, Lin Chen reflected on the past 4 years, then raised his gaze to the astonished assembly before him, proclaiming, "Ladies and gentlemen, I am aware that some among you may harbor doubts about my authority. However, according to tradition, as the newly appointed king, I am entitled to a week's respite. Should you wish to challenge me, you must wait until that time has elapsed. 1 week hence, if I am defeated, you are free to depose and execute me, but until then, I shall not permit any insubordination. My forthcoming orders may seem peculiar, but they must be adhered to. Firstly, today's events are to be kept strictly among us Saiyans. It is imperative that Frieza remains unaware of our new king. Secondly, to the mid-tier warriors present, I require you to immediately eliminate all of Frieza's subordinates on Planet Vegeta, leaving only those responsible for communication to relay false reports of normalcy to Frieza's forces. Our actions in the coming days must remain utterly concealed." Lin Kesai. From beneath the throne, King Vegeta awakened, prostrated on the ground, his expression one of utter shock as he gazed at Lin Chen. What do you intend to do?" Lin Chen cast a glance at King Vegeta and declared, "What am I to do? I intend to lead all Saiyans in a rebellion against Frieza." At this pronouncement, the assembled Saiyans fell momentarily silent. Rebellion against Frieza? A revolt against the tyrant who ruled the cosmos? Was Lin Chen out of his mind? Though skeptical of Lin Chen's words, they recognized the weight of royal decree. Thus, on this day, Lin Chen's clandestine plan for Saiyan rebellion commenced. Chapter 3. Defying Fate and Protecting Planet Vegeta. As Lin Chen's plan for a Saiyan rebellion unfolded, on the surface, everything appeared unchanged. The Saiyan elite forces, led by mid-tier warriors, swiftly subdued Frieza's communication outpost on Planet Vegeta, compelling the liaison officer to send false messages to Frieza's army. "Report, Commander. All is well on Planet Vegeta, there are no changes." Meanwhile, Lin Chen personally led a contingent of Saiyan warriors to swiftly suppress and eliminate several high-ranking Frieza soldiers tasked with monitoring King Vegeta. After securing the communication devices, Lin Chen convened all squad leaders among the Saiyans to elaborate on his strategy. It is well known that as the Cosmic Emperor, Frieza's strength far surpassed that of anyone on Planet Vegeta, with his first form boasting a combat power exceeding 530,000, not to mention his 3 additional forms. Victory was unattainable. Even the proud King Vegeta did not believe it feasible for the Saiyans to defeat Frieza. Lin Chen shared this sentiment. Yet, amidst the overwhelming odds, Lin Chen glimpsed a slender hope for their victory over Frieza. It is precisely due to his immature mastery over power that Frieza has consistently maintained himself in his first form to exert control over his abilities. In this particular state, his combat strength is such that it could be extinguished by Lin Chen. For once Lin Chen transforms into a giant ape, he could, within a brief span, attain a combat power exceeding 1 million. A combat power of 1 million is more than sufficient to vanquish Frieza, whose strength stands at a mere 530,000. Do not dismiss this as implausible. After all, in the original narrative, to possess the strength necessary to overcome Frieza, Vegeta, with a combat power of at least several hundred thousand, nearly fell to Krillin, who had a power level of only around 20,000, simply by suppressing his own energy. Thus, if Lin Chen acts swiftly and strikes when Frieza is unprepared before he can transform, it is indeed conceivable that Lin Chen could turn the impossible into reality, defeating Frieza with a mere 100,000 combat power. An astonishing thought. Yet, upon closer reflection, it may surprisingly be within the realm of possibility. Lin Chen thus summoned all Saiyans to gather in the capital, preparing to confront the impending arrival of the tyrant. Although they were incapable of inflicting harm upon Frieza, they could assist Lin Chen in diverting Frieza's attention. After all, Frieza was not alone. He commanded a formidable army, the Frieza Force. Relying solely on Lin Chen would likely result in Frieza transforming before they could even approach him. There were dissenting voices regarding Frieza's plans. Ever since their subjugation to Frieza and his father, King Cold, the Saiyans had endured a life of humiliation, yet overall, there was a semblance of peace. Moreover, serving Frieza and conquering planet after planet aligned well with the Saiyans' bloodthirsty nature. Thus, they found no reason to betray Frieza. In response, Lin Chen succinctly persuaded former King Vegeta, subsequently leveraging his authority to sway the others. King Vegeta, you must understand why Frieza sought to annihilate Planet Vegeta. A few years ago, did you not provoke Lord Beerus, the god of destruction? Beerus? At that moment, King Vegeta was utterly convinced by Lin Chen's words. When Prince Vegeta was merely 3 years old, King Vegeta had indeed angered the god of destruction, Beerus. Frieza, acting under Beerus's directive, was poised to obliterate Planet Vegeta. Aware that if Lin Chen's claims were true, Frieza would not spare Planet Vegeta. King Vegeta relinquished his grievances and chose to submit to Lin Chen, collaborating to ensure the flawless execution of Lin Chen's plan. Under his persuasion, many Saiyans, though reluctant, ultimately obeyed the orders. Additionally, among the lower-ranked warriors, Lin Chen found an ally in Bardock, Goku's father, a highly esteemed elite warrior among the lower ranks. Bardock had acquired the ability to foresee the future after being struck by the magical punch of the Canassian during his team's invasion of Kanassa. He stood unwaveringly by Lin Chen's side, having witnessed in a dream the devastation of Planet Vegeta by Frieza. With King Vegeta among the mid-level warriors and Bardock among the lower ranks, they became Lin Chen's right and left hands, refining the final plan. Thus, days later, on the very night Bardock had foreseen, all Saiyans congregated in the capital of Planet Vegeta, collectively gazing up at the sky. Bardock, is the time drawing near? Lin Chen softly inquired, his eyes fixed on the heavens. Beside him, Bardock replied softly, "Yes, my lord, Frieza will soon arrive. Our fate, the fate of all Saiyans, hinges on this moment." King Vegeta said anxiously, "We shall prevail." Lin Chen offered a word of comfort. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the sky. In the following moment, the scanners worn by all the Saiyans present began to register an overwhelming surge of energy. Many were left in astonishment. Indeed, as their King Linkus had foretold, Frieza had arrived uninvited, accompanied by his formidable army. Lin Chen inhaled deeply, his expression solemn. Soon, he would embark on a miraculous endeavor, should his plan succeed. It would undoubtedly culminate in an unprecedented battle of the weak triumphing over the strong, far surpassing the original narrative. The question remained whether he could fulfill his mission and obtain the legendary Saiyan Bloodline, thus achieving a monumental breakthrough. Former King Vegeta and Paragus, your squads may commence. Both King Vegeta and Paragus nodded in agreement. In this operation, each would lead an elite team of warriors, yet neither would partake in the offensive. Their task was to create artificial moons on the ground. Once a moon was destroyed, they would need to conjure another, ensuring that an artificial moon remained suspended in the sky at all times, although devoid of immediate danger. Each creation of an artificial moon would deplete a significant amount of their energy. Only warriors of their caliber could sustain such continuous conjuration. Rest assured, King Linkus. For the Saiyans. In the next moment, brilliant orbs of white light took shape in their hands. Several warriors forcefully hurled the luminous spheres into the sky, and before long, radiant orbs resembling moons hung above, casting a dim glow akin to that of Earth's moon. These spheres were the artificial moons conjured by King Vegeta and his team. With the birth of these moons, all Saiyans on Planet Vegeta sounded the horn to attack Frieza. Chapter 4. Assassinating Frieza. The legendary Saiyan Bloodline acquired as the sky of Planet Vegeta filled with artificial moons, waves of Blutz waves surged towards the surface. Blutz waves are a unique energy generated during a full moon. Saiyans can absorb this special wavelength, which only manifests under a full moon, causing transformations in conjunction with their tails, leading to the transformation known as Great Ape. As the 3 moons illuminated the Saiyans below, their bodies began to swell, and their protective suits gradually expanded. A primal, ferocious, and formidable aura emanated from them. Their tails elongated, and regardless of gender, their heads began to protrude prominently, their teeth sharpening like those of wild beasts. In no time, the earth was overrun by terrifying great apes towering over 20 meters high. Saiyans, charge! The colossal ape transformed from Bardock, thumped its chest, and let out a thunderous roar, soaring into the sky with great ferocity. Behind him, countless giant apes ascended, charging towards Frieza's spaceship, which had already breached the stratosphere. Typically, the transformation into a giant ape would render a Saiyan devoid of reason. However, this loss of control was not entirely unmanageable. A trained Saiyan could retain a glimmer of rationality within to fulfill their objectives. In this instance, the singular aim that resided in the hearts of all Saiyans was the annihilation of the Frieza army looming in the heavens. As this massive horde of gorillas launched from the planet, Frieza's army in the cosmos inevitably detected their presence. Lord Frieza, the Saiyans have transformed into giant apes and are approaching. A rotund pink alien exclaimed in alarm. What? Those despicable Saiyans, what do they intend? Frieza's calm was interrupted by a handsome alien who reassured him. Stay composed, Dodoria. They are merely wild monkeys. There is no need for fear. Deploy the soldiers from the ship. Yes, understood, Mr. Cyberman. Dodoria nodded and promptly issued the command. Hurry, let the soldiers from the ship engage and intercept these wild monkeys. As Dodoria hastily relayed orders, Cyberman turned to the Emperor Frieza, seated upon a small platform, and remarked, My lord, it appears the Saiyans were well prepared. Your plans may have been compromised. Oh ho ho. They are just some foul monkeys. If they think they can contend with me in this manner, they are sorely mistaken. Frieza scoffed. Although the Saiyans' transformation into giant apes would amplify their combat power tenfold, even so, they were still far from being a match for Frieza, whose power stood at a staggering 530,000. Frieza watched the unfolding events with a smile, utterly devoid of concern. However, the proud cosmic emperor's expression soon changed as those giant apes delivered a resounding blow. Lord Frieza, our main forces have engaged the Saiyans. In the first wave of attack, we lost 94 of our warriors. Suddenly, a blast from a cannon struck the soldier reporting the situation, obliterating his head in an instant. Frieza gritted his teeth, suppressing his rage, and muttered, TCH, a bunch of useless fools. Lord Frieza, the Saiyans' combat power increases tenfold upon transforming into giant apes. There are at least 100 Saiyans outside. Even the Jinyu force would find this formidable, Cyberman cautioned in a hushed tone. I understand. These damned monkeys. So audacious, I shall send them all to hell. Frieza's smile gradually faded, and he levitated, soaring directly out from the top of the spaceship. A horde of wild monkeys. Why not remain peacefully on Planet Vegeta and perish with the planet instead of turning to cosmic dust? The corners of Frieza's mouth curled into a cold, cruel arc as his body slowly floated out of the spaceship, suspended in the vastness of the cosmos. Directly before him, an astonishing legion of gorillas was rapidly closing in. Frieza raised a finger, poised to gather energy when suddenly, a thunderous voice erupted from behind him. Frieza. He turned to see a Saiyan, astonishingly untransformed, standing atop the spaceship. This Saiyan was none other than Lin Chen. While all the other Saiyans transformed into gorillas, Lin Chen had stealthily infiltrated near Frieza's ship under their cover. On Namek, Lin Chen had obtained more than just a mere enhancement of combat power. He had also mastered the manipulation of ki, just as the Namekians had. Thus, while Frieza's forces were captivated by the astonishing energy of the gorillas, no one noticed Lin Chen, who had deliberately suppressed his aura, stealthily approaching the spaceship. Lin Chen's actions were all for this moment. As Frieza momentarily lost focus, Lin Chen shifted his gaze towards the artificial moons on Planet Vegeta. In the next instant, his body swelled rapidly like a balloon, and the energy within him erupted uncontrollably. Beep. 100, 000, 110, 000, 120, 000. The readings on Frieza's battle power detector soared relentlessly. Just as the detector indicated a reading of 180, 000, it erupted in a catastrophic explosion. Die, monkey. In that moment, Frieza felt an unprecedented sense of threat. The Saiyans' transformation into a giant ape could amplify their power tenfold, and the Saiyan before him had already exhibited a strength of around 100,000, multiplied by 10. How could that not surpass his current form? Frieza, panic-stricken, leaped from his disc-shaped spacecraft, shattering his battle armor, ready to transform. However, at that very moment, Lin Chen, now transformed into a giant gorilla, opened his mouth and unleashed a furious roar. Roar! A colossal shockwave erupted from Lin Chen's mouth, hurtling directly towards Frieza. The immense force engulfed the cosmic tyrant, who had not yet managed to transform, allowing him only time to exclaim, "How dare you!" before he became a mere shadow, vanishing into the cosmos. The shockwave that consumed Frieza did not dissipate. Instead, it swept across Frieza's spaceship as Lin Chen turned his head. Frieza the Great! The crew aboard the ship let out desperate cries, ultimately disintegrating along with their vessel into dust. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the first option. Reward: Legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline. Will the bloodline be fused immediately? The long-forgotten system sound resonated in Lin Chen's mind. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of liberation. After dedicating a full 4 years, he had achieved the seemingly impossible task of defeating the cosmic tyrant Frieza, despite his combat power being a mere 100,000. In the 5th chapter, titled Choices of the Future, the Saiyan Empire, the system inquired, "Host, shall you immediately merge with the legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline?" Transforming from a great ape back into his humanoid form, the system's voice echoed once more in Lin Chen's consciousness. "System, will merging with the Bloodline have any adverse effects?" Lin Chen inquired. The legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline is said to possess the unique trait of growing stronger in the face of adversity. The more grievously one is wounded, the more potent their power becomes. However, to acquire such strength, the host's body must undergo modifications. How long will the transformation take? 5 years. What? It requires 5 years? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen hesitated, turning his gaze backward. Following the conclusion of the battle, the other Saiyans gradually reverted to their humanoid forms. Their excitement palpable as they gazed at the spot where Frieza's spaceship once resided. "We have vanquished that tyrant. The Saiyans are invincible. Long live King Lynx." Initially, many had harbored doubts about attacking Frieza, but once the tyrant was truly eliminated, the Saiyan pride surged uncontrollably. Observing the euphoric Saiyans lost in their elation, Lin Chen understood that this was not the time for celebration. Although they had temporarily eradicated Frieza and averted the impending doom of Planet Vegeta, the question lingered, was Frieza truly dead? Well versed in the narrative, Lin Chen was acutely aware of the terrifying vitality exhibited by the Frost Demons. While they lacked the regenerative abilities of the Namekians, even when reduced to mere fragments, a Frost Demon could still possess the potential for revival. Even if Frieza had indeed perished, one must not forget that he had a father, King Cold, and an unknown elder brother, Cooler, both of whom might seek vengeance one day. Thus, he needed to devise a plan. Otherwise, he could awaken 5 years hence to find Planet Vegeta utterly destroyed. Therefore, system, do not merge the bloodline for now. Await my command. Understood. In agreement, the system issued a new prompt. Ding. Sensing the host's crisis awareness, the strongest choices have been triggered. Choice 1. Abandon Planet Vegeta and become a wandering Saiyan. Reward. Title: King of the Lonely Saiyans. Effect: Combat Power 1,000,000. Choice 2. Engage in a time-limited pursuit of the Frost Demon Clan. Reward: Acquire a servant from the Frost Demon lineage. Choice 3. Protect Planet Vegeta and establish the Saiyan Empire. Reward: Instant transmission ability of Giabedo. A friendly reminder from the system. This selection of rewards will be distributed in advance. However, should the host fail to act upon the chosen option, obliteration will ensue. Just as Lin Chen completed his previous choice, a new selection presented itself. Gazing at the 3 rewards provided by the system, he began to ponder. The first option was swiftly dismissed, a mere 1 million combat power, which he believed he could effortlessly attain upon merging with the legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline. The second choice appeared enticing, suggesting the possibility of having a member of the Frieza-like race, the Frost Demons, as a subordinate. However, after careful consideration, Lin Chen opted to eliminate this choice as well. This option concealed a subtle trap, the time limit imposed for hunting the Frost Demons. What if it were a mere 5 years? Would he not awaken from his slumber only to find the time had elapsed? Moreover, if he were to pursue the Frost Demons without merging with the Super Saiyan Bloodline, how could he possibly fulfill such a task? Thus, This choice was relegated to mere observation. System, I choose option 3. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your choice has been successfully made, and the reward has been delivered. Next, please safeguard Planet Vegeta. Should it be destroyed, the host will be immediately obliterated. Moments after Lin Chen made his selection, the system's notification echoed in his mind. Simultaneously, a new understanding of how to utilize instant transmission filled his consciousness. Jebbit's instant transmission ability differed slightly from that of Son Goku. He could teleport directly to any planet in the universe without the need to sense energy, though pinpointing an individual was beyond his capability. In essence, Lin Chen could now traverse the cosmos at will, no longer wasting precious time on interstellar travel as he had in the past. Even the distant planet Namek could be reached in an instant. Now, he must prepare to merge with the legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline. With 5 years at his disposal, he needed to secure a safeguard for Planet Vegeta, ensuring that the Saiyans would not again face annihilation before his awakening. Shortly thereafter, within the royal palace of Planet Vegeta, the victorious Saiyans celebrated outside, reveling in an abundance of their favorite meats and fine wines. Inside the palace, however, Lin Chen, the chief architect of this triumphant campaign, was privately convening with 3 esteemed Saiyans, King Vegeta, Bardock, and Paragus. Lin Chen is about to enter a 5-year seclusion. During this period, to ensure the safety of Planet Vegeta, he has devised a plan, yet mere thoughts alone do not provide sufficient security. It must be said that the Saiyans are a rather troublesome race, despite their average strength not being particularly formidable in the vast cosmos. Many extraterrestrial species are inherently more powerful. Nevertheless, only the Saiyans pride themselves on being a warrior race, inherently drawn to chaos. Over the course of 5 years, Lin Chen can guarantee that enemies will not intrude, yet he cannot assure that the Saiyans themselves will not cause turmoil. Thus, he requires individuals capable of maintaining order during this time. He deems King Vegeta and the elite warrior Bardock as the most suitable candidates. King Vegeta possesses the respect of the people, while Bardock embodies the calm judgment and a modicum of humanity that the Saiyans lack, along with the precognitive abilities acquired from the Kanassans. With the 2 of them in charge, the likelihood of suppressing the Saiyans' restless ambitions increases, preventing them from instigating conflict. As for Paragus, he lacks any significant abilities, yet his son Broly is a ticking time bomb concealed within Planet Vegeta. Just 1 year old, Broly already possesses a battle power of 10,000, and in 5 years, he will evolve into an exceedingly powerful Saiyan, yet also a source of great danger. A moment's negligence could result in the destruction of Planet Vegeta. Therefore, Lin Chen's plan is to arrange for Broly to be sent to another location where he can grow in tranquility. According to the narrative etched in Lin Chen's memory, as long as Broly is not provoked, he is, under normal circumstances, a child who enjoys socializing, is filial, and values friendship, resembling Son Wukong in disposition. He is ill-suited to coexist with the brutal Saiyans, but would find greater harmony among more peaceful races. After assigning Paragus the position of advisor to the Saiyan army, allowing him to become the 3rd in command after King Vegeta and Bardock upon Lin Chen's departure, Lin Chen successfully acquired the authority to manage Broly. Paragus, understanding Lin Chen's intentions, harbors no suspicions. After all, without Lin Chen's intervention, both he and his son would likely have already faced exile by King Vegeta. Chapter 6. The Reemergence of Choices and Arrangements for Broly in the Saiyan Nursery. All Saiyans are placed after birth, receiving unified care, and subsequently dispatched to different planets based on their innate qualities to undertake various missions. However, since Lin Chen ascended to the throne, this practice is set to change. According to Lin Chen's decree, newly born Saiyans will no longer be sent to other planets. Instead, they will remain on their home planet to grow and mature. In the absence of Lin Chen over the past 5 years, the Vegeta planet had to concentrate all the strength of the Saiyans for self-preservation. He would not permit the already sparse and weak Saiyan population to commit the grave error of dispersing their forces. However, there was one infant who warranted Lin Chen's special attention. This infant was none other than Broly, the child of Paragus. Standing before Broly's incubation chamber, Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Even without the use of a detector, he could sense that the child within the chamber possessed a power level not inferior to that of Bardock, who stood by his side. Indeed, could this be the legendary strength of the Saiyan bloodline? Though he would soon inherit the legendary Saiyan lineage himself, Broly's prowess might pose a future threat to him. Ding. Host's murderous intent towards Broly detected. Strongest options activated. Option 1. Immediately eliminate Broly to eradicate future threats. Reward: 1 vial of legendary Super Saiyan Serum. Battle Power 1,000,000. Option 2. Exile Broly to Planet Vampa. Reward: 5 vials of Super Saiyan Serum. Battle Power 500,000. Option 3. Personally care for Broly or assign someone to do so. Reward: Broly's loyalty to the host. Battle Power 100,000. However, Broly may still lose his sanity in the future. Lin Chen found himself momentarily taken aback, as he had not anticipated encountering yet another choice at this juncture. However, upon scrutinizing the 3 options before him, he began to contemplate deeply whether it entailed vanquishing Broly or exiling him. Both appeared to be commendable alternatives. The serums, it seemed, possessed the potential to endow one with the extraordinary ability to transform into a Super Saiyan. In contrast, the third option, which merely promised Broly's future loyalty, felt somewhat superfluous. System: I choose option 3. Ding. The host's selection was successful, and the reward has been dispensed. Please promptly redeem your choice. In the next moment, Lin Chen sensed a further enhancement in his strength. Though Lin Chen is a Saiyan in this life, he harbors no intention of living with the coldness and ruthlessness typically associated with his kind. In fact, he aims to rectify the pervasive atmosphere of violence and oppression among the Saiyans. Consequently, he has never contemplated the first or second options. The third option, however, aligns perfectly with Lin Chen's original plan, making it the clear choice for him. With this in mind, Lin Chen promptly opened Broly's incubation chamber, liberating him from the nurturing liquid. Perhaps due to the effects of the system's rewards, upon his release, Broly did not exhibit the usual volatility characteristic of Saiyan children. Instead, he gazed at Lin Chen with a docile demeanor, remaining silent. Observing his son in such a state, Paragus felt a pang of reluctance. After all, this was his son, and the thought of parting ways so soon was bittersweet, especially considering that at merely 1 year of age, Broly already possessed a combat power of 10,000. If he could remain by his side, Paragus would have no one to fear apart from Lin Chen. Reflecting on this, Paragus said, "Your Majesty Lin Chen, King Vegeta is cunning and selfish. I fear that upon your departure, he may raise the banner of rebellion once more. Perhaps you might consider leaving Broly with me, as he could serve as a valuable ally to both myself and Bardock." Lin Chen cast a cold glance at Paragus, who immediately felt the weight of pressure and lowered his head. Bardock's expression also shifted dramatically, for reasons unknown. He sensed that the pressure emanating from Lin Chen was significantly stronger than before. "You need not worry about King Vegeta. He understands the gravity of the situation. Planet Vegeta is far from being free of peril, and he will not act recklessly." Lin Chen understood that although he had dealt with Frieza, it was the god of destruction, Beerus, who had initially decreed the annihilation of Planet Vegeta. Once Beerus awakened from his slumber, the fate of Planet Vegeta would be sealed in destruction. If King Vegeta wished to avoid being branded a traitor among the Saiyans, he had no choice but to obediently follow Lin Chen's directives. "Very well, I shall now take Broly with me. You must remember to diligently assist King Vegeta soon. Planet Vegeta will undergo a transformation. Do not be concerned, for you need only adhere to my plan for the next 5 years." Indeed, Paragus and Bardock bowed respectfully. Lin Chen was on the verge of executing his instantaneous movement when the sudden sound of a baby's cry pierced the air. He cast a fleeting glance, only to be reminded of a significant matter that had almost slipped his mind. The wailing infant was none other than Bardock's son, the protagonist of the Dragon Ball universe, Kakarot. Or rather, you should be referred to as Son Goku. At this moment, however, Son Goku was merely an infant of a size comparable to Broly. Noticing Lin Chen's gaze fixed on Goku, Bardock immediately spoke up. "My apologies, Your Majesty, that is my child, Kakarot. After I depart, remember to send Kakarot to a planet known as Earth," Lin Chen instructed. "Earth? If your foresight still holds any value, you should comprehend my intent," he added. "Indeed." Bardock nodded. Prior to their conquest over Frieza, Bardock had experienced a rather peculiar dream. In that dream, he witnessed his son Kakarot embarking on a grand adventure on an unfamiliar planet. Lin Chen smiled, for everything was now meticulously arranged. In the next moment, he seized Broly and activated instant transmission. Paragus and Bardock were taken aback when they witnessed Lin Chen and Broly suddenly vanish before their eyes. Paragus exclaimed in astonishment, "They have disappeared? Your Majesty Linkus, this is truly terrifying. By the way, Bardock, what did His Majesty mean when he instructed you to send your son to that planet Earth? It may hold the future of our Saiyan race." Bardock replied with a composed expression. Soon after, within the cosmos, a mysterious force enveloped Planet Vegeta. Although the Saiyans had received prior warnings from the palace, they were nonetheless awestruck by the overwhelming power that altered the very fabric of reality. Once this force dissipated, the Saiyans on the planet were astonished to discover that their planet Vegeta had relocated from its original galactic position to an unfamiliar new star system. Witnessing this miraculous transformation, the Saiyans began to adhere to Lin Chen's orders, entering a dormant period that would last 5 years. Shortly after Planet Vegeta's disappearance, a spaceship arrived in its former orbit. On board, several extraterrestrial beings clad in battle attire gazed in disbelief at the empty starfield. Can it be true? Has Planet Vegeta really vanished? Was it destroyed? One questioned. If it were destroyed, we would surely see fragments of the planet. Regardless of what has happened to the Saiyans, let us not forget our objective. Another interjected. I know. Wait. The detector is responding. My heavens. Is that truly Lord Frieza's life signal? He is still alive. Chapter 7. 5 years later. The fusion legend of the Super Saiyan Bloodline time flew swiftly, and 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. On the otherworldly planet named Namek, a colossal column of water erupted suddenly from the ocean's surface. A gigantic aquatic beast was thrust upward from the depths, soaring thousands of meters above sea level before plummeting back down. At that moment, a young boy with black hair and a tail emerged from the depths, colliding with the beast and instantly extinguishing its already faint life force. The boy then lifted the creature and soared towards the shore. There, the strongest of the Namekians, Nail, stood with arms crossed, gazing intently at the approaching youth. Nail, I have triumphed. You need not worry about me losing control, the boy declared with a smile as he carried the beast. Broly, I have witnessed your progress. You can now freely manage your rage, and that is commendable. Nair's expression was devoid of emotion. Although his tone was frigid, it was imbued with genuine concern. After all, as Broly's guardian, Nair had shared 5 years of life with him. Watching Broly discard the carcass of the colossal beast onto the shore and then ignite a fire to roast the meat, Nair found himself reminiscing about 5 years prior. 5 years ago, a Saiyan named Lynx, who had briefly resided on Namek, had brought the 1-year-old Broly before the elder. This Saiyan not only wished for Broly to be raised by the Namekians, but also made a request to utilize the Dragon Balls. What perplexed Nair was the elder's complete acquiescence to all of the Saiyan's demands. In the aftermath, Nair sought to understand the elder's intentions. Yet the elder's reply left him bewildered. The elder believed that these two Saiyans might one day become the saviors of the Namekians. Saviors? Nair scoffed. While he remained uncertain about Lynx, he knew all too well that Broly had nearly become the harbinger of destruction for the Namekians. Nair had never fathomed that such a naturally gifted warrior as Broly could exist in this world. Even though he was merely a child, Broly's strength was ever increasing. Fortunately, despite his daily growth in power, Broly was a well-behaved child, rarely causing trouble. However, there were moments when he would suddenly lose control in the face of danger. Each time he succumbed to this emotional turmoil, the young Saiyan transformed into a frenzied demon. In the first year following Broly's arrival, Nair was able to keep him in check. Yet by the second year, the enraged Broly possessed a strength that overwhelmingly surpassed Nair's own. Thankfully, it seemed Lynx had anticipated the potential for Broly's emotional outbursts when he came to Namek. During his summoning of the Namekian dragon, he utilized one of his wishes to create a tranquil flute capable of soothing any frenzied individual, bestowing it upon the elder. Thanks to this flute, Namek had narrowly escaped destruction at Broly's hands on several occasions. As Nair reflected on the past, he noticed that Broly had consumed the entirety of the beast. Patting his swollen belly, Broly expressed his satisfaction. Uncle Nair, I'm full. I saved a piece of meat for you. Are you sure you don't want any? I've mentioned before that the Namekians only require sunlight and water. All right, then I shall eat it myself. Observing Broly devouring his meal with gusto, Nair couldn't help but smile slightly. Though he was a demon, Broly was, overall, a good child. As long as he wasn't in a frenzy, his personality was quite endearing to the Namekians. Speaking of Broly, it seemed that the 5 years were swiftly approaching their conclusion. Suddenly, Nair exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Broly set down the piece of meat in his hand. Really? Uncle Nair, is Lynx about to emerge? It is quite possible. Shall we go and take a look? All right. Broly immediately devoured the last morsel of meat and soared into the air, hastily flying towards a certain location deep within the ocean, without waiting for Nair. Nair did not call him back, but instead followed closely behind. The planet Namek is an island-like celestial body, with the majority of its surface covered by verdant oceans. Deep within the largest expanse of water, a luminous sphere has been present for the past 5 years. This radiant orb, akin to a miniature sun, has illuminated the surrounding waters brilliantly. Should anyone capable of sensing energy be nearby, they would discern a powerful aura emanating faintly from within the sphere. After a considerable flight, Broly and Naru finally arrived at the sea area where the luminous sphere resided. Through the water, Broly immediately sensed the distinct difference from the past. Indeed, Uncle Naru, Lynx's energy is stronger than ever. It was as if he were on the verge of awakening. A bead of sweat trickled down Naru's forehead. Without Broly's prompting, he had already perceived the changes beneath him. The Scion's aura was undeniably more vast and terrifying than before. Damn it, what has that Scion been doing down there for the past 5 years? Just as Broly and Naru hovered above the ocean's surface, within the depths of the luminous sphere, Lin Chen's consciousness is gradually awakening. 5 years ago, after meticulously arranging everything, he began to merge with the legendary Saiyan Bloodline deep within the ocean of Meekstar. During these 5 years, his consciousness was entirely severed from his physical form, while his body disintegrated into countless fragments within a luminous sphere, only to be reconstituted and reborn. At long last, the 5-year period has concluded, and Lin Chen's physical form has been fully reformed. In the next moment, an immense surge of power draws Lin Chen's consciousness back into his corporeal vessel. Within the sphere of light, a flash of green brilliance flickers, and after 5 years of slumber, Lin Chen finally opens his eyes. Ding! The host has successfully fused with the legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline. Upon opening his eyes, Lin Chen was greeted by the mechanical synthesized voice of the system. He clenched his fists in delight. He had finally succeeded. It was truly unexpected that the mere fusion of the legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline would consume a full 5 years. One could only wonder whether it was the system's inadequacy or the formidable challenge posed by the integration of the legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline. Just then, the system spoke once more, notifying the host that his legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline was, in fact, a perfect lineage. Although it took 5 years, it had also eradicated the after-effects of the legendary Super Saiyans' uncontrollable power, ensuring that the host would no longer need to fear the loss of sanity in the future. Chapter 8. The Awakening, the first battle against cosmic pirates. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's heart was filled with joy. It is said that the greatest flaw of a Super Saiyan lies in the fact that once their power is fully unleashed, they become unable to control their strength, resulting in a loss of sanity and transforming into a mindless killing machine, driven solely by the instinct to battle and slay. Lin Chen originally intended to merge his bloodline before seeking a solution to his predicament, but unexpectedly, the system resolved everything in one fell swoop. As the saying goes, a blessing in disguise. Upon reflection, dedicating 5 years to bloodline fusion seems worthwhile. System, may I inquire about my combat power? Lin Chen asked. Certainly. Assessing combat power is one of the system's functions, the system replied, promptly displaying several lines of text within Lin Chen's mind. Host, Lin Chen. Combat power, 550,000. Bloodline, legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline. Skills, instant transmission, control of ki. Over the course of 5 years, his combat power escalated from 100,000 to 550,000. This rate of progress may not be deemed swift, however, it is merely the beginning. With Lin Chen's awakening, the legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline will truly come into play. By the way, system, can I transform into a Super Saiyan now? The host's S cells are currently insufficient. It is estimated that a combat power of at least 1,000,000 is required for a genuine transformation. For now, you can only enter the Pseudo-Super Saiyan state, the system responded. Pseudo-Super Saiyan. Isn't that a concept from the earliest movie adaptations? Lin Chen pondered suddenly. The bloodline you have merged is indeed the legendary Saiyan bloodline from the Super Battle version, which differs slightly from Dragon Ball Super, the system clarified. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him. For the enhanced Saiyan bloodline and the Ultra Instinct version boasted greater power, yet posed a heightened risk of losing control. With the system's assistance, he no longer had to fear an unforeseen moment of rage that could lead to the annihilation of his comrades. After assessing his own condition, Lin Chen lifted his gaze. He had sensed 2 familiar auras hovering above him, those of Broly and the Namekian Naru. System, analyze their combat power. Lin Chen commanded. In the next instant, the system revealed the combat power readings of the two. This feature proved to be far superior to the combat power detectors used by the Frieza Force. alleviating concerns over potential malfunctions due to excessively high readings. Naru, 42,000. Broly, 230,000. Lin Chen was taken aback prior to his slumber. Broly's power level was merely 10,000, yet now it had surged to an astonishing 230,000, an almost 23-fold increase. Indeed, he was a being of extraordinary lineage, possessing the fabled Saiyan blood. Meanwhile, upon the surface of the sea, both Broly and Naru noticed that the luminous orb beneath them was gradually fading. Initially, they believed Lin Chen would soon emerge, but as time passed, there was still no sign of movement from below. Naru, could it be that something has happened to Brother Link? Broly inquired anxiously. Calm down, the energy beneath has not dissipated. He may have merely awakened, Naru reassured him. Just as he finished speaking, a figure suddenly materialized before them. Hey, Broly, Naru. Upon witnessing Lin Chen's awakening, Broly burst into joyous laughter and rushed towards him. Brother Link. The two embraced, and Lin Chen, gazing at the exuberant Broly, found it difficult to reconcile him with the somber and introverted Broly from the original narrative. Allowing him to mature on Namek had indeed proven to be a judicious decision. Link, what have you been doing all these 5 years? Why has your aura changed so drastically? Despite their long-standing acquaintance, Naru remained cautious around him. Lin Chen smiled, poised to explain, when suddenly his expression shifted. And he lifted his head. Broly and Nello mirrored his actions. The three of them sensed a multitude of immense and malevolent energies approaching Namek. Boom. Moments later, a tremendous roar resounded from the heavens. The trio then beheld a colossal spaceship descending from the atmosphere. Was it the vessel of the Frieza Force? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow as he beheld the spacecraft before him, recognizing it as the same model as the one he had previously obliterated belonging to Frieza. Could it be that Frieza, or perhaps another member of the Frost Demons, had arrived? No, the aura emanating from that ship was significantly weaker than Frieza's. It must be a small squadron. He had already utilized the system to scan the newcomers, discovering that the strongest among them possessed a combat power of merely 170,000. To illustrate, even in his initial form, Frieza's combat power soared to 530,000. Thus, it was evident that the individuals aboard the spacecraft were likely just some high-ranking officials, not members of the Frost Demon clan. Those wretched invaders. A voice boomed from the ship. This is the vessel of the cosmic pirate Lord Pigeon. Immediately summon the leader of this planet to meet us. Otherwise, we shall annihilate this world. You have but 10 minutes. As the spacecraft penetrated the atmosphere, a resounding roar erupted from it, echoing across the entire planet. Enraged by the audacity of the intruders, Naru clenched his teeth, eager to rush out and teach them a lesson. However, Broly restrained him, exclaiming, Uncle Naru, there is someone on that ship whose aura surpasses yours. Allow me to confront them. As the two debated, Lin Chen interjected with a smile, Enough, Broly. I have slumbered for 5 years. It is time for me to stretch my limbs. Do not compete with me. With that, Lin Chen soared into the sky, heading towards the spacecraft. After 5 years of inactivity, his muscles yearned for movement. Since these individuals were not part of Frieza's forces, he felt no need for restraint. Lord Pigeon. The detectors have identified an individual approaching. While Lin Chen was still soaring through the skies, the spacecraft above had already detected his presence. Inside the ship, a voice rang out. Seated in the command chair was a cyclopean giant, the commander of this unit, known as Pigeon. With one hand propping up his head, he inquired, Who goes there? Is it a Namekian? It appears to be a Saiyan. The ship's monitor immediately revealed the figure of the newcomer. Upon seeing Lin Chen's hair and the tail behind him, the alien swiftly deduced his identity. A Saiyan? Pigeon was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Huh. Who would have thought I would encounter a Saiyan on Namek? Those damned Saiyans. I heard they vanished after severely injuring Lord Frieza 5 years ago. Who would have imagined I would find one here? Mobilize the troops. Capture him alive. Pigeon rose, his massive fist clenched tightly. The recently resurfaced King Cold is gathering skilled warriors to reconstruct his army. I originally aimed to gather intelligence on the legendary Namekians as a gift for King Cold. But unexpectedly, I stumble upon a Saiyan. Truly, divine providence. Listen up, everyone. If we can seize this Saiyan and extract information about the whereabouts of other Saiyans from him, King Cold will undoubtedly reward us generously. Perhaps I could even be appointed as a commander. Yes, the roar of affirmation erupted, and figures swiftly launched from the spacecraft. Chapter 9. Indestructible. The The legendary power of the Saiyan Bloodline, countless aliens clad in battle attire, surged forth from the spacecraft. All warriors under the command of the infamous pirate Page In, who had plundered over 100 planets. Each one was a ruthless brigand. A contingent of nearly 100 took formation before the spacecraft, awaiting Lin Chen's approach. In no time, Lin Chen arrived before them, poised for confrontation. So this Saiyan truly came. Haha. They say Saiyans are like rabid dogs in battle, biting at the first sight of an enemy. Does he intend to challenge us? Amid the laughter, one alien activated a scanner, exclaiming, "Let me assess his power level. 15,000. 15,000. Ha ha ha." The other aliens erupted into laughter upon hearing this. A power level of 15,000 might be respectable among Saiyans, but before their numbers, it was hardly impressive. Enough of this nonsense. Let us capture him swiftly. We still have to seek out the Namekians. At that moment, the voice of their leader, Page In, crackled through their communicators. Instantly, an alien surged toward Lin Chen. "Hey, the Saiyan across from us, if you willingly accompany us, we may spare you some hardships." Lin Chen observed the combat power detectors affixed to their faces, refraining from any hasty actions. Acutely aware of the narrative, he recalled that these devices also functioned as communicators, capable of transmitting everything occurring in their vicinity to the far reaches of the universe. He harbored no fear of these individuals. Rather, he dreaded the prospect of vanquishing them only to attract a greater number of foes. "Who are you? Are you minions of Frieza?" Lin Chen inquired. "Ha ha ha, are you deaf? Did you not hear us declare our allegiance moments ago? We are the pagan pirate crew. However, in the near future, we shall serve under King Kult," one of the extraterrestrials proclaimed. King Kult? Lin Chen recalled the name. The Kurdish king, the father of Frieza, had long been renowned throughout the cosmos even before Frieza's ascent. However, more than this, Lin Chen was more concerned to discover that the individuals before him were mere scattered mercenaries, entirely unrelated to Frieza or any other formidable power. With this revelation, he found himself unburdened by any apprehensions. Thus, if that is the case, then you shall meet your demise here. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Lin Chen's eyes as a powerful energy cannon sliced through the sky, instantaneously vaporizing a warrior from the cosmos. Having dispatched one foe, the energy of the cannon remained unabated, crashing into the spacecraft behind the onlookers, causing it to sway perilously. "Damn it! My ship!" Pagan aboard the vessel roared in fury, leaping out and shouting at his dazed subordinates, "You worthless fools, what are you waiting for? Capture him!" Infuriated, the remaining cosmic warriors regained their composure and unleashed a barrage of attacks upon Lin Chen. Various energy blasts and artillery fire from the spacecraft surged towards him, enveloping his position in a chaotic tempest of energy, rendering him momentarily invisible. Brother Lin Kasai. In the distance, Broly, attuned to the battle's intensity, felt a surge of anxiety. His hair began to stand on end as his aura expanded. Yet, a hand rested upon his shoulder. "Do not fret, Broly. Have you not noticed? Lin Kasai's aura remains unperturbed. He is merely testing his strength." "Oh, really?" At these words, Broly's previously tumultuous energy dissipated instantly. Meanwhile, high above, the cosmic warriors ceased their relentless assault, gazing at the acrid smoke swirling around them, their faces contorting into sinister grins. "Oh dear, perhaps we were a bit too vigorous just now," one mused. Indeed, that Saiyan must have been reduced to ashes by now. That fool, who dared to provoke the pagan pirates, should have simply surrendered. Yet, at that moment, some of the cosmic warriors suddenly noticed a figure emerging from the smoke. What's happening? Could that Saiyan still be alive? As the haze cleared, they beheld Lin Chen, miraculously unscathed, floating serenely in place. How is this possible? They gasped in disbelief. He has sustained no injuries whatsoever. The warriors widened their eyes, as if witnessing a monster. After such an assault, even their leader Pagan would have been gravely harmed. Yet, this Saiyan before them, far from being slain, burned not a single mark. How could this be? Wasn't his battle power merely 15,000? Lin Chen surveyed his physique, a satisfied expression gracing his face as he clenched his fists. Indeed, the body infused with the legendary Saiyan bloodline had become utterly indestructible. "Have you finished your skirmish? If so, it is now my turn." Lin Chen let out a cold chuckle, commencing the full release of his aura. In an instant, a fierce wind began to howl, and towering waves surged forth, crashing towards the shore. At that moment, the Namekians on the planet sensed an overwhelming presence. Not far from Lin Chen, Nero felt beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. That Lin Kusi was indeed a monster. In the sky, The sound of beeping resonated. Boom, boom, boom. As Lin Chen unleashed his full power, the battle power detectors worn by the extraterrestrial beings shattered one after another. The aliens were engulfed in a state of panic. Prior to the detonations of the detectors, many had already glimpsed Lin Chen's combat power surging beyond 25,000. Meanwhile, aboard the spacecraft behind them, the battle power detector provided the aliens with an even more precise reading, 550,000. Lord Pei-Jin, that fellow's combat power is 550,000. What? Pei-Jin exclaimed. His mouth agape as he turned to inquire loudly, "You cannot be mistaken, can you? That is impossible." Lord Pei-Jin, the battle power detector on this ship is the most accurate in the entire universe. Pei-Jin quickly came to the realization that the ship's detector could not be wrong, as this vessel had been purchased at a premium from the Frieza Force and bore the same model as Frieza's own spacecraft. However, just as they were engulfed in dread, Lin Chen's voice echoed once more from the distance. "Do not be too astonished just yet. The true spectacle is yet to come." As Lin Chen laughed heartily, he gradually elevated his combat prowess, and simultaneously, the aura surrounding him began to shift into a resplendent golden hue. With such a rare opportunity presenting itself, Lin Chen was naturally inclined to test the limits of his current power. At that moment, even those extraterrestrial beings who were incapable of sensing energy could perceive the palpable aura of danger permeating the air. Chapter 10. The Limits of Power, Mimetic Super Saiyan Monster. On the spaceship of Pei-Jin, the crew members watched in terror as the readings of the battle power detector soared uncontrollably. Unlike the portable battle power detectors carried by combat personnel, the one aboard the spaceship was larger and more cumbersome, yet capable of measuring a higher threshold. With a maximum combat power precision of up to 1 million. This was the highest combat power value that had ever been detected since the invention of the battle power detector. As the transformation within Lin Chen unfolded, the readings on the spaceship's detector continued to escalate. 700, 000, 800, 000, 900, 000, 1, 000, 000. Suddenly, another massive explosion erupted on the ship. A surviving crew member, barely clinging to life, gasped into the external communicator, Pei-Jin. "That guy's combat power has surpassed 1 million. 1 million? Upon hearing this, not only Pei-Jin but all the extraterrestrials outside were left in stunned silence. A combat power of 1 million? In this world, aside from the frozen demon race, could there truly exist another being with such terrifying might? A roar erupted, drawing the attention of the dazed onlookers. At that moment, Lin Chen's aura had completely transformed into a brilliant golden shade, and not only that, but his hair also stood on end. Shifting from its original black to a deep purple black, Lin Chen exhaled deeply, feeling that he had reached his limit. At this moment, although he had not yet transformed into a Super Saiyan, he had already entered the stage of a quasi-Super Saiyan. This state, while not yet a true Super Saiyan, possessed power akin to that of a Super Saiyan. "System, what is my current combat power?" Lin Chen inquired in his mind. "Post-combat power, 9 million. The system responded. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback, recalling that according to the original text, a Super Saiyan could enhance their combat power by 50-fold. Although he was currently only in the form of a pseudo-Super Saiyan, it should, in theory, still afford him at least a 10-fold increase. Why then? Did he find himself lacking even a 7-fold boost? "System, have you made an error in your calculations?" The system's computations were impeccable. Never mind. Lin Chen momentarily suppressed his doubts. It was not yet the time to investigate the reasons. Just as he pondered his own seemingly inadequate combat prowess, in the distance, that band of cosmic pirates was already in a frantic scramble, seeking an escape. They were overwhelmed. "Flee. This individual cannot possibly be a Saiyan. He is a demon. A demon indeed. I have realized it. He must be the very Saiyan who inflicted grave wounds upon King Frieza. We have encountered him." At that moment, amidst the cacophony of cries in the sky, a thunderous roar suddenly silenced everyone. "A bunch of useless fools, quiet down." The towering figure of Pei-Jin emerged from the crowd, his face contorted with rage as he bellowed at all. "What is there to panic about? Have you not considered that a Saiyan could never possess a combat power of 1 million? The detector must be malfunctioning, just a mere Saiyan monkey." Just as Pagan's words hung in the air, his eyes widened in shock. Upon lowering his gaze, he found a hand had inexplicably pierced through his abdomen. Lin Chen's voice echoed softly in his ear. Is it a malfunction of the detector? You shall discern it for yourself. Lin Chen's palm erupted with a dazzling flash, and with a single motion, he pierced through the formidable pagan, who was subsequently obliterated into dust amidst the brilliance. As the smoke dissipated, Pagan had vanished from the sight of all. A warrior with a battle power of 170,000, who could effortlessly navigate any corner of the universe, was now rendered powerless before Lin Chen, unable to withstand even a single strike. Flee. Quickly escape. The panicked voices echoed. Lord Pagan was mistaken. He truly possesses a battle power of 1,000,000. This Saiyan, must indeed be the legendary Super Saiyan. In the midst of this terror, no one dared to remain. All the cosmic pirates hastily retreated towards their ships. Even the still smoldering vessels began to pivot and accelerate in a desperate bid for escape. Do not think you can flee. Lin Chen concentrated all of his energy into a single point, a golden aura surging forth with his roar. Suddenly, a beam of golden energy erupted from the essence surrounding him. The golden beam shot through the sky like a comet, engulfing the cosmic pirates. With a thunderous crash, the entire heavens were enveloped in a radiant golden light, leaving the cosmic pirates no time to utter even a scream before being entirely consumed by the luminous beam. Satisfied that none had escaped, Lin Chen smiled, returning to his usual demeanor, and swiftly reappeared beside Broly. "Brother Linkus!" Broly exclaimed with excitement as he rushed to Lin Chen's side. Lin Chen smiled as he gently ruffled his hair, then turned to Naru and said, "That moment just now should be considered a promise fulfilled, right? When we meet the elders soon, do remember to testify on my behalf." Naru nodded, though he was secretly astonished. Years ago, when Lin Chen first met the elder, he had bargained to protect the Namekians 3 times in exchange for the elder's agreement to enhance his potential and grant him the opportunity to summon the dragon 3 times. At that time, Naru had thought Lin Chen was merely boasting, even though he had gained strength through the elder's power. He found it hard to believe that someone with such limited abilities could genuinely promise to protect the Namekians. However, 5 years later, this Saiyan's strength had astonishingly reached such heights. Among the cosmic pirates they had just encountered, several possessed powers that Naru could distinctly sense exceeded his own. Had it not been for Lin Chen's intervention, the Namekians would likely have faced utter doom relying solely on their own strength. Yet, the Saiyan before him effortlessly vanquished the foes, rescuing the Namekian people once again. The Elder's prophecy had indeed proven accurate. This Saiyan had truly become the savior of the Namekians. Utilizing Lin Chen's instant transmission, the 3 of them swiftly arrived near the Elder's residence. At that moment, several Namekian elders were already beseeching the Elder for assistance regarding the cosmic pirates they had heard about earlier. The sudden appearance of Lin Chen and his companions rendered the Elder speechless. The imminent danger had been averted. At this moment, the venerable Elder, frail and aged, spoke. "The cosmic pirates have been dealt with by the Saiyan, Linkus. If you have no further matters to attend to, please return to your respective villages and reassure your people." The assembly of elders gazed at the unexpectedly arrived Linkus trio, momentarily at a loss for words. Eventually, one elder broke the silence. Linkus, you have awakened." Lin Chen had spent an entire year honing his skills on Namek, traversing nearly every village inhabited by the Namekians, thus the elders were not unfamiliar with him. "Indeed." Linkus replied with a smile, "The elder's words ring true. I have resolved the issue with the cosmic pirates. You may rest assured and return home." Upon hearing this, the elders exchanged glances before nodding in agreement and departing, entrusting all matters to the most reliable elder. Chapter 11. Return to Planet Vegeta. Once the elders had left, only the elder's guard, Nella, remained to oversee the scene. After their departure, the aged elder remarked, "Young Saiyan, your strength has surpassed all expectations. Could it be that in these 5 years, you have ascended to Super Saiyan?" "Super Saiyan? What is that?" Broly inquired, bewildered. However, Lin Chen nodded in affirmation, "Not yet. But I am indeed very close. It was wise to reach an agreement with you back then," the elder reflected, "for without your intervention, Namek would surely have faced a grave disaster. You need not thank me. I shall fulfill the promise I made to you." Lin Chen said, "I have come this time to bid you farewell, esteemed elder. I intend to take Broly back with me. After I depart, you may summon the eternal dragon to create a communicator that will allow you to reach me at any moment. In times of peril, I will be able to come to your aid." The elder smiled and replied, "I understand, young Saiyan. You are a man of your word. The Namekians will remember your friendship and kindness." Lin Chen smiled gently and patted Broly on the shoulder. "Broly, bid them farewell. You may not return here for quite some time. Upon hearing this, Broly's face reflected a profound sense of reluctance and sorrow. Farewell, Elder. Farewell, Uncle Naru. Goodbye, Broly. And do not forget the cultivation within your heart. Naru's face also displayed a rare expression of wistfulness. He then produced a short flute and handed it to Lin Chen. This is the tranquil flute that you once had the dragon create. Over the past year, Broly has learned to control his emotions, so I have not had the need to use it even once. After he departs, this item will serve no purpose for us, so I shall give it to you. Lin Chen took the flute, a serene instrument of great value. Although Broly was unwaveringly loyal to him, the legendary Saiyan Bloodline's latent ferocity could one day drive Broly to madness. With this artifact in hand, he could at least rest assured against the direst of circumstances. After completing this task, Lin Chen gently placed his hand on Broly's shoulder, touching his brow with his index and middle fingers, and said, "Well then, farewell, everyone." Whoosh. The figures of the two Saiyans vanished without a trace. Naru, please inform the elders to prepare for the summoning of the dragon. The Grand Elder sighed, issuing the command. Grand Elder, I have a foreboding feeling. Although we have evaded this crisis, the threat from Namek will soon return. The Grand Elder sighed again, stating, Linkus is correct. We require the means to summon him whenever necessary. Upon hearing this, Naru slowly bowed his head. He longed to refute the Grand Elder, to assert that he could safeguard Namek. Yet, recalling the extraterrestrial assailants from earlier, he understood the futility of his argument. Though Naru was indeed the strongest warrior of Namek, many formidable beings existed within the cosmos. 5 years ago, on Planet Vegeta, Lin Chen, harnessing the immense power of the dragon, relocated Planet Vegeta to the fringes of the universe. Though distanced from the cosmic core, this relocation granted the planet an unprecedented tranquility. Prior to merging with the legendary Saiyan Bloodline, Lin Chen entrusted Planet Vegeta back to King Vegeta, formulating a 5-year plan for the Saiyans. According to this plan, the Saiyans would conserve their strength, altering their previously combative lifestyle, and await Linkus's return. During this period, all Saiyans were prohibited from departing Planet Vegeta to prevent the disclosure of its new location. Thus, in Lin Chen's vision, peace would temporarily reign over Planet Vegeta until his return. However, to Lin Chen's astonishment, upon bringing Broly back to Planet Vegeta, he was met with a scene of desolation. The sky was shrouded in dark clouds, the earth parched, trees withered, and animal bones littered the ground. The entire planet appeared to be at the brink of extinction, steeped in an ominous gloom. Brother Linkus, is Planet Vegeta like this? Broly exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief at the surroundings. Having left Planet Vegeta at a young age, he retained no memories of his homeland and had assumed it was merely a barren world. Yet Lin Chen knew that Planet Vegeta was far from such a wasteland. Furrowing his brow, he pondered how the place could have transformed so drastically. Just then, he sensed an overwhelmingly powerful aura emanating from afar, from the Saiyan capital. This presence was even more potent than Lin Chen himself. What? Could it be that Frieza and his cohorts have already discovered Planet Vegeta? No. This immense energy feels somewhat peculiar. At that moment, Broly suddenly pointed to the ground and exclaimed, Brother Link, there are numerous faint energies over there. Upon hearing the words, Lin Chen turned his gaze in that direction and indeed discovered a multitude of presences congregating in a particular location. In comparison to the overwhelming and somewhat terrifying auras of the royal capital, the number of energies here was considerable, yet their quality left much to be desired. Are they Saiyans? Broly, let us investigate. Certainly, Brother Lin Kasai. The two immediately soared into the sky. Along the way, they were met with a desolate landscape. How infuriating. What could possibly be happening? Lin Chen suppressed the fury surging within him and quickened his pace. Before long, the two arrived at the location from which the peculiar aura emanated. However, as they surveyed their surroundings, they found themselves amidst a desolate mountain range, devoid of any signs of life. Strange, Brother Lin Kusi, have we misjudged our senses? Broly inquired, perplexed. Not at all, follow me. Lin Chen replied, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he suddenly accelerated towards a nearby peak. With a resounding crash, he plunged directly into the mountain. Yet beneath this mountain, there lay an expansive cavern, where numerous young Saiyans huddled together, shielded by several adult female Saiyans. Their eyes wide with terror as they gazed at the unexpected intruder, Lin Chen. Lin Chen had not anticipated that most of the Saiyans present were merely children. At that moment, a Saiyan with an outrageous hairstyle soared into the air, shouting, You all flee. I shall confront him. Vegeta. Hearing the astonished cries of the young Saiyans below, Lin Chen's lips curled into a smile. The youthful Vegeta? Lin Chen remained motionless, For just before Vegeta launched a punch at him, Broly had already positioned himself in front of him. How audacious. Broly effortlessly seized Vegeta's fist, his overwhelming strength forcing Vegeta to grit his teeth. He could hardly fathom that he was being subdued by a child of similar age. But how infuriating. I am the Prince of the Saiyans. Vegeta. Chapter 12. A Twist of Fate. The invasion of the Drellis Legion confronted with Broly's formidable might. Vegeta's pride flared once more, disregarding the fact that he had never encountered the two individuals before him. Gritting his teeth, he suddenly retracted his fist. With a rapid succession of movements, Vegeta thrust his palm forward, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts akin to a machine gun, all aimed at Broly's face. Boom, boom, boom. Each energy blast struck Broly with unerring accuracy, enveloping the cavern in a thick cloud of dust, while debris rained down from the ceiling, propelled by the shock waves. Yet Vegeta was far from finished. His aura continued to surge, gathering strength for his most powerful attack, poised to be unleashed. However, as Vegeta's energy escalated, the cave itself appeared on the verge of collapse, teetering precariously. Prince Vegeta. Stop. The cave is about to cave in. Everyone, flee. The Saiyans below, frightened by the falling boulders, cried out in panic, scrambling to escape. At that very moment, from within the swirling dust, Broly emerged unscathed, delivering a punch squarely into the abdomen of the still-charging Vegeta. The intensity of Vegeta's energy blast was abruptly interrupted, and he doubled over, expelling the contents of his stomach onto the ground as he fell. Broly, his expression stern, prepared to pursue, when Lin Chen's voice rang out, "Enough, Broly. They should be our allies." As Vegeta crumpled to the ground, the once trembling cavern regained its tranquility. A group of young Saiyans rushed anxiously toward the fallen Vegeta. One child, with hair cascading down to his waist, helped the incapacitated prince, exclaiming, "Prince Vegeta, are you all right? Get away, Raditz. I am Vegeta. Ugh." Vegeta could not hold back, retching once more. What on earth is happening? Why are you here? Lin Chen descended to the ground with Broly, addressing the group of youngsters before him. Faced with Broly, who had effortlessly defeated Vegeta with a single blow, the children instinctively recoiled in fear. Even Raditz trembled at the knees, while Vegeta remained utterly immobilized at that moment. Who are you? Are you accomplices of Darius? Among the frightened Saiyans, only one female Saiyan mustered the courage to step forward and confront Lin Chen and Broly. Upon hearing the name mentioned by the female Saiyan, Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Darius? If memory serves me right, he is a Saiyan from the original storyline, isn't he? This Saiyan departed from Planet Vegeta long ago to establish his own legion, wandering the cosmos, utilizing seeds from the Tree of Might. They sought out suitable planets to cultivate the tree, harvesting its fruits to enhance their powers. Could it be that the desolate state of Planet Vegeta is a consequence of the Tree of Might? And that terrifying aura we sensed earlier, could it be the essence of the tree? If that is the case, everything falls into place. I am Linkus. At the mention of this name, astonishment spread across the faces of the gathered Saiyans. Linkus, a name that has become legendary on Planet Vegeta. Linkus? Are you truly King Linkus? The female Saiyan exclaimed with excitement. But, you were missing for 5 years. I have returned. The fusion of the legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline has rendered Lin Chen's appearance somewhat altered from the past. If not for the familiarity of those who knew him, it would indeed be challenging to recognize him at this moment. Upon seeing Lin Chen nod, the female Saiyant's expression shifted, and in the next instant, she suddenly leaped into Lin Chen's embrace, weeping uncontrollably, leaving both Lin Chen and Broly exchanging glances. Your Majesty Linkus, you have finally returned. How wonderful. If you had not come back, Planet Vegeta would have faced destruction. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback, then gently patted the other person's back, offering reassurance. Do not weep. Please, enlighten me about the circumstances surrounding Planet Vegeta. The female Saiyan, having composed herself, began to elucidate the events that transpired on Planet Vegeta. Indeed, as Lin Chen had surmised, this matter was intricately linked to the rogue Saiyan, Dales. Since the dragon had relocated Planet Vegeta to the fringes of the cosmos, the Saiyans, under the leadership of King Vegeta, embarked on a new chapter in their lives. The days of conquest had faded into memory. Now, the primary pursuit of the Saiyans was rigorous training and preparation for the return of their true king, Linkus, in 5 years' time. As the years swiftly passed, most Saiyans gradually acclimated to this regimen of cultivation. Unexpectedly, tranquility was shattered by the arrival of a spaceship. Its master was none other than Dales, a traitor to the Saiyan race. Dales' journey bore a peculiar resemblance to Lin Chen's, a low-ranking warrior he had, after a mission, abruptly slain his comrades and vanished without a trace. Remarkably, when he re-emerged years later, he had become extraordinarily powerful, commanding a legion of 5 alien warriors, the Dale's Corps. His strength was formidable. Upon his arrival at Planet Vegeta, Dale's immediately showcased his overwhelming prowess, easily vanquishing King Vegeta, and even the formidable Bardock, who had risen to become the strongest on the planet, was no match for him. Following his effortless triumph, Dale's proclaimed himself the new king of the Saiyans and planted a mysterious seed known as the Spirit Tree in the capital. According to Dale's, the Spirit Tree is a rare plant capable of absorbing the life essence of the planet, yielding a fruit known as the Spirit Tree fruit, which significantly enhances the combat abilities of those who consume it. After defeating King Vegeta, Dale's enticed a faction of Saiyans to pledge their loyalty to him with the promise of this fruit. Currently, these individuals are congregating in the capital, awaiting the maturation of the Spirit Tree fruit. Your Majesty Linkus, King Vegeta and the loyal Saiyans are rallying around the capital, intent on thwarting the maturation of the Spirit Tree fruit. Lord Bardock has stated that if the tree is destroyed before the fruit is harvested, Planet Vegeta can be revitalized. We, unable to offer any assistance, have been tasked with watching over these children. King Vegeta has declared that should they fail, these children shall be the last seeds of the Saiyan race. Upon hearing the words of the female Saiyan, Lin Chen's lips curled into a subtle smile. He had not anticipated that his wish to relocate Planet Vegeta would inadvertently lead the Dallas Legion to collide with it. He recalled that in the original narrative, the Dallas group had been evading the Frieza army while seeking out remote planets suitable for cultivating the Tree of Might. It was quite a twist of fate that this time, through sheer serendipity, they had stumbled upon the concealed Planet Vegeta. Chapter 13, The True King of the Saiyans, Dallas? Ding. A crisis has been detected on Planet Vegeta, triggering the ultimate choice. Choice 1. Ignore the crisis on Planet Vegeta and seize all the Tree of Might fruits. Reward, Energy Sphere Technique. Choice 2. Intimidate the Dallas Legion, subjugate all members for personal gain, and seize all the Tree of Might fruits. Reward, King Kai Fist Technique. Choice 3. Eliminate all members of the Dallas Legion and destroy the Tree of Might. Reward, 10 Tree of Might fruits and a gravity chamber with 50 times the standard gravity. Upon encountering the sudden choices presented by the system, Lin Chen did not hesitate and decisively made his selection. I choose 3. Planet Vegeta would, in the future, serve as Lin Chen's stronghold. He had expended one of the wishes from the Namekian dragon to relocate Planet Vegeta here. There was no way he would stand idly by as it was drained by the Tree of Might. As for the rewards, techniques were something he could readily learn from King Kai given sufficient time. Conversely, the gravity chamber with 50 times the standard gravity seemed far more enticing to him. Regarding the Tree of Might fruits, while the 10 fruits offered by Choice 3 were not in abundant quantity, they would suffice. Moreover, according to the storyline, it was evident that the Dallas group possessed seeds of the Tree of Might. As long as he could procure them, he could easily cultivate another planet without sacrificing his own Planet Vegeta. Ding. Host choice confirmed. Please complete the task promptly. Lin Chen regained his consciousness and turned to the female Saiyan, assuring her, rest assured, I shall resolve the matter with those individuals at once. Upon hearing this, the female Saiyan's expression brightened, and she bowed her head, gratefully replying, Thank you, Your Majesty. Indeed. Lin Chen nodded slightly and floated into the sky. Just as he was about to depart, he suddenly looked down and smiled at the female Saiyan, saying, By the way, what is your name? Your Majesty Hanasia, she replied. Her cheeks flushed, but you may also call me Hannah. Lin Chen nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further, and instead soared into the sky alongside Broly, leaving the cave behind. Once the two departed, the other female Saiyans quickly gathered around, exclaiming to Hannah, Hannah, congratulations! Has King Lynx taken a liking to you? You are truly impressive. Had I known, I would have joined you to converse with His Majesty earlier. Amidst the laughter of the female Saiyans, Vegeta clenched his teeth in frustration. Damn rabbits, we must follow them, he declared. Huh? But it's dangerous outside. If you're afraid, hide here. I must see for myself the true power of Lynx. Vegeta's jaw was set tight, his discontent palpable. Merely a child in Lynx's company left him feeling utterly confounded. What, then, was the true strength of Lynx himself? He was unwilling to accept that as the Prince of the Saiyans, he should have been the most powerful. Yet now 2 individuals had emerged who far surpassed him. He was determined to witness their abilities with his own eyes, vowing that one day he would surpass them and reclaim his father's throne. As Vegeta made his solemn vow, we shift to Planet Vegeta, the capital of the Saiyans. The once resplendent city had become a mere memory, now laid to waste by a colossal tree. Where the capital once stood, now only the towering trunk of the tree remained, rising into a shroud of mist above. This immense tree was none other than the legendary Tree of Might. At the edge of this mystical tree, a group of Saiyans gazed at its towering form, their teeth gritted in frustration. Bardock, you claimed that His Majesty Lynx would come to save Planet Vegeta, yet why has he not yet appeared? The fruits of the Tree of Might must be nearing maturity. Among the crowd, King Vegeta, his forehead bandaged, glared angrily at the tree that had destroyed his palace. If not for Bardock's foresight, he would have ordered an attack long ago. However, Bardock, one of the assistants appointed by Lin Chen, had insisted he foresaw Lynx's arrival. Aware of Bardock's prophetic abilities, King Vegeta had refrained from acting rashly. Yet as time passed, his patience wore thin. King Vegeta, please endure a little longer. The Dallas faction is formidable. Without His Majesty Lynx's assistance, our efforts may prove futile. Beside Vegeta and Bardock stood another Saiyan, Paragus, who was also appointed as an advisor by Lin Chen. Their words forced King Vegeta to bide his time. At that moment, the scouters worn by the Saiyans began to emit a series of beeps, while laughter echoed above them. Ha! Is that not King Vegeta? Have you perhaps had a change of heart and decided to seek refuge with His Majesty Dales? King Vegeta's expression turned to one of sheer terror as he raised his head. A throng of Saiyans surrounded a group of individuals, floating ominously above them. These Saiyans were none other than the traitors who had betrayed King Vegeta, aligning themselves with Dales. The 6 individuals they encircled included 5 key members of Dale's Legion, along with the nefarious Saiyan, Dales himself. Upon realizing their discovery, cold sweat trickled down King Vegeta's brow, while Bardock gritted his teeth, fiercely glaring at the Saiyan intent on destroying his homeland. What made Bardock's heart ache with irony was the fact that this Saiyan bore an uncanny resemblance to him. Dales, outwardly similar to Bardock, was merely distinguished by his darker complexion. Dales, get off Planet Vegeta at once. The true king of Saiyans is about to return, King Vegeta bellowed. Oh, you refer to the so-called true king, that fellow named Lynx? I have heard whispers of him, a mere fighter with a paltry power level of 100,000. And he dares to claim the title of king? Dale smirked, the corners of his mouth curling into a bloodthirsty arc beside Dale's. A Saiyan with only a tuft of hair on his head chimed in. Indeed. King Vegeta, open your eyes. The true king of Saiyans is none other than His Majesty Dales. His power level has soared to an astounding 300,000. Nappa, when did you become such a coward? What has happened to the noble spirit of the Saiyan elite? King Vegeta seethed upon seeing the traitor. That man, Nappa, had once been King Vegeta's loyal guard. A noble among Saiyans, yet after Dale's invasion, he was among the first to grovel before Dales. Under Nappa's influence, many Saiyans chose betrayal. Courage? How dare you utter such a word? Where was your courage when you were groveling before Lynx? King Vegeta retorted. Nappa turned, casting a sycophantic smile at Dales. Your Majesty Dales, allow me to handle these disobedient fools for you. Go ahead. Darius's lips curled into a smile that he could hardly suppress. In Chapter 14, he is the true king of the Saiyans. Although he had envisioned the day he would reign over Planet Vegeta countless times, he never anticipated that it would arrive so swiftly. He was merely searching for a planet on the fringes of the universe to cultivate the Tree of Might. Yet by sheer happenstance, he stumbled upon the long-lost Planet Vegeta. Initially, upon discovering that this planet was indeed the fabled Planet Vegeta, Darius felt a pang of panic. The news of the Saiyans' betrayal of King Frieza and their subsequent victory over him had echoed throughout the cosmos. Darius was initially apprehensive about encountering the formidable warriors who had wounded King Frieza on this planet. However, after conducting a discreet investigation, he uncovered that the Saiyans had employed cunning strategies to defeat Frieza. Moreover, the strongest among them possessed a combat power of barely 30,000, while Darius himself had already reached a staggering combat power of 300,000. Thus, Darius commenced his campaign. With his overwhelming strength, he not only succeeded in planting the Tree of Might but also garnered numerous Saiyans to serve as his subordinates. Once merely a lowly warrior, he had now ascended to the pinnacle of Saiyan hierarchy. The sensation was nothing short of exhilarating. Go, Nappa, but if possible, gather more followers for me. Without a sufficient number of subjects, my title as King of the Saiyans would be nothing but a facade. At your command, my lord. Nappa, having received Darius's approval, descended mockingly before King Vegeta and his entourage. King Vegeta, this is your final opportunity to surrender and bow before His Majesty Darius, or face death. Is that so? King Vegeta scoffed. Indeed, someone like you could never comprehend the greatness of His Majesty Darius. Fellow warriors, although Link's leadership enabled us to vanquish Frieza, it condemned us Saiyans to a life of hiding, unable to venture beyond our planet. Such a life is not befitting of our kind. But His Majesty Darius is different. Under his reign, we can reclaim the exhilarating life of our past. More importantly, His Majesty possesses the fruits of the Tree of Might. By following him, everyone will have the opportunity to partake in the power of these fruits. Behold, this is the strength of the Tree of Might. Nappa bellowed, unleashing his energy. Instantly, a formidable pressure swept over every Saiyan present, akin to a tempest. Their power detectors emitted a cacophony of alerts. 30,000? King Vegeta gazed incredulously at the once subservient Nappa. Though Nappa had indeed enhanced his combat power significantly over the past 5 years, prior to his betrayal, he had barely reached a paltry 10,000. How could it be that in just a few days, his strength had tripled? Is the fruit of the Tree of Might truly so extraordinary? Even King Vegeta appears somewhat swayed, not to mention the other Saiyans. They exhibit a range of emotions, from fear to a look of fascination, clearly indicating their uncertainty. Sensing the trepidation surrounding him, King Vegeta clenched his jaw and suddenly charged forward. Feudal bravado, Nappa. I shall make you aware of who truly reigns as the royal lineage of the Saiyans. As King Vegeta unleashed a powerful punch, Nappa effortlessly caught it. With a cold smirk, Nappa remarked, King Vegeta, shall I remind you? You are no longer a member of the Saiyan royalty. With that, a fist imbued with overwhelming power struck King Vegeta mercilessly on the head. Bang! Blood splattered as King Vegeta let out a pained cry, his body soaring backward like a meteor hurtling across the horizon. Yet Nappa astonishingly pursued the retreating King Vegeta, delivering a fierce kick that sent him crashing to the ground. Boom! The earth shattered, creating a deep crater beneath King Vegeta. Nappa placed his foot upon the fallen king, uncontrollably laughing. Ha ha! Saiyan royalty. King Vegeta, do you see? This is the true power bestowed upon me by the genuine king of the Saiyans. Before him, you are nothing but an insect. Infuriated, King Vegeta struggled to rise, only to be brutally stomped back down by Nappa, his face buried into the ground. Humph! A worthless fool. Nappa spat contemptuously, casting a glance at the other Saiyans. Except for Bardock and Paragus, the remaining Saiyans were visibly intimidated by Nappa's gaze, retreating in fear. So, do you now comprehend who the true king of the Saiyans is? Just as Nappa's words fell, a sudden disturbance in the air echoed from the distant sky. Everyone looked up, and in the next moment, 2 figures materialized in midair. Who are they? The emergence of Lin Chen and Broly has instilled a sense of vigilance among Dale's faction. Lin Chen offered no reply, merely responding with a detached smile, his hands clasped behind his back. As countless gazes bore down upon him, a collective gasp echoed throughout the venue. Dales, perplexed, surveyed the Saiyans around him, who appeared as if confronted by a specter, and barked, What is amiss? Who is he? On the ground, the once ferocious Ba retreated a few steps, trembling uncontrollably with a face etched in fear. No one answered Dale's inquiry. However, from the ranks of Bardock and his companions, Paragus suddenly knelt before Lin Chen, clasping his fists and proclaiming loudly, he is the hero who led the Saiyans to vanquish Frieza, the true king of our Saiyan race. His Majesty, Linkus. Following Paragus, Bardock also fell to his knees, fervently exclaiming, All hail His Majesty, Linkus. As Bardock initiated the homage, one by one, the second, third, and fourth Saiyans who had not pledged allegiance to Dales also knelt, their voices rising in fervent adoration. Meanwhile, the newly allied Saiyans under Dales, much like Ba, were expressions of trepidation. Despite having been absent from the public eye for 5 years, Lin Chen's formidable reputation remained intact. Witnessing this spectacle, Dale snorted derisively and activated his power level detector. The results puzzled him. 5,000? How could this individual possess merely 5,000 in battle power? The diminutive figure beside him boasted a power level of 10,000. Were these Saiyans delusional, daring to call him the true king with such paltry strength? Foolish beings. Get down on the ground. One of Dale's subordinates lunged at Lin Chen, intent on bringing him down. Upon seeing this, Ba shouted urgently, Lord Kakao, be cautious. That Linkus possesses a combat power of 100,000. What? Kakao, still processing Ba's warning, suddenly found Lin Chen sweeping his leg towards him. Bang! With a muffled thud, Kakao was sent hurtling backward with greater speed than before, crashing into the trunk of the spirit tree. Smack! He was reduced to a puddle of flesh. Chapter 15. Linkus. Brother, they are so weak. No, this cannot be. The remaining 4 subordinates of Dale's stared in disbelief at the gruesome sight of Kakao's demise, as if witnessing a ghost. Unlike the traitorous Saiyans, these individuals had followed Dale's for years, consuming the spirit tree's fruits, their battle power surpassing 30,000. Previously, when suppressing the Saiyan King, they had demonstrated their formidable strength, with no Saiyan able to withstand even 10 blows from them. Yet, unexpectedly, the second strongest among them, Kakao, had been slain in one blow by a mere 5,000 power level combatant. There was nothing surprising about it. Darius remarked, "It appears that this fellow possesses the ability to control his combat power. He must have elevated his strength in an instant. 5 years ago, his combat power was already at 100,000, and over these 5 years, he must have made even greater advancements. It is indeed no surprise that you are no match for him." As Darius soared past the onlookers, he drifted toward Linkus, declaring, "Allow me to confront this young man." "Humph, the true king of the Saiyans? There can only be one true king of the Saiyans, and that is I." "Very well, my lord. In that case, we shall take care of the other young man." The officers of the Darius Legion swiftly advanced toward Broly. Observing this, Lin Chen slightly turned his head, saying, "Broly, they seem to be coming for you." "It's fine, brother Linkus. They are quite weak," Broly responded, displaying no fear. Upon hearing this, the Saiyans below fainted in disbelief. For them, the officers of Darius were akin to monstrous entities, yet now they were deemed weak by a mere Saiyan youth. Did this imply that those officers were even inferior to him? In the crowd, Bardock was momentarily stunned, then excitedly patted Paragus on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Hey, isn't that Broly?" Paragus gazed incredulously at his son. After 5 years apart, he was astonished by the immense transformation in Broly. This composure and calmness, was this truly his son who once would cry in rage at the slightest provocation? "You little brat. The last person who spoke to us so boldly has already perished." 4 enraged officers of the Darius Legion charged forward, but just as they were about to approach Broly, he suddenly unleashed his aura. A tempest swept through, and the terrifying energy rendered the 4 officers immobile. "What? Beep beep beep." The officers were astonished to see Broly's combat power reading surging at an astonishing rate. 10,000, 15,000, 20,000. Boom. When the reading exceeded 20,000, their detectors exploded. Yet, it was evident that they could still sense Broly's combat power escalating further. Immediately, someone retrieved a spare communicator and shouted, "Spaceship? Inform me at once of that young man's combat power." "Lord Days, what is happening? There is an energy before you, and the combat power reading has reached 230,000. Upon hearing this news, everyone was left in utter shock. 230,000? Are you certain you're not mistaken? How is this possible? This Saiyan youth cannot possess such immense power. The detector must be malfunctioning." However, the communicator responded, "Impossible, my lord. The detector on the spaceship is a super-large model, with a maximum detection capacity of 1,000,000, 230,000. In the distance, Darius also overheard their conversation through the communicator. Learning that the Saiyan child possessed an astonishing battle power of 230,000, which left him equally incredulous, Darius himself boasted a battle power of merely 300,000, a figure he had achieved only after absorbing the essence of countless planetary life forms and consuming numerous fruits from the spirit tree. How could a seemingly pre-adolescent Saiyan child wield such immense strength? It was infuriating, truly infuriating. Was this the limitation of lower-tier warriors? "Hey, no need to look over there. Your opponent is me." Suddenly, a faint voice resonated from behind Darius. He quickly turned around to see Lin Chen, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at him with a smirk. Darius dismissed him with disdain. "Linkus? Very well, I shall deal with you first, then move on to that brat." Without further ado, Darius raised both hands, unleashing a brilliant blue shockwave that struck Lin Chen directly. As the shockwave dissipated, Darius panted lightly, casting a cold smile at the dust-shrouded sky before turning his attention towards Broly. He contemplated swiftly finishing off Lin Chen to assist his subordinates. However, upon glancing back, he was met with the sight of several officers from his legion sprawled on the ground, all defeated by Broly. Fortunately, none were dead. Having grown up on Namek, Broly, much like Gohan from the original story, had become a good-hearted individual who abhorred killing. "Little brat." Darius' tone turned icy as he noticed his subordinates lying incapacitated. Just as he was about to descend and eliminate Broly, he heard, "Hey, your opponent is me." "No, it's impossible. Darius gasped in shock as the dust cleared, revealing Lin Chen still floating there, completely unscathed. How is this possible? Darius found it incomprehensible. Weren't those under him claiming that Linkus only had a battle power of 100,000? Unable to fathom it, Darius chose to contact his ship's personnel instead of relying on his own scanner. This is Darius. Confirm the battle power of the other Saiyan immediately. My lord, we were just about to inform you that Scion's battle power is 550,000. 550,000. Impossible. How could a Scion possess such power? Did you consume the spirit tree fruit as well? Why can't a Scion have a battle power of 550,000? Darius, you are utterly ignorant of the true potential of Scions. Lin Chen replied indifferently. Whoosh. Suddenly, Lin Chen vanished from his original position, only to reappear right before Darius. With a swift motion, he thrust his right knee into Darius's abdomen. The impact caused Darius to expel a mouthful of bile, his body contorting like a ripe shrimp. His features twisted in agony. So powerful. Incredibly powerful. Why is this Scion so formidable? Darius's mind was overwhelmed with a tempest of shock, humiliation, anger, and despair. A subtle curve graced the corners of Lin Chen's mouth as he spoke with unabashed arrogance. You managed to retain consciousness after enduring my punch? Impressive, indeed. With a combat prowess of 300,000. Dales, let us engage in a spar. I wish to stretch my limbs. Stretch your limbs? Do you take me for a fool? Dales. The air around him crackled with fury, as Dales unleashed a tempest of rage, radiating a ferocious aura and launching into a frenzied assault against Lin Chen. Chapter 16, The Resurrection of Planet Vegeta. Bang, bang, bang. The sky reverberated with the sounds of fists and feet colliding, akin to the roar of thunder. In the shadow of the colossal spirit tree, Lin Chen and Darius engaged in a breathtaking confrontation. The two warriors, at times separated by vast distances and at other moments colliding with one another, traversed the heavens and the earth in mere seconds. Their movements were so swift that onlookers could scarcely discern their actions, only hearing the thunderous explosions echoing overhead. Among the spectators, only Broly could keep pace with their astonishing speed. Is this the power of His Majesty Linkex? It is overwhelming. He is even stronger than he was 5 years ago. The Saiyans watching were left in awe, their mouths agape in astonishment. Meanwhile, the traders and members of Darius's legion, sensing the tide of battle, began to retreat towards the spirit tree in hushed trepidation. Hurry, hurry, let's take advantage of this moment to escape, urged Daba to the fleeing crowd. Lord Daba, are we truly going to flee? Questioned a companion. Fool, do you think we can contend with that caliber of battle? Get back to the spaceship, now. Daba thought, observing the situation. It was clear that Linkex, having returned after 5 years, was evidently stronger than Darius. If they did not seize this opportunity to flee, would they wait until Darius was truly defeated? As for seeking Linkex's forgiveness, let us not forget that he is a Scion. The Scions have never shown leniency towards traitors. Above, in the sky, Darius exerted all his strength, only to find himself increasingly frustrated. He could sense that Lin Chen had yet to unleash his full potential, yet even so, he remained a mere plaything in Lin Chen's hands. Why? Linkex, show me your true prowess. Lin Chen paused for a moment, a chilling smile appearing on his face. Very well. He had grown weary of the fray. Indeed, the 300,000 combat power of Dales was significantly more formidable than that of the previous cosmic pirates. In the next instant, an immense force collided with Dale's visage. Time seemed to freeze as Dales distinctly felt his features contorting, his teeth shattering. Then, as time resumed its normal flow, Dales was propelled like a cannonball, soaring through the air and leaving a streak of lightning in his wake, ultimately crashing into the trunk of the spirit tree, creating a substantial dent. Linkus. Dales struggled to extricate himself from the trunk, his voice laced with frenzied desperation. I am Dales, the sovereign of the future cosmos. How can I be defeated by you? In the following moment, Dales suddenly ascended towards the canopy above him, where the spirit tree's crown loomed. Beneath those branches hung numerous spirit tree fruits, their hue still somewhat unripe, clearly indicating their immaturity. However, even these nascent fruits possessed the potential to enhance combat power. Dales could no longer afford to wait for the fruits to ripen. He yearned to augment his strength immediately and vanquish Linkus. With the spirit tree fruits tantalizingly close, Dales envisioned victory beckoning him, imagining the scene where, after his enhancement, he would mercilessly trample Linkus beneath his feet. Linkus observed the trajectory of Darius's flight and let out a cold laugh. Perfect. A group of individuals are nestled among the trees. Let them vanish alongside the spirit tree. As a divine entity, the spirit tree cannot be easily destroyed by ordinary attacks. In the original narrative, it was only through the energy orb derived from absorbing the fruit of the spirit tree that Sun Wukong succeeded in obliterating this towering giant. Although Lin Chen cannot perform the spirit bomb, he possesses techniques that surpass it in potency. With a thunderous roar, a golden aura began to emanate from his being, instilling an inexplicable sense of pressure upon all the Saiyans present. King Vegeta, witnessing the radiant golden glow enveloping Lin Chen, instinctively recalled an ancient legend that circulated among the royal Saiyan lineage. Meanwhile, on the sacred tree, Darius, who had just plucked the darkest fruit from its branches and was about to consume it, sensed the extraordinary energy surging below. It was the primal fear of the legendary figure etched into the very genes of every Saiyan. Links, Darius muttered in disbelief. It cannot be. Gritting his teeth, he bit into the sacred tree fruit. As soon as he swallowed, an astonishing transformation coursed through his body. The injuries he had sustained from Lin Chen's earlier onslaught healed instantaneously, and his lost power not only returned but surged exponentially. Darius activated his communicator. This is Darius. Inform me of my current battle power. Master, your battle power has exceeded 600, 000. 600, 000? Haha. Darius erupted into laughter. The soil of Planet Vegeta truly nourishes the sacred tree. If such immense power can be derived from an immature fruit, once all the fruits reach full maturity, his strength will undoubtedly ascend to unprecedented heights. Not even Lynx or the fearsome Frost Demon race could pose a threat to him. However, before Darius could revel in his triumph for long, a desperate cry erupted from his subordinate through the communicator. Master Darius, there is a formidable battle power nearby. It appears to belong to that Saiyan. Lynx, what is his battle power now? 80, 000, 90, 000, 100, 000. It cannot be good. It must exceed the limit. At that moment, a thunderous explosion reverberated nearby, and as Darius turned, he saw plumes of smoke rising ominously, emanating from the direction of his mothership. Flee. Quickly, escape. Within the mothership of Darius, an explosion triggered by an overload of energy from the large combat power detector initiated a chain reaction throughout the vessel. Survivors screamed as they fled towards their sole beacon of hope, Darius. At that moment, they all noticed a flash of light emanating from beneath the spirit tree. Lin Chen, now fully transformed into a mimetic Super Saiyan, with his hair a striking shade of purple-black, raised a single hand towards the spirit tree. At this juncture, Lin Chen did not employ any elaborate techniques. He merely concentrated his energy into a green orb and propelled it towards the spirit tree. This orb, no larger than a basketball, flew at a leisurely pace, yet shortly after it penetrated the spirit tree, a towering beam of light erupted from the base of the trunk. The beam soared through the tree, reaching its apex, ultimately engulfing Darius and the treacherous Saiyans. I will not be denied. I am the true king of the Saiyans, echoed Darius's desperate cry within the beam. Amidst a resounding rumble, the ground quaked violently, and a cataclysmic aura suddenly expanded, enveloping the majority of Planet Vegeta in blinding white light. Under this terrifying presence, the Saiyans on the planet knelt in submission, succumbing to their innermost fears, believing their end was nigh. Yet, moments later, the branches of the spirit tree, which had cast a shadow over most of Planet Vegeta, transformed into countless golden specks of light. These luminous orbs, akin to falling snow, spread across the entire planet. The essence of the planet that the spirit tree had absorbed was revealed in these points of light. As the planetary essence seeped into the parched earth, the once withered land was rejuvenated as if nourished by rain, restoring vitality to all life on Planet Vegeta. In that moment, a planet on the brink of destruction was reborn. Chapter 17, Lin Chen's Ambitions, a new choice emerges. Ding. Congratulations, host, for accomplishing the task of annihilating all members of Darius's legion and destroying the spirit tree. Reward, 10 spirit tree fruits, 50-fold gravity chamber. Ding. Rewards have been deposited into the system space and can be retrieved at any time. 3 days had passed since Lin Chen's victory over Darius and the revival of Planet Vegeta. During this time, the Saiyans on Planet Vegeta, under the leadership of King Vegeta, commenced the reconstruction of their royal capital. The first structure to be restored was the Saiyan Palace, which had been ravaged by Darius and his cohort. Presently, in a corner of the palace, Lin Chen lay soundly asleep, cradling Hanaxia, the first female Saiyan he encountered upon returning to Planet Vegeta, who had become Lin Chen's favored consort. However, a sudden knock at the door roused them from their slumber. Brother Lin Chen, King Vegeta, and the others request an audience. Hearing Broly's voice from outside the door, Lin Chen opened his eyes and sat up in bed. I understand, Broly, instruct them to wait in the council chamber. Upon noticing Lin Chen was about to rise, Hanazia's long legs entwined around him like a serpent, her face radiating desire. Your Majesty, pay them no heed. I still wish to. The female Saiyans are renowned for their strength and fervor, and in both life and the boudoir, Hanaziya embodies a formidable woman, captivating Lin Chen utterly. Yet, he recognized that if he remained lost in this tender embrace, his own demise would be imminent. Thus, with great indifference, Lin Chen pushed Hanaziya away. That is enough. You should rise as well and accompany me to meet King Vegeta and the others. Observing Lin Chen's first display of coldness in 3 days, Hanaziya understood the need for restraint and promptly nodded. Yes, Your Majesty. Moments later, Lin Chen, along with Hanaziya and Broly, who now served as his personal guard, arrived at the council chamber. King Vegeta, Bardock, and Paragus had been waiting for quite some time. Their purpose for gathering was not only to report on the progress of the capital's restoration over the past 3 days, but also to seek new directives from Lin Chen. 5 years had swiftly passed, and it was time for Planet Vegeta to undergo transformation. Previously, due to the necessity of a 5-year slumber, Lin Chen had refrained from many arrangements. Now that he had returned as a sovereign, those plans he once hesitated to initiate could finally be set in motion. He permitted King Vegeta to lift the ban on entering and exiting the universe, no longer restricting the Saiyans from departing Planet Vegeta. Furthermore, Lin Chen ordered Paragus to establish new laws, instituting regulations within the Saiyan society, which had long revered strength above all else. Lin Chen's ambition is to establish his own Saiyan empire in the not-so-distant future. Although the current Saiyans are relatively weak, his aspirations are grand. He envisions a future where he commands an entire legion of Super Saiyans, Super Saiyan 2s, and even the mightier Super Saiyan gods. At that time, Lin Chen will stand as the pinnacle of the Saiyan Empire, wielding power that rivals even the divine. When that moment arrives, he will face the god of destruction, the angels, and even the Omni King without fear. To achieve this vision, he must undertake a comprehensive transformation of the Saiyan race. Well-versed in the lore of Dragon Ball, Lin Chen perceives the current Saiyans as a once noble people now in decline. Historically, the Saiyans not only gave rise to Super Saiyans, but also to Super Saiyan gods who could stand toe-to-toe with deities. Yet today, excluding anomalies like Lin Chen and Broly, the Saiyan Kingdom is a race with an average combat power of less than 10,000. How did this transformation come to pass? After careful analysis of the narrative, Lin Chen believes that everything stems from the Saiyans' descent into barbarism and ignorance. According to the original storyline, the ancient Saiyans were, in fact, a race that cherished peace and possessed a strong sense of justice. This is evidenced by the 2 crucial elements that determine a Saiyan's strength, the S-cells and the heart of justice. S-cells are the key to transforming a Saiyan into a Super Saiyan, and these cells can only flourish in environments of tranquility and stability. As for the heart of justice, it is an essential prerequisite for a Saiyan to ascend to the status of a Super Saiyan god. One must ponder. If the Saiyans had always been as belligerent and bloodthirsty as they are now, how could they possibly have birthed Super Saiyans and Super Saiyan gods in the past? The only plausible explanation is that the Saiyans were not inherently warlike and selfish. Rather, some external factors must have contributed to their transformation, leading to the current decline in their combat prowess. Lin Chen's current endeavor is to restore the Saiyans to their original form. This transformation may appear daunting, yet it is not beyond the realm of possibility. Soon, the younger generation of Saiyans will mature, and they shall become Lin Chen's most formidable allies in transforming the Saiyan Empire. Ding! The system has detected the host's desire to enhance the Saiyan strength and has activated the ultimate selection. Option 1. Within a year, elevate the combat power of over 1,000 Saiyans to exceed 10,000. Reward: 5 vials of S-cell serum. Each vial can enhance the S-cells within 1 Saiyan by 20. Option 2. Within a year, raise the combat power of over 50 Saiyans to surpass 100,000. Reward: 1 time chamber. Option 3. Within a year, increase the combat power of over 5 Saiyans to exceed 500,000. Reward: talent, beginner martial arts genius, which grants a 30 probability of directly mastering any technique executed in the presence of a talent controller. Is it out? Lin Chen had long anticipated the emergence of this new system selection. He has begun to discern the patterns governing the system as choices. They tend to manifest when he is faced with significant decisions. He contemplated the three options, pondering deeply. The difficulty of the choices escalates progressively, yet so do the rewards. The first reward would enable Lin Chen to create the birth of a third Super Saiyan, aside from himself and Broly. The second reward would grant him access to the exceedingly rare time chamber within the universe. The ability to manipulate time is an extraordinarily rare power in the Dragon Ball universe, appearing only on Earth and in the Destroyer realm in the original narrative. The final option is invaluable for Lin Chen at this juncture. Lin Chen has now acquired his bloodline and strength, yet he still lacks a formidable combat technique worthy of his prowess. Should he obtain this reward, he would only need to observe others employing their skills once, after which he would have a chance to directly learn their techniques, an immensely convenient prospect. As a side note, it is widely acknowledged that the power scaling in Dragon Ball becomes increasingly erratic in the later stages. Thus, the author has taken the liberty of making certain adjustments based on personal interpretation. Any inconsistencies are regrettable and should be overlooked. In Chapter 18, the three rewards are all mine. After contemplating, just as Lin Chen was about to make a choice, he suddenly perceived a potential loophole in the options presented. System. What happens if I simultaneously fulfill the conditions for all three choices? While the three options were progressively more challenging, they were not mutually exclusive. If Lin Chen possessed the capability, he could entirely meet the requirements for all three choices at once. The system seemed momentarily taken aback. Pausing for a brief moment before responding, this selection allows the host to choose all options, but should any one choice remain unfulfilled, the host will be erased. Please choose wisely. Choose wisely? Opportunities, of course, coexist with risks. System. I want all three rewards. Ding. Confirmation of host choice. Please complete the task promptly. A countdown of 1 year has now commenced. In the next moment, Lin Chen beheld a constantly changing countdown timer within his line of sight. From that day forth, the Saiyans on Planet Vegeta entered an era of collective training. All Saiyans, regardless of age or gender, embarked on a fervent quest for self-improvement. In the 5 years since Lin Chen's disappearance, the Saiyans, restricted from leaving Planet Vegeta, had already begun to cultivate a fervor for training to pass the time. Their overall strength had significantly surpassed that which they had when confronting Frieza. Unfortunately, however, there were few Saiyans on this planet who understood the correct methods of cultivation. Historically, the Saiyans had never adopted a habit of training, resulting in a slow enhancement of their abilities over these 5 years. Upon grasping this situation, Lin Chen promptly devised a comprehensive training regimen for the Saiyans, instructing them to follow it diligently. Concurrently, he selected the 50 most gifted Saiyans and granted them the opportunity to train in a gravity chamber with 50 times the normal gravitational pull, hoping they could elevate their combat prowess by at least 100,000 within a year. As for the task of having more than 5 Saiyans exceed a combat power of 500,000, Lin Chen was acutely aware that this challenge would be arduous. After all, he had spent 5 years merging bloodlines to attain a combat strength exceeding 500,000. It was rumored that Broly, a scion of legendary bloodline, had managed only 230,000 in the same span. Both he and Broly shared the lineage of the legendary Saiyans, and their growth had been similarly limited. For the ordinary Saiyans, breaking through their limits within a year through conventional means was virtually impossible. Fortunately, Lin Chen had alternative methods at his disposal. On this day, Lin Chen gathered together King Vegeta, Paragus, Bardock, Hanasea, and Broly. These 5 individuals were the subjects Lin Chen intended to utilize to accomplish the 500,000 combat power objective. Once they had assembled, Lin Chen presented them with 5 spirit tree fruits. Consume these, he instructed. What? These are spirit tree fruits. King Vegeta and the others immediately recognized the large red fruits in their hands. Were these not the very fruits that had been used to entice the Saiyans to betray their allegiance during the Dallas Rebellion? Your Majesty, how did you come to possess these? Weren't they all destroyed by you? Paragus inquired, perplexed. You need not concern yourself with that. Quickly, eat them. Your strength will increase significantly, Lin Chen commanded. Understood. Upon hearing Lin Chen's command, the other 4, with the exception of Broly, no longer hesitated and directly began to consume the fruits of the spirit tree. In no time, they had completely devoured the fruits. The next moment, a profound transformation surged within them, as a blazing and immense energy instantaneously filled their bodies. This energy not only imparted a sensation of expansion to their physiques but also bestowed upon them an unparalleled clarity of mind. Instinctively, the four individuals unleashed their auras. Power. I feel invigorated with strength. King Vegeta gazed at his fists, overwhelmed with exhilaration as he sensed the surging force within him. This power is remarkable. Bardock also wore a joyful expression as he clenched his fists. Who would have thought the spirit tree fruit could be so extraordinary? Both Hanasea and Paragus were equally ecstatic. Observing the jubilant four, Lin Chen utilized the system to assess their combat prowess. Among them, Bardock experienced the most significant increase, achieving an astounding combat power of 400,000. King Vegeta was not far behind. Paragus and Hanasea were slightly weaker, yet still boasted combat powers exceeding 300,000. Truly, this divine food is nothing short of miraculous. At that moment, Lin Chen turned his gaze toward Broly, who stood aside, holding the spirit tree fruit without taking action. Broly, why aren't you eating? Broly hesitated for a moment and replied, Brother Lynx, this treasure is so precious. Why aren't you partaking? I have already sampled one. To be candid, the enhancement it provides is more pronounced for those with lesser strength. Beyond a certain threshold, its effects become less remarkable. The spiritual tree fruits that Lin Chen bestowed upon them were rewards he received upon completing a task. After vanquishing Dales, Lin Chen had tasted one, only to find himself somewhat disappointed. Prior to this experience, he had believed that the spiritual tree fruit would directly enhance his combat prowess. However, upon consumption, he realized that the true essence of the spiritual tree fruit lay not in augmenting combat strength, but rather in enhancing spiritual power. The increase in battle capability was merely a byproduct of the fruit's nourishing and fortifying properties on the body. Yet Lin Chen's physique, having already been strengthened through the fusion with the legendary Saiyan Bloodline, experienced only a negligible boost in combat strength from the fruit. After consuming one fruit, his battle power increased by a mere 100,000, bringing his current standard combat strength to 650,000. Previously, he had felt a tinge of regret for having exerted too much force that day, dismantling Dale's spaceship and leaving no seeds of the spiritual tree behind. However, having now comprehended the fruit's purpose, he no longer lamented. Broly, this fruit may not significantly benefit you either, but it will aid you immensely in regulating your emotions. Consume it swiftly. Upon hearing this, Broly hesitated no longer and obediently devoured the fruit. As expected, after consuming the spiritual tree fruit, Broly's aura did not exhibit significant growth. In fact, his increase in combat strength paled in comparison to Lin Chen's, yielding a modest rise of only 70,000, elevating his power from 230,000 to 300,000. Although none of the five had yet reached the requirement of 500,000 in combat power, they still had a year ahead of them. With the enhancements from the spiritual tree fruit, reaching 500,000 should pose no challenge for them. King Vegeta, and you others, having consumed the spiritual tree fruit, you must dedicate yourselves to rigorous training. Within a year, should any of you fail to surpass 500,000 in combat power, do not hold me accountable for my lack of leniency. Yes. King Vegeta and the others nodded promptly before taking their leave. Broly appeared to have something to say, but was pulled away by his father, Paragus. Meanwhile, Hanasea, her cheeks flushed, dashed to Lin Chen's side, wrapping her arm around his, exclaiming, Your Majesty, I feel significantly stronger now. I wish to engage in 300 rounds of combat with you to test my limits. Bardock? Why are you still here? As Lin Chen was about to agree, he suddenly noticed the presence of another individual. Bardock, cradling the back of his head, chuckled awkwardly and said, Your Majesty Lin Kusi, I have another matter I wish to report. Chapter 19, The Imminent Journey to Earth. Is there a deficiency in the medical equipment? Lin Chen furrowed his brow. After Hanaxia's departure, Bardock finally elucidated his intentions for remaining. According to him, the entire Saiyan race had commenced training using the novel methods Lin Chen had imparted. However, this led to the emergence of several new challenges. Among them, the most pressing issue was the insufficiency of medical equipment on Planet Vegeta. Historically, the Saiyans had not engaged in technological development. Many of the advanced devices on their planet were acquired through conquest or trade with extraterrestrial beings. In their previous subjugation to Frieza, the latter had provided the Saiyans with 3 healing devices, the very same high-tech apparatus that had once treated Goku on Namek in the original narrative. Yet, with only 3 such devices available, the population of Saiyans numbered in the thousands, rendering the resources woefully inadequate. The training regimen imparted by Lin Chen was an enhanced version, amalgamating the training techniques of Goku and Vegeta from the original tale, aimed primarily at pushing the Saiyans to their physical limits. This method of training, naturally, posed a high risk of injury. If the healing devices were plentiful, this would not have posed a significant concern. However, the present dearth of such equipment among the Saiyans resulted in numerous individuals suffering from the lack of timely treatment, consequently hindering their training progress. This was indeed an oversight on my part. Lin Chen nodded, realizing that there was a flaw in his plan. Upon hearing this, Bardock quickly reassured him, "Your Majesty, there is no need for concern. I can immediately send someone to seek out civilizations possessing healing technology. If that proves unfeasible, we could resort to launching an assault on Frieza's planet to acquire some." Lin Chen shook his head, saying, "No. What we require is not merely a few or even dozens of treatment devices, but rather hundreds, if not thousands. Allow me to handle this matter." Upon hearing this, Bardock nodded in agreement. Shortly after parting ways with Bardock, Lin Chen utilized his teleportation ability to arrive on Earth. Accompanying him was Hanasia, donned in combat attire, her expression adorned with a combat power detector. As the newly appointed princess, Hanasia clung closely to Lin Chen, insisting on accompanying him to other planets. "Your Majesty, is this Earth? The gravity here is quite low." "Indeed, this is Earth." Lin Chen surveyed his surroundings, a blend of familiarity and strangeness, and felt a surge of emotion. This marked his inaugural visit to Earth since arriving in the Dragon Ball universe. Perhaps due to his reincarnation as a Saiyan, Lin Chen harbored little sentiment for Earth. Nevertheless, it remains the epicenter of the entire Dragon Ball narrative and an indispensable element of Lin Chen's future plans for a Saiyan empire. The original work reveals that hybrids between Saiyans and Earthlings possess innate strength that surpasses that of pure-blooded Saiyans. Thus, Lin Chen had long intended to establish formal ties between the two planets at some point in the future. Unexpectedly, due to the necessity of medical equipment, his journey to Earth was advanced. Although the original narrative depicts Earth as a primitive planet, ridiculed by the Saiyan Raditz, the civilization on this planet far exceeds the Saiyans' imagination. Furthermore, there exists a plethora of brilliant inventors on this world. Lin Chen was in search of the illustrious inventor, Dr. Brief, who resided in West City. He was also the father of Bulma, the most significant female character in the Dragon Ball universe. The essential healing device urgently required by the Saiyans depended entirely on his expertise. In the next moment, Lin Chen soared through the skies towards West City alongside Hannah. Dr. Brief was not only a genius but also the founder of Capsule Corporation. His stature was akin to that of Edison in Lin Chen's original world. He was a renowned scientist and an immensely wealthy entrepreneur. Consequently, upon arriving in West City, Lin Chen encountered little difficulty in locating Dr. Brief's residence. Their home was the most prominent structure in West City, easily identifiable by the Capsule Corporation emblem adorning its roof. As Lin Chen prepared to knock on the door, he was suddenly startled by the sound of crying emanating from within. "Do not be afraid, Bulma. My dear, keep an eye on Bulma for me." "Of course, darling." At that moment, Dr. Brief stood protectively before his wife and daughter, arms outstretched to shield them. Before the trio stood an elderly man, leaning on a cane, accompanied by three monstrous beings resembling the creatures known as the Zenkai. Scattered nearby were several security personnel from Capsule Corporation, lying on the ground. The old man sneered. "Very well, Dr. Brief. As long as you cooperate and come with us, no one will be harmed. Moreover, we will return your other daughter to you as well." "Another Tais? You have captured Tais?" Dr. Brief exclaimed in alarm upon hearing this. "Indeed. Make your choice swiftly. Dr. Willow is waiting for us." The old man struck the ground with his cane. Just then, a voice interrupted from the side. "I'm afraid Dr. Brief cannot accompany you." "Who is that?" The old man turned to see a man and a woman entering, clad in peculiar armor-like attire, unfamiliar to him. "Darling, are they your friends?" Mrs. Brief inquired, equally perplexed. "No, I do not recognize them." Dr. Brief shook his head, his expression mirroring confusion. "What is happening today?" Not only did the long-vanished Dr. Keelan, assistant to Dr. Willow, suddenly reappear, but now there were also two unfamiliar individuals whom he had never encountered before. Behind Mrs. Brief, a curious little girl with twin ponytails peeked out, her face filled with intrigue as she gazed at the strangers. The intruders were none other than Lin Chen. Casting a cursory glance around the scene, Lin Chen quickly discerned the underlying dynamics. He also recognized the individual intent on abducting Dr. Brief. If his memory served him right, this person was Dr. Keelan, the assistant to Dr. Willow from a certain Dragon Ball movie. Dr. Willow is renowned in the Dragon Ball universe, alongside Dr. Brief and Dr. Gero of the Red Ribbon Army, as one of the three foremost scientists in the human realm, proficient in biotechnology. In that particular film, Dr. Willow sought to resurrect himself by seizing the body of the strongest being in the world, only to be thwarted by Goku's spirit bomb. It was astonishing that Dr. Kulin had now appeared years ahead of schedule, and within the confines of Dr. Brief's residence. Chapter 20. The power level of a mere 10. Upon encountering the two unexpected newcomers, Dr. Kulin suddenly sensed an ominous presence. Yet, he dismissed the notion of danger. How could he, accompanied by three bioengineered beings, possibly be threatened? It was essential to note that these three creations were the culmination of Dr. Willow's cutting-edge technology, capable of annihilating an entire tank division. Turning to Lin Chen, Dr. Kulin demanded, "Who are you two? This is not your affair. Leave at once." Lin Chen smirked, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Beside him, Hanaxia wore an expression of disdain. How dare a worthless being with a mere combat power of 10 speak to His Majesty Linkus in such a manner? Worthless? How dare you label Dr. Kachin as useless? Go, teach this woman a lesson. Dr. Kachin, enraged, slammed his cane and commanded the three bioengineered beings. Upon hearing his words, three creatures resembling genetically modified humans immediately surrounded Lin Chen and his companions. Your Majesty, what are these? Why do they resemble genetically modified beings? Hanaxia, unfazed, appeared rather intrigued. They are likely biological weapons akin to genetically modified beings, Lin Chen speculated. Hanaxia chuckled. Can anything with a combat power of less than 200 truly be considered a weapon? Observing that neither of the two showed any sign of fear, Dr. Kachin felt a surge of alarm and hastily ordered, "What are you waiting for? Attack!" The three bioengineered beings lunged at Hanaxia. At that moment, however, Hanaxia's eyes widened as she raised her finger toward the three creatures. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Three invisible waves of energy shot forth, instantly reducing the bioengineered beings to mere piles of flesh. What? Dr. Kachin was taken aback. What had that woman just done? How could three immensely powerful bioengineered beings perish so effortlessly? Cold sweat trickled down Dr. Kachin's forehead. His intuition had been correct. The two strangers before him were indeed exceedingly dangerous. Well then, do you have any final words? Hanaxia coldly approached Dr. Kachin, instilling profound terror in him. Stay back, Dr. Kachin shouted, suddenly discarding his cane and transforming his left arm into a Gatling gun. In truth, he was no longer an ordinary man. To extend his lifespan, he had undergone modifications to become a semi-cyborg. Bang, bang, bang. A hail of bullets erupted from the Gatling gun, striking Hanaxia. Yet, amidst the gunfire, Hanaxia remained unscathed. She coldly raised her right hand, and a glimmer of light erupted from her palm. Wait, Dr. Briv suddenly shouted. Although he didn't fully comprehend what was happening, he sensed that Dr. Kachin was in grave danger. He might perish, but his daughter was still in the hands of Dr. Willow. However, Hanaxia paid no heed to Dr. Briv. The next moment, with a thunderous roar, a violent shockwave obliterated Dr. Kachin. Mrs. Briv and young Bulma screamed in terror, while Dr. Briv stood frozen in place. His face contorted in anguish as he cried out, "Taisi." Dr. Briv, greetings. I am Linkex, that you may also refer to me by my earthly name. Lin Chen, I have come to discuss a potential collaboration with you. Dr. Briv replied angrily, collaboration? Are you aware of what you just did? Just now. That person kidnapped my eldest daughter. What shall we do about my daughter if you kill him? How dare you speak to His Majesty in such a manner? Suddenly, Hanaxia appeared before Dr. Briv with a swift motion, ready to strike him. Having witnessed Hanaxia's formidable prowess moments earlier, Dr. Briv immediately closed his eyes in terror. Wait, Lin Chen interjected, halting her. Dr. Briv, you need not be afraid or enraged. I may have knowledge regarding the whereabouts of your daughter. Dr. Briv opened his eyes. You know? Lin Chen remarked, that individual earlier must be an associate of Dr. Willow, correct? I recall his base is situated in a place known as the Zulumai Snow Mountain. The Zulumai Snow Mountain? Dr. Brief was momentarily taken aback. Dad, the Zulumai Snow Mountain is precisely where Dr. Willow's former research facility was located. A youthful voice chimed in from the side. Lin Chen and Dr. Brief turned their heads to see that the one who had just spoken was none other than the young girl, Bulma. Upon noticing Lin Chen's gaze upon her, Bulma instinctively hid behind Mrs. Brief, timidly uttering, I read about this in a book. Dr. Brief, do you know the location of the Zulumai Snow Mountain? Dr. Brief, unconsciously gesturing, replied, it is approximately northwest of West City, over 2,000 kilometers away. He then realized, why do you ask this? I am going to bring your daughter back. Hannah, you stay here. Remember to be polite to Dr. Brief and the others. With that, Lin Chen activated his instantaneous movement. The Brief family was left dumbfounded as they witnessed him vanish into thin air. He disappeared? Meanwhile, at the distant Zuru-Maipu Snow Mountain, within a colossal research facility resembling a fortress, a girl who bore some resemblance to Bulma but with golden hair akin to Mrs. Brief's, and appearing to be around 20 years of age, was vociferously cursing in one direction. Despite her hands and feet being shackled, her fervent actions could not be restrained. You brain freak, pervert, mad scientist, let me go. One of my friends is a galactic patrolman. If you don't release me soon, I'll make sure he throws you into galactic prison. Not far from this fiery beauty, a brain encased in a container emitted a dull sound. Dr. Kachin, answer me quickly. What on earth are you doing? This brain belonged to the mastermind behind the incident, Dr. Willow, who, in a bid to extend his life, had Dr. Kachin extract his brain and place it within a robotic body. As Dr. Willow continued to call out for the missing Dr. Kachin, a figure suddenly appeared beside the golden-haired beauty. Huh? The girl, who had been hurling insults, abruptly ceased her tirade, her expression morphing into one of bewilderment and confusion as she scrutinized the suddenly materialized Lin Chen. Excuse me, how did you just appear? Lin Chen glanced at the girl and inquired, Are you Tai Si, the daughter of Dr. Brief? Upon seeing the girl nod in affirmation, Lin Chen subtly gestured with his fingers. In the next moment, the shackles binding Tai Si's hands and feet shattered into fragments. I am a friend of your father's, here to rescue you. Take hold of me. Lin Chen extended his hand towards Tai Si. My heavens, how did you accomplish that? Tai Si gazed at the shattered shackles, utterly astonished. Soon after, she excitedly grasped Lin Chen's arm. Hey, are you an extraterrestrial? That thing around your waist, it can't possibly be a tail, can it? Come on. Do tell me. As Lin Chen was about to respond, Dr. Willow in the distance finally spotted the sudden intruder. Who are you, young man? How did you manage to infiltrate my research facility? Chapter 21. Collaboration with Dr. Brief. No sooner had Dr. Willow spoken than three shadowy figures emerged from the surroundings, encircling Lin Chen and Tai Si. These three figures were peculiar in appearance. One was tall and corpulent, resembling a balloon. Another was entirely green, adorned with numerous tentacles. And the last appeared the most normal, yet was a muscular redhead. Who am I? You lack the authority to inquire, Lin Chen retorted, seizing Tai Si's hand and gradually lifting her off the ground. Wait, you can fly? Tai Si exclaimed, utterly astonished. She glanced down at Lin Chen's feet, finding no traces of flames or propulsion, bewildered by their ascent. Little brat, do you think you can escape? In the presence of my three bio-soldiers, crafted from the pinnacle of biochemical technology, where do you think you can flee? Jesse Miso Abiliuo, get them. As Dr. Willow issued his commands, Lin Chen, undeterred by the ceiling above, propelled himself and Tai Si upward. Just as they were about to collide with the roof, Tai Si instinctively shut her eyes and cried out. At that moment, a radiant light emanated from Lin Chen's fingertips, creating an opening in Dr. Willow's fortified laboratory. What? My research facility, reinforced with superalloys, has been breached so easily? Dr. Willow gasped in disbelief. In the heavens, Tai Si felt no impact against the roof and suddenly noticed a drastic drop in temperature. As she cautiously opened one eye, she nearly screamed. Are we in the sky? Ha ha ha. This sensation is exhilarating. Achoo. Noticing that Tai Si seemed a bit cold, Lin Chen extended his other hand towards her, sending warmth her way. Tai Si immediately felt a surge of warmth envelop her. This is incredible. By the way, you still haven't answered me. Are you an alien? Flying at an altitude of 1,000 meters, Tai Si exhibited no fear. For the Brief family was certainly not ordinary. Indeed, my name is Lin Chen, a Saiyan from Planet Vegeta. Planet Vegeta? Saiyan? Upon hearing Lin Chen's declaration, Tai Si appeared aghast. Are you here to invade Earth? Tai Si had indeed heard of Saiyans before, as she had a friend named Gak, who was also an extraterrestrial. You must have heard about it from Gak. You know Gak? The galactic patrolman Gak? I've heard of his name. That unreliable fellow has become quite famous? Tai Si muttered, casting a glance at Lin Chen, who was now spreading his fingers beneath them. What are you doing? Eliminating the threat to your father. Dr. Willow will not relent. I have rescued you this time, but he may very well seek out your family again. I cannot afford to keep watch over you indefinitely, Lin Chen remarked casually. In an instant, a luminous orb shot forth from his palm. The orb darted away with remarkable speed, swiftly retracing the path along which Lin Chen and the others had arrived. before plunging into Dr. Willow's research facility, ultimately landing before the three bioengineered warriors and Dr. Willow himself. They all stared at the orb, bewilderment etched across their faces. Yet, in the next moment, the orb erupted in a brilliant blaze, unleashing an astonishing surge of energy that engulfed everything in its vicinity. Consequently, Dr. Willow, the mad scientist who harbored dreams of world domination, along with his three untested biowarriors, was sent straight to perdition. A resounding rumble echoed through the air as Tai-Si gazed in astonishment at the immense orb that consumed the entire research facility, her body trembling with shock. My heavens, Yerrick was right. You truly are a perilous lot. Hey, I just saved you. Such words seem rather ungrateful. Lin Chen replied with a cheerful smile. My apologies, Tai-Si said, her expression turning earnest. Let us start anew. Hello, I am Tai-Si, the eldest daughter of Dr. Brief. Thank you for saving me. Lin Chen gazed at the girl with short hair before him, suddenly realizing that she was rather intriguing. Lin Chen remained oblivious, unaware that beneath his smile, the heart of the girl before him began to race uncontrollably. In the city of West, at the residence of Dr. Brief, he hurriedly concluded the inquiries from the police and swiftly returned to his living room. There, Mrs. Brief was delightfully serving delectable cake and milk tea to the remaining Hanessa. Upon witnessing his daughter Bulma curiously poking the tail of Hanessa, who was voraciously devouring the cake, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Dr. Brief's forehead. This troublesome girl. Does she not consider the circumstances? What if she provokes that extraterrestrial being? Does she not fear for their family's safety? Just then, two figures materialized in the center of the living room. It was Lin Chen and Tais who had returned via instantaneous teleportation. Sister, Your Majesty, Tais. As the two reappeared, a chorus of exclamations filled the room. Bulma leaped to embrace her elder sister. Mrs. Brief, startled, enveloped her daughter, while Hanessa stood up and offered a piece of cake to Lin Chen. Your Majesty, do try this. The food on this planet is simply exquisite. Lin Chen smiled gently in refusal, then turned to the still-dazed Dr. Brief. Dr. Brief, I have safely brought your daughter back. Thank you, Mr. Lin Chen, he stammered. As for Dr. Willow, he shall no longer trouble you, forever. Dr. Brief adjusted his glasses and inquired, is that truly the case? Very well then. I am grateful to you, Mr. Lin Chen. Might I ask the purpose of your visit? Oh dear. You can't possibly discuss business right after someone has rescued our daughter. I'm preparing a splendid meal to properly honor our guest. Mrs. Brief interjected with a hint of displeasure. Madam, please do not mind us. Dr. Brief and I can discuss matters while we await your return, Lin Chen reassured her. Hanessa. Lin Chen called out. Madam, allow me to assist you. I am quite curious about how you managed those things earlier, Hanessa chimed in, promptly guiding the Tai sisters and ushering Mrs. Brief to the kitchen, thus allowing Lin Chen and Dr. Brief some privacy. Dr. Brief, I shall be straightforward. I have come with the hope of seeking your assistance, Lin Chen stated. Upon hearing this, Dr. Brief rubbed his hands together and replied, Mr. Lin Chen, given your capabilities, I am uncertain what further assistance I could provide. Lin Chen shook his head and said, though we Saiyans possess strength surpassing that of Earthlings, we lack the capability to develop technology. Thus, I hope to receive the technical support of Dr. Brief and the Capsule Corporation behind you to provide technological products for our Saiyan race. Chapter 22. Journey to Corin Tower Technological Products? Dr. Brief remarked with a wary expression. Mr. Lin Chen, if I may speak candidly, you already seem quite formidable. The weaponry of Earth. No, Doctor, you misunderstand me, Lin Chen interjected. Let me be straightforward. The technological products I require at this moment are but two. One is a healing device, and the other is a gravity chamber. Dr. Brief was taken aback. A healing device? A gravity chamber? Lin Chen glanced around and gestured towards the garden outside. Doctor, let us venture over there. I have something to show you. With that, Lin Chen made his way toward the garden. Dr. Brief's residence was opulent, with a garden that rivaled the size of a park. Lin Chen casually selected a flat area, and with a wave of his right hand, he summoned a healing device from the system's space, one he had brought from the planet Vegeta. The sudden appearance of the device left Dr. Brief in a state of astonishment. Mr. Lin, how did you accomplish this? Is it a universal capsule? Not quite. Consider it a unique ability of mine, Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. He patted the healing device and continued, this is a model we currently employ, capable of enabling severely injured individuals to recover fully in a short span of time. Doctor, I hope you can at least replicate it completely and manufacture 100 units for us. After the healing devices are completed, I will also require a minimum of 10 gravity chambers that can adjust artificial gravity. Our planet's gravity is 10 times that of Earth. So the gravity chambers must be capable of adjusting to at least 20 times the standard gravity. These items are essential for us Saiyans. The gravity chambers can be postponed, but I expect the 100 healing devices to be completed within a month. Dr. Brief appeared troubled as he responded, Mr. Lin. Considering your kindness and saving my family and ties, I can agree to these requests. However, I have never dealt with either the healing devices or the gravity chambers before, and I am uncertain if I can truly create them. While Dr. Brief is indeed a genius who has invented many wondrous technologies, even a genius has its limitations. Lin Chen needed 2 items, one related to biotechnology and the other to gravitational technology, both of which were unfamiliar to Dr. Brief, leaving him somewhat apprehensive. Just then, a voice suddenly chimed in, Daddy, if it's a therapeutic device and we already have a prototype, it shouldn't take long to replicate one. And then we can have the robots mass-produce it. To their surprise, Bulma emerged from behind a tree, her face alight with excitement as she gazed at the therapeutic device Lin Chen had produced. She smiled at her father, seemingly seeking his approval. Really? Bulma, are you confident? Dr. Brief asked, his expression one of disbelief. Yes. By the way, Lin Chen, do you have a ready prototype of the gravity chamber? If so, I should be able to replicate that quickly too. I've been researching the anti-gravity system lately. Dr. Brief chuckled, addressing Lin Chen. I apologize, Mr. Lin Chen. This is my daughter Bulma. Despite her youth, she is a genius, even more capable than I am. Is that so? Lin Chen was not surprised by Dr. Brief's words, as Bulma could indeed be considered one of the most intelligent characters in the entire Dragon Ball universe. Thank you, Bulma. You've been a tremendous help. If you have any wishes, do let me know, and I shall fulfill them, Lin Chen said, affectionately ruffling Bulma's hair. At his touch, Bulma's cheeks flushed a bright red. Lin Chen, I heard my sister say that you can fly. Could you take me for a flight? Is it really that simple? Yes. Bulma nodded vigorously, her determination evident. Dr. Brief, may I take Miss Bulma for a brief flight? Lin Chen inquired. Of course. Please do, Dr. Brief replied, though concern flickered in his eyes, he dared not refuse. Lin Chen swiftly grasped Bulma's hand, propelling them into the air. My heavens! Ha! I am truly flying, Bulma exclaimed with delight. True to her lineage as Tai's sister, she exhibited no fear of flight. Instead, she eagerly urged, Brother Lin Chen, can we go even faster? Of course, he replied. Lin Chen pulled Bulma closer, enveloping her in his embrace, and then accelerated his speed. Protected by his aura, they surpassed the velocity of a fighter jet in an instant, and Bulma felt no discomfort whatsoever. However, her cheeks flushed a vibrant red. This flight had evidently left a profound impression on her regarding Lin Chen. Bulma, shall we return now? He inquired. Not yet, Lin Chen. Can we fly a little longer? She pleaded. Just a little longer? Lin Chen pondered for a moment, and then a spark of inspiration illuminated his expression. In that case, how about I take you to see the celestial deity? Celestial deity? Where? Is there really a celestial deity in this world? Bulma glanced around with excitement. Despite being a prodigious child, she too harbored a curiosity for myths and legends. Indeed. Just wait, I shall take you to see one right now. Lin Chen intended to take Bulma to the sacred places of Korin Tower and the Heavenly Temple, both of which were originally part of his planned route. Since he planned to take Bulma out for an excursion, he decided to advance their journey. Nestled in a remote area, Korin Tower is far removed from the human world. Reaching it by plane from West City takes several hours. However, with Lin Chen's swiftness, the pair soon beheld the towering structure of Korin Tower. As they approached, the cat sage began to tremble, sensing an ominous presence. What a terrifying aura! How could that extraterrestrial know of this place? Meanwhile, within the Heavenly Temple, the deity's green visage paled. Could that alien have discovered my presence? Wow! Bulma exclaimed, her jaw nearly unhinging as she gazed at the distant tower. As an earthling, she had never fathomed that such a place existed. The tower appeared to dwarf even the tallest buildings in the world. Why had she never heard of it before? Brother Lin Chen, is that where the deity resides? That is Korin Tower, the abode of the sages. The deity's dwelling lies even higher. Even higher? Bulma thought today was truly exhilarating. Not only had she encountered an alien, but she was also about to meet a sage and a deity. Her small face flushed with excitement. Moments later, Lin Chen had already brought Bulma to the grand hall of Korin Tower. Brother Lin Chen, where is the sage? Where is he? Upon landing, Bulma looked around eagerly, completely oblivious to the astonished cat sage nearby. Ahem. The cat sage cleared his throat. Forgive me. But I am the sage. Huh. Bulma gasped. Brother Lin Chen, the cat can talk. He is not merely a cat. He is a sage. Chapter 23. A choice for Earth, a sage? Bulma paused for a moment, then giggled as she lunged toward the cat sage, eager to pet the large white cat. However, the cat sage was not inclined to let her fulfill her desire. Just as he was about to leap away, an imposing aura suddenly enveloped him, rendering him immobile. The cat sage looked at Lin Chen in the distance, who stood with his arms crossed, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Fat cat, you are a sage? Bulma stroked the cat sage's fur and pinched its chubby face. Brother Lin Chen, you're deceiving me. It's just a cat. At that moment, Lin Chen withdrew his control over the cat sage's aura. The cat sage instantly sprang to life, gasping for breath, exclaiming, I am a sage, not a cat. Ah, it truly can speak. All right, Bulma, I have matters to discuss with it. Lin Chen approached the cat immortal, an aura of danger causing the fur on the cat immortal's body to stand on end uncontrollably. Are you not an alien? How do you know of this place? The cat immortal inquired, perplexed. Not only am I aware of this location, but I also know you possess the magical beans. Hand them over to me, Lin Chen replied. We can make do with Karen Tower's beans until the treatment device is completed. Although utilizing them this way is somewhat wasteful, it pales in comparison to facing annihilation by the system. Absolutely not. You are an unknown entity. The magical beans cannot be given to you. Before the cat immortal could finish, Lin Chen waved his hand, and a fish, entirely unlike any found on Earth, suddenly appeared before the cat immortal. This is a fish from Planet Vegeta. Give me the magical beans, and I shall provide you with 100 of these. Meow. I shall give them. As soon as Lin Chen's words fell, the cat immortal immediately changed its tone. No cat can resist the allure of fish, not even an immortal. Cat immortal. In the future, cultivate more, and I shall bring you fish from across the universe. After swiftly consuming the immortal beans left by the cat immortal, leaving only the seeds behind, Lin Chen, accompanied by Bulma, soared once more towards greater heights. The heavenly divine palace awaited just above. Effortlessly breaking through the barriers of the heavenly divine palace, Lin Chen gently landed on its grounds with Bulma. The little girl was filled with excitement. Yet she soon found herself startled. For not far away, the green deity and the dark Bobo were already standing by, awaiting their arrival. Lin Chen cast a glance at the two individuals. The being, whose true identity was that of a Namekian deity, appeared somewhat reserved, while the enigmatic Mr. Bobo remained expressionless beside him. Welcome, esteemed guest from another world, the deity greeted warmly. Greetings, deity. I am Lin Chen replied, acknowledging both figures. Upon hearing his words, Bulma expressed her astonishment. Lin Chen, is this truly the deity? He is the deity, and I am Bobo, his humble servant, Mr. Bobo responded. Indeed. He is the deity. Are you somewhat disillusioned? Lin Chen remarked. Yes, Bulma nodded, feeling her fantastical notions of divinity dissipate. Mr. Lin Chen, what brings you here on this occasion? The deity inquired with caution. Lin Chen inquired, might you summon the divine dragon directly for me? The deity murmured. To invoke the divine dragon, one must procure the 7 Dragon Balls. However, even I am unaware of their whereabouts. Bulma, her curiosity piqued, asked, Brother Lin Chen, what exactly are the Dragon Balls? Lin Chen briefly elucidated. They are orbs capable of granting wishes. He then added, since summoning the divine dragon is not feasible, we shall abandon the notion. My primary purpose for this visit is to escort Miss Bulma here on a tour and to procure some senza beans. Tian, taken aback, offered, in that case, would you like me to guide you around? No, it is time for us to return. We have lingered long enough, Lin Chen replied. Oh, Brother Lin Chen, I still wish to explore further. Enough, Bulma, Dr. Brief, and the others must surely be anxiously awaiting our return. Lin Chen grasped Bulma's hand, poised to execute a teleportation to depart. At that moment, the celestial being stepped forward, inquiring, Mr. Lin Chen, I am curious, do you not harbor any thoughts regarding Earth? Thoughts? Lin Chen turned his gaze. With your prowess, conquering Earth should be a trivial endeavor, yet you merely engage in transactions with mortals. I find this perplexing. Perplexed? Lin Chen smiled faintly. Indeed, with his current strength, subjugating Earth would be effortless. Yet, why should he pursue such an endeavor? Ding. The system detected the host's confusion regarding Earth's fate and activated the ultimate choices. Choice 1. Unify Earth, transforming it into a Saiyan colony. Reward. Enhancement capability of the Grand Elder of Namek. Choice 2. Annihilate Earth, reducing it to cosmic dust. Reward. Technique. Key Scythe. Choice 3. maintain the status quo, allowing the Dragon Ball narrative to unfold smoothly on Earth. Reward: combat power increase of 100,000. Upon witnessing the sudden emergence of these formidable choices within his mind, Lin Chen felt a flicker of surprise. The system indeed sought to provoke a decision. Among the three options, the reward for the third choice appeared almost negligible. Conversely, the first two choices offered immediate capabilities for completing the current task or the acquisition of a formidable technique. In any regard, both were far more advantageous than the third choice. Nevertheless, Lin Chen did not linger on indecision and opted for the third choice. System: I choose 3. As a transmigrant, his familiarity with the narrative constituted Lin Chen's greatest advantage, altering the plot at what could prove detrimental to him. Moreover, there were numerous beloved characters on Earth. Ding! The host's choice has been confirmed, and the reward has been dispensed. In the next instant, Lin Chen's body subtly strengthened. Lin Chen turned around and smiled at the celestial being, saying, "Perhaps it is because I have a fondness for this planet, as well as for its inhabitants." Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, the celestial being displayed a look of astonishment, while Mr. Bobo remained impassive. After meeting the celestial being, Lin Chen returned to West City with Bulma. In the following days, Dr. Brief and Bulma commenced their work on replicating the healing device. Lin Chen made a return to Planet Vegeta, where he bestowed upon King Vegeta and his entourage an ample supply of senza beans, filling 3 large jars. Simultaneously, he dispatched a gravity chamber with a 50-fold increase to Earth for Dr. Brief and his team to examine. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. On this particular day, Lin Chen found himself at a location known as Baozi Mountain. He hovered in the air, gazing down below. Ever since he opted to preserve the Earth in its original state, thoughts of Sun Wukong had crossed his mind. He felt compelled to visit and witness how the protagonist of Dragon Ball was faring in his life. Although Planet Vegeta had not met its demise, Lin Chen had previously instructed Bardock to send Sun Wukong to Earth before his slumber. Thus, Sun Wukong arrived on Earth at the same pivotal moment. Just as the narrative had unfolded, observing the youthful Sun Wukong practicing his punches, Lin Chen felt a profound sense of nostalgia. True to the original storyline, the Sun Wukong before him possessed a mere battle power of 10 at this moment. He lived independently, without want, yet he diligently honed his abilities. Throughout the entirety of the Dragon Ball saga, only Wukong could truly embody the epithet of a martial arts enthusiast. It was precisely this spirit of perseverance that enabled young Wukong to rise from a lowly Saiyan warrior to one of the most formidable fighters in the universe, as depicted in the original narrative. Now, although Lin Chen surpassed him in terms of lineage, he felt his own diligence was decidedly lacking. His future was fraught with peril, from the immediate threat of the missing Frieza to the distant danger posed by the god of destruction, Beerus, who would awaken in decades to come. The challenges ahead were numerous, and thus, he could not afford to grow complacent. Chapter 24. Galactic Patrolman Gak. Time flew by, and a month had passed. During this month, Hanasia was sent back to Planet Vegeta for training by Lin Chen, while he resided alone at Bulma's home, spending his time training in the 50-fold gravity chamber as he awaited the completion of Dr. Brief's medical device and the gravity chamber's development. As he shared meals and rest with the Brief family, Lin Chen's relationship with them gradually deepened. Mrs. Brief even playfully teased Lin Chen about his connection with her 2 daughters, suggesting that he might consider marrying one of them, regardless of his existing relationship with Hanasia. After all, Lin Chen was a king, and having multiple wives was quite customary. To this, Dr. Brief surprisingly agreed and even expressed a hint of envy. These 2 individuals, indeed, mirrored the carefree nature of their original counterparts. Lin Chen naturally denied this notion, although he originally was a fan of Dragon Ball since arriving in this world. He had never contemplated developing any romantic entanglements with a female character from the past stories. His relationship with Taija was purely driven by physical needs. However, Taija seemed to harbor some thoughts, occasionally engaging Lin Chen in conversations about the tales of Saiyans whenever he exited the gravity chamber. Of course, she claimed it was for research for her new novel. Unlike Dr. Brief and Bulma, Taija was an aspiring writer, currently gaining some recognition as a science fiction author. As for the younger Bulma, although she pretended to be oblivious to what her parents were discussing, every time she found herself alone with Lin Chen, her face would flush crimson, and she exhibited a particular interest in his research on the healing device and gravity chamber. There were moments when she observed Lin Chen conversing with Taija, her small face betraying a hint of melancholy. It was evident to discerning eyes what she was contemplating. One day, within the confines of the 50X gravity chamber, a tremendous explosion reverberated, shrouding the room in smoke. As the haze dissipated, Lin Chen lay on the ground, his visage contorted in agony. Yet, after a few breaths, the pain gradually subsided, and soon he was able to rise to his feet, having not consumed a single Senzu during the ordeal. Despite having previously sustained near-fatal injuries from a full-force energy blast, he emerged unscathed. This remarkable recuperative ability was the extraordinary essence of the legendary Saiyan blood coursing through Lin Chen's veins. Through a month of rigorous training in the gravity chamber, Lin Chen had begun to ascertain that the legendary Saiyan blood within him was indeed distinct from that of Broly. According to the system, his bloodline was that of the older version of Broly's Super Saiyan lineage. While his rate of power increase was not as rapid as that of Broly from this world, he possessed extraordinary regenerative capabilities and exceptional defensive strength. This remarkable resilience and defense rendered Lin Chen's training devoid of the necessity for Senzu. Simply resting on the ground would revive him from a near-death state. A truly miraculous phenomenon. After a month of training, Lin Chen had gradually acclimated to the extreme 50x gravity, with his battle power escalating by 200,000. Presently, Lin Chen's combat strength was nearing 1 million. Host, Lin Chen battle power, 890,000 bloodline. Legendary Super Saiyan bloodline skills, instant transmission, key manipulation. Just then, the communicator in the room beeped, and Taija's voice resonated through the device. Lin Chen wiped the sweat from his brow and approached the doorway, pressing the communicator to inquire. What is it? Do you recall the mention of Yerrick I shared with you previously? He has arrived. Is that so? Please wait a moment. I shall be out shortly. Yerrick is indeed the esteemed Galactic Patrol officer associated with ties. Lin Chen harbored a notion regarding the future of the Saiyans, one that could be greatly aided by the Galactic Patrol organization to which Yerrick belongs. Thus, he urged Ties to find a way to establish contact with Yerrick and invite him to Earth. As Lin Chen finished wiping his perspiration and donned his attire, he emerged to find Ties engaged in conversation with an extraterrestrial resembling a diminutive Ultraman. This alien was none other than Yerrick, as Ties had described. Greetings. Lin Chen approached and greeted the two individuals. Hello, he said. Jace responded in kind, but upon noticing the tail at Lin Chen's waist, he froze in astonishment. A Saiyan. Indeed, I am a Saiyan. You may call me Lin Chen or Linkus, Lin Chen replied with a smile. However, Jace, with a face full of caution, drew his laser gun and urgently addressed Ties. Ties, step aside. This individual is a ferocious Saiyan. I will cover you. You must quickly escape with your family. It's best to flee the Earth. The farther the better. Suddenly, Ties, brandishing a frying pan from seemingly nowhere, struck Jace on the head. You fool. I told you Lin Chen is a friend. I invited you here to meet him. What? But he is. Lin Chen interrupted the two, Mr. Gak. Your sense of direction is commendable. The Saiyans have evolved from their former selves. I summoned you at Tai's request. As she spoke highly of your status as a super elite within the Galactic Patrol, I have certain matters I wish to discuss with you. Just as Lin Chen remembered, Gak was a man of immense pride and an insatiable desire for recognition. Upon hearing Lin Chen's flattery, he immediately swelled with pride. Super elite? Well, she is indeed correct. So, Saiyan, what is it that you require of me? I wish to meet the Galactic King. The Galactic King? Gak's expression shifted to one of suspicion. What are your intentions? Do you seek to assassinate His Majesty? Certainly not. In fact, I too am a king. I am currently the ruler of the Saiyans, and I wish to discuss a potential collaboration with your Galactic King. Lin Chen smiled at Gak, stating, There is no room for negotiation on this matter. I do not have the luxury of time to waste, and I hope you can agree to this now. As he spoke, he raised his right hand, revealing that he had somehow acquired Gak's laser gun. In an instant, Lin Chen transformed the laser gun into a solid iron ball, which he then tossed back to Gak. Observing the heavy object in his hands, Gak chuckled. I did not expect you to be the king of the Saiyans. Very well, we can depart at once. Although a Galactic Patrol officer, Gak's strength was only slightly superior to that of an Earthling. Upon witnessing Lin Chen's display of power, he immediately adopted a more submissive demeanor, wary of defiance. Before long, under Gak's guidance, Lin Chen pinpointed the location of the Galactic King and, accompanied by Gak and Ties, executed a teleportation. Shortly after the three vanished, Bulma excitedly approached, exclaiming, Brother Lin Chen, the healing device and gravity chamber are all set. However, upon seeing the gravity chamber door wide open, Bulma halted in her tracks. At that moment, Mrs. Brief happened to pass by. Mom, whereas brother Lin Chen. Lin Chen? Tais mentioned they are embarking on a long journey and are uncertain when they will return. Bulma's previously jubilant expression instantly fell. Observing this, Mrs. Brief squinted her eyes and smiled. Oh dear, Bulma, are you feeling jealous? Not at all. Mom, don't say such things. With that, the little girl stormed off in a huff. Author's note. A group has been established at 665484057. Everyone is welcome to join, gain insights into upcoming plots, participate in the ultimate choices, and influence the protagonist's direction, all within the reader group 665484057. Chapter 25. Saiyan Peacekeeping Forces After a Wave of Spatial Distortion. Gak and Tais found themselves in an entirely transformed environment. The place they occupied had shifted from Earth to the Galactic Patrol headquarters, which was most familiar to Gak. What kind of magic is this? How astonishing! Gak exclaimed. This is Lin Chen's instant transmission, Tais replied, having grown accustomed to teleportation after several experiences alongside Lin Chen. Lin Chen turned to Jace with a smile and said, Mr. Jace, please take me to meet the Galactic King. Lin Chen, you must not entertain any improper thoughts. This is the headquarters of the Galactic Police. If you dare to act recklessly, the Galactic Police will not let you off easily, Jace cautioned. Rest assured, I am genuinely here to discuss collaboration. Lin Chen naturally refrained from acting rashly, for he was well aware that within the ranks of the Galactic Patrol lurked an enigmatic and formidable expert, Menace. This individual was suspected to possess prowess on par with that of the angelic race, akin to Vis. Given Lin Chen's current capabilities, provoking such a being would surely be tantamount to courting death. The three of them proceeded towards the office of the Galactic King. Along the way, many bystanders expressed their curiosity upon seeing Jace's return. Jace, weren't you on Earth? You've returned? Why haven't we seen your spaceship? Tais observed the scene and remarked, Jace, it seems you have quite the social standing. Of course, he replied, I am a super elite. Lin Chen wore a bemused expression. Shortly thereafter, the trio finally encountered the Galactic King. Although Tais had known Gak for many years, it was her first time meeting his superior, leaving her momentarily stunned. The true Galactic King was unlike her preconceived notions. He turned out to be a green octopus man adorned with a crown. Gak, why have you returned? Who are they? The Galactic King quickly noticed the sudden appearance of strangers. Gak, with utmost seriousness, paid his respects to the Galactic King and hurriedly approached, whispering into his ear. Saiyan? The Galactic King was taken aback, his body trembling slightly in fear. Meanwhile, one of his guards stealthily moved towards a button in the room. Lin Chen suddenly glared at the man, unleashing a restrained, yet formidable aura that struck the guard down to the ground. Do not be alarmed, everyone. Although I am a Saiyan, I come with benevolent intentions. The Galactic King inquired, what exactly do you intend to do? Lin Chen replied, Your Majesty, I have come to propose that the Saiyans serve the Galactic Patrol. Upon hearing this, the Galactic King was momentarily taken aback. Serve us? What does that mean? Lin Chen then articulated his plan. The Saiyans, now under Lin Chen's control, had been prohibited from plundering and invading other planets. However, this restriction resulted in a lack of practical combat experience for them. The fighting prowess honed in the training room ultimately has its limitations, and to transcend those limits, real combat is indispensable, since the Saiyans could no longer engage in nefarious deeds. Lin Chen intended to guide them along the path taken by the Saiyans of the Sixth Universe in the original narrative. In that universe, the Saiyans earned their livelihood by safeguarding other planets, hired to deal with villains on their behalf. Familiar with the original story, Lin Chen recognized that, aside from arrows, the strength of the Galactic Patrol was not particularly formidable. Most of the time, they could only contend with minor criminals, and when faced with slightly more formidable foes, such as the Frieza Force, they were utterly powerless. Yet, while they were at a loss, the current Saiyans possessed the capacity to act. What do you think? Your Majesty the Galactic King? If you consent, the Saiyans could become a specialized task force within the Galactic Patrol. I propose to call this unit a peacekeeping force. If you encounter particularly troublesome criminals, the Saiyans can be deployed to handle them. The Galactic King paused, taken aback by this proposition. Is that so? This idea is indeed commendable, but can you assure me that the Saiyans will not cause any disturbances? Their past reputation is far from favorable. That is history. The Saiyans are now under my dominion, and I shall guide them onto the righteous path. Well then, that settles it. Thank you, Galactic King. I will have my subordinates reach out to you for further details. After finalizing the agreement with the Galactic King, Lin Chen did not linger for long. Departing for Earth with Tais and Jayak, Just as they left, a galactic patrol officer rushed in with a laser gun in hand. Your Majesty the Galactic King. Where are the Saiyan criminals? I heard that a vicious Saiyan attempted to attack you. Ah, menace. Rest assured, it is all a misunderstanding. Upon hearing this, the galactic patrol officer named menace was momentarily taken aback, and when he learned of Lin Chen's intentions, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in his eyes. A Saiyan king seeking to lead the Saiyans towards redemption? Such a figure has emerged in this universe? 1 month later, Planet Vegeta. At this moment, the fervor for training on Planet Vegeta has been reignited. In the gravity chambers crafted by the Capsule Corporation, Saiyans of all sizes are undergoing rigorous training. Occasionally, when someone sustains severe injuries within the gravity chamber, they are promptly transported to the healing apparatus, also provided by the Capsule Corporation, for treatment. Thanks to Dr. Brief and Bulma, Lin Chen's Saiyan Enhancement Program has resumed its course, and he has completed over half of the first task he received from the system to elevate the combat power of over 1,000 Saiyans beyond 10,000 within a year. The progress of the remaining 2 tasks is also promising, and it appears that successful completion within the year is merely a matter of time. Given these developments, since transporting the equipment back from Earth to Planet Vegeta, Lin Chen has also commenced his training. However, he soon discovered that he seemed to have reached a plateau. The 50x gravity chamber was no longer sufficient for him. One day, after exiting the training room, Lin Chen glanced at his current combat power, 1 million points. 2 months prior, he had increased his combat power by over 200,000 in just 1 month. Yet, in this past month, he had only managed a little over 100,000. The rate of growth had evidently diminished significantly. Indeed, the 50x gravity chamber was becoming nearly ineffective for him. Perhaps it was time to return to Earth. He wondered if Dr. Brief had completed the development of the 100x gravity chamber. Before leaving Earth, Lin Chen had commissioned Dr. Brief to develop a higher gravity chamber using the technology of the Saiyan spacecraft as compensation, along with various other technological equipment related to the Saiyans. Now, after a month, it was time to see how things were on Earth. However, before departing, Lin Chen naturally needed to confirm the situation regarding the Saiyans. Chapter 26. Broly and Vegeta. After reaching an agreement with the Galactic King, the Saiyans on Planet Vegeta officially became a special armed force within the galaxy. Over the course of the past month, Saiyans who had reached their limits began to be dispatched to participate in peacekeeping operations, assisting the Galactic Patrol in dealing with the brutal foes they could not confront. Bardock was appointed as the commander of this unit, fully responsible for liaising with the Galactic Patrol and coordinating missions. Prior to Lin Chen's journey to Earth, he made a point to summon Bardock to confirm the status of the peacekeeping forces. My lord, this month we have successfully completed 3 missions, all executed flawlessly. And the participants, as you predicted, have surpassed their limits through combat, Bardock reported. Are there any grievances? Lin Chen inquired. Previously, Saiyans were conquerors, aggressors, and slayers. Now, they have transformed into guardians of peace. Such a transformation is bound to leave some feeling unsettled. However, Bardock's response took Lin Chen by surprise. Your Majesty, there are few grievances. For those engaged in the mission, as long as there is a battle, that suffices. The purpose of the conflict is of little concern to them. Lin Chen pondered for a moment and came to a realization. While the outside world has long perceived the Saiyans as inherently warlike and naturally irascible, it is not the case that all Saiyans possess an innate malevolence. During the last upheaval of Dales, those who were inherently wicked and unwilling to embrace a peaceful existence had already perished alongside Dales at Lin Chen's hands. Thus, what remains are predominantly individuals with neutral or benevolent dispositions. Perhaps, when the opportunity arises to visit the underworld again, one might consider expressing gratitude to Dales. Lin Chen smiled faintly and addressed Bardock. Very well, I entrust this area to your vigilant care. However, do remember to prioritize safety in every endeavor. The number of Saiyans has dwindled, and we can no longer afford to lose lives as we once did. Bardock nodded in acknowledgement. Your Majesty, rest assured. We shall be mindful of this. Lin Chen nodded before gesturing for Bardock to leave. Shortly after Bardock departed, Hennessiao approached. Your Majesty, are you going to Earth? Indeed. Lin Chen replied. Hannah, while I'm away, I urge you to dedicate yourself to training. Among those who once consumed the fruit of the spirit tree, your combat strength has yet to surpass 500,000. Hannessia's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Your Majesty, I understand. After a prior visit to Earth, Hannessiao found herself captivated by its culture and, Upon returning to Planet Vegeta, surreptitiously brought back a computer filled with various television dramas. While others were honing their skills, she busied herself watching shows, thus hindering her own training. After being admonished by Lin Chen, perhaps feeling a tinge of shame, she remarked, "Your Majesty, you aren't going to Earth for that little girl, Tai Si, are you? What nonsense are you speaking?" Lin Chen replied, "Your Majesty, please do not deny it. If you find Tai Si suitable, you might as well take her as a companion. Moreover, her sister seems quite interested in you as well. I believe she will grow into a stunning beauty. Did you not say that the offspring of Saiyans and Earthlings are born warriors? If that is the case, as the king of the Saiyans, shouldn't you set an example by first producing a hybrid for us to observe?" Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. "Well, I shall give it a try if the opportunity arises, but it must be with her consent," he replied. Anaxia giggled. How could she possibly refuse? "Though we hail from different planets, we are both women. I can easily discern the thoughts of those two sisters, having managed the affairs of the harem and state." It was time for Lin Chen to take his leave. Yet, at that moment, another visitor arrived. "Broly wishes to see me?" Lin Chen looked at Paragus with a hint of surprise. "Indeed, Your Majesty. It appears that Broly has been somewhat troubled lately. He seems reluctant to remain on Planet Vegeta," Paragus elucidated. In recent times, Broly had not enjoyed a moment of peace on Planet Vegeta. It was said that several Saiyan children frequently sought him out for challenges. Although their prowess was insignificant compared to Broly's, they regarded him as the finest sparring partner. Each time they were soundly defeated and required a few days of recovery in a healing chamber, they would eagerly return for another bout. This arrangement, beneficial for the children's growth, had not been discouraged by Bardock or King Vegeta. However, Broly found it increasingly irksome. The current lifestyle was worlds apart from his days on Namek. Broly, who possessed a naturally tranquil disposition, found no enjoyment in such a life and had voiced his grievances to his father on several occasions. In this lifetime, Paragus, having not been exiled, retained a more balanced temperament, harboring only genuine paternal affection for Broly without ulterior motives. Observing his son's distress, he could not help but seek out Lin Chen for assistance. How is it that a Saiyan struggles to adapt to life on Planet Vegeta? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen replied, "All right, let us go and take a look." At this moment, on a verdant hillside on the outskirts of the capital, stood a modest little house, solitary at the mountainside. The appearance of this dwelling was starkly different from the architecture of the Saiyans, bearing a resemblance instead to that of the Namekians. This was none other than Broly's abode. Disliking the boisterous and competitive nature of the Saiyans, Broly had departed from the royal city shortly after returning to Planet Vegeta, choosing to reside here in solitude. He seldom returned to the capital unless summoned by Lin Chen for a matter of importance. However, today, two young Saiyans stood outside Broly's home. "Hey, Broly, come out quickly. Let us battle once more. I must prove to you that I, Vegeta, am the second strongest Saiyan, second only to His Majesty Lynx, and not you. Vegeta, perhaps we should return. You have already lost to Broly 4 times, suggested Raditz. Leave if you wish, Raditz. I am determined to establish my superiority over Broly," shouted Vegeta. "Broly, do not feign ignorance. I know you are inside. If you do not come out soon, I shall destroy this place." As he spoke, the youthful Vegeta began to gather energy in his palms, indicating he was indeed prepared to fight. Just then, the previously silent little house swung open, and Broly emerged. "Vegeta, I have no desire to compete with you. Whether you aspire to be the second strongest or the strongest Saiyan is of no concern to me. I kindly ask that you refrain from disrupting my life." "How can that be? Among the younger generation, you are the only one I cannot surpass. If I cannot exceed you, how shall I ever surpass His Majesty Lynx? Broly, please, engage me in battle." Chapter 27. A Year of Choice is Realized. Whoosh. A sudden sound of air being sliced through resonated. "Who goes there?" Vegeta and Raditz exchanged alarmed glances, turning to see, as a familiar voice entered their awareness. Both immediately knelt. "Vegeta, Raditz, we pay our respects, Your Majesty." "Rise," came the command. Lin Chen replied with indifference, his gaze fixated on Vegeta, narrowing slightly. To his surprise, the child that Paragus referred to as a disturbance to Broly turned out to be none other than Vegeta, the second protagonist in the original narrative. It is no wonder. For among the younger generation, only Vegeta possesses the potential to exchange blows with Broly. Since Lin Chen imparted the unique training methodologies from the original story to the Saiyans, many have made significant strides in their strength. As the prodigious warrior second only to Goku in the original tale, Vegeta has naturally experienced a considerable boost in his combat prowess due to the new training techniques. Presently, Vegeta's battle power has surpassed 20,000, making him the youngest Saiyan with the potential to exceed 100,000, aside from Broly. However, even so, when compared to the extraordinary capabilities of Lin Chen and Broly, Vegeta still falls short. Vegeta, I have matters to discuss with Broly. You and Raditz may leave, Lin Chen stated. Suddenly, Vegeta stepped forward, his demeanor marked by palpable anxiety as he looked at Lin Chen. What is it? Your Majesty. I have heard that Broly lived with you for 5 years and became your disciple. Thus, I too wish to become your apprentice, Vegeta declared. Oh. Lin Chen's brows twitched slightly, revealing a hint of surprise on his countenance. He never anticipated that the proud Vegeta would seek him out as a mentor. Could it be that the haughty Vegeta, too, could be subdued? The thought of being able to impress the eternally proud character from the original story brought a subtle sense of satisfaction to Lin Chen's heart. He smiled gently and said, Vegeta, you possess great potential. Given time, you will undoubtedly become a formidable warrior. However, I regret to inform you that I cannot teach you anything. What? Vegeta's face immediately fell, disappointment etched across his features. Yet, Lin Chen's subsequent words revitalized his spirits. In truth, Broly is not my disciple. The strength that we have achieved stems from our innate talent. It is an inherent gift that cannot be acquired through mere effort. Talent? Vegeta found this hard to believe. For throughout his upbringing, his father, King Vegeta, had instilled in him the notion that he was the king among Saiyans, a born warrior with royal blood coursing through his veins. The most gifted of fighters. Little did he know that, when compared to Broly, his own talent was hardly noteworthy. Observing the shock that spread across Vegeta's face, Lin Chen chuckled softly and continued, but do not despair. While talent may dictate one's starting point and rate of growth, diligent practice can certainly allow you to catch up to Broly in due course. Really? I can truly catch up to Broly? And what about you, Your Majesty Linkus? Can I surpass you? Perhaps it is not entirely out of reach, Lin Chen replied with an enigmatic smile. After encouraging the future proud prince, he gently sent the two children on their way. He then turned his attention to Broly, noting the weariness etched on his face after more than a month apart. After Lin Chen glanced at it, he pondered little and stated, Broly, shall we journey to Earth together? Earth? Indeed. It was evident that the lifestyle of the Saiyans was ill-suited for Broly. Ever since Lin Chen had placed him on Namek for 5 years, Broly's demeanor had diverged entirely from that of traditional Saiyans. He possessed a remarkably calm and introspective nature. Despite his youth, he bore the composure of an elder, displaying an unflappable tranquility. This was advantageous, as Lin Chen need not worry about Broly's potential for sudden outbursts. Now that Broly desired to leave Planet Vegeta, it was undoubtedly better for him to reside on Earth, given his temperament. Coincidentally, Lin Chen was aware of a person there who would surely resonate with Broly. Soon after, within the serene confines of the heavenly palace on Earth, Lin Chen and Broly unexpectedly arrived. Observing the tranquil hall around them, Broly appeared curious. Supreme Kai? Lin Chen called out. After a brief moment, the Supreme Kai and Mr. Popo approached. Mr. Lin Chen, what brings you here again? Upon seeing Lin Chen, the Supreme Kai began to perspire profusely, overwhelmed by the immense pressure he felt from him. Before Lin Chen could elucidate, Broly, spotting the Supreme Kai, exclaimed in astonishment. A Namekian. Taken aback, the Supreme Kai responded, Little one, you know me? Yes. Are you not a Namekian? What brings you to Earth? A Namekian? I was once a Namekian? Finally realizing his own identity, the Supreme Kai felt an unprecedented joy. Consequently, when Lin Chen expressed his desire for Broly to remain in the heavenly palace, the Supreme Kai readily agreed. With the Supreme Kai's guidance, Lin Chen felt reassured about Broly's well-being. As a Namekian, Broly would find familiarity with him. Furthermore, the temperaments of the Supreme Kai and Mr. Popo, characterized by their serene disposition, perfectly aligned with Broly's preferences, ensuring he would enjoy his time there. Having resolved his concerns, Lin Chen felt unburdened and swiftly departed to West City to resume his training. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, over 9 months had elapsed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the selection. Within 1 year, surpassed the battle power of 50 Saiyans beyond 100,000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for simultaneously completing 3 selections. All rewards are now being dispensed. Reward: 5 vials of SL Serum, a room of spirit and time. And the talent for a beginner martial arts genius. Within the gravity chamber set to 50 times Earth's gravity, Lin Chen lay on the ground, resting. However, upon hearing the system's notification, he immediately sprang to his feet, fully alert. System, has my task been completed? Ding. Detection complete. Rewards have been allocated to the system space. Please check, host. As Lin Chen's thoughts stirred, he soon discovered that his system space had indeed acquired 2 new items. One was a set of 5 S cells, which grant Saiyans the ability to transform into Super Saiyans. Typically, these cells can only gradually develop within Saiyans who reside in peaceful environments. The other item was a capsule containing the room of spirit and time. In addition to these, Lin Chen's skill bar had also expanded to include a novice martial arts prodigy talent, which would allow him to learn an opponent's ultimate techniques with a 30% probability, should they demonstrate them in his presence. Receiving 3 rewards at once made the year-long endeavor undeniably worthwhile. Chapter 28. The Birth of the Super Saiyan and Power Correction. With a deft flick of his right hand, Lin Chen caught a test tube that had fallen into his grasp. Within it shimmered a faintly golden liquid, a solvent brimming with S cells. System, how does one utilize this? He inquired. Simply ingest it to augment your S cells, was the reply. Hearing this, Lin Chen could not help but marvel at the convenience of the system. Under ordinary circumstances, for a Saiyan to enhance their S cells was an arduous task. Otherwise, the legend of a Super Saiyan only emerging once every millennium would not exist. However, Lin Chen found no use for these S cells himself, as his combat power had already surpassed 1 million. According to prior indications from the system, his body possessed sufficient cells to transform into a Super Saiyan. Thus, it was clear that these S cells would be of benefit to another. Contemplating this, Lin Chen seized the vial and, with a swift instant transmission, arrived at the royal palace of Vegeta Star, the domain of the Saiyans. Having seldom returned, the palace now exuded an air of desolation. Yet, within the chambers of Hanasiya, the clamor of animated conversation echoed. Upon Lin Chen's entrance, he found Hanasiya engrossed in a soap opera. Startled by his arrival, she exclaimed and hurriedly shielded the computer screen. Your Majesty, what brings you back? Hannah, are you slacking off again? He chided. I apologize, Your Majesty, but I have attained a combat power of 500,000. Never mind. Since you are disinclined towards training, I have just the thing for you. Lin Chen spoke as he handed 5 S-cell test tubes to Hannah. Hannah glanced at them curiously and inquired, Your Majesty, what is this? Drink them all. I shall explain shortly, Lin Chen replied. Upon hearing this, Hannah did not hesitate and consumed all 5 test tubes of S-cells. After drinking the solution, she appeared quite nauseated, as if the S-cells were unpalatable. However, aside from that, she exhibited no further changes. Your Majesty, may I now inquire what that was? Observing Hannah's lack of response, Lin Chen felt puzzled. Surely, the items provided by the system should not be without purpose. Hannah, do you not sense any changes in your body? No, Your Majesty. Have you perhaps administered poison to me? Lin Chen pondered for a moment before speaking. Hannah, why don't you try to get angry? Angry? Forgive me, Your Majesty, but I cannot muster anger in your presence, Hanasiya replied with a slight chuckle. At that moment, a sudden sound of something slicing through the air was heard, followed by the resounding noise of an explosion. Hanasiya's expression immediately stiffened. The source of the explosion was none other than the computer she had brought back from Earth, a constant companion during her time there, which contained over 300 episodes of television series she had yet to watch. Unforgivable. Not even Your Majesty can excuse this. Hanasiya felt a surge of heat rise within her, and in the next instant, her hair began to move as if stirred by an unseen wind, transforming from its natural black to a brilliant gold. As her hair fully transitioned to gold, an overwhelming aura erupted from her being. At that moment, every power detector on the planet Vegeta, which had been engaged in measuring battle power, suddenly exploded. Those that had not activated the power detection function also set off alarms indicating high energy readings. With a piercing scream, a portion of the outer wall of the Saiyan Palace was blown away, and Hanasiya leaped into the sky from the shattered wall. A fierce energy emanated from her, powerful enough to cause the very planet of Vegeta to tremble. At that instant, every Saiyan on the planet felt the oppressive atmosphere in the air, prompting them to cease their activities and gaze towards the palace. Soon, they beheld Hanasiya, suspended in midair, her golden hair glinting in the light. Who is that? Is it Princess Hanasiya? How has her hair turned gold? Golden hair? Aren't all Saiyans' hair black? How could the princess's hair change color? Confusion spread among the onlookers regarding Hanasiya's transformation. Yet, a few recalled an ancient legend. Your Majesty, you have returned? Is this truly Hanasea? King Vegeta rushed to the scene, initially surprised by Lin Chen's return, only to be further astounded by the spectacle before him. A golden-haired Saiyan. Your Majesty. Could it be that Princess Hanasea has transformed into a Super Saiyan? Lin Chen remarked. King Vegeta's breath caught in his throat. The legendary Super Saiyan? Wasn't that the most powerful Saiyan to emerge once every 1,000 years? Their princess had transformed into the fabled Super Saiyan? How could this be? Wasn't her battle power lower than his? Why had she achieved the transformation first? In contrast to the astonishment of those around him, Lin Chen felt a sense of perplexity. Why was it that Hanasea, now a Super Saiyan, possessed such a low battle power? On the planet Vegeta, the most advanced large-scale combat power detector has a maximum detection range of merely 1 million. Consequently, Lin Chen employed the innate capabilities of the system within him to assess the strength of Hanasea after her transformation. According to the system's observations, Hanasea's current combat power surprisingly stands at only 11 million, representing an increase of less than 20 times. Previously, when Lin Chen transformed into a simulated Super Saiyan, he noticed a discrepancy in the amplification of his combat power compared to the original narrative. This time, the same anomaly appears to affect Hanasea's transformation into a Super Saiyan, indicating an underlying issue. Contemplating this, Lin Chen silently inquired within his mind, "System, I require a reasonable explanation." Ding. Host, do not doubt in this world. The combat power amplification for the first transformation of a Super Saiyan is capped at 20 times. Higher forms will yield greater amplifications. However, the first form of Super Saiyan has a limit to its combat power. Exceeding this limit will result in only a slight enhancement of strength. What? Is such a phenomenon possible? What about my legendary Super Saiyan bloodline? Ding. The host's legendary Super Saiyan bloodline is akin to an ordinary bloodline. Yet upon transforming into the legendary Super Saiyan form, the amplification of combat power will reach 50 times, with no limit to the combat power. So that is how it is. Lin Chen began to comprehend that the transformation effects of Super Saiyans in this world differed significantly from those he had previously understood. In fact, they were more logically coherent. Fortunately, his legendary Super Saiyan form remained overwhelmingly powerful, a limitless state capable of effortlessly overpowering ordinary Super Saiyans. In Chapter 29, the contest of Super Saiyans unfolds, presenting an enticing vision for the Saiyans. Wow, Your Majesty, what have you bestowed upon me? What is happening to me? At this moment, Hanasea had regained her senses, feeling the surging power within her body. She couldn't help but feel a mix of curiosity and anxiety. Whoosh! Lin Chen stepped forward, swiftly ascending into the sky. Hana, you have already become a Super Saiyan. A Super Saiyan? What is that? The legend of the Super Saiyan, in this era, is something even the Saiyans themselves scarcely recall. Only a handful possess any knowledge of it. Lin Chen took a deep breath, deliberately raising his voice for all in the royal capital, including Hanasea, to hear. The Super Saiyan is a legendary warrior, appearing only once every 1,000 years. In truth, it is merely a special transformation of the Saiyans, akin to the Great Ape transformation. To transform into a Super Saiyan amplifies your battle power by dozens of times. By the way, Hana, your current battle power is already 11 million. 11 million? Me? Hanasea gazed at herself in disbelief, then turned her eyes toward a distant barren mountain beyond the royal capital. A ki blast, which Hanasea believed required little effort, shot toward the mountain. Moments later, a visually striking mushroom cloud erupted in the distance. The shockwave from the explosion nearly toppled those within the royal capital. As the shockwave dissipated, the barren mountain had vanished, eliciting gasps of astonishment from all around the capital. All right, Hana, this is the homeland of the Saiyans. Please do not destroy it. If you wish to gauge your strength, I shall accompany you. Your Majesty, you. Upon hearing this, Hana immediately had a realization and looked toward Lin Chen. She then witnessed Lin Chen's pupils suddenly change to a brilliant blue, with his hair standing on end. A terrifying aura, more potent than Hanasea's, surged forth from Lin Chen like a tempest, radiating in all directions. The Saiyans, previously intimidated by Hanasea's power, could no longer withstand the overwhelming force emanating from Lin Chen. Many knelt to the ground in submission to this formidable energy. Boom! A flash of lightning streaked across the sky, following the brilliance. Lin Chen's hair transformed completely to a golden hue. Super Saiyan? Your Majesty, you can indeed transform into a Super Saiyan as well? Of course. Otherwise, how could I assert dominance? Lin Chen replied with a faint smile. After his battle power surpassed 1 million, Lin Chen had also transcended the limitations of the former pseudo-Super Saiyan form, gaining the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan. However, at that moment, he had only transformed into a standard Super Saiyan, not the legendary Super Saiyan form unique to his bloodline. Much like Hanasiya, this transformation also resulted in a 20-fold increase in battle power. Lin Chen had previously assumed this multiplier was due to the fact that the true Super Saiyan form in his lineage was the legendary Super Saiyan, rather than this ordinary variant. Now, upon witnessing Hana, he comprehended that in this world, the battle power increase for Super Saiyans was uniformly 20-fold, with its own limits. Nevertheless, it seemed that Lin Chen had yet to reach this limit. Thus, his battle power soared to a staggering 20 million, nearly double that of Hanasiya. Hana, go practice at high altitude. I have yet to engage anyone since becoming a Super Saiyan. All right, Your Majesty. I wish to engage you in a battle of 300 rounds. No sooner had the words left her lips than Hanasiya soared skyward like a rocket, with Lin Chen following closely behind. The two ascended as if propelled by the very heavens, halting only upon reaching the stratosphere of Planet Vegeta. Without the sound of a starting pistol, both combatants sprang into action simultaneously. Thunderous roars erupted. Their fists and feet clashed, producing a cacophony akin to the rumblings of a tempest in the sky. Two streams of golden energy collided with ferocious intensity, sending tremors through the very air itself. The Saiyans on the ground were left utterly astonished by the extraordinary battle unfolding above them. Is this truly the fabled power of the Super Saiyans? King Vegeta, frozen in place, was suddenly roused by the voice of his son. Turning, he beheld Prince Vegeta standing beside him, his expression one of profound dismay. Father, will I ever achieve the realm of greatness that His Majesty possesses? Despair painted the youthful visage of Vegeta. King Vegeta inhaled deeply, at a loss for words, and placed a reassuring hand upon his son's shoulder. Initially, he had held high hopes for Vegeta, believing that, given time, he could surpass even Lin Chen, becoming the second greatest Saiyan after Lynx. However, reality struck him as he realized how naive his aspirations had been. Lin Chen and his companions had long since reached an unattainable zenith. Crash, crash. In the sky, the two figures continued to clash like bolts of lightning, each collision igniting brilliant sparks and unleashing fierce gusts of razor-like wind. These gales, if unleashed upon the ground, could instantaneously obliterate any Saiyan with a battle power under 100,000. The confrontation between Super Saiyans was indeed a fearsome spectacle. Even though Lin Chen and Hanasiya had deliberately held back, their mere gestures could wreak havoc upon the world. After nearly half an hour of combat, Hanasiya, panting heavily, signaled the end of their duel. Let us conclude this for now. Lin Chen reverted to his normal state, cracking his neck with a series of satisfying pops. Observing his relaxed demeanor, Hanasiya was left in awe. She had once believed that attaining Super Saiyan status would render her invincible. Yet, not only could Lin Chen also transform into a Super Saiyan, but his power appeared to far surpass her own. Although their earlier bout had merely been a test of fists and feet, Hanasiya sensed that Lin Chen had barely unleashed half of his true strength. Truly, he is worthy of the title of Your Majesty. Even after transforming into a Super Saiyan, she still could not surpass him. Reflecting on this, Hanasiya reverted to her normal state and floated beside Lin Chen. Upon their descent to the ground, they were met by a throng of Saiyans, all kneeling in reverence. Observing their fearful countenances, Lin Chen formulated a plan and suddenly proclaimed, "Esteemed ones, you have just witnessed the power of a Super Saiyan. But do you know? Hanasiya's transformation into a Super Saiyan is due to my influence. It is I who enabled her metamorphosis." What? Upon hearing Lin Chen's declaration, many displayed expressions of astonishment, soon followed by a wave of yearning. If Lin Chen could bestow Hanasiya with the power of a Super Saiyan, did that not imply he could grant others the same transformation? Noticing their intrigued expressions, Lin Chen smiled faintly and envisioned a grand future for all Saiyans. In my view, becoming a Super Saiyan is not an insurmountable feat, as long as you possess the requisite resolve. Each of you may one day have the opportunity to become those legendary figures. The outcome hinges upon your individual efforts. Could we truly become Super Saiyans? Indeed. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, many displayed a change in demeanor. Not only Hanasiya, but could they all have the chance as well? Lin Chen observed the astonished expressions of those around him, smiling silently. As long as the Saiyans complied with him and diligently served his interests, granting all Saiyans the ability to transform into Super Saiyans, what difficulty could there be in achieving this? After all, he possessed a system within himself. Chapter 30. The Enigma of Combat Power and the Choice of Martial Arts. Time flowed by, and another year had passed. West City. Lin Chen emerged from the 100-fold gravity chamber, his expression marked by deep frustration. He realized that he seemed to have encountered yet another bottleneck in his cultivation. Over the past 3 months, although his combat prowess had been gradually increasing, it was perplexing that he had been unable to fully transform into the legendary Super Saiyan. Lin Chen was uncertain about the underlying reasons. Nonetheless, he found himself relegated to the form of an ordinary Super Saiyan. The legendary Super Saiyan form, unique to the bloodline of the fabled Saiyans, eluded him entirely. Lin Chen surveyed his attribute panel. Host, Lin Chen Combat Power, 1. 28 million Bloodline. Legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline Skills. Instant Transmission, Key Manipulation, Primary Martial Arts Genius Talent. Upon observing his combat power, Lin Chen was reminded of a peculiar matter. After surpassing the 1 million combat power threshold, the rate of his growth had notably decelerated. Logically, with Lin Chen's extraordinary bloodline, one would expect his combat power to soar like a rocket, yet despite his strenuous efforts, he had only managed to increase it by a little over 200,000. This was indeed disheartening. Reflecting on it, he recalled that during the original storyline Cell Saga, Son Gohan had undergone a transformation from a mere several 100,000 in combat power to several million within a year of training. Observing the stark contrast between their rates of progress left him in contemplation. Lin Chen always felt that there was something amiss. It appeared that in this realm, once combat power surpassed 1 million, further enhancement became increasingly arduous. This was evident in Broly's case as well. Despite possessing the same Saiyan bloodline, Broly's combat prowess, even without training, seemed to ascend daily, and at a rate swifter than Lin Chen's. However, Lin Chen recalled that 3 months prior, during his visit to the Supreme Kai, he discovered that Broly's combat power had only reached slightly over 800,000, far from the exaggerated levels portrayed in the original narrative. Lin Chen was lost in thought, unable to comprehend the situation. At that moment, the ceiling of the gravity chamber behind him suddenly collapsed. The tremendous noise startled Dr. Brief and his family. They stood there, dumbfounded, gazing at the wreckage of the gravity chamber. Taisi approached with concern and asked, Lin Chen, what is wrong? Me? I'm fine, he replied. At this moment, Lin Chen regained his composure and glanced back at the gravity chamber, apologetically stating, I'm sorry, doctor, it seems that a gravity multiplier of 100 is no longer sufficient. What? Dr. Brief exclaimed, his cigarette falling from his lips. Have you truly acclimatized to a gravity level of 100? In fact, I adapted to it 3 months ago. Doctor, could you possibly devise a chamber with an even higher multiplier? Perhaps one that can achieve a maximum gravity of 500? Lin Chen suggested. 500 times? Lin Chen, at your current weight of 200 pounds, that would equate to 50 tons. Can you withstand such an immense force? Absolutely, I can gradually acclimate. However, with 500 times the gravity, I fear that the materials on Earth may not be able to support such density. Lin Chen, I can commence the development of the gravity chamber, but it would be prudent for you to procure some new high-density metals. Otherwise, it may prove unfeasible. Understood. I will have the people from Planet Vegeta prepare some. After agreeing with Dr. Brief, Lin Chen simultaneously made a decision. Since the gravity chamber was temporarily unusable, perhaps he should contemplate alternative training methods. Ding. Host desire to enhance strength detected, triggering the ultimate selection. Option 1. Seek the North Kai, mastering any technique of the Kai. Reward, Evil Energy Pill. Option 2. Consult Master Rashi, learning any technique from him. Reward, Instant Transmission Kamehameha. Option 3. Approach the Supreme Kai, acquiring any divine technique. Reward, Enlargement Technique. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback by the formidable choice presented to him, given his current status as a novice martial arts prodigy. The prospect of receiving mere techniques seemed somewhat superfluous. However, he quickly regained his composure, realizing that the rewards offered this time were likely techniques he would be unable to acquire through his innate talent in the foreseeable future. The second reward was the most comprehensible to him. It presumably involved a technique that would be developed by Sun Wukong after mastering instantaneous movement, fused with his own unique Kamehameha. The third reward appeared to be an innate ability of the Namekians, not an ordinary technique, akin to their cellular regeneration capability, which Lin Chen surmised he could not learn through conventional means. As for the first option, he had never encountered anything like it before. System, what does evil chi bomb signify? Ding. Host, the orthodox chi bomb merely absorbs a small amount of life energy, while the evil chi bomb disregards the safety of the energy provider, absorbing all of their energy. Consequently, the evil chi bomb possesses greater power, but each use necessitates more time for absorption and creates a wasteland upon utilization. Understanding dawned upon Lin Chen. If the orthodox chi bomb could be likened to borrowing power from others, then the evil chi bomb was akin to outright seizing another's energy for personal use, showing no regard for their well-being. Thus, under equal conditions of energy provision, the might of the evil chi bomb would likely be several times that of the ordinary chi bomb. As a technique that Sun Wukong had repeatedly employed to turn the tide in dire situations, the power of the chi bomb was indisputable. The fact that the evil chi bomb surpassed the regular chi bomb in strength meant that mastering it could potentially serve as a decisive weapon for reversal in battle. Lin Chen was momentarily swayed, yet upon deeper reflection, he ultimately resolved to opt for option 2. Although the evil energy bomb possessed formidable power, its usage demanded a lengthy accumulation of energy akin to that of a standard energy bomb. Moreover, employing it would drain the life force of those nearby. Had Lin Chen chosen to use it on Vegeta's star, he would have found his allies perishing before he could even rescue his adversaries. He had no intention of becoming a malevolent overlord. Rather, he preferred to learn techniques from Master Roshi. As for the reward associated with the third choice, while the ability to transform into a giant could enhance combat prowess, its drawbacks were glaringly apparent, as one could easily become a target for consumption. Thus, he swiftly dismissed that option. Very well, system, I select option 2. Ding. The host has made a selection. Please complete the task promptly. After making his choice, Lin Chen turned to Tai Si and said, Tai Si, I must embark on a journey to meet a martial arts master. A martial arts master? Tai Si inquired with curiosity. Indeed, his name is Master Roshi, also known as the Turtle Hermit. Master Roshi? I know him. Lin Chen, may I accompany you? I, too, wish to seek the teachings of Master Roshi. As Lin Chen heard Tai Si's desire to train, he paused momentarily before reaching out to draw her closer, planting a gentle kiss on her lips. Silly girl, what martial arts do you wish to study? Over the past year of training on Earth, Lin Chen and Tai Si's relationship had blossomed, and they had already confirmed their bond. However, they had not yet wed. Nor had Tai Si expressed any desire for such a commitment. It's not that I am against you training, but if you truly wish to pursue it, why didn't you seek me out earlier? Lin Chen inquired. Tai Si smiled and replied, You are not even from Earth. What could you possibly teach me? Master Roshi's reputation is renowned both domestically and abroad. Seeking him out is far more appropriate. Lin Chen pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Just as the two had reached their decision, Bulma unexpectedly interjected, Brother Lin Chen, I too wish to learn martial arts. Both Lin Chen and Tai Si gasped in astonishment. With hands on her hips, Tai Si exclaimed, Bulma, what mischief are you up to? What mischief? Sister, I simply wish to pursue the path of martial arts. Bulma clarified. In truth, her desire stemmed from wanting to spend more time with Lin Chen. Although she still appeared as a young girl, Bulma's heart had begun to flutter. In the original narrative, Bulma was portrayed as a love-struck character from her debut. Even though she was younger than her initial appearance in the story, she had already been captivated by Lin Chen. However, her sister Tai Si had already formed a bond with him, causing the young girl to suppress her burgeoning feelings. Lin Chen had not anticipated this turn of events. He merely thought it would be beneficial for Bulma to engage in some training. Although the original narrative did not suggest that Bulma possessed any particular aptitude for martial arts, if she were to undertake some cultivation, it would undoubtedly equip her with the means for self-defense during future adventures alongside Goku. Furthermore, given Lin Chen's formidable strength, he would not linger at Master Roshi's for too long. If Tai chose to concede prematurely, it would be inconsequential, but should she persist, Bulma's company would alleviate any potential boredom for the sisters. Thus, Lin Chen successfully convinced Tai to allow Bulma to join them. After bidding farewell to the briefs, he set off with the two sisters towards Master Roshi's island. Uncertain of the precise location of Master Roshi's dwelling, Lin Chen could not employ instant transmission to reach it. Fortunately, he recalled that Master Roshi resided on an island amidst the vast ocean, so he flew directly towards that vicinity with the sisters. Moreover, this time, Lin Chen was equipped with a newly crafted battle power detector designed by Bulma. This device was an improved version based on the Saiyans' portable battle power detector. Although slightly larger than its predecessor, it possessed no detection limit. In other words, it would not explode when measuring a subject with an exceedingly high battle power. To ensure the accuracy of this detector, Lin Chen had devoted several days to assisting Bulma in creating prototypes. Master Roshi, possessing an understanding of key perception, appeared as an ordinary old man in a non-combat state. Thus, Locating him solely through ki would prove challenging for Lin Chen. However, with Bulma's new detector, he swiftly pinpointed Master Roshi's location. Bulma, this detector is truly remarkable, Lin Chen exclaimed. Is it? Bulma blushed at the compliment, responding, Brother Lin Chen, I have 100 more capsules for you. Feel free to take them. My father has the design, so whenever you need more, he can create them for you. At that moment, on a small island amidst the boundless sea, Master Roshi sat before the television, engrossed in a yoga class led by a captivating instructor while trying to stem his nosebleed with a roll of paper. Nearby, a turtle basked lazily in the sun beneath the window. Suddenly, Master Roshi jolted upright, hastily departing the room. Master Roshi, what is the matter? The turtle inquired, perplexed as it followed him outside. A formidable and terrifying aura is approaching us, Master Roshi exclaimed, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. The presence he sensed was exponentially greater, 100 to 1,000 times more immense than that of the nightmarish King Piccolo he had encountered before. Who could it be? Possessing such terrifying power? It has arrived. As the turtle sage uttered these words, his muscles instantly swelled. The presence of a formidable and unidentified entity nearby provoked an instinctive reaction akin to that of an animal sensing danger. At that moment, 3 figures descended from the sky, landing upon the beach. Wow, is this truly the residence of Master Wutian? What a secluded island. No wonder no one knows where Master Wutian resides. The turtle sage, whose muscles had previously expanded, suddenly appeared deflated, his formerly serious countenance transforming into one of foolish glee. Greetings, beautiful ladies. What brings you here? His gaze settled upon the Tai sisters, particularly lingering on Tai Si, who was adorned in a cool outfit that accentuated her alluring curves. However, in the next instant, the turtle sage's attention was abruptly drawn to Lin Chen, who was striding towards them from behind the Tai sisters. His expression shifted, beads of sweat beginning to form on his brow. It dawned on him that the terrifying aura he had sensed earlier emanated from this man. Lin Chen gazed at the battle power detector, which revealed that Master Roshi possessed a mere combat power of 20. He mused to himself that Master Roshi indeed concealed his energy in everyday life. Were it not for Bulma's detector, he would have found it exceedingly difficult to perceive the presence of Master Roshi amidst the vastness of the ocean, given his modest combat power. Greetings, Master Roshi, Lin Chen said with a warm smile. What brings you to seek my presence? Master Roshi inquired, his expression tinged with anxiety. Lin Chen said, Teacher Wutian. My name is Lin Chen. This is my girlfriend, Tai Si, and this is Tai Si's sister, Bulma. We hail from West City and wish to seek your guidance as disciples. Seek guidance, the turtle sage exclaimed in astonishment. Young man, you far surpass me. Do you truly need to come to me for instruction? Lin Chen replied, Indeed, Master Wutian is renowned as the god of martial arts, possessing a vast array of martial techniques. In contrast, I am merely acquainted with some brute force and cannot possibly compare to him. Furthermore, I'm not the only one seeking his tutelage. Tai Si and Bulma also wish to learn from Master Wutian. Coughing lightly, the turtle hermit felt a sense of elation, surprised by his own fame. Who would have thought that such formidable individuals would aspire to be his disciples? Should he encounter Master Roshi in the future, he would have ample tales to boast about. While I am not opposed to taking on disciples, there are certain conditions that must be met. The turtle hermit was about to elaborate on the prerequisites for apprenticeship when suddenly, a flash of white light caught his attention. Lin Chen had raised his hand and unleashed a powerful Kamehameha wave towards the distant sea. Boom! An astonishing mushroom cloud erupted from the surface of the ocean. Lin Chen turned his head, wearing an innocent expression as he addressed Master Roshi. Master, what were you about to say? He paused, noticing, Oh, why are you kneeling on the ground, Master? Master Roshi sniffled and replied, Welcome to the Turtle School. Chapter 32. An unexpected tragedy, Hanasiya falls in battle. Amidst the vast, unfathomable ocean, there lay an uninhabited, desolate island. Lin Chen gazed intently at the scorching sun, his hands raised high, gripping a colossal stone weighing at least several dozen tons. Suddenly, he hurled the massive boulder into the sky, while simultaneously bringing his palms together, a deep blue radiance emanating from his palms. Just before the final syllable of his incantation escaped his lips, his figure abruptly vanished from the ground, and when he reappeared, he was soaring high above, nearly parallel to the soaring stone. Power. As Lin Chen uttered the final word, a beam of deep blue energy burst forth, engulfing the colossal rock before him. The energy wave, slicing through the sky, cast its luminous glow upon the eyes of Master Roshi and his 2 companions below. Witnessing the power of the technique, which was several times more formidable than their own full-force efforts, Master Roshi found himself moved to tears. Meanwhile, Taiz and Bulma, each burdened with a turtle shell, erupted in joyous celebration. Lin Chen is amazing. High above, Lin Chen surveyed the results of his recent display with immense satisfaction. Truly, the technique was worthy of its status as a reward from the system. This instant transmission turtle-style energy wave not only possessed the capability to unleash an attack far exceeding the limits of combat prowess, but also featured a form of instant transportation far more agile than the Jebit version he currently wielded. The Jebit instant transmission, designed solely for the Supreme Kai's navigation through the cosmos, lacked the swiftness required for effective combat. While it sufficed against opponents of significantly lesser strength, it proved inadequate against those of comparable power. In contrast, the instant transmission encompassed within the turtle-style energy wave was tailored for battle, allowing for instantaneous movement to any location within the line of sight, thereby facilitating unexpected counterattacks. Upon returning to the ground, Lin Chen smiled at Master Roshi, inquiring, "Master Wu Tian, how did you find my turtle-style energy wave?" Master Roshi sighed. "Lin Chen, I told you there was nothing more I could teach you, yet you did not believe me." In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this time, Lin Chen, through coaxing Master Roshi into demonstrating techniques before him, had stealthily acquired skills such as the turtle-style energy wave and the afterimage fist. His innate talent as a martial arts prodigy had indeed proven to be invaluable. Lin Chen has completed his task, yet the journey of cultivation for Tai Si and her companions has only just begun. With little left to learn, Lin Chen naturally could not afford to squander time with the turtle hermit, as he contemplated whether he might pay a visit to the King of the Universe. An unexpected communication request suddenly emanated from the combat power detector that he had been carrying with him. The original combat power detector, besides its capability to assess combat strength and life signs, also functioned as a communication device. Its communication capabilities far exceeded those of Earth's technology, enabling real-time communication even across vast distances of light years. Bulma had, of course, incorporated this feature into the new detectors. At present, the communication request Lin Chen received was from Planet Vegeta. Most of the 100 detectors originally crafted by Bulma had been entrusted to King Vegeta and his associates. As the number of Saiyans with combat power exceeding 30,000 grew, the outdated detectors left over from the Frieza force had become obsolete. This new batch of detectors was perfectly suited to meet the needs of King Vegeta and his forces, all of which were prioritized for deployment with the peacekeeping units. Beep. Lin Chen established the communication and inquired, "Vegeta, what is the situation?" "Your Majesty, we have just received a transmission from the Galactic Patrol. There may be an ambush by Frieza's army during Princess Hanazia's mission." "Frieza? Has he finally lost his restraint?" Lin Chen furrowed his brow. Ever since the Saiyans formed a peacekeeping force under King Bank, they had confronted Frieza's army on multiple occasions. As a once dominant cosmic emperor, Frieza's army had always been a formidable adversary that instilled fear in both the Galactic King and the Galactic Patrol. The Galactic Patrol had remained powerless against Frieza's acts of planetary invasion and civilization destruction. However, with the establishment of the Saiyan peacekeeping force, the Galactic Patrol finally possessed a means to retaliate. Consequently, half of the missions assigned to the Saiyan forces on Planet Vegeta involved dealings with Frieza's army. From thwarting invasions to liberating colonized planets, the Saiyans had clashed with Frieza's forces numerous times. During this period, the Saiyans received definitive news. Frieza, who had been defeated by Lin Chen in the orbit of Planet Vegeta, had not perished but was rescued by his father, King Cold's subordinates. However, due to severe injuries, Frieza had been unable to recuperate over the past few years. In a bid to save his son, King Cold not only restructured the Cold Army but also sent Frieza's forces on continuous campaigns to discover methods and technologies to revive him. Recently, it was reported that Frieza had regained both his mobility and combat prowess. Upon learning this information, Lin Chen took precautions against Frieza's potential retaliation and specifically instructed Bardock that henceforth, Princess Hanasia must personally oversee every peacekeeping operation. Although the Saiyans had significantly increased their strength, only Hanasia, who had achieved the transformation into a Super Saiyan, could confront the Cosmic Emperor head-on. However, Lin Chen recalled having read an analysis of combat power in Dragon Ball, which stated that Frieza's ultimate form boasts a staggering battle power exceeding 100 million. In contrast, Hana's current transformation into a Super Saiyan only grants her a battle power of a little over 10 million, which left Lin Chen feeling somewhat apprehensive. Contemplating this, He bid farewell to Master Roshi and the others, then activated his instant transmission, directly returning to Planet Vegeta. Upon his arrival, Lin Chen quickly realized that the situation was far more dire than he had anticipated. Within the Saiyan Command Center, he encountered a visibly distressed King Vegeta. "What is happening? Is there a crisis?" he inquired. "Yes, Your Majesty," replied a worried attendant. "We have just received alarming news. Queen Hannah and the warriors assigned to this mission have lost contact." King Vegeta expressed his deep concern, stating, "We are currently in communication with the Galactic Patrol to ascertain the situation, but it is highly likely that Queen Hannah and her team have fallen victim to Frieza." "Hannah is dead?" The chapter unfolds with an ambush, revealing Frieza's quest for vengeance. Is Hannah truly deceased? Lin Chen was taken aback. His beloved princess, the one capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan, Hannah, had been slain by Frieza? Just then, aware of Lin Chen's arrival, Bardock and Paragus rushed over. Paragus spoke in a somber tone, "Your Majesty, do not be too disheartened. This is merely a conjecture from the Galactic Patrol. The details have yet to be verified. And it is also possible that their communication device malfunctioned." Lin Chen furrowed his brow, yet his heart was far from optimistic. After all, Hanazia's combat power barely exceeded 10 million, a stark contrast to the formidable Frieza he was familiar with. In the Dragon Ball universe that Lin Chen knew, Frieza had never disclosed the extent of his ultimate form's power, but the general consensus suggested that when he unleashed his full strength, his combat power reached approximately 120 million. If Frieza in this world were similarly potent, then Hannah could not possibly stand as his equal. Even Lin Chen, at his current capacity, would likely struggle against Frieza. For upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, his combat power only peaked at a little over 20 million. The disparity of 20 million against 120 million foretold an inevitable defeat. Nevertheless, Lin Chen had resolutely decided to venture towards Hannah. Should they still be alive? He would bring them back to Vegeta immediately. If they had perished, he would seek vengeance on their behalf. Even with the knowledge of his disadvantage, he remained undeterred. Reflecting on the original narrative, where Sun Wukong, with merely a few million in combat power, dared to confront the mighty Frieza, how could Lin Chen, possessing the legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline, falter? To fight to the bitter end was the hallmark of one blessed with the legendary Super Saiyan lineage. Which planet did Hannah and the others travel to? Provide me with the coordinates. Your Majesty. Bardock grasped Lin Chen's arm. "I implore you to reconsider. You are our Saiyan King. You must not act recklessly." "Bardock, stand down," Lin Chen commanded with authority. Yet, Bardock did not relent, and even King Vegeta urged, "Your Majesty. The situation remains unclear. It would be wise to await the Galactic Patrol's investigation before making any decisions." Lin Chen cast a fleeting glance at him and remarked, "King Vegeta, do not forget that aside from Frieza, we Saiyans have another formidable adversary. If we tremble before Frieza, how shall we ever confront that being? Send me the coordinates." King Vegeta was taken aback. He naturally understood that the formidable enemy Lin Chen referred to was none other than the god of destruction, Beerus. Indeed, compared to Beerus, what was Frieza? Contemplating this, King Vegeta finally lowered his head and replied, "I understand, Your Majesty." Soon, King Vegeta transmitted the coordinates of the planet that Hannah and her team were to visit. Their mission was to venture to a planet known as Tiwis. The civilization on this planet was even more primitive than that of Earth, yet it yielded a peculiar metal that was exceptionally suited for spacecraft construction. According to prior intelligence gathered by the Galactic Patrol, a band of cosmic pirates had set their sights on this metal, intending to annihilate the civilization and seize the resources for themselves. These pirates, being members of a high combat capacity race, posed a challenge that the Galactic Patrol could not manage alone, prompting a call for Saiyan assistance. However, not long after, the Galactic Patrol received a tip-off revealing a deeper conspiracy. The band of cosmic pirates was merely a decoy, while Frieza's army lay in ambush nearby Tiwis. Upon receiving the coordinates of Tiwis, Lin Chen immediately sensed them and swiftly teleported to the location. At that moment, Tiwis, or rather, the region where Tiwis was supposed to exist, revealed no sign of the planet. Instead, what lay before him was a vast expanse of colossal rock fragments, drifting aimlessly in the emptiness of space, reminiscent of a meteor belt. Amidst these shattered remnants, a grotesque and enormous figure was laughing maniacally. "Ha! What a splendid display of fireworks. Foolish Saiyan monkeys. Such beautiful fireworks to accompany your burial. You ought to thank me in the underworld." Ha! Frieza, his form a grotesque blend of flesh and machinery, remained in his third form, bearing a striking resemblance to an alien creature, while his face contorted with sadistic glee. Though the recent battle had left him battered and his wounds still throbbed, he ultimately emerged victorious. Even the might of the Super Saiyan proved insufficient to match his strength. Now, you wild monkeys must realize that it is I, Frieza, who is the most powerful being in the universe. In a distant realm away from Frieza, a colossal mothership belonging to the Frieza Force hovered ominously in the void. The extraterrestrial beings aboard bore expressions of profound relief, having narrowly escaped calamity. None of them had anticipated that what was meant to be a meticulously orchestrated ambush would nearly spell disaster for the Frieza Force. Fortunately, their leader, Frieza, proved to be exceptionally skilled. Who could have imagined that among those Saiyans existed the legendary Super Saiyan? Indeed, it became evident why King Frieza had once been on the brink of death at the hands of the Saiyans. They were truly formidable foes. Thankfully, the Saiyans were unable to survive in the cosmos. Had that female Super Saiyan not been so careless, Lord Frieza might have met his demise once more. Alas, the warriors on the planet had all fallen victim to those Saiyans. Silence, bellowed an alien with purple skin and two black horns protruding from his forehead. His voice commanded immediate obedience, causing the others to fall silent. This extraterrestrial was none other than Captain Jinyu, the foremost expert in the Frieza Force aside from Lord Frieza himself. With a grim expression, Captain Jinyu glared at the others. Are you unaware of Lord Frieza's temperament? If he were to hear what you just said, we would all meet our end right here. I have scarcely managed to survive. If anyone seeks to drag me into the abyss, I shall eliminate them first. Gritting his teeth, Captain Jinyu clenched his fists. During this ambush against the Saiyans, everyone had been overly confident, believing their victory was assured. Relying on the advanced technology that had granted King Frieza his resurrection, he retained the memories of his past defeat. Recalling how the Saiyans had utilized their great ape transformation to launch a surprise attack against him. Thus, Frieza was filled with confidence regarding his plan for revenge. However, they had not anticipated that the Saiyans, whom the Frieza Force had not encountered for several years, had undergone a remarkable transformation, becoming far more powerful than before. Chapter 34. The Terrifying Frieza and Another Super Saiyan. In the past, although the Saiyans prided themselves on being a warrior race, they were often regarded as a source of ridicule within Frieza's army. The combat prowess of most Saiyans rarely exceeded a mere 10,000. Were it not for their unique ability to transform into great apes, they would likely have been perceived as mere fodder within the ranks. However, this time, when hundreds of Frieza's soldiers launched an assault against a Saiyan contingent of fewer than 10 on the planet TV, the Saiyans exhibited an unprecedented performance. A handful of Saiyans managed to leave Frieza's troops in disarray, even decimating the elite Jinyu force that joined the attack. Raikum, Berta, Jees, and Guldo, Frieza's for subordinates, were swiftly eliminated by a single female Saiyan. Had Frieza, who had been merely an observer, not recognized the threat posed by this female Saiyan and intervened personally, Jinyu himself would have narrowly escaped death. The ensuing battle revealed to Jinyu the source of her extraordinary strength. She was, in fact, the legendary Super Saiyan. Even Lord Frieza, in her presence, found himself utterly powerless, having transformed twice with his combat power skyrocketing, yet still suffering grievous injuries. Fortunately, in a fit of rage and humiliation, Frieza seized an opportunity to unleash his ultimate technique, the Planet Destruction Beam, obliterating TV. Otherwise, the recently revived Lord Frieza might have faced annihilation at the hands of the Super Saiyan once more. Cursed Saiyans. Now I must recruit members for the Special Forces anew. I wonder if I can find individuals as exceptional as Raikum and the others. Jinyu gritted his teeth. Just then, the energy detector on the bridge emitted a series of urgent beeps. Jinyu looked up and inquired, "What is happening?" "Captain Jinyu, a high-energy reaction has been detected ahead." "What? Where?" "Right near Lord Frieza. It seems to be a Saiyan." Lin Chen exited the state of instantaneous movement, materializing at the location of Taiwi Star. Yet, in the next moment, he suddenly realized that the ground beneath his feet had vanished, and an overwhelming sense of suffocation enveloped his entire being. Lin Chen anxiously held his breath, only to realize that he found himself in the vast expanse of outer space. Where was Taiwi Star? Lin Chen glanced around and instantly comprehended the situation. No wonder that everyone, including Hana Xia, had lost contact. It turned out that the TV star had been obliterated. In this place, the only entity capable of annihilating the TV star in an instant, leaving even formidable beings like Hana Xia with no time to escape, could only be Frieza. Where was Frieza? With this thought, Lin Chen felt an immense aura surrounding him. Turning his head, he indeed spotted Frieza not far away, equally astonished. After surveying Frieza from head to toe, Lin Chen realized that the Frieza of old had not perished. The current iteration was likely a mechanical Frieza, restored using extraterrestrial technology. Yet, in contrast to the original narrative, this mechanical Frieza had surprisingly assumed the third form rather than the ultimate form depicted in the source material. Ah ho ho. Suddenly, Lin Chen's ears were filled with the iconic sinister laughter of Frieza. Due to the recent destruction of Planet TV, the celestial realm still harbored remnants of gas, not oxygen. Incapable of sustaining life, yet sufficient to carry sound. Let us see who this is. Is it not the Saiyan who nearly brought about my demise? Frieza scoffed coldly, his expression shifting to one of ire as he bellowed at Lin Chen. Damn monkey. How dare you swagger into my presence? You shall perish. With that, Frieza, without hesitation, pointed a finger at Lin Chen, unleashing a violet beam of energy. When foes meet, the animosity is palpable. The last encounter nearly cost Frieza his life at Lin Chen's hands. Now, faced with Lin Chen, he did not ponder the reasons behind Lin Chen's sudden appearance, but instead resorted to his lethal technique, a move that had annihilated countless adversaries, colliding forcefully with Lin Chen and erupting in a brilliant display of light. Amidst the radiance, Frieza's lips curled into a cold smirk. Damn monkey, at last, I shall avenge my past grievances. Soon, Planet Vegeta and all Saiyans shall meet their end. Death. The only one destined to die today is you, Frieza. A voice suddenly pierced through Frieza's consciousness. In the next instant, Lin Chen's figure emerged from the blinding light. And upon seeing him, a look of terror crept across Frieza's face. Golden hair. The Saiyan before him could transform, just like the previous female Saiyan, into golden locks. You are also a Super Saiyan? No, it cannot be. How can there be so many Super Saiyans in this world? Such tales are merely legends. They cannot possibly be true. Death beam. As the words left his lips, Frieza's fingers coalesced once more, conjuring 3 violet beams aimed at Lin Chen. However, this time, Frieza witnessed his ultimate technique being effortlessly deflected by Lin Chen's fierce gaze as he raised his palm to swat it away. Boom. The diverted beams collided with a drifting meteorite, resulting in an astonishing explosion of light. What? How could my death beam be? Frieza, is this truly your prowess? Lin Chen, using his own energy in place of speech, shouted directly into the cosmos at Frieza. Unleash your full power. I seek vengeance for Hanasiya and all the Saiyans you have slain. Full power? A mere Saiyan wild monkey. Frieza's lips twitched as he concentrated his right hand, conjuring 3 more beams of purple energy, which he hurled once again towards Lin Chen. With a swift motion, Lin Chen raised his hand as if swatting away a fly, effortlessly deflecting the 3 beams of light once more. The flashes soon illuminated the distance. Ding! The talent of a primary martial arts genius has been activated, and the technique of the death beam has been mastered. Observing the initial manifestation of his talent, Lin Chen felt neither joy nor sorrow. He merely let out a cold snicker. After enduring so many strikes, it was now my turn to retaliate. With that, Lin Chen wiped the smile from his face and charged directly at Frieza. Boom. Before Frieza could react, Lin Chen had already unleashed a powerful punch, crashing it directly onto Frieza's head. Whoosh. Frieza was propelled like a cannonball, ultimately colliding with a towering rock formation, only to emerge from it and crash into another. This sequence continued until Frieza finally halted after smashing into the 7th boulder. What is happening? What is going on? How can he be so powerful? Why is this Saiyan so formidable? Frieza shouted in confusion, utterly unable to comprehend the situation. Author's note: due to prior commitments this afternoon, there will be only one update. The remaining updates will be completed after 6 o'clock, all finished before 6:30. Your understanding is appreciated. Chapter 35. The Truth Revealed: Frieza's True Combat Power. Meanwhile, aboard Frieza's spaceship, Captain Jinyu and his crew held their breath. Why? Why are there 2 Super Saiyans? Have the Saiyans grown this strong? Can King Frieza prevail? These Saiyans are truly terrifying. Of course, King Frieza has just slain a Super Saiyan. This one shall not be an exception. As one of the aliens uttered these words, a profound silence enveloped the spaceship. Shortly after, someone timidly spoke up. By the way, why has this Saiyan died yet? When did Saiyans become capable of surviving in space? Upon hearing this, a collective gasp arose among the crew. Indeed, we are currently in the void of space. Planet Vegeta has long been obliterated. How then has this Saiyan managed to survive in the cosmos? At this moment, Frieza on the battlefield pondered the same question. With a look of astonishment, he glared at the approaching Lin Chen, seething with rage. Why? Why are you still alive? When can a Saiyan survive in a vacuum? Ordinary Saiyans cannot, but I am no ordinary Saiyan. I am the legendary Super Saiyan. Lin Chen maintained an expression of indifference, transmitting his voice through the surrounding atmosphere. The legendary Super Saiyan? Absurd. You think this king would believe such drivel? Frieza scoffed, yet at that moment, his extraordinary vision detected a faint luminescent barrier enveloping Lin Chen. Frieza surmised that it was some form of energy shield. His conjecture was not unfounded. These energy shields were indeed manifestations of the innate bloodline abilities of Lin Chen's legendary Saiyan heritage. Since the vacuum cannot extinguish your life, I shall take matters into my own hands. As Frieza's words echoed, his figure abruptly materialized before Lin Chen, delivering a heavy punch to his abdomen. However, to Frieza's astonishment, his fist felt as if it had struck solid iron. Lin Chen remained utterly unfazed, while Frieza himself felt pain radiating from his hand. Is this all the strength you possess? Frieza, do you not have another transformation? Unleash it, or do you intend to repeat your previous folly, failing to exert your full power before meeting your demise at my hands? Lin Chen remarked coldly, though a flicker of anger glimmered in his eyes. This time, Lin Chen was genuinely enraged, not merely by Frieza's act of killing Hanassia, but by the dishonorable manner in which he had done so, obliterating a planet rather than engaging in a fair contest. How dare you take my woman in such a despicable manner? Come, Frieza, unleash your full power. For those you have slain, I shall defeat you in a fair battle. A mere Saiyan is worthy of this king's full strength? An ominous aura erupted as Frieza's entire being was engulfed in a white energy flame, his fist unleashing a relentless barrage upon Lin Chen. Thud after thud echoed through the cosmos, though no sound reached the void. The ripples from Frieza's strikes reverberated in the space around them. All hail King Frieza. King Frieza is invincible. The extraterrestrial spectators aboard Frieza's ship erupted in fervent cheers as they witnessed his relentless assault. Among them, only Jinyu appeared fearful, retreating cautiously. As the most formidable warrior on the ship, Jinyu recognized that despite Frieza's unyielding offense, the Saiyans seemed entirely unscathed. The disparity between the two was overwhelmingly evident. The Super Saiyan is truly terrifying. How is this possible? How can this be? After delivering thousands of punches, Frieza realized, to his dismay, that he had inflicted no harm upon Lin Chen whatsoever. With a battle power of 3 million, why can I not penetrate your defenses? Upon hearing Frieza's words, Lin Chen's brow furrowed slightly. Just then, Frieza abruptly ceased his assault, distancing himself from Lin Chen. Very well, infuriating monkey. Since you insist on experiencing my full strength, I shall grant your wish. Prepare to experience terror, for my ultimate form boasts a combat power exceeding 100 million. In the next moment, an aura of malevolence erupted violently, and Frieza's physique began to undergo a transformation. However, this metamorphosis appeared rather grotesque in Lin Chen's eyes. As he witnessed Frieza's body contorting and distorting, with some of his flesh even spilling out, Lin Chen was unaware that, in truth, Frieza was exceedingly reluctant to undergo his ultimate transformation. However, the reasons for his reluctance differed significantly from those of the original Frieza. The former Frieza hesitated to transform into his final form because he found it challenging to control his powers in that state. In contrast, the current Frieza refrained from transforming into his ultimate form due to the immense agony it inflicted upon him. When Frieza was vanquished by Lin Chen, he was in his first form. Consequently, when advanced technological methods were employed to reconstruct Frieza's body, he was restored in his initial form as well. Although the technicians endeavored to ensure that the mechanical body would not hinder Frieza's ability to transform, the artificial body could never replicate his original flesh. Each transformation brought him considerable pain due to the remnants of his damaged body, with the most excruciating suffering occurring during his final transformation. Thus, even when confronting Hanassia, Frieza opted to transform only into his third form and, upon realizing he could not overcome her, chose to annihilate a planet rather than assume his ultimate form to secure victory. Yet now, faced with Lin Chen, who could survive in the vacuum of space, Frieza had no choice but to endure the suffering and proceed with his final transformation. As the aura enveloping him erupted in a tremendous explosion, a diminutive Frieza finally materialized before Lin Chen. Breathing heavily, his face glistening with cold sweat, he declared, "I apologize for the wait, Saiyan. Behold, this is the strongest form of your king." Frieza raised a finger and sneered at Lin Chen. "Let me inform you in advance. My battle power now exceeds 100 million. Upon hearing Frieza's assertion, Lin Chen's confusion transformed into clarity. A smile spread across his face as he replied, 100 million? Frieza, I never imagined your ability to boast was so grand. Hmm. Frieza paused, his expression darkening as he retorted, "What do you mean by that?" "Haha, Frieza. Could you enlighten me on how you discern that your battle power stands at 100 million? As far as I know, the maximum detection value of the Frieza Force's power measuring devices was only 2 million. How did you arrive at this astounding figure of 100 million? Lin Chen chuckled. Frieza's face stiffened. Lin Chen chuckled and remarked, "Frieza, if I am not mistaken, your so-called combat power of 100 million is merely a figment of your own imagination. Is it not? In truth, you are unaware of your actual strength. The notion of 100 million is entirely fabricated by you, is it not? Regrettably, your true combat power stands at a mere 11 million, which is approximately 1/10 of your own conjectured strength." Author's note: this depiction is an alternate interpretation by the author. In the original work, Frieza's combat power is stated to be 120,000. However, the author has always found this perplexing, as a portable detector would register an explosion at combat powers exceeding 100,000. Even a large-scale detector, given its limitations, could barely reach a few million before reaching its threshold. Such a scenario is illustrated in the original animated series, prompting the question of how Frieza could possibly ascertain his strength to exceed 100 million. Thus, the author concludes that Frieza is indeed boasting, as his actual combat prowess does not reach such lofty heights. Chapter 36, Overwhelming Dominance, The Fall of an Emperor. Nonsense. Frieza bellowed in fury, yet internally he felt a twinge of insecurity. For indeed, Lin Chen's words were not without merit. Frieza's estimation of his ultimate form's combat power was purely speculative. Since the invention of the power detection device, the maximum combat power it could ascertain barely exceeded 2 million. This figure sufficed for over 90% of beings in the universe, yet it proved ineffective against the Frost Demon race. For once reverting to their final, or more accurately, their primal form, the combat power of the Frost Demons far surpassed the limits detectable by such devices. Thus, Frieza and his father, along with their kin, had only ever possessed a vague approximation of their true strength. Frieza, for instance, mistakenly believed his final form to be several dozen times stronger than his third form, estimating his combat power to be around 120 million. However, the reality of his judgment was staggeringly far from the actual figures. Upon hearing Frieza claim that his battle power in the third form was 3 million, Lin Chen felt a sense of disquiet. For the device crafted by Bulma indicated that Frieza's battle power in that form was merely 2,400,000. Later, when Frieza transformed into his final form, Lin Chen was astonished to discover that Frieza's battle power had only risen to 11 million, a far cry from the 100 million he had boasted about. Initially, Lin Chen suspected a malfunction in Bulma's battle power detector, yet when he employed his own system to assess Frieza's strength, the result remained the same, 11 million. The 100 million battle power Frieza had so frequently proclaimed was indeed shrouded in deception. Lin Chen had originally harbored thoughts of avenging Hanasea, prepared to engage in a fierce battle with Frieza. However, it now seemed that Frieza's strength was, in fact, less than half of his own. Preposterous. Utterly preposterous. At that moment, Frieza's furious roars echoed, "How could my battle power possibly be only 11 million? Lin Chen pointed to the detector perched atop his head. "Frieza," he declared, "allow me to enlighten you. My combat power detector is a state-of-the-art invention, the brainchild of a genius, with no limits on its readings. It indicates that your combat power is merely 11 million. "What?" Frieza exclaimed in astonishment. "By the way, my combat power exceeds 20 million. And the female Super Saiyan you previously vanquished possessed a combat power of 12 million. Thus, you are woefully weak. You audacious monkey, how dare you claim that I, Frieza, am weak? Infuriating. I, Frieza, am invincible." Suddenly, Frieza bent his left arm, spinning halfway to gather energy, and in the next instant, he unleashed a stunning wave of energy, akin to flames. Boom, boom, boom. The entirety of it struck Lin Chen. Yet, this was not the end. Frieza continued to wave his hands, relentlessly sending forth wave after wave of fiery energy blasts toward Lin Chen. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have mastered the technique. Flame wave. In the dark expanse of the universe, for nearly an entire minute, the crimson flames illuminated the surroundings. When Frieza finally ceased, panting heavily, a sinister smile crept across his face. "So you dared to declare me weak. Now you comprehend my might, do you not? Alas, you are simply too weak." Suddenly, a voice echoed, and Frieza, as though struck by lightning, momentarily froze. His pupils constricted sharply, a chilling dread coursing from his feet to his brain. As Lin Chen emerged from the swirling dust, He beheld a Frieza who was clearly terrified, noticing a flicker of fear in his eyes. Lin Chen sighed. This Frieza, if not for Hannah's inability to survive in a vacuum, might well have been defeated. Unfortunately, this Frieza is exceedingly malevolent and cunning. Meanwhile, Frieza's eyes darted nervously. For the first time in his life, he experienced the taste of fear. Confronted with the specter of death, Frieza's heart raced. No, I must leave here immediately. I must seek refuge with my father. In my current state, I am no match for him. Only my father can protect me. Realizing he could never triumph over Lin Chen, Frieza's thoughts solely revolved around escape. Trash. I will see you dead, Frieza bellowed. Raising his hand to conjure a purple-black energy sphere, brimming with chaotic power. With a forceful gesture, he directed the sphere towards Lin Chen. Ding. The talent of a novice martial arts genius has awakened, and the technique planetary destruction sphere has been acquired, just as the system's prompt echoed in Lin Chen's mind. Frieza transformed into a streak of light, racing in the opposite direction of Lin Chen. In that direction lay Frieza's spaceship. Though Frieza could survive and move through the cosmos, traversing the vastness of space was far more efficient with a spaceship than relying solely on physical prowess. Gazing at the increasingly large vessel in the distance, Frieza muttered to himself, "Once I reach my father, I shall devote myself to rigorous training. A mere few Saiyan monkeys. I shall never concede defeat to you." Born a natural powerhouse, Frieza had never trained since birth. He believed that with a modicum of practice, he could easily surpass that Saiyan. Before long, he was nearly at the spaceship, and he could even see his terrified subordinates through the porthole. However, he suddenly noticed that his subordinates were frantically banging on the windows, simultaneously gesturing frantically behind Frieza. Behind me? Frieza turned to look, only to see a brilliant blue light, radiant as the sun, suddenly materializing in the space behind him. Lin Chen clasped his palms together, gazing intently at Frieza in the distance, silently reciting the words of the Turtle School's technique. Just as he uttered the final syllable, his figure abruptly vanished from sight, narrowly evading the energy sphere hurled by Frieza. In the next instant, Lin Chen reappeared behind Frieza, causing him to recoil in shock and turn around in disbelief. "How did you?" Frieza began to speak, but his words remained unfinished. Lin Chen had uttered the final word, "Gong." With a thunderous shout, he thrust his hands forward, unleashing a blue energy wave that surged forth with a terrifying momentum, akin to a relentless torrent. "I cannot perish," Frieza bellowed, fully aware that evasion was no longer an option. He opened his palms, attempting to repel Lin Chen's Kamehameha wave. Nevertheless, his hands could only withstand the onslaught for a fleeting moment before being obliterated and engulfed by the overwhelming force. Ah! In the next instant, even Frieza himself vanished within the azure brilliance. Chapter 37. The rumors of Dragon Ball's boom. The ferocious energy manifested swiftly in the cosmos, only to dissipate just as rapidly. Soon, tranquility was restored once more. Lin Chen's gaze was icy as he fixed his eyes ahead. 1,000 meters in front of him, a mangled and bloodied figure floated in the vastness of space. It was none other than Frieza, the once unstoppable emperor of the universe. Yet now, his body had dwindled to less than a quarter of its original form. Frieza's lower half had completely vanished, and his arms were nowhere to be seen. Even the portion of his head that had been mechanically restored was utterly absent. Remarkably, despite such devastation, Frieza's life signs persisted. Having directly endured Lin Chen's instant transmission Kamehameha in his Super Saiyan form, Frieza was still alive. This tenacity of life was truly terrifying. Lin Chen now somewhat comprehends why. Despite both possessing the regenerative abilities of the Namekian cells, Cell can resurrect even after the complete annihilation of his upper body. Whereas Piccolo can be fatally struck down by a single energy wave from Nappa. The distinction lies in the formidable vitality inherent to the Frieza race, a characteristic that plays a crucial role in this scenario. Lin Chen drifted before Frieza, gazing intently at him as he raised his right hand, poised to deliver the final blow. It seemed that Frieza, aware of his impending doom, displayed a fleeting expression of desperation. "Please, I beg you, save me, forgive me," he implored. "Save you? I am not Sun Wukong, devoid of his benevolent mercy," Lin Chen retorted with a cold smirk. Although Frieza did not comprehend who Sun Wukong was, he sensed Lin Chen's unwillingness to grant him clemency. Consequently, his fear gradually morphed into despair, which swiftly transformed into rage. "Saiyan, this time you have triumphed. But at least I have taken numerous Saiyans down with me, including that female Saiyan who must be your companion, right? Haha, when I reach hell, I shall educate them well. Fool, they will not accompany you to hell," Lin Chen replied indifferently. "What?" Frieza blinked in surprise. After your demise, I will seek the Dragon Balls and resurrect Han Asia and the others. Even this Tivia star shall be restored. Dragon Balls? Thus, descend into hell. With a mere gesture, Lin Chen unleashed a golden energy beam, identical to Frieza's death ray, which swiftly severed the tyrant's remaining right arm. A death beam? How is it that you have mastered my technique? Frieza questioned, bewildered. Such trivial skills can be easily acquired after a single observation, Lin Chen retorted. Now, let you perish by your own weapon. With that proclamation, Lin Chen fired 5 additional death beams, each one disintegrating the remnants of Frieza's body. As the final beam shot towards Frieza's head, it was accompanied by the desperate cries of the once mighty ruler, pleading for his life. Thus, this notorious cosmic emperor, infamous within the Dragon Ball universe, met his ultimate demise. This time, Frieza's form was entirely obliterated. Not even the most advanced technology could resurrect him. Having vanquished Frieza, Lin Chen turned his gaze towards the nearby spaceship of the Frieza Force, slowly extending his fingers. The minions aboard the vessel erupted into panic. Flee! We must escape! They cried. Please, we have only offended Lord Frieza. Why must you unleash your wrath upon us, mere underlings? Tears streamed down the faces of the extraterrestrial crew. However, just as the colossal spacecraft initiated its departure, a powerful energy wave surged through the air, propelled by formidable force. The spaceship was obliterated in an explosive display, and all aboard were incinerated by the searing heat. Lin Chen suddenly furrowed his brow, just moments before the explosion of Frieza's spacecraft. He seemed to have glimpsed a small spherical vessel making its escape. Should he pursue it? Lin Chen pondered for a moment, choosing to disregard the matter. After all, the individual from Frieza's army was merely a trifling minion, hardly worthy of his considerable effort. Instead, he resolved to swiftly resurrect Hanasia and the others. With this thought in mind, Lin Chen activated his instant transmission, departing from that space. Little did he know, aboard the small ship that had hastily fled, sat not just any insignificant lackey, but Captain Jinyu himself. This elite ace under Frieza, witnessing the brutal slaughter of Frieza by Lin Chen, reacted with greater swiftness than the others, promptly boarding the circular ship designated for combatants, thus narrowly escaping disaster. As he gazed at the remnants of his former mothership vanishing amidst the shockwave, Jinyu's face bore the expression of one who had survived a near calamity, breathing heavily. Thank goodness I escaped swiftly. I never anticipated that a Saiyan could possess such terrifying power. But wait, Saiyan. I shall ensure that Lord Frieza is resurrected. Our Frieza force will undoubtedly return with a vengeance, Captain Jinyu proclaimed, utilizing the advanced technology aboard the spacecraft. As Lin Chen divulged the matter of the Dragon Balls to Frieza, everyone on the ship, including Jinyu, also heard about the Dragon Balls. While the other occupants of the ship showed little reaction, Jinyu recalled a legend he had once encountered. The tale spoke of a mysterious race known as the Namekians, who possessed the extraordinary ability to create wish orbs. It was said that gathering 7 of these orbs could grant any wish. The Dragon Balls mentioned by that Saiyan must indeed be those wish orbs. The legend was true. Such things genuinely existed in the world. Just wait. I, Jinyu, will undoubtedly acquire the Dragon Balls, resurrect Lord Frieza and the Jinyu Force. Then, it will be our time to exact revenge upon you, Captain Jinyu shouted within the confines of the spaceship. Meanwhile, thousands of kilometers away in the void above Planet TV, a circular spacecraft, identical in model to Frieza's mothership, began to accelerate, veering away from TV. King Cooler, the life signs of Lord Frieza have vanished. When an alien reported this, a collective gasp resonated throughout the ship. What? Lord Frieza is dead? Is the Super Saiyan truly that formidable? At that moment, an egg-shaped spacecraft drifted before them. A voice, reminiscent of Frieza's, emerged from this vessel. Silence. That fool Frieza remains forever naive. He has already suffered at the hands of the Saiyans before, yet he has failed to learn from his past mistakes. This is all his doing. Upon witnessing the individuals aboard the egg-shaped spacecraft, the extraterrestrial beings present fell to their knees. For seated within that vessel was none other than their master, the cosmic overlord Frieza's elder brother, Cooler. In Chapter 38, titled New Choices, the target is Broly, a diminutive figure with a blue visage, purple skin, and white hair addressed Cooler. Lord Cooler, should we not proceed to investigate? Lord Frieza may yet live, after all. He had no reason to perish last time. Frieza must pay for his folly. Cooler interjected, Zaviza, we are returning. The subordinate, known as Zaviza, hesitated momentarily before nodding in acquiescence. Yes, my lord. although Cooler exhibited a temperament far more amiable than the capricious and brutal Frieza. This did not imply that his commands were open to defiance. Upon hearing Cooler's decree, the crew aboard the ship promptly busied themselves, maneuvering the vessel to turn back towards Cooler's dominion. However, they remained oblivious to the fact that their leader, Cooler, was currently wearing a grim expression, his countenance drawn long with unease. In truth, Cooler's reluctance to direct the ship towards Frieza was not born from a desire to abandon him to his fate, but rather from fear. An adversary capable of surviving in the cosmos and effortlessly vanquishing Frieza was likely a foe even Cooler could not contend with. He dared not approach, fearing that the one who had slain Frieza had yet to depart, nor could he linger, apprehensive that they might take notice of their presence. The notion that Cooler, a figure of great renown, would flee in terror was something he had never envisioned. This overwhelming sense of humiliation compelled Cooler to resolve within himself, "Curse be it. My Ice Demon clan is the mightiest in the universe. Saiyans, you shall await my return. I, Cooler, shall transcend the limits of my Ice Demon lineage. The day I achieve my fourth transformation shall be the day we meet again. On that occasion, I shall defend the honor of my Ice Demon clan in Frieza's stead." At that moment, Lin Chen had returned to Planet Vegeta, sharing his observations with King Vegeta and the others. While they lamented the demise of Queen Hannah and the others, they rejoiced at Lin Chen's complete annihilation of Frieza. "Your Majesty Linkus, with Frieza's death, the threat we face has diminished significantly. I propose we seize the opportunity to act decisively," King Vegeta suggested. "What do you intend to do?" Lin Chen inquired. "Do you still harbor ambitions of conquering the cosmos?" "Certainly not." King Vegeta shook his head hastily. Having spent considerable time with Lin Chen, he understood that this monarch was entirely different from the Saiyans of yore. Although he harbored ambitions, they were of a nature distinct from the ruthless aspirations of Frieza. Lin Chen had repeatedly conveyed to all, including King Vegeta, that the future of the Saiyans must not tread the same path of conquest and destruction through violence as before. Thus, King Vegeta proposed, "Your Majesty Lin Chen. With Frieza now deceased, his subordinates are bound to crumble. Frieza once dominated and controlled hundreds of planets, and the inhabitants of those worlds, much like a Saiyans, were subjugated under his rule. Since you aspire for a Saiyans to become a force for justice, shall we not endeavor to liberate those planets? Liberate the planets?" Lin Chen was contemplating the words of King Vegeta when suddenly a voice echoed in his mind. Ding! A new choice has been detected for the host. Triggering the ultimate choice system. Choice 1. Liberate territories of the Frieza army exceeding 70. Reward: 50 vials of Frost Demon Serum. Choice 2. Liberate territories of the Frieza army exceeding 70, as well as territories of the Cooler army exceeding 50. Reward: 20 vials of Frost Demon Serum and 1 tube of 100 cell reagent. Choice 3. Liberate the Southern Galaxy, controlled by the legendary Super Saiyan. Reward: 1 experience card for the legendary Super Saiyan Form 2. This mission allows only one selection, and multiple choices are prohibited. Upon seeing the choices triggered, Lin Chen immediately gestured for King Vegeta to wait, expressing his need to deliberate. He then began to examine the 3 options presented by the system. Among the rewards, there were several items Lin Chen had never encountered before and needed to confirm. System: what is the Frost Demon Serum? Ding. Responding to the host. The Frost Demon Serum can transform any intelligent species into a Frost Demon. Note: this Frost Demon is the original Frost Demon, not a mutated form like that of the Frieza clan. The original Frost Demon? Does that mean it resembles Frieza's ancestor, Chilled? Lin Chen recalled the frozen demons, seemingly devoid of the transformation abilities possessed by Frieza and his ilk, resulting in a relatively modest combat power, likely exceeding 400,000. Thus, this serum appeared somewhat superfluous for the Saiyans. However, should Lin Chen aspire to recruit extraterrestrial beings from other races as subordinates in the future, this serum could indeed prove beneficial. Nevertheless, in comparison to the frozen demon serum, Lin Chen's greater intrigue lay with the selection of the legendary Super Saiyan 2 Transformation Experience card. System: what purpose does this experience card serve? Ding. In response to the host, the experience card enables the host to transform into the legendary Super Saiyan 2 form for a duration of 1 hour. The legendary Super Saiyan 2 form? Now, that piqued his interest considerably. Lin Chen was acutely aware that the legendary Super Saiyan referred to by the system was indeed the transformation he had yet to master. This transformation was a unique ability possessed solely by individuals like Lin Chen and Broly, who bore the essence of the legendary Super Saiyan within them. The legendary Super Saiyan 2 represented an even more formidable evolution of this transformation. In the original narrative, the mere form of the legendary Super Saiyan already held nearly boundless power, and the prospect of further transformation was something Lin Chen had never even contemplated. The fact that he could potentially experience an even more potent change, despite not yet mastering the legendary Super Saiyan form, stirred a palpable excitement within him. Both Option 1 and Option 2 promised to enhance Lin Chen's power, yet Option 3 merely offered a fleeting experience of increased strength for 1 hour. Which path should he choose? Upon reflection, Lin Chen suddenly realized something intriguing. The liberation of the South Galaxy, controlled by the legendary Super Saiyan? Wait a moment. Did this choice not echo the plot from the Dragon Ball film? In that movie, the legendary Super Saiyan was none other than an alternate version of Broly. Having lived in this world for some time, Lin Chen understood that this world's Broly was the one from Dragon Ball Super. If that were the case, why did the mission suggest he eliminate another Broly? What was the meaning of this? He queried the system. What is the name of the legendary Super Saiyan mentioned in Option 3? Ding. Replying to the host, the individual is named Broly. It truly was. But wait, system, isn't Broly on Earth? How could he possibly be in the South Galaxy? At this moment, Lin Chen was truly filled with questions. Chapter 39, Decision. Preparations before entering the parallel universe. Ding. Responding to the host, the target is Broly from the parallel universe, not from the host's current timeline. Upon hearing the system's response, Lin Chen was taken aback. So it was Broly from a parallel universe? It was fortunate that he had inquired, otherwise, how could he have completed this choice? Lin Chen understood that the Dragon Ball universe is, in fact, an immensely vast realm. This world encompasses the concept of multiple universes, totaling 12 distinct universes in its entirety. In the universe where Lin Chen resides, it is but one of the 12 multiverses. The relationships among these different universes resemble that of disparate nations, exhibiting considerable distinctions. Take the Saiyans as an example. In Lin Chen's universe, the Saiyans are originally a warlike and brutal race. However, in another universe, they may be a group of peace-loving individuals. In a third universe, the Saiyan race might not even exist at all. Furthermore, Lin Chen understands that within this multiverse, there exists a concept of parallel timelines. A parallel timeline refers to worlds that are similar yet distinct, born from certain circumstances within a single universe. For instance, Lin Chen is acutely aware that the world he currently inhabits is undoubtedly a parallel timeline of a particular universe. His presence has altered the fate of the Saiyan homeworld, Planet Vegeta, allowing it to escape the destruction wrought by Frieza. Aside from this world, there exists another realm that Lin Chen has yet to traverse in this world. Due to his non-existence, Planet Vegeta meets the same catastrophic fate as depicted in the original narrative at the hands of Frieza. Now, the system has assigned Lin Chen a task to venture into a parallel timeline to confront another Broly. The dilemma lies in how Lin Chen is to reach the parallel timeline specified by the system. System, how am I to accomplish the third choice? Lin Chen inquired. Will you transport me to that parallel timeline? Ding. In response to the host, you must devise a means to complete the task independently. However, the system can provide a hint. There exists a method to access the desired timeline within this universe. System, then I choose Option 3. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Chen could no longer suppress his curiosity and opted for what appeared to be the most challenging choice. After all, the frozen demon serum offered by Options 1 and 2 would provide little assistance, given that his subordinates predominantly consist of Saiyans. Conversely, he was eager to explore the legendary Super Saiyan 2 transformation experience card and discover its true nature. Ding. The host has made a selection. Please endeavor to complete the task expeditiously. Due to the considerable difficulty of this mission, the time frame has been extended to 3 years. Having confirmed his new objectives, Lin Chen issued fresh commands to King Vegeta and his compatriots. From this day forth, the Saiyans shall commence their assaults on the territories formerly held by the Frieza force, liberating the planets that had long suffered under Frieza's dominion. Although such actions may not yield any systematic rewards, the attacks on Frieza's domains will allow the Saiyans to accrue valuable combat experience. The lesson learned from Hanasia has made it clear that sheer power is not always sufficient. 5 years of peace have dulled the memories of many Saiyans regarding the harsh realities of battle. While the Saiyan Legion embarks on their offensive endeavors, Lin Chen returned to Earth. This time, the system task is set for a duration of 3 years. Thus, Lin Chen intends to prioritize the resurrection of Hanasia and the others. Upon his arrival on Earth, Lin Chen first visited Master Rashi's abode. Upon his return, he witnessed Master Rashi instructing Tais and Bulma in martial arts. Master Rashi, Tais, Bulma, Lin Chen greeted and playfully exchanged banter with ties, before directly stating his purpose. You seek this orb of mine. I have devoted many years to its study, yet I remain utterly perplexed by its nature. The turtle hermit, with a look of curiosity, lifted the Dragon Ball that hung before his neck. Indeed, this object is known as the Dragon Ball. There are 7 in total, and when gathered, they can grant a single wish. What? Such marvel! The turtle hermit exclaimed, yet he willingly passed the Dragon Ball to Lin Chen. You possess such strength already. Your need for this artifact suggests an urgent matter at hand. Here, take it. Thank you, Master Wu Tian. Lin Chen took the Dragon Ball, and, after bidding farewell to the 3, instantly teleported to another location. However, after his departure, a flicker of intrigue passed through Bulma's eyes. Could it be that the dragon Lin Chen spoke of was indeed real? Having taken Master Roshi's Dragon Ball, Lin Chen next arrived at Baozi Mountain. There, the solitary little Goku was hunting outside. Lin Chen quietly muttered an apology before taking his 4-star ball. Shortly thereafter, he made his way to the Heavenly Temple. Brother Links. The first to greet Lin Chen was Broly, who had been living there for over a year, dressed in attire akin to that of a deity. His stature had noticeably increased, making him almost unrecognizable to Lin Chen. Ah, Broly. Upon seeing the amiable Broly, who appeared as a completely different person, Lin Chen couldn't help but reflect on his current mission that required him to confront the very Broly standing before him. He felt a surge of pride, realizing he had managed to transform Broly into such a version. How are you faring here, Broly? Absolutely splendid. I owe it all to Brother Links for bringing me here. Every day, I get to learn an array of new knowledge alongside Mr. Bobo and the gods. Broly responded. Lin Chen smiled, and then looked up at the approaching celestial being. After exchanging greetings, Lin Chen articulated his intentions. Celestial being, I have come this time in hopes that you might assist me in locating the remaining Dragon Balls. I currently possess 2 of them. Lin Chen presented the 2 Dragon Balls he had gathered. The celestial being glanced at them and remarked, Mr. Lin Chen, I believe I have previously mentioned to you that you are unaware of the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls. Am I not correct? Lin Chen interrupted the words of the celestial being. Celestial, grant me this one favor, and I shall take you to behold your homeland. The planet Mike? The celestial being's eyes widened in astonishment. During Lin Chen's previous journey with Broly, the celestial had already come to realize his true identity as an extraterrestrial being from another world. As an orphan of the cosmos, he had long yearned to return to his birthplace. However, the celestial's expression quickly shifted to one of concern as he furrowed his brow and replied, No. I am the celestial of Earth. I cannot be away from this divine temple for too long. Lin Chen promptly assured, Rest assured, it will not take long. I shall teleport you to Namek in an instant. At that moment, the deity was thoroughly captivated. If it were merely a matter of hours, there would indeed be no significant issue. Thus, driven by his yearning to return home, the deity ceased to feign indifference and immediately instructed Mr. Popo to collect the remaining Dragon Balls. Chapter 40, Resurrection, the Dragon of 2 Planets. Is this truly Namek? Upon his first glimpse of the ancestral land of Namek, the deity could not suppress a tremor coursing through his body. A profound sense of familiarity emanated from the depths of his soul, compelling him to draw in a deep breath. Even the air seemed imbued with a familiar fragrance. Come, Divine One, I shall escort you to meet the Grand Elder. Lin Chen gently patted the shoulder of the celestial being, then led him towards the residence of the Grand Elder. Shortly thereafter, the celestial encountered for the first time. Aside from the formidable demon King Piccolo, another Namekian, awaiting their arrival was Nilu, the Grand Elder Esgard. He bowed to Lin Chen and said, It has been a long time, Mr. Lin Chen. The Grand Elder has instructed me to welcome the prodigal Namekian back home. What followed was a harmonious scene of reunion, where the Celestial learned from the Grand Elder that he was the child of a Namekian named Kadas, who had sent him to Earth during a catastrophic climatic disaster on Namek. Throughout this exchange, Lin Chen remained quietly observant. After the Celestial and the Grand Elder reminisced, the Grand Elder turned to Lin Chen and inquired, Mr. Lin Chen, have you come this time for the Dragon Balls? Indeed, Grand Elder. I wish to use the Dragon Balls to make a wish. Will I need to undergo the trials once more? Lin Chen replied, Haha, Mr. Lin Chen. The Dragon Balls of Namek are always at your disposal. The Grand Elder possessed a degree of prophetic ability and had previously foreseen that Lin Chen might aid the Namekians. Moreover, over time, he observed that with each encounter, Lin Chen had grown significantly stronger. Cultivating a relationship with such a powerful figure was deemed worthwhile by the Grand Elder. With the Grand Elder's permission, Lin Chen swiftly gathered all 7 Dragon Balls from the various Namekian villages across the planet, utilizing his instantaneous movement. Once the 7 Dragon Balls of Namek had been assembled, the Celestial produced the 7 Dragon Balls he had brought from Earth. Are these the Dragon Balls you created? You truly are an exceptional member of the Dragon Clan, the Grand Elder praised upon seeing the Earth's Dragon Balls. Thank you for your kind words, Grand Elder. Now, Lin Chen, shall we commence? Yes. Lin Chen nodded in affirmation. Dragon, arise. Grant my wish. The Celestial called out. Immediately, Nilo uttered the incantation to summon the dragon in Namekian. In the next moment, the sky of Namek plunged into darkness as all 14 Dragon Balls radiated a golden light. Subsequently, 2 dragons, one large and one small, emerged from the golden luminescence. The dragons from both Earth and Namek appeared simultaneously, a phenomenon that had never been witnessed in the original tale, unfolding before Lin Chen and the others. However, upon witnessing the spectacle, Lin Chen's first remark was, Celestial, your dragon is quite small. A bead of cold sweat trickled down the Celestial's forehead as he sheepishly responded, Indeed, I have much to improve compared to the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder chuckled softly, offering reassurance, Do not worry. Appearance is but a facade. What matters most is the power your dragon possesses, and that is commendable. Thank you, Grand Elder. The Celestial expressed his gratitude before turning to Lin Chen. Lin Chen, please state your wish. Lin Chen nodded and addressed Mr. Nairu, saying, Sir Nairu, for my first wish, I kindly request that the Dragon of Namek restore the planet TV. He then turned to the Dragon of Earth and added, Please revive the life that was extinguished on planet TV by Frieza. This was the reason Lin Chen summoned the dragons of 2 planets simultaneously. Lin Chen's intention to resurrect was not limited to just Hana. However, the Dragon of Namek could not bring multiple lives back at once. Therefore, to revive individuals, he had to rely on the Dragon of Earth. Yet, the Earth's dragon could grant only a single wish at a time, and to resurrect those from Tiwi's, he first needed to restore Tiwi's itself. Consequently, Lin Chen gathered Dragon Balls from both planets. Upon articulating his wish, the Dragon of Namek, Purunga, and the Dragon of Earth illuminated their eyes in succession. Purunga spoke first. Saiyan, your wish has been fulfilled. Tiwi's has been restored. Then, the Earth Dragon declared, Your wish has been granted, Saiyan. Thank you for allowing me to see my brethren once more. Farewell. With that, the Earth Dragon spiraled into the air, transforming back into 7 Dragon Balls, ready to disperse across the globe. However, since they were currently on Namek, Lin Chen was determined to prevent the Dragon Balls from scattering, as it would complicate their return to Earth. Thus, before the Dragon Balls could take flight, he leaped high and caught them all in one swift motion. At that moment, on Tiwi's, many individuals, including the once deceased Hana and several Saiyans, stood up in bewilderment. Frieza, Hana exclaimed upon being revived, only to realize she was on Tiwi's. How peculiar. Where are Frieza and the others? Nearby, several Saiyans who had also just come back to life gathered around her, inquiring about the recent events. Many of them distinctly remembered that they were meant to be dead. As Hana listened to their conversation, she too came to the startling realization that she had seemingly perished. The cunning Frieza had, when unable to defeat her, unleashed a devastating attack that destroyed Tiwi's. If that were the case, why were they all alive again? And how had Tiwi's been restored? While Hana and her companions were engulfed in confusion, other extraterrestrial beings on the planet hastily boarded nearby spaceships, fleeing into the cosmos. These individuals were combatants from Frieza's army. Previously, during their ambush on the Saiyans, they had landed on the planet but were subsequently annihilated alongside Tiwi's by Frieza. Now, having unexpectedly returned to life, they were unaware of the circumstances but recognized several Saiyans around them. Among them was a female Saiyan who had previously dealt a considerable blow to Frieza himself. Surely, they wouldn't wait around to be killed again, would they? Meanwhile, on Namek, Nera turned to Lin Chen and said, Mr. Lin Chen, your wish has been granted. What is your second wish? Lin Chen pondered for a moment and replied, I seem to have yet to decide. Lin Chen awkwardly chuckled. Upon hearing this, the deities present immediately collapsed to the ground. Chapter 41, The Survival Chronicles of Captain Jinyu. It is worth mentioning that Lin Chen's initial intention in summoning the dragon was to resurrect Hana and the others. However, due to the limitations of the Namekian dragon, which cannot resurrect multiple individuals at once, he was compelled to call upon the Earth's dragon as well. Yet, aside from the resurrection, Lin Chen had not contemplated any other wishes. What wish should he make? Lacking prior preparation, he had to think on the spot. I have it. Purunga. For my second wish, please fortify Planet Vegeta so that it cannot be easily destroyed by external forces. Lin Chen has taken to heart the lessons imparted by Hanasea. Even a Super Saiyan may find it too late to save a planet at times. Although Frieza has perished, the cosmos still harbors countless formidable and unknown adversaries. In the realm of Dragon Ball, the obliteration of a planet is a matter of great ease. Even a power level of merely tens of thousands possesses the capacity to annihilate a world. Lin Chen was not afraid of encountering formidable foes. Rather, he feared that in the future, someone might act with madness and, in his absence, launch a surprise attack on Planet Vegeta, obliterating the entire planet. That would be disastrous. This is quite straightforward, Palunga declared in a resounding voice, his eyes gleaming with intensity. Moments later, he continued, the second wish has been granted. Now, for your third and final wish, please speak it aloud. Lin Chen, please state your third wish, Nilo added. My third wish is to acquire the potential development technique akin to that of the Grand Elder. Lin Chen proclaimed with conviction. This ability had long been a source of envy for him, although the Grand Elder's potential enhancement was inferior to the capabilities of the future Old Kai. It remained exceedingly beneficial in the early stages. With this ability, Lin Chen could elevate the overall strength of the Saiyan race. This could be seen as compensation for his previous lack of options to augment his power. That wish is quite simple. As Palunga's eyes radiated a crimson glow once more, Lin Chen suddenly felt something melding into his mind. Subsequently, he witnessed the transformation of his personal attributes panel. Host, Lin Chen Battle Power, 1, 360. 000 Bloodline. Legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline Skills. Instant Transmission, Key Manipulation, Beginner Martial Arts Genius Talent, Beginner Potential Development Technique. Techniques, Planetary Destruction Sphere, Death Beam, Flame Rip Wave, Kamehameha. Afterimage Fist. Saiyan, all your wishes have been fulfilled. Farewell. With that, Palunga ascended into the sky, reconstituting himself into 7 Dragon Balls that scattered across Namek. The sky brightened once more, with resplendent sunlight bathing the land, casting a warm and serene aura. With his wishes realized, Lin Chen smiled contentedly and casually retrieved a spirit tree fruit from his system space, presenting it to Nilo. This is a fruit of the spirit tree. It can enhance battle power, but its greater purpose lies in strengthening the body's recovery of energy and mental fortitude. You should give it to the Grand Elder. It will help prolong his life, Lin Chen advised. Is that so? Thank you very much. Nilo expressed his gratitude. Lin Chen harbored an ominous premonition. He feared that he would soon find himself in need of the dragon from Namek once more. Consequently, he offered a spirit fruit to the elder, hoping to foster camaraderie among his peers. At the moment Lin Chen summoned the dragon to fulfill his desires, in a distant corner of the cosmos, a circular spacecraft descended upon a planet known as Kurd 001. As the name suggests, this location served as the stronghold of King Kurd, the father of Frieza. Upon the spacecraft's landing, it was immediately encircled by a group of extraterrestrials. Listen up. Step out for inspection. Despite the vessel bearing the insignia of Frieza's army, its arrival had gone unannounced, prompting the Kurd warriors to remain on high alert. Compared to Frieza's forces, the Kurd troops were notably more disciplined. Before long, the hatch of the spacecraft opened, and a purple figure emerged. Do not attack. I am Captain Jinyu of the Jinyu Force, under the command of Frieza. Captain Jinyu? The aliens momentarily appeared taken aback, but quickly recognized the illustrious name. Captain Jinyu, this is the domain of King Kurd. What brings you here? I have urgent news to deliver to King Kurd. Frieza has been slain, Jinyu declared with a grim countenance. Shortly thereafter, within the palace of King Kurd, who resembled Frieza in his second transformation, the dreadful tidings of his son's demise reached his ears. Enraged, King Kurd struggled to rein in the tumultuous energy surging within him. What? My son Frieza is dead? Feeling the air around him tremble, Jinyu fearfully knelt on one knee. Forgive me, King Kurd. Frieza was killed by a Saiyan, who appears to be the legendary Super Saiyan. King Kurd waved his hand dismissively. Super Saiyan? Preposterous. That is but a fable. It is no mere fable, my lord. We encountered 2 Super Saiyans, one of whom can even survive in a vacuum. It was that Saiyan who personally struck down Lord Frieza. And what of you? Frieza has fallen, yet you remain? King Kurd glared menacingly at Jinyu. My lord, I apologize. At the time, I was aboard Lord Frieza's ship. Their battle was beyond our capacity to intervene. However, I possess information. Jinyu intended to reveal to King Kurd the intelligence he had inadvertently overheard regarding the Dragon Balls. With all 7 Dragon Balls, they could resurrect Frieza. Yet, Before Jinyu could finish his sentence, a lethal beam pierced through his body. King Kurd, with a darkened expression, declared, "Since you are of no assistance to my son, what purpose does your continued existence serve?" Jinyu gasped, Kurd, as he lay on the ground, unable to fathom that he was to perish in such a manner. Though he initially sought to bring news to King Kurd regarding the resurrection of Frieza, and despite his unwavering loyalty to the Frost Demon clan, why? King Kurd departed without a backward glance, casting aside a command to his subordinates, "Burn that wretch's corpse. He disgusts me." A reptilian alien bowed respectfully before lifting Captain Jinyu's body and proceeded towards the royal palace, specifically to the cremation chamber. However, just as this extraterrestrial entered the incineration room with Jinyu's corpse, a sudden voice echoed within, "Exchange." A flash of purple light illuminated the chamber, only to be followed by an eerie calm. Moments later, the lizard-like alien emerged, yet his face bore the trademark smile of the former Captain Jinyu. "Heh. I shall not perish so easily." Author's note: this segment draws inspiration from the manga Super Dimension Brawl, Chapter 42, Captain Jinyu's Ambition. Days later, on planet Cooled 001. The world believed Captain Jinyu to be dead. Yet, unbeknownst to all, the soul of the fallen captain had been supplanted by an unknown extraterrestrial warrior. Meanwhile, the true Captain Jinyu found himself alone in a bar on the planet, drowning his sorrows in drink. The betrayal he faced after loyally delivering news to Cooled, only to be ruthlessly slain, left him in turmoil. For so long, he took pride in being a member of Frieza's army, never anticipating that his pride and loyalty would nearly cost him his life. Accursed King Cooled, I have devoted myself to your Frost Demon clan with utmost dedication. And this is how you repay me? Were it not for my ability to exchange bodies, I would have perished long ago. The true fool is your dim-witted son, Frieza, yet you place the blame upon me. In a fit of rage, Jinyu smashed the table before him, but at that moment, a burly extraterrestrial approached and lifted him effortlessly into the air. "Hey, you dare to destroy the bar's property? Hand over your money, or face dire consequences." Uffed. Jinyu disdainfully spat at the assailant, oblivious to the fact that he was no longer the formidable Captain Jinyu of old, boasting a battle power of 120,000. The alien before him, equipped with a battle power detector, scoffed as it emitted a series of beeps. "Ha ha ha, a fool with a mere 5,000 battle power dares to act tough." Having spoken, the other party grasped Jinyu's head and made his way toward the back alley of the bar. The patrons within the establishment, however, were not taken aback by this sight. They were in the domain of King Kurd. Here, the law of the jungle prevailed, survival of the fittest, where the strong held dominion. Yet, moments later, a voice echoed through the back alley. "Exchange." A flash of violet light swiftly passed. Shortly thereafter, the previously robust extraterrestrial emerged from the alley, but within him, Jinyu's soul had taken residence. A combat power of merely 10,000? Such paltry strength renders one utterly useless. Jinyu disdainfully spat. Simultaneously, a thought began to burgeon within him due to this conflict. "I cannot continue like this. I require a more formidable body. I must grow stronger. I shall no longer allow my life to be dictated by others." Suddenly, Jinyu froze in place, his gaze fixated upon a towering statue before him. This statue was none other than that of King Kurd himself. Jinyu's eyes gradually turned cold, and a sinister smile crept across his face. "Ha ha ha, how could I have forgotten? The best body for me is right before my eyes. King Kurd, you have betrayed and humiliated me. It is only fitting that I seize your body." Ha ha ha. Not long after, mysterious attacks erupted on planet Kurd 001, causing a stir among its inhabitants. Skilled members of the Kurd Legion were being ambushed and slain in increasing numbers. The nature of these attacks was particularly bizarre. The deceased bore no signs of struggle, indicating they had been killed at close range. With each passing day, as the number of casualties rose and the combat power of the victims escalated, panic gripped the entirety of planet Kurd 001. King Kurd, already incensed by the death of his son, was further enraged upon learning of these events. A pack of useless fools. The invader must possess formidable combat power, utilize the detectors to locate him. Yes, under King Kurd's orders, the entire Kurd Legion mobilized to conduct a widespread manhunt for suspicious individuals. Anyone not affiliated with the Kurd Legion and possessing a combat power exceeding 10,000 was apprehended as a suspect and subjected to interrogation. Despite these efforts, the culprit remained elusive. On this day, after receiving reports that the assailant was still at large, King Kurd erupted in fury, silencing his subordinates. I shall grant you 3 more days. If the perpetrator is not found within this time, you shall all pay the ultimate price. Why yes. As King Kurd's subordinates hurriedly departed, a personal guard suddenly returned. Your Majesty, I have something to report. The Kurdish king furrowed his brow slightly, then a smile graced his face. Very well. Do share your thoughts. The loyal guard stepped forward, glanced around at the attendants surrounding the room, and lowered his voice. My king, I believe I have discerned the true identity of the assassin. Oh, pray, enlighten me, the king responded. My lord, might I request that they step outside first? I wish to reveal the identity of this individual to you alone. Upon hearing this, the Kurdish king gently waved his hand. His attendants promptly formed a line and exited the room, closing the door behind them. Now, may we speak? Who is this assassin? The Kurdish king inquired. The assassin is none other than myself, the loyal guard declared, and in an instant, he lunged forward, hurling an energy blast at King Kurdish. Boom. The spot where the Kurdish king stood erupted into a massive explosion. The shockwave radiated outward, felt by everyone within the palace. The attendants outside were among the first to realize that the explosion had occurred in the very chamber of King Kurdish. They shouted frantically, attempting to open the door, only to find it had been locked from within. Quick, find a way to open the door. As the attendants scrambled in a flurry, the guard, now possessed by Captain Jinyu, charged into the thick smoke. Although he understood that an energy blast could not harm King Kurdish, he still pressed on. In the next moment, Jinyu found himself seized by the neck by the Kurdish king, who chuckled coldly. I never anticipated that my own loyal guard would turn out to be the assassin. What were you thinking, attempting to attack me? What was I thinking? Jinyu retorted with a sly grin. I merely wish to be closer to you. The expression on King Kurdish's face shifted dramatically. In the following instant, he witnessed the individual he had grasped suddenly open his mouth and cry out, Exchange. Upon hearing this word, a long-dead figure echoed in King Kurdish's mind. He vaguely recalled that his son had once mentioned this person. Dad, I've encountered someone quite remarkable lately. This individual belongs to a rare race in the universe, possessing no combat capabilities, yet capable of exchanging bodies with other life forms. Before I met this person, he had already exchanged bodies with dozens of beings. Who would have thought such fascinating entities existed in the cosmos? I intend to appoint him as captain and form a special task force. Gula commands the Gula Mech Army, and I too shall have a special operations unit. Oh, this sounds intriguing. What is this person's name? Jinyu. Jinyu. So, this individual is indeed Jinyu. Chapter 43. The All-Knowing Lord Zuno. Bang. Upon hearing the resounding cries of the king of the Kurds echoing through the chamber, the guards outside dared not delay any longer. They immediately unleashed a shockwave that shattered the door to the room. The king of the Kurds. As they burst into the chamber, they were met with the sight of the king gripping one of his personal guards. Alas, the guard's head hung limply to one side, clearly lifeless. You worthless imbeciles. He is the perpetrator behind the recent spate of attacks, the king of the Kurds exclaimed, discarding the corpse onto the floor. Clear the scene and incinerate that wretch. With that, he strode purposefully out of the room. Yes, your majesty, the assembled attendants knelt in deference, watching as the king departed. They then turned their gaze to the lifeless body on the ground, perplexed. How could this man, a personal guard, dare to lay hands on the king? Who knows? Perhaps he has lost his senses? To be a personal guard and yet remain oblivious to the terror of the king of the Kurds? What a fool. The attendants remained ignorant of the grim truth. The very king they spoke of was indeed the corpse lying on the floor. The figure who had just exited was, in fact, the formidable Jinyu, having seized the body of the king of the Kurds. Once Jinyu returned to the sanctum of the king, closing the door behind him. He could no longer contain his exuberant laughter. Ha ha ha. Power. I can feel the power coursing through me. Is this the physique of the ice demon race? The force within this body surges violently, as if it could erupt at any moment. The ice demons possess the ability to transform, like Frieza. The king has long suppressed his own might. If I were to transform, would I not become invincible? Suddenly, Jinyu regained his composure. No, I am not invincible yet. Even in my final form, I would likely still be no match for a Super Saiyan enhanced strength. I must grow stronger. This body has much potential yet to be unlocked. And that Dragon Ball, I shall use it for immortality, if I can attain everlasting life. Combined with this ice demon physique, I, Captain Jinyu, shall surely dominate the entire universe. Just wait, Saiyans. Once I surpass the limits of the ice demon race, I will come for you. The greatest emperor of the cosmos will be neither Frieza nor you Saiyans, But Jinyu. Jack, does that Zuno truly know everything? Of course. Lord Zuno is the most powerful in the universe. His knowledge may well surpass that of your dragon. As Jack navigated the spacecraft, he spoke with purpose. At that moment, Lin Chen and Tai Si were aboard Jack's ship, their destination a wondrous planet hidden within the cosmos. This extraordinary world was home to a remarkable being known as Zuno. According to Lin Chen's recollections, Zuno was a figure of boundless knowledge, possessing an understanding of all that exists. The reason Lin Chen sought out Zuno was to uncover the means of traversing parallel dimensions. Upon returning to Earth, Lin Chen had enlisted Tai Si's assistance to reach out to Jack, despite possessing the ability of instantaneous travel. He was unaware of Zuno's location and thus relied on Jack to guide them. Meanwhile, Tai Si, intrigued by the tales of Zuno, was eager to witness this cosmic entity for herself. What could be more fascinating than an all-knowing extraterrestrial? Initially, Bulma eagerly expressed her desire to join, but Lin Chen, aware of the young girl's true intentions, promptly declined her request. The planet Zuno lies quite distant from Earth, and after several hours of travel, the group began to lose their patience. Jack, how much longer until we arrive? Tai Si inquired with a hint of boredom. Is it still 2 hours? Jack estimated. What? 2 hours? This spaceship is incredibly slow. It is indeed more convenient for Lin Chen's instantaneous movement. Upon hearing Tai Si's words, Jack expressed his displeasure, saying, "Come on. This spacecraft was awarded to me by the Galactic King as a reward for my valor in the Battle of TV Star. It is something I secured with my very life." TV Star? I once heard Lin Chen inquire. So, Jekka, had you already passed away at that time? Pray, what is the realm beyond death like? To share your insights. Tai's inquired with curiosity. I don't know. Jack replied as he turned his head. Tai's hastily grasped his shoulder and asked, what? Do not be stingy. Do share with me, for I could incorporate it into my new book. Jack inquired curiously. A new book? Has the Galactic Patrol Jack reached its conclusion? It has indeed come to an end. Currently, my serialized work titled My Saiyan Boyfriend is topping the bestseller list for new releases, far surpassing the achievements of Galactic Patrol Gak. I shall say no more. As Jack turned away in a fit of pique, the dialogue between the two resembled a comedic skit. At long last, the planet of Zuno arrived. Much like Zuno himself, the planet Zuno was equally enchanting. It was modest in size, merely several times larger than Pluto, and its appearance was akin to a colossal wooden box encasing the celestial body. The surface of the planet was adorned with vibrant colors, predominantly featuring Zuno's palace. The palace exuded a distinctly Japanese architectural style, yet at its forefront stood an enormous escalator, lending an oddly peculiar aura to the entire structure. As the three individuals ascended the escalator to the corridor before the palace, they were confronted by a lengthy queue. No sooner had they steadied themselves than several extraterrestrial beings resembling samurais approached, each clutching a small notebook. Upon seeing these warriors, Tais inquired, what curious creatures? Which one of them is Zuno? We are not Zuno. We are the attendants serving Lord Zuno. The samurai-like aliens replied in unison. They then encircled Lin Chen, stating, Lord Zuno has informed us of uninvited guests arriving, hence our presence here to investigate. Uninvited guests? Tais questioned, perplexed. Indeed, Lord Zuno does not meet with those who lack an appointment, one of the attendants explained. Jack, why didn't you inform us of this? Tais exclaimed angrily at Jack, who, after several hours of travel, was now unable to secure an audience. Anyone in his position would be irate. Jack, taken aback, realized this was his inaugural visit to Zuno and the first time he had encountered such a regulation. At that moment, the attendant opened his notebook and remarked, if you wish to make an appointment now, the earliest available slot is in 5 years. Would you like to schedule one? 5 years? Jack responded awkwardly. I am a Galactic Patrol officer. Could we perhaps make an exception? Unthinkable. The attendant resolutely denied. What to do? Jack found himself at a loss. Simple. Lin Chen smiled and stepped forward. I have an appointment. Allow me to meet Lord Zuno. You? The attendant of Zuno hesitated for a moment, flipping through the ledger. What is your name? Let me check. Lin Chen. My Saiyan name is Linkus. Lin Chen. Linkus? The attendant examined the entries with scrutiny and, with a hint of regret, replied, I'm afraid you are not listed among the appointments. Before he could finish his sentence, a golden light suddenly illuminated the space before them. In the next instant, Lin Chen transformed into his Super Saiyan and unleashed a powerful energy wave down the corridor. How absurd. Planet Zuno is under the protection of Lord Zuno's formidable powers. You cannot inflict any harm upon it. With a thunderous roar, the energy wave struck a distant forest, piercing the ground and emerging from the opposite side of Planet Zuno. Witnessing this spectacle, all the guards and guests gaped in astonishment, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and awe. May I inquire if my name has been found? Yes. It's Lin Chen, correct? Please, come in. The guests who had been queuing immediately parted, creating a pathway for Lin Chen. Let us proceed. Lin Chen retained his golden-haired form as he strode deeper into the corridor. Tai-Si was about to follow but was halted by Jack. Tai-Si? Is that the Super Saiyan? Indeed. Isn't it magnificent? His hair can change to golden. Tai-Si responded with excitement. Lin Chen mentioned it could also turn yellow-green, red, and blue. With a glance at Jack, she added, "You're not considering apprehending him for the destruction he just caused, are you?" Jack quickly shook his head. Of course not. We are comrades, haha. Soon, they arrived at a grand hall deep within the edifice, where a figure resembling a Japanese samurai sat atop a bowl-shaped flying device. He was none other than the master of this planet, Lord Zuno. Besides Zuno, an attendant whispered urgently, clearly reporting the earlier events. As Lin Chen entered, Zuno's expression hardened. You are the one who brazenly breached the rules? Do you have any objections? Lin Chen inquired. Zuno, however, did not respond, instead gazing ahead with an air of mystery. At this moment, another attendant standing beside Zuno spoke up. Please present your tribute. In truth, Zuno's demands for tribute were minimal. A simple kiss could suffice to answer a question, and if the supplicant were a beauty, even more inquiries could be entertained. But Lin Chen, the esteemed Saiyan king, would never stoop to such trivialities. What is a tribute? This? Lin Chen raised a finger, condensing a planet-destroying bomb in his hand. This was one of Frieza's most formidable techniques, capable of annihilating an entire planet with ease. Understanding the gravity of this display, Zuno, a being of mysterious power, immediately recognized the threat and hurriedly nodded. Enough. Feel free to ask any number of questions, whether it be 1 or 3. As many as you desire. Lin Chen proclaimed with a flourish, effortlessly extinguishing his planet-destroying device. Now, listen closely. My inquiry is how one might traverse to a parallel dimension? Zuno cleared his throat and began to elucidate in a manner reminiscent of a sacred chant. To journey through parallel dimensions, one may employ the following methods. The first approach involves the use of a time machine. Theoretically, such machines do not exist. Each activation of a time machine effectively transports one to a parallel realm. The second method entails becoming a Kaioshin and utilizing the Kaioshin's specialized time rings. When the universe gives rise to divergent parallel dimensions, green time rings emerge. And wielding the corresponding ring allows access to various parallel realities. Before Zuno could finish, Lin Chen interjected, Hold on, Zuno. What I seek to know is the means to reach a specific parallel dimension. Lin Chen realized that perhaps his question was phrased incorrectly, as Zuno's response did not align with his inquiry. In the parallel universe I wish to visit, there exists a legendary Super Saiyan who has conquered the entirety of the southern galaxy. I yearn to discover the means to traverse to this realm. Zuno paused for a moment, and then surprisingly replied, Is the legendary Super Saiyan you speak of in that universe named Broly? You know of him? Lin Chen was instantly filled with astonishment and disbelief. He had not anticipated that Zuno would possess such knowledge. Of course I know, Zuno replied. My extensive erudition stems from a unique ability akin to a form of great prophecy. As long as something exists in this world, there is nothing I cannot discern. Impressive. Lin Chen felt a certain admiration for this rather comical individual. Can you answer the question I posed earlier? Certainly. To traverse the temporal realm you mentioned, there are 2 methods. The first involves seeking the assistance of the god of time, Kain. The god of time governs all parallel dimensions and possesses the ability to observe and freely enter any alternate timelines. However, it is worth noting that the god of time transcends all universes, existing independently of the overseer of all. Unless summoned by the god of time, it is impossible for mortals to encounter her. Lin Chen inquired, What about the second method? As Zuno began to speak, he suddenly seemed to falter, his body twitching uncontrollably. Zuno's guards, witnessing such a sight for the first time, rushed forward in alarm, but Zuno raised his hand to signal them to remain at a distance. The second method is to locate the Tamu Lpec metal. Tamu Lpec metal? What is that? Lin Chen asked. It is an exceedingly rare metal in the universe, also known as the metal of time. The time ring of the god of the universe is crafted from this very metal. By the way, this metal has become extinct in our universe. That is of no concern. I can summon the dragon to conjure it. Then what? Lin Chen continued to probe. Zuno replied, Possessing the metal of time is but the first step. Next, it must be taken to a place abundant in temporal energy, where the power of time can be infused into the metal. Before Lin Chen could inquire further, Zuno interjected, "A black hole is a place rich in temporal energy. Infusing the metal of time with temporal power involves casting it into a black hole. Is that really all there is to it?" Lin Chen frowned, finding the method rather dubious. Zuno nodded. Indeed, that would suffice. However, it should be noted that this process would merely open a gateway through time and space. It would not allow control over the destination. Suddenly, Zuno's expression turned grave. "My abilities inform me that if a Saiyan named Lin Kasi were to undertake this task, it would create a pathway to a specified realm." Chapter 45. Preparations for the journey to parallel dimensions. Me? Lin Chen was somewhat taken aback. Why was he able to unlock the path to the designated space? Hey, are you talking nonsense? My brother Lin Chen doesn't possess any superpowers. How could he possibly achieve such feats? Taisi exclaimed from the side. Zuno did not even cast her a glance. You have no offerings. Hence, you cannot pose questions. What? You fatso. Woo-woo. Before Taisi could finish her sentence, Jack covered her mouth. Please, Taisi is not Lin Chen. How can you speak to Lord Zuno in such a manner? Zuno remarked, if it is not a matter of sharing a name, then it must be you. You possess a unique power. As long as you carry the metal of time and journey to the black hole, you can unlock the path to the designated space. Could it be? Lin Chen's eyes narrowed slightly as he began to grasp Zuno's meaning. The special power that Zuno referred to likely pointed to the system within Lin Chen's body. In other words, as long as he held the metal of time and ventured to a certain black hole, his system could potentially assist him in traversing to another dimension where Broly resides. Is this what you imply, system? Lin Chen silently inquired within his mind. Ding. Responding to the host. The system prohibits disclosing relevant information until the new function's triggering conditions are met. Cannot say that it is a default, then. Lin Chen smiled and said, all right, I understand. Thank you. With that, he prepared to depart. However, just as he turned away, a thought struck him, and he asked, by the way, is there any way to swiftly attain power that rivals that of a destroyer? You have exhausted your opportunity for inquiries, Zuno replied habitually. But he soon noticed the energy orb glowing at Lin Chen's fingertips. The first method is to undergo angelic training. Such training can expedite your ascent in strength. As for the second method, it has vanished. Power is something that can only be cultivated through one's own efforts. There has never been a shortcut to greatness. Zuno closed his eyes, reflecting momentarily, then suddenly opened them, gazing intently at Lin Chen. No, if it were you, perhaps there exists a way to achieve instantaneous elevation. You truly are all-knowing, Lin Chen remarked. Lin Chen smiled and turned to Tai Si and the others, saying, let us depart. We shall return to Earth. As he watched the place where Lin Chen and his companions vanished, the omniscient Zuno finally exhaled a sigh of relief. His attendant, filled with indignation, inquired, Lord Zuno, what exactly is the origin of that Saiyan? Should we seek the Kaioshin to deal with him? Zuno replied, forget it. He is beyond our means to confront. Even the Kaioshin would be powerless. Subsequently, Zuno solemnly instructed his attendant to close the doors, declaring that they would temporarily decline visitors for the day. Upon returning from Zuno's star, Lin Chen began his preparations for this temporal journey. Although Zuno had mentioned that the time metal, tumulipes, no longer existed in this world, Lin Chen was aware that as long as he summoned the dragon, he would surely obtain a peace. However, the dragons of both planets had recently been summoned, and Lin Chen would have to wait a minimum of 130 days before he could make a wish to the dragon of Namek. While this wait seemed lengthy, it was fortuitous for Lin Chen, as he was about to venture into another parallel dimension. Although he had attained the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan, he could not guarantee a safe return. The forthcoming 130 days would be an opportune period for rigorous training. Thus, in the ensuing days, Lin Chen trained diligently between Earth and Vegeta. At times, he would labor in the 500 times gravity chamber on Earth, while at other moments, he would engage in combat training with Hanasea, honing his skills among Super Saiyans. Yet, despite such arduous training, Lin Chen felt it was still insufficient. After all, he was set to confront the legendary Super Saiyan Broly, who shared the same bloodline. This Broly, while resembling the one Lin Chen knew, was an entirely different entity. All of the negative emotions inherent to the Saiyan race were concentrated within him, and due to the adverse effects of his lineage. This Broly had lost his sanity long ago, driven solely by the instincts to fight and kill, in the tales Lin Chen was familiar with. When Son Goku and his allies united the strength of 4 Super Saiyans, they were still unable to vanquish the formidable Broly. Ultimately, It was only through the combined energy of all the Z fighters focused on Son Goku that they managed to defeat him, albeit with great difficulty. Lin Chen was acutely aware that, given his current state, confronting not only the 4 Super Saiyans led by Sun Wukong but even 4 Hanazias would prove to be quite a formidable challenge. If he could not swiftly augment his strength, the journey into the parallel dimension would likely yield dire consequences. Time was slipping away, and the day when the Dragon of Namek would be restored drew near. Yet, Lin Chen felt that he still fell short. While his combat prowess had indeed improved compared to over 100 days prior, the rate of his enhancement was woefully insufficient in light of the formidable challenges that lay ahead. Moreover, Hanasia, who inherently lacked talent in combat, was significantly weaker than Lin Chen. Training with her offered him little in terms of fresh insights. Perhaps, he contemplated, a battle against Broly from this world might prove beneficial. A sudden thought emerged in Lin Chen's mind. Although the formidable adversary he would face in the future was Broly from another realm, this world also possessed its own Broly. Engaging in combat with the Broly of this world might prove beneficial in preparing him for the Broly of the alternate dimension. With this in mind, Lin Chen promptly set off to the Temple of the Gods, where he encountered Broly and shared his story. Brother Lin Kex, do you wish to engage in a duel with me? Indeed, I may soon confront a powerful foe and seek to enhance my strength. Hanasia can no longer assist me, and thus, I thought of you. Lin Chen gazed at Broly before him with a sense of delight. Although Broly had suppressed his aura, rendering his battle power detectable at a mere 5,000 points on the combat power detector, Lin Chen's own system revealed a different truth. Broly's actual battle power had surged to an astounding 2 million. Lin Chen was acutely aware that since his birth, Broly had never engaged in training, yet he possessed an astounding battle power of 2 million. Truly, he was worthy of the legendary Super Saiyan lineage. However, Broly's Super Saiyan heritage differed somewhat from Lin Chen's. In the context of the Dragon Ball universe, Broly's lineage could be classified as the Super Saiyan bloodline from Dragon Ball Super, while Lin Chen's belonged to the Super Saiyan bloodline from the Dragon Ball Super Broly movie. In terms of battle power enhancement, Broly's bloodline was significantly more potent than Lin Chen's. Therefore, a confrontation with Broly would undoubtedly prove beneficial for Lin Chen. Yet, to Lin Chen's surprise, Broly expressed some reluctance upon understanding Lin Chen's intentions, stating, "Brother Linkus, I do not wish to fight, even with you." Lin Chen responded, "Broly, we are merely going to practice. Brother Linkus, have you forgotten why I initially came to Earth?" Lin Chen was momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, when Broly and he first arrived on Earth, it was to evade the ceaseless challenges posed by the Saiyans on Planet Vegeta. Yet now, Lin Chen found himself yearning for a confrontation with Broly, akin to those very Saiyans he sought to escape. "I apologize, Broly. I failed to consider your feelings." Realizing his mistake, Lin Chen quickly offered his apology. However, he soon found himself in a quandary if he could not engage in battle with Broly. How was he to enhance his own strength? Chapter 46. The enigmatic Mr. Popo. Lin Chen, if you seek to augment your power, I may possess a means to assist you. Just as Lin Chen was grappling with his dilemma, an unexpected voice resonated from beside him. Lin Chen turned his head to glance, only to find the deity speaking. "A deity? Can you assist me?" he inquired. "To be precise, it is not I who requires assistance, but rather Mr. Bobo," the deity replied with a smile. "Mr. Bobo?" Lin Chen turned his gaze towards the side, where Bobo stood, his expression nearly imperceptible. Could he truly offer assistance? Bobo's eyes, resembling copper coins, betrayed no emotion as he gazed at Lin Chen with an innocuous demeanor. "Since the divine has spoken thus," Bobo began, "I am willing to offer you some guidance." "How do you intend to impart this guidance, Mr. Bobo?" "I must mention, I have little time to spare." Lin Chen did not immediately decline. Although on the surface it seemed he truly did not understand what Mr. Bobo, with his mere few hundred units of combat power, could possibly teach him. He was well aware that Mr. Bobo was far from simple. Perhaps he indeed possessed insights that could enlighten him. "Mr. Bobo is likely aware of your capabilities. Conventional methods may prove futile for you. I intend to guide you in a different manner. As for the issue of time, shall I take you to a certain place?" Mr. Bobo inquired of the heavenly god. The heavenly god nodded and replied, "Mr. Bobo, do you wish to go there? Very well, you may escort Mr. Lin Chen." Understood. Meanwhile, Broly expressed his apologies to Lin Chen. "I'm sorry, Brother Lin Kex. I cannot assist you this time." "It's all right, Broly. You are a good child. Combat is truly not suited for you." To have a combat genius reduced to such a state, Lin Chen pondered whether it was a blessing or a curse. Nonetheless, for Broly, this existence was undoubtedly what he desired most. Subsequently, Lin Chen followed Mr. Bobo deeper into the heavenly god's temple. He trailed behind Mr. Bobo, winding through several corridors, gradually making his way to the temple's base. At this point, Lin Chen had already surmised the destination Mr. Bobo intended to take him. Are you leading me to the hyperbolic time chamber? You are familiar with the hyperbolic time chamber? Mr. Bobo turned back to ask, though his expression remained inscrutable. Indeed, I possess one myself. It is currently located on Planet Vegeta. The spirit time room belonging to Lin Chen now resides on Planet Vegeta, serving as a training ground for the promising young Saiyans. The gravity within the spirit time room is relatively insignificant compared to that of Planet Vegeta. Yet the vast emptiness poses a significant challenge to one's mental fortitude, making it an ideal environment for these budding Saiyans to cultivate their resolve. Upon learning that Lin Chen possessed a spirit time room, Mr. Bobo displayed a flicker of surprise, though he merely opened his mouth in astonishment without further comment. Leading the way ahead. After a considerable detour, the two arrived at the very bottom of the temple, standing before an imposing golden door. We have arrived, Bobo announced as he pushed open the door. Since you are familiar with the spirit time room, I shall refrain from elaborating. A year spent within is equivalent to a day outside. Our training here should not impede your schedule, correct? Not at all. Lin Chen replied with a smile as he stepped inside. Before long, they were met with a sweltering, low-pressure environment characterized by tenfold gravity within a vast white expanse. Wasting no time, Lin Chen promptly commenced his training under Bobo's guidance. It was only then that he truly comprehended the meaning behind the words of the Supreme Kai. Mr. Bobo intended to instruct Lin Chen in the mastery of energy control. Although you currently possess formidable strength, your application of this power is rather lacking, Mr. Bobo remarked. If you unleashed your full potential, would it not be quite simple for you to obliterate a planet? Indeed, Lin Chen nodded in agreement. This was precisely why he preferred to engage in practice battles with Hanasia exclusively on Planet Vegeta, as that planet had been reinforced by the dragon. Were they to spar elsewhere, a careless move could potentially result in the destruction of the planet. This is due to your inability to wield your power with finesse, Mr. Bobo explained. A true master, regardless of their cataclysmic strength, can prevent their power from endangering others. Lin Chen nodded in deep agreement. He recalled that in the narrative of Dragon Ball Super, the god of destruction, Beerus, had once engaged in conflict on Earth. With Beerus's formidable power, capable of obliterating planets with a mere snap of his fingers, one would expect significant damage. Yet, after a prolonged confrontation, Earth remained unscathed. In truth, as the saga of Dragon Ball progressed, some began to believe that the power hierarchy had collapsed. Unaware that these elite warriors had mastered the art of controlling their power with precision. The earlier instances of tearing the Earth asunder or piercing through planets were now easily avoided by these masters. Mr. Popo continued, I have heard from Broly that your training has predominantly emphasized strength and physicality. While this approach is indeed beneficial for short-term enhancement of power, mere strength and physique are insufficient for genuine advancement. Therefore, in the time to come, I shall teach you the mastery of Ki. You must pay close attention. Lin Chen nodded, realizing only after hearing those words why he had felt as though he had hit a plateau. It became clear that his control over Ki and the inability to synchronize with his own body and strength were the root of his struggles. It was akin to possessing a powerful weapon while being unable to wield it effectively due to a lack of coordination. Had he not heard Mr. Popo's insights today, he might still be oblivious to the true nature of his limitations. That brief exchange alone had made his time in the time chamber with Mr. Popo worthwhile. Yet, Lin Chen's astonishment did not end there. Mr. Popo then requested Lin Chen to transform into a Super Saiyan and engage in sparring with him in that state. Mr. Popo, are you certain? A single punch from me could be lethal. Lin Chen could not help but inquire. You may give it a try. Mr. Popo is quite formidable, he replied. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen recalled that in the original Dragon Ball tale, Mr. Popo indeed had experienced sparring with Super Saiyans, albeit against children, who were still Super Saiyans nonetheless. With this thought, Lin Chen smiled slightly. Very well, Mr. Popo, here I come. Whoosh. In the next instant, Lin Chen's figure appeared directly before Mr. Popo, his right fist aimed at Popo's face. Exercising caution, Lin Chen only exerted 50% of his strength. Yet his speed reached its zenith. Strangely, despite the apparent ferocity of Lin Chen's punch, Mr. Popo merely tilted his neck and effortlessly evaded the blow. What? Lin Chen exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 47. Breakthrough, comprehensive preparation here. Here, your punches lack decisiveness. And here, your movements are excessively redundant. True attacks must be clean and succinct. Additionally, here and here, you must restrain your ki during your strikes. With such a lackadaisical approach, the enemy may remain unscathed while you exhaust yourself. Master your inner self and attune to the ebb and flow of your breath. Indeed, Bobo's prowess is inscrutable, despite the absence of an overwhelming aura surrounding him. Even in his Super Saiyan state, Lin Chen finds himself unable to lay a finger on Mr. Bobo. Remarkably, as Mr. Bobo evades Lin Chen's strikes, he possesses the leisure to observe Lin Chen's movements and offer guidance. This composure is utterly maddening for Lin Chen. How on earth does he achieve such mastery? Lin Chen swept his foot, but Mr. Bobo effortlessly evaded the strike. Just as he was about to pursue further, Mr. Bobo raised his hand and said, "Mr. Lin Chen, your mind is in disarray. Pause for a moment and recalibrate your state of mind." Lin Chen gasped for breath, gazing at Bobo, and inquired, "Mr. Bobo, who exactly are you? Did you not claim to possess exceptional abilities?" Lin Chen observed Bobo and could not resist utilizing his system's capabilities. System, what is Mr. Bobo's combat power? Soon, Lin Chen beheld Mr. Bobo's attribute panel. Bobo, combat power, 1000. 1000? Are you jesting? With his own combat power exceeding 1 million in normal conditions, how could he possibly be outmatched by someone with merely 1000 combat power? At that moment, a flash of insight surged through Lin Chen's mind. "Mr. Bobo, could it be that you are an angel?" Angels serve as the masters, servants, attendants, and overseers of the destroyers. The strength exhibited by Mr. Bobo could only be rationalized if he were an angel, in Lin Chen's view. However, upon hearing this, Mr. Bobo's expression remained utterly unchanged. "Angel? What is that?" Upon witnessing the scene, Lin Chen refrained from further inquiries. If Mr. Bobo truly belonged to a celestial echelon, he must harbor some profound secret. Given Lin Chen's current capabilities, it would be prudent to avoid unnecessary provocation. Subsequently, under Bobo's guidance, Lin Chen diligently refined his mastery over energy, striving to achieve a state of effortless control, where he could wield it with grace and ease. Time flew by, and soon Lin Chen had spent nearly a year within the temporal chamber. Although his combat prowess had not undergone a dramatic transformation, the aura he exuded gradually evolved into something distinctly different. On this day, merely 1 day had passed since Lin Chen entered the temporal chamber. The divine hall remained as tranquil as ever, with Broly seated cross-legged at the edge, observing the mortal realm below. This ability was typically reserved for deities, yet Broly had surprisingly acquired it during his time in the divine hall. During moments of boredom, he would utilize this ability to gaze upon the lower realm, passing the time. Suddenly, Broly's expression shifted, and he stood up, murmuring to himself, "This energy, it belongs to Brother Linkus." Has he emerged? Indeed, shortly thereafter, Lin Chen and Mr. Bobo's figures appeared at the entrance of the hall. The arriving deities, upon sensing Lin Chen's aura, could not help but remark, "Your strength appears unchanged, yet your presence has grown notably more composed." Indeed, this transformation was largely thanks to Mr. Bobo. Lin Chen, after speaking, turned his head and bowed to Bobo. "Mr. Bobo, I am immensely grateful for your guidance throughout this past year. You still have a long journey ahead of you. Do not forget that strength does not equate to everything," Mr. Bobo replied. Indeed, Lin Chen nodded, bidding farewell to Broly before employing instant transmission to return to the lower realm, preparing for his final departure. At this moment, Lin Chen's attribute panel had undergone a transformation. Host, Lin Chen combat power, 1, 560, 000 bloodline. Legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline skills, instant transmission, basic martial arts genius talent, basic potential development technique, perfect mastery of ki. Techniques, planetary destruction sphere, death beam, flame rift wave, Kamehameha, afterimage fist, instant transmission Kamehameha. Over the course of a year, aside from a combat power increase of 300,000, Lin Chen's most significant achievement lay within his skills. The original mastery of ki had evolved into perfect mastery of ki. Although it was merely an addition of 2 words, Lin Chen understood that this subtle change had elevated his true strength by a remarkable 30%. Now, as the Dragon Balls on Namek were nearing restoration, it was time for Lin Chen to embark on this system mission. However, given that he would be traversing parallel universes, he was uncertain of the duration of his absence. Thus, some matters required careful arrangement. Whether concerning Tai Si and the others, or the situation on Planet Vegeta, Lin Chen needed to ensure everything was settled. Once all was in order, 3 days had elapsed. On Namek, as a low rumble echoed, dark clouds drifted across the horizon, plunging the previously unblemished sky into shadow. Subsequently, amid the thunder and lightning, the colossal form of Shinran Purunga emerged in the heavens. Gatherer of the Dragon Balls, state your wish. Purunga's voice resonated throughout the cosmos. Very well, Lin Chen, articulate your desire, Nara said to Lin Chen. Lin Chen nodded and articulated his desire. I wish to obtain the time metal, the Demerpes metal. After Nara translated Lin Chen's words, Purunga fell into a brief silence before responding. The time metal, the Demerpes metal, is a substance that can only be wielded by the Supreme Kai. What do you intend to do with it? Lin Chen replied, I have my own purposes. Cannot you conjure it? Purunga declared loudly. I can, but the time metal is a divine artifact. To acquire it, you must expend 3 wishes. 3 wishes? Very well. This time, during the summoning of the dragon, Lin Chen had no other desires apart from the time metal. 3 wishes it shall be. In the next moment, an unremarkable piece of silver metal materialized before Lin Chen. Although it appeared plain, upon grasping the metal, he suddenly felt an unusual force emanating from it. This force was peculiar, and Lin Chen, wary of prolonged contact, intended to cast the metal into his system space. However, just as the time metal was about to enter the space, it unexpectedly rebounded out. The time metal and Lin Chen's system space appeared to repel each other. Was it due to the incompatibility between the temporal energy within the metal and the system space? Lin Chen pondered for a moment before producing a box to place the metallic fragment inside, holding it in one hand. Naru, I am departing now for a distant realm. Should any urgent matters arise on Namek, you may reach out to Vegeta. With that, Lin Chen executed a technique of instant teleportation and vanished from Namek. Chapter 48. The new function of the system, acquiring temporal points. In the vast expanse of the universe, black holes are, in fact, rather commonplace. These entities, imperceptible to the naked eye, serve as traps scattered throughout the cosmos. Civilizations adept at traversing the universe meticulously mark them on their interstellar maps. Having secured the temporal metal, Lin Chen's next destination was Planet Vegeta. His stay there was brief. After confirming the location of the nearest black hole to Planet Vegeta, he utilized instant teleportation to arrive in the vicinity of this celestial anomaly. Even with his ability to transform into a Super Saiyan, Lin Chen could not withstand the formidable pull of a black hole. Thus, he emerged from teleportation at a considerable distance from it. As soon as he reappeared, Lin Chen transformed into a Super Saiyan, enveloping himself in an energy shield for protection. There it is, the black hole. With a slight attunement of his senses, Lin Chen discerned its presence. In one direction, he felt an absence of sensation entirely. A black hole attracts all matter, including energy. Therefore, once he identified a location devoid of any feeling, he knew he had pinpointed the black hole's location. After an hour of flight, Lin Chen began to perceive the astounding gravitational force of the black hole. Continuing further could lead to peril. Thus, he halted and, in accordance with Zuno's intelligence, retrieved the temporal metal. By casting the temporal metal into the black hole, he could potentially open a portal through time and space. Would my system be capable of controlling the destination of this portal? Lin Chen muttered softly, hesitating for a moment before casting the precious metallic shard towards the black hole. He hoped that Zuno had not deceived him. Otherwise, he would certainly make him pay dearly. Under Lin Chen's watchful gaze, the once rare metal, now a relic of the cosmos, drifted slowly into the depths of the black hole. Suddenly, a radiant and shimmering light erupted from the metallic piece, and Lin Chen witnessed the shard, which had originally retained its solid form, being contorted by an unseen force into bizarre, serpentine shapes. Moments later, it appeared as though the metal could no longer withstand the gravitational pull, shattering into fragments before vanishing entirely. Had that precious metal, which Lin Chen had acquired through 3 wishes, truly been lost in such a fleeting moment? As Lin Chen was about to unleash a torrent of curses upon the unreliable Zuno, he suddenly beheld a series of gaping crimson rifts, resembling enormous maws, emerging in the very spot where the metallic essence of time had vanished. These fissures expanded relentlessly, ultimately forming a vast opening large enough for Lin Chen to pass through. Could this be the gateway to the realms of time and space? As Lin Chen was still in the process of confirming, a voice resonated in his mind. Ding! The time-space portal has appeared, activating the time travel function. Please, host, expend time points to select your desired destination. Indeed, everything unfolded precisely as Zuno had described. When the time-space portal manifested, Lin Chen's system unexpectedly unveiled a new function. Moreover, according to the prompt, This novel feature enables Lin Chen to choose the world he wishes to traverse. However, what exactly are time points? Ding. Responding to the host. As you venture into the parallel timeline, there will be disturbances to the target time-space. To mitigate the impact of these disturbances, the system requires the consumption of a unique energy term time points. By rectifying the historical narrative of the current timeline, the host can accumulate time points. Lin Chen furrowed his brow. Correcting the history of the current timeline? What does this entail? However, this time the system offered no explanation, instead presenting Lin Chen with a countdown. Ding. Alerting the host. The newly emerged time portal remains unstable. Please consume the time points to confirm your destination within the hour, or the portal will close. Goodness. Upon seeing the countdown before him, Lin Chen instinctively scratched his head. This system truly revels in creating chaos. If I had known such a feature existed, wouldn't it have been prudent to inform me in advance? Now, I am given merely an hour. Where am I supposed to procure these time points? Wait a moment. Lin Chen's gaze suddenly sharpened, and in the next instant, he executed a technique of instantaneous movement, returning to Earth, to the temple of the Celestials. Within the temple, the celestial being was observing the next generation when he suddenly sensed the presence of Lin Chen approaching from behind. With a hint of surprise, he turned around and inquired, "Mr. Lin Chen, what brings you back once more?" Lin Chen waved his hand and said, "Let us not dwell on that, divine being. What about the Dragon Balls you received upon returning from Namek? The Dragon Balls? I have them safely stored away. My original intent in creating the Dragon Balls was to provide humanity with the motivation to realize their dreams. However, it seems that humanity... Enough of that. Divine being, please, hasten to bring forth the Dragon Balls," Lin Chen urged, his tone grave, startling even the divine being. Oh, the divine being, seeing the urgency, had no choice but to summon Mr. Popo to retrieve the Dragon Balls, though at this moment, they still appeared in their stone form. Lin Chen furrowed his brow and inquired, "Heavenly deity, could you enlighten me on the corresponding star ratings of these stones?" "Certainly," came the reply. "This one is a 1-star gem, this is a 2-star gem, and this is..." Lin Chen meticulously noted everything in his heart, then promptly gathered all the Dragon Balls and cast them into his own system space. "Heavenly deity, I shall send these Dragon Balls back to the lower realm. Farewell." With that, Lin Chen vanished once more before the heavenly deities. Observing Lin Chen's swift departure, the heavenly deity appeared somewhat bewildered and asked, "Mr. Bobo, what is Lin Chen attempting to do?" Mr. Bobo replied, "It seems Lin Chen intends to return the Dragon Balls to the lower realm." At that moment, atop the Baozi Mountain, Lin Chen materialized in Sun Wukong's abode. Once again, the place was deserted. Lin Chen did not linger. Retrieving the Stillstone 4-star ball from his system space and rolling it beneath Sun Wukong's bed. Subsequently, Lin Chen proceeded to the Turtle Hermit's residence, which was equally unoccupied. He also did not tarry there, simply placing the 3-star ball down before departing. Continuing to utilize his instant transmission, Lin Chen distributed several Dragon Balls to various locations, including the castle of the Bull Demon King. Once all 7 Dragon Balls were appropriately placed, a notification indeed appeared in Lin Chen's mind. Ding. Historical correction confirmed. Congratulations. Host, you have earned 1 point of time points. Lin Chen clenched his fist in triumph. The so-called historical correction merely entailed steering the course of this world back towards the original narrative of the Dragon Ball saga. Initially, due to the matters concerning Planet TV, Lin Chen had instructed the heavenly deity to confiscate all Dragon Balls from Earth, which risked preventing the Dragon Ball story from unfolding. However, now that Lin Chen had restored the 7 Dragon Balls to their rightful places, the narrative of the Dragon Ball world could potentially continue. Chapter 49. Traversing Time and Space. A familiar yet strange world utilizing instant transmission, Lin Chen found himself back before the time-space gate, with only half an hour having elapsed. Such intensive and rapid use of instant transmission was a novel experience for him. Consequently, upon his return, Lin Chen felt utterly exhausted, unable to suppress his heavy breathing. After a brief respite, he gazed at the unchanged time-space gate and inwardly inquired, "System, can I now ascertain the target of the time-space gate?" Ding. Host, please confirm the time-space you wish to traverse. Then allow me to access the time-space where I can fulfill selection 3. In the next instant, Lin Chen sensed a force emanating from within himself, striking the time-space gate. The crimson hue of the gate began to shift, transitioning from its original blood red to a deep blue. When the gate's color finally stabilized at a profound azure, the system issued another prompt. Ding. The time-space gate has been locked. Please proceed to traverse swiftly. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen prepared to set forth but suddenly recalled a crucial matter. Wait, system. How do I return after I cross over? This query needed to be clarified beforehand. Ding. Upon returning to the host, the time-space portal, after traversing, will leave behind coordinates at the original location. Should the host wish to return, it suffices to retrace their steps. However, upon reopening, the time-space portal will vanish, necessitating the expenditure of time points for subsequent use. I see. These time points are akin to a one-time round-trip ticket, are they not? With this thought in mind, Lin Chen hesitated no longer and plunged into the time-space portal. Here lies a realm within the cosmos. The specifics of time remain unknown. In what was initially an expanse of profound silence, a crimson rift suddenly emerged from a space that should have been devoid of all. This rift extended outward, ultimately solidifying into a rectangular portal ample enough for a person to traverse. Whoosh! A figure abruptly sprang forth, and immediately, the space portal that had materialized from the rift began to contract rapidly, transforming in the blink of an eye into a blood-red sphere nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Is this the parallel universe where another Broly exists? The figure emerging from the portal is none other than Lin Chen, who has journeyed through time and space. Gazing at the resplendent stars surrounding him, Lin Chen raised an eyebrow and promptly executed a technique of instantaneous movement, directing himself towards the coordinates of Planet Vegeta as etched in his memory. Upon arriving at the location where Planet Vegeta was situated in the original world, Lin Chen discovered, as anticipated, that the planet had been relocated by the Eternal Dragon. The space where Planet Vegeta once resided now lay shrouded in emptiness. This indeed is another world. Thus, it is time to seek out Broly. I recall that he is situated in the Southern Galaxy. In Lin Chen's recollections, the legendary tales of the Super Saiyans wreaking havoc unfolded in the Southern Galaxy. This narrative originally stemmed from the Dragon Ball movie, Burning. Fierce Fight. Super Battle. The film narrates events prior to the destruction of Planet Vegeta, where King Vegeta, fearing that Broly, the son of the Saiyan Paragus, would pose a threat to his kingdom, resolved to slay him. Unbeknownst to him, both Broly and Paragus survived, relying on Broly's strength to escape and journey to the Southern Galaxy. Thereafter, Paragus exploited Broly's power to ravage the Southern Galaxy and establish new Planet Vegeta, intent on exacting vengeance upon the remaining Saiyans, including Vegeta. Now, since the system requires Lin Chen to liberate the Southern Galaxy from the control of the legendary Super Saiyans, it is imperative for him to venture into the Southern Galaxy in search of Broly and his companions. After a moment of intense focus, Lin Chen suddenly found himself at a loss. Alas, where is the Southern Galaxy? Even in the original world, Lin Chen had never set foot in the Southern Galaxy, and his instantaneous movement could not be executed without knowledge of the destination's location. What to do now? Lin Chen scratched his head, and an idea struck him. In the next moment, he activated his instantaneous movement once more, this time with the destination set for Earth. He recalled that in the storyline, Paragus had made a special trip to Earth to exact revenge on Vegeta. If time permitted, perhaps he could join them on this journey. However, he pondered whether the timeline of this world had progressed to the point of the Super Battle Saga. If not, it would not pose a problem. Lin Chen could simply seek out the deity of this realm and request a passage to the underworld, from where he could then travel to King Kai's planet to ascertain the location of the South Galaxy. Upon his arrival on Earth, Lin Chen quickly discerned that this world was considerably more advanced than his original one. Due to his frequent visits to West City, he always opted to land there first when using instantaneous movement. As he appeared above West City, he noticed that it was far more prosperous than the one he was accustomed to. The city was adorned with numerous billboards he had never encountered before. This indicated that the timeline of this world had indeed advanced significantly beyond his own, suggesting that the events of the Dragon Ball saga had commenced. Yet, he remained uncertain about the exact year and the age. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Chen cleared his mind and began to sense the energy signatures across the planet. Soon, he identified several powerful auras, among which a few unmistakably belonged to Saiyans. One of them felt particularly familiar. Is that Vegeta? Indeed, Vegeta was present on Earth. And as there had been no battle yet, it could only mean that this timeline was set after the defeat of Frieza. However, he was curious whether they had already reached the point of the Super Battle Saga. With this thought in mind, Lin Chen activated his instantaneous movement once again and materialized near Vegeta's location. He found himself surrounded by a grove of cherry blossoms. The moment he appeared, his energy was detected by those present. Who is that? In the next instant, a group of individuals surrounded him. Upon seeing these familiar faces, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a wave of nostalgia. Vegeta, future Trunks, Gohan, Master Roshi, Bulma, Oolong, and others were all there. This timeline, indeed, was far ahead of his own. It seemed that the androids had already made their appearance. "Hello, everyone." Lin Chen waved and smiled at the crowd. However, his greeting did little to allay their suspicions. Vegeta fixed his gaze on Lin Chen, first scanning his battle suit, then resting his eyes on the tail coiled around his waist, exclaiming, "A Saiyan? You are a Saiyan?" "Yes, I am a Saiyan, named Linkus. You may also refer to me by my Earth name, Lin Chen." Chapter 50, A Different World. Without the realm of the Cell games impossible. Upon hearing Lin Chen's admission of being a Saiyan, Vegeta waved his hand dismissively. "The only Saiyans that exist in this world are myself, Kakarot, and our sons. There cannot be any others." Observing the disdainful expression on Vegeta's face, Lin Chen couldn't help but concede that the younger Vegeta, who once sought him out as a mentor, was far more endearing than the grown version before him. "You are partly correct, yet also mistaken. I am indeed not a Saiyan from your world. I hail from an alternate timeline." "An alternate timeline?" At this revelation, the gathered crowd paused, most unable to comprehend Lin Chen's words. However, one individual present was Bulma, the brilliant genius. She squeezed through the throng while cradling the infant Trunks in her arms. "An alternate timeline? Are you a Saiyan from another parallel universe, akin to Trunks?" "Bulma, step back. This individual is highly suspicious." Vegeta barked at the sight of his wife approaching Lin Chen. Trunks, equally anxious, chimed in, "Mom, please be careful. There's no need for alarm. He is unlikely to be lying." The Bulma of this world shared the same forthright demeanor as her counterpart from Lin Chen's realm. She reassured future Trunks, "Remember, Trunks, you are also from a parallel timeline, aren't you?" Upon hearing this, Trunks stood frozen in thought. It dawned on him that his mother was indeed correct. He was from a future that existed in a parallel timeline. Thus, the emergence of another Saiyan from an alternate dimension did not seem entirely implausible. "By the way, how did you arrive in our world? Do you possess a time machine as well?" Bulma continued her inquisitive probing. Lin Chen remarked, "I find myself here due to an unexpected turn of events, rather than through any time machine. My combat power detector happened to sense formidable individuals in this vicinity, prompting me to investigate. Little did I anticipate encountering all of you in this place. Observing the gathering, I discerned that you were celebrating a cherry blossom festival. And it seems I have arrived just prior to the unfolding of the epic battle that is soon to ensue. In the narrative of this intense confrontation, it is noteworthy that Paragus makes his appearance during a cherry blossom celebration. Lin Chen harbored suspicions that Paragus could appear at any moment. Hence he refrained from offering extensive explanations. Fortunately, the majority of those present, aside from Bulma, were either solely focused on training or preoccupied with culinary delights and beauty. Bulma, with her carefree disposition, noticed Lin Chen's reluctance to elaborate and did not press further. Consequently, the gathering soon ceased to dwell on Lin Chen's origins. In contrast, Gohan and the others warmly invited Lin Chen, the traveler from another dimension, to join their cherry blossom viewing party. Gohan even mentioned that he would introduce Lin Chen to his father once he arrived. As the cherry blossom festivities resumed, everyone reclined on the grass, engaging in karaoke. The proud Vegeta retreated to a secluded spot, leaning against a tree, eyes closed in contemplation. Everything unfolded just as Lin Chen remembered from the intense battles of the past. Aware that Paragus would soon arrive, Lin Chen chose not to seek out Broly immediately, opting instead to let the narrative progress organically. Moreover, conversing with these familiar figures was a rare and cherished experience for Lin Chen. After all, many of them had either yet to be born in his timeline or were still children, while Lin Chen felt most acquainted with them in their current ages. As Krillin began to sing, Lin Chen seized the opportunity to inquire about the circumstances of the Saiyans in this timeline, utilizing his curiosity about Earth. To his surprise, he discovered that this parallel universe diverged significantly from the Dragon Ball world he knew. If one were to consider the Dragon Ball original storyline as the primary world, then Lin Chen's own universe could be deemed a parallel realm. This world, akin to Lin Chen's, also represented a distinct parallel universe from the main narrative. Here, the Cell games had not transpired. Although the androids in Cell made their appearances, the story diverged after Cell absorbed Android 17, leading to a different trajectory from the Dragon Ball universe familiar to Lin Chen. In this realm, to defeat androids 17 and 18, Vegeta and Goku entered the hyperbolic time chamber, attaining powers that surpassed Super Saiyan. Consequently, when Cell transformed into his second form, Vegeta did not allow Cell to absorb Android 18 as he had in the primary world. Instead, he swiftly dispatched him. Thus, the narrative underwent a significant shift. Due to the absence of a perfected Cell, the Cell games did not occur, and humanity remained unaware of the existence of such a terrifying creature, allowing the world to maintain its peace, just as Lin Chen observed. So this was the case. After listening to Gohan's explanation, Lin Chen unraveled a mystery that had lingered in his mind. Previously, while watching the intense battles, he had found it perplexing that, although it was said that the timeline of the intense battles was set 10 days before the Cell games, with the grand showdown imminent and the formidable Cell awaiting them, why would Vegeta and the others venture so far to the South Galaxy, as the world teeters on the brink of its demise? One might wonder why individuals still queue to enroll their children in tutoring classes. The answer lies in the fact that Shrag has long since met his end. Trunks, your father is, in fact, the savior? Lin Chen could not help but inquire of Trunks, who, with his head bowed and cheeks flushed, found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, Bulma interjected with a smile. Even if he is the savior, he's a fellow who cannot carry a tune. Do you know why he keeps to himself? It's simply because he feels embarrassed, thinking he cannot sing as well as Krillin. Laughter erupted among the group. Bulma. Vegeta suddenly emerged from behind a cherry blossom tree, his expression one of ire. Just then, a shadow loomed overhead, and a colossal spaceship materialized before them. It has arrived. Lin Chen's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement, while the others rose to their feet, displaying expressions of vigilance. Trunks, is that ship up there? Gohan inquired. Indeed. It appears there is a Saiyan aboard. Trunks affirmed with a nod. Humph. What is going on today? Another Saiyan has emerged? Vegeta questioned with a restored air of arrogance. No, I am unfamiliar with this ship and the Saiyan aboard, Lin Chen replied. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, the vessel ultimately descended onto the grassy expanse not far from them. Soon after, a throng of extraterrestrial beings clad in purple armor emerged from the ship, hastening towards the group. Chapter 51. The legendary Super Saiyan arrives at New Vegeta. As these unidentified aliens charged toward them, everyone adopted a defensive stance. Only Vegeta bore a look of disdain, for he sensed that these beings were nothing more than weaklings. Indeed, this was the case. Beep, beep, beep. Under Lin Chen's battle power detector, the combat capabilities of these aliens hovered around a mere 1,000, merely foot soldiers. However, as they reached Vegeta, they all simultaneously knelt, exclaiming, "All hail Prince Vegeta." Vegeta inquired, "Who are you? What do you want?" "We have been searching for you, Prince Vegeta." A voice, somewhat familiar to Lin Chen, resounded as a Saiyan emerged from behind the aliens, none other than Paragus from this world. "You are a Saiyan?" Vegeta scoffed. "Indeed. I am Paragus." Paragus knelt before Vegeta. "Prince Vegeta, we have come specifically to welcome you as the king of New Vegeta." New Vegeta? Vegeta was taken aback momentarily. Paragus continued, "Yes. This is a new planet I have established. As you are aware, after our planet Vegeta was destroyed by Frieza, I have longed to rebuild it, restoring the glory of the mightiest warrior race, the Saiyans, throughout the universe. However, this endeavor cannot be accomplished without your leadership." Humph. Vegeta, upon hearing this, dismissed the notion with a wave and turned to leave. The glory of the Saiyans was a relic of the past, one in which he held no interest. Observing this, Paragus was compelled to play his second card, Prince Vegeta. Even if you are disinterested in rebuilding the Saiyan Empire, are you not intrigued by the legendary Super Saiyan? The legendary Super Saiyan? Vegeta halted in his tracks. Indeed, recently, a legendary Super Saiyan has emerged in the southern galaxy, possessing astonishing power and annihilating countless planets. Recently, several planets in proximity to the newly established New Vegeta have fallen victim to his assaults. If this continues, the hard-won New Vegeta may face imminent destruction. Your Majesty, as the king of the Saiyans, do you not wish to address this rebellious Saiyan? The legendary Super Saiyan? How intriguing. Vegeta turned, declaring, "Very well, I shall investigate." Observing Vegeta stride towards the spacecraft, Trunks immediately interjected, "Father, do not heed his words. What legendary Super Saiyan? Are we not already Super Saiyans?" "What?" Paragus was momentarily taken aback. Trunks suddenly unleashed his energy, transforming into his Super Saiyan form. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chen glanced at Trunks' combat power. Previously, Lin Chen had assessed their respective combat strengths using the system and noted that, despite existing in parallel universes, their power levels appeared remarkably similar. Even the formidable Vegeta possessed a base combat power of merely 1.5 million, akin to Lin Chen's own. This level of power had already reached that of the Cell Saga, underscoring that Lin Chen's earlier estimations of combat prowess were indeed accurate. In the authentic Dragon Ball universe, combat power is far less exaggerated than portrayed in the original narrative, where characters often boasted figures in the hundreds of millions or billions. As strength increases, the rate of combat power enhancement diminishes, much like Vegeta now, who, following the Android saga, retains the strength to defeat Cell's second form. Yet his base power rests around 1.5 million. Nevertheless, Lin Chen could not afford to relax just yet. After all, in this world, the power derived from transforming into a Super Saiyan remains beyond the system's detection. Lin Chen was apprehensive about the possibility that the combat power of the Super Saiyans in this world differed from that of his own. If that were the case, it would spell trouble. Fortunately, upon observing the combat power of Trunks revealed by the system scan, Lin Chen felt a wave of relief. 22 million. Trunks' base combat power was 1 million, indicating that his transformation into a Super Saiyan yielded a power increase consistent with Lin Chen's world, merely 20-fold. See? My father and I can both transform into Super Saiyans. So, what fearsome legend could the so-called legendary Super Saiyan possibly hold? Trunks exclaimed. Paragus gazed at Trunks in astonishment, then glanced at Vegeta, but quickly regained his composure. You must be Prince Trunks, of the royal lineage of King Vegeta. It is unfortunate. For while you indeed resemble the legendary Super Saiyan, you still fall short of the true legend, as far as I know. What? Vegeta interjected with a slight smile. Paragus. What do you mean by that? Your Majesty Vegeta, Paragus responded. The Super Saiyan wreaking havoc in the southern galaxy appears to be a warrior from our Saiyan legends. One who emerges only once in a millennium. He embodies destruction and knows only slaughter. I have heard the accounts of survivors who encountered him. The appearance of that Saiyan differs from that of Prince Trunks, and most importantly, the aura of the legendary Super Saiyan is yellow-green, not the golden aura of a prince. Fascinating. Paragus, prepare to head to new Planet Vegeta. I am eager to witness for myself what this so-called legendary Super Saiyan truly is. With that, Vegeta strode purposefully towards the spacecraft, no longer hesitating. Could this legendary Super Saiyan be stronger than Cell? He had become the invincible Super Vegeta of the universe, and there was nothing that could instill fear in him. Dad, Trunks attempted to persuade him further, but Paragus interjected. Your Highness, would you care to join us? Trunks hesitated. Just then, Lin Chen stepped forward. Trunks, let us go together. I too am intrigued by this legendary Super Saiyan. Mr. Lin Chen, you are a Saiyan? Paragus asked in surprise. Indeed, Lin Chen replied, crossing his arms. I am a wandering Saiyan, unsure if I would be welcomed. Of course, the newly established Saiyan kingdom welcomes every homeless Saiyan. Paragus chuckled. Thus, Lin Chen followed Vegeta aboard the spaceship. Concerned for Vegeta, Trunks felt compelled to join as well. Accompanying them were Master Roshi, who had drunkenly forced his way onto the vessel, and Gohan, Krillin, and Oolong, who inadvertently got caught up in Master Roshi's escapade. Chapter 52. Encounter with Broly. In the allure of the Super Bloodline, the new planet Vegeta is situated in the southern galaxy. Paragus' spacecraft, utilizing an unknown alien technology, made the journey from Earth to this destination in merely a day's time. On board, Paragus lavished praise upon Vegeta, his flattery reaching almost ludicrous heights. Master Roshi, unable to contain himself, remarked to Trunks, Trunks, this Paragus does not seem to be a good person. You must be cautious. Indeed, Trunks nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Lin Chen sat quietly in a corner, continuing to scrutinize various information regarding the innocent and naive Gohan. Gohan, who is stronger, Vegeta or your father Goku? After Cell was defeated, Uncle Vegeta has been eager to spar with Dad, but Dad has been too busy, so I am uncertain. Gohan pondered with a furrowed brow and a tilted head. Perhaps my father is slightly stronger? Although Uncle Vegeta did defeat Cell, does this mean Goku's combat power should be greater than Vegeta's? Lin Chen began to feel a sense of unease. As things currently stood, Vegeta was at least capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan at the second level. Given his present base battle power of 1.5 million, it was likely that Vegeta's ultimate strength surpassed even Lin Chen's own. Furthermore, Goku might have already attained the pinnacle of Super Saiyan power, suggesting that his prowess exceeded Vegeta's. Yet, despite these formidable capabilities, in the original narrative, they remained utterly powerless against Broly. Could such a formidable foe truly be vanquished by him? As Lin Chen pondered these thoughts, the familiar voice of the system echoed in his mind once more. Ding! The system detected the host's doubts regarding his own abilities. triggering the strongest choice. Option 1. Employ cunning strategy to defeat Broly and Paragus without allowing Broly to transform into the legendary Super Saiyan. Reward: Battle Power 1 million. Option 2. Collaborate with Goku and others to triumph over Broly. Reward: Battle Power 3 million. Option 3. Conquer Broly alone. Reward: Battle Power 5 million. A task based purely on battle power selection? Undoubtedly, Lin Chen would choose the option with the highest reward. System: I choose option 3. It is worth noting that option 1 was, in fact, the most effortless. Lin Chen had also contemplated a bloodless strategy, which involved swiftly subduing Paragus and seizing the controller from him, while ensuring Goku would not encounter Broly. If he accomplished these 3 tasks and waited a few days, a comet would collide with the new planet Vegeta. Although Broly would not perish, he would sustain severe injuries, and Paragus and his associates would descend into oblivion along with the comet, thus achieving the task with ease. As for option 2, it mirrored the original plot, wherein Goku and his 3 Super Saiyan companions, along with Piccolo, engaged in a fierce battle before ultimately defeating Broly. With Lin Chen's addition, their chances of victory would undoubtedly increase. Nevertheless, both option 1 and option 2 represented a form of cowardice in Lin Chen's eyes. As the king of the Saiyans, Lin Chen is destined to challenge even the gods in the future. Should he falter here, how could he muster the courage to confront the divine later? Moreover, though he may appear to be no match for Broly at present, Lin Chen is acutely aware that he possesses one last ultimate technique. Ding. Host has completed the selection. Please expedite the completion of the task. Wait, system, I would like to confirm. Does defeating Broly alone in a wheel battle count, or must I face him entirely by myself? This detail must be clarified, for if Goku unexpectedly intervenes with a few punches while I am engaged, it would jeopardize my ability to complete the task. Returning to the host, as long as you ensure that no one assists you during the confrontation, it counts as defeating Broly alone. The number of adversaries Broly has faced previously does not affect task completion. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen felt reassured. Shortly thereafter, the spaceship descended upon New Vegeta. Looking around, he beheld the scene of a planet in dire need of revival, with towering structures rising from the ruins. Numerous diminutive green aliens were busily transporting stones to erect new edifices. Yet, Lin Chen understood that this FAAD was a ruse orchestrated by Paragus to deceive Vegeta. Once the spaceship landed, Paragus and his entourage made their way to a distant palace. There, a ragtag army composed of villains from across the galaxy shouted Vegeta's name, welcoming his arrival. Amongst the throng, Lin Chen spotted his target, the Broly of this world, in stark contrast to the Broly from Lin Chen's own realm. This version appeared frail and weak, with a dispirited expression etched upon his face. However, Lin Chen was aware that this was merely a guise. Beneath Broly's calm exterior lay a heart brimming with brutality. Unlike the Broly from Lin Chen's world, this incarnation possessed only pure malevolence, devoid of any kindness. Your Majesty Vegeta, this is my son Broly. I hope you will promote him in the future, Paragus said with a sycophantic smile. Vegeta cast a cursory glance at Broly, showing little interest. Indeed, from Vegeta's perspective, the Broly before him exuded a presence weaker than that of Gohan. However, Lin Chen, utilizing his system, could discern that Broly's base combat power had already reached an astonishing 1.6 million, surpassing both Lin Chen and Vegeta. At present, Broly was being restrained by a power-suppressing device shaped like a headband, rendering him undetectable to Vegeta, who mistakenly perceived him as merely a weakling. Hello, I am Broly. Broly greeted politely. Vegeta nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded to advance into the palace. Just then, a soldier suddenly reported, Report. The legendary Super Saiyan has appeared on Mamacat Star. What? Vegeta halted his steps and declared, Let us depart at once. I must meet this legendary Super Saiyan. Broly, accompany me. The duo promptly made their way towards the palace exit. Observing this, Trunks attempted to interject with a few words of caution, but Vegeta swiftly retorted, If you are afraid, do not come. With Broly in tow, Vegeta exited the palace. Just as they were about to head towards the spacecraft, Broly, brushing past Lin Chen, suddenly came to a standstill. Broly? Paragus called out, noticing his son had not followed Vegeta. He then observed Broly's intense gaze fixated on Lin Chen, his expression gradually shifting. Lin Chen discerned the reason. It was Broly who sensed the legendary Saiyan bloodline coursing through his veins. Two individuals possessing the same lineage became acutely aware of the identical power dwelling within each other. The fabled Super Saiyan bloodline, a rare heritage appearing only once in a millennium, is, in truth, the true royal bloodline among the Saiyans. Yet, there can only be one sovereign, and Broly, endowed with the royal bloodline, instinctively harbored animosity towards Lin Chen. However, Lin Chen remained undaunted, fixing him with an impassive gaze. The atmosphere grew heavy with silence, as an almost imperceptible aura clashed between them. Chapter 53. A fateful encounter between Goku and Broly. Lin Chen and Broly locked eyes, and within their gaze, a flicker of electricity seemed to spark. Broly's expression grew increasingly grim, a hint of anger creeping into his countenance. "Who are you?" Broly asked through clenched teeth. "I am Lin Chen, though you may also refer to me as Lin Kex." "I am a Saiyan," Lin Chen replied. "Lin Kex?" The shared power coursing through their veins tugged at both of them. Broly, already prone to emotional volatility due to his transcendent bloodline, felt the surge of a similar lineage ignite his competitive spirit, threatening to spiral out of control. "Broly." Paragus, sensing Broly's shift in demeanor, rushed over, a controller glowing in his palm. "Broly, calm down." As Paragus moved, the headband on Broly's forehead flickered to life. Moments later, Broly regained his composure and darted after Vegeta. Once the spaceship ascended, Trunks immediately approached. "Mr. Lin Chen, that person seemed quite perilous." "Indeed, I sensed an aura of malevolence," Gohan added as he joined the conversation. "Will Vegeta be all right out there?" Krillin inquired, gazing at the now-vanished spacecraft. "Rest assured, Vegeta should be fine," Lin Chen assured him. "From what I observed, it appears that Broly only loses control in the presence of Son Goku, aside from his usual state. It truly baffles me why this young man harbors such animosity towards Son Goku. Was it merely the sound of Goku's cries in their childhood that instilled such a lifelong hatred?" Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of relief that when the system granted him the fusion of the super bloodline, it had eliminated the adverse effects associated with it. Although this meant his super bloodline was not as formidable as its original version, at least he need not worry about losing his sanity as easily as Broly did. After Vegeta and the others departed, Krillin and the others suggested taking a tour around the planet, and with nothing pressing on his agenda, Lin Chen joined them. On New Vegeta, despite the thriving scene near the royal palace, a mere flight away revealed the dilapidated remnants of an abandoned cosmic city. What could be the reason for establishing a Saiyan nation in such a desolate location? Krillin and Gohan were both perplexed. "Perhaps Paragus never intended to create a Saiyan state at all," Lin Chen remarked. "What?" Trunks exclaimed, his eyes widening. Just then, Krillin suddenly pointed towards a construction site in the distance of the abandoned city. "What is that place? It seems to be a mining site." "No, wait. It appears to be an energy plant. It seemed to draw energy from underground to supply the palace. No wonder that area alone flourished in vibrant greenery." At the construction site, many diminutive extraterrestrials were being enslaved under the watchful eyes of Paragus' subordinates. Familiar with the Dragon Ball narrative, Lin Chen recognized that these extraterrestrials were likely the indigenous inhabitants of the nearby Shamo star. They had been captured by Paragus to aid in the construction of New Vegeta. However, in truth, everything here was merely a fade, from the name of New Vegeta to the opulent palace. It was all a ruse to prolong Vegeta's stay on this planet for a few additional days. Lin Chen lifted his gaze towards the heavens. At this moment, although invisible to the naked eye, a comet was hurtling through the vastness of outer space, racing towards New Vegeta. In less than 2 days, this comet would collide with the planet, leading to the demise of all Saiyans beneath its catastrophic descent. This, indeed, was the true intention of Broly's father, Paragus. While Paragus could have directly commanded Broly to eliminate Vegeta and his allies, he chose a more convoluted approach. Driven by his fear of Broly's tremendous power and the possibility of losing control during battle. Alas, Paragus ultimately miscalculated, overlooking one pivotal individual, Bardock's son, Kakarot. Known to many as Goku, the very influence on Broly. As Lin Chen reminisced about the unfolding narrative, Gohan could no longer bear the plight of the Shamo aliens below and felt compelled to intervene. A group of warriors, possessing only a few thousand units of power, were no match for Gohan and his companions. At that moment, Goku, who had been tracking Broly's energy, instantaneously appeared at the scene. "Dad? Huh? Gohan? Krillin? What are you doing here? And who is this Saiyan?" Goku inquired, casting a curious glance at Lin Chen. "His name is Lin Chen. He is a Saiyan from another world," Gohan explained. "Another world? Oh." Goku responded, quickly accepting the explanation. "Hello, Lin Chen. You seem quite powerful. Perhaps we could spar sometime?" "Absolutely," Lin Chen replied with a smile. Meanwhile, Krillin and the others shook their heads. I'm sorry, Lin Chen. That's just how Goku is. He gets excited when he sees a strong opponent. It's fine. I, too, wish to test my strength against formidable warriors. By the way, Mr. Goku, are you tracking the legendary Super Saiyan? Eh? How did you know? Goku asked, intrigued. Because we are also in search of the legendary Super Saiyan. Gohan elaborated on their mission. Upon hearing Gohan's explanation, Goku furrowed his brow. I am indeed tracking the energy of the legendary Super Saiyan. Could it be that individual is Paragus? Just as Goku finished speaking, Paragus's voice resonated nearby. Ah, Kakarot, you have arrived. So, you are Paragus? The group turned to find Paragus accompanied by a cadre of lackeys, having come to investigate the commotion. Upon recognizing familiar faces, Paragus smiled. Indeed. How about we share a meal together? Kakarot, you are the spitting image of your father, Bardock. Sounds great. Sun Wukong possesses an utter inability to resist the allure of food. Consequently, the group ventured to the palace for a grand feast. During the meal, Sun Wukong disclosed to everyone that the aura he sensed was not that of Paragus. Just as doubts began to arise regarding whether the legendary Super Saiyan might indeed be another Saiyan they had yet to encounter, Vegeta returned from his quest to locate the fabled Super Saiyan. The now sated individuals eagerly approached him, inquiring if he had discovered any leads on the legendary figure. Ah, Vegeta, Kakarot, have you come specifically for me to eliminate you? Vegeta remarked, maintaining his usual demeanor. I am here to seek the legendary Super Saiyan. Then you've come in vain, for if the legendary Super Saiyan is found, it shall be I who brings about his demise. You may return. With that, Vegeta turned and departed. Sun Wukong chuckled. That guy Vegeta is putting on a tough act again. However, at that very moment, Sun Wukong suddenly froze. He turned his head and beheld Broly, who had followed Vegeta away from the spacecraft. The destined rivals had finally met once more. Chapter 54, The Rampage of the Legendary Super Saiyan Kakarot. Broly recognized Sun Wukong at a glance. In this world, both Broly and Sun Wukong were born on the same day, their incubation pods situated side by side. As a child, Sun Wukong had been frightened into tears by the overwhelming combat power emanating from Broly. Ironically, his cries instilled fear in Broly, leaving a profound shadow over him regarding Kakarot. Now, upon seeing Sun Wukong before him, Broly's aura surged uncontrollably. This overwhelming presence filled the air with immense pressure, putting those who could sense it on high alert. Is this the legendary Super Saiyan I have been pursuing? Sun Wukong swiftly identified Broly's aura. He had previously been commissioned by the King Kai to investigate the legendary Super Saiyan ravaging the southern galaxy. The residual energy he sensed on a recently obliterated planet was precisely that of Broly standing before him. Not good. Paragus exclaimed in alarm, hastily activating the control device in an attempt to calm Broly. Vegeta had not strayed far, and if he were to be disturbed, Paragus's plans would be irrevocably thwarted. Broly, calm down. Broly, Kakarot. The control device on Broly's forehead illuminated, temporarily suppressing the escalation of his power. However, Paragus was bewildered, although Broly's power had ceased to rise. It had not diminished either. What is happening? This is bad. Suddenly, Paragus erupted in alarm. During the day, when Broly encountered Lin Chen, he nearly lost control, although he was quickly subdued by the controller. However, it seemed that the device was already nearing its limits. Damn it, how could this happen at such a critical moment? Paragus, what are you doing? Vegeta, who had already departed, sensed Broly's overwhelming energy and rushed back. Upon seeing Broly emitting a golden aura reminiscent of a Super Saiyan, he was taken aback. Paragus, what has happened to Broly? Vegeta, Broly is the legendary Super Saiyan we have been searching for. Goku exclaimed. What? No, Vegeta. It's impossible for Broly to be a Super Saiyan. He is merely. Paragus attempted to argue, but Trunks flew in, asserting, Father, Mr. Goku speaks the truth. This Paragus is deceitful. Everything on this planet is a lie. The city over there lies in ruins. This man is full of falsehoods. You must be cautious, Father. Paragus faltered, and suddenly, Broly, who had been under his control, felt his energy surge once more. Kakarot. Broly's battle power erupted like a volcano, ascending rapidly. His hair transformed into a deep crimson hue. The ascended Super Saiyan, Lin Chen, sharing Broly's bloodline, immediately recognized the transformation. He had not anticipated that Paragus's controller would malfunction at this moment. The storyline, upon Lin Chen's arrival, seemed to take an unforeseen turn. The decisive battle, originally set for the following day, appeared to be imminent. With a resounding bang, the controller in Paragus's hand exploded, and despair washed over him. He had intended to conceal the truth, but now he relinquished all pretense. But how infuriating. Very well. Vegeta, you foolish simpleton, just like your father. Are you truly deceiving me? Indeed, Paragus exclaimed, casting aside his hand. This wretched planet holds nothing of value. Moreover, it is on the brink of destruction by a comet. My true intention is to claim your Earth as the stronghold for Broly and me, to dominate the entire universe. As long as you perish along with this planet, Broly and I will face no obstacles. Though the plan is changed, the outcome remains the same as long as you are dead. Go forth, Broly, without needing Paragus's command. Broly, with heavy strides, advanced towards Goku. Kakarot, Kakarot. Without the suppression of the controller, Broly's aura continued to swell, rapidly transforming him from a pseudo-Super Saiyan into the true form of a Super Saiyan. Although the headband controller on his forehead still exerted its influence, preventing his hair from turning golden and instead leaving it a bluish green, the intensity of his unleashed aura unmistakably declared him a Super Saiyan. Lin Chen observed that at this moment, Broly's combat power had reached an astounding 32 million, far surpassing his own. However, this level of strength paled in comparison to Vegeta, who had once vanquished Cell, the so-called legendary Super Saiyan. How laughable! With a cold snort, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan, his combat power skyrocketing to 30 million. Yet, this metamorphosis was not complete. His aura continued to surge. Suddenly, Vegeta's energy erupted like an explosion, unleashing an overwhelmingly powerful force that whipped up a fierce whirlwind, striking the faces of all present. Very well. Let me witness the true power of the legendary Super Saiyan. His combat power soared to 5 million. Lin Chen clenched his fists, feeling a twinge of envy within. Undoubtedly, Vegeta had mastered the second stage of the Super Saiyan transformation, which yielded a staggering 35-fold increase in combat power. While his base strength may not exceed Lin Chen's, Vegeta had already surpassed him through his transformation. It was no wonder that Vegeta remained confident even after witnessing Broly's transformation. Broly, your opponent is me, Vegeta shouted, darting towards Broly and delivering a fierce kick aimed at his neck. However, Broly appeared utterly unaffected, not even flinching as he continued his steady advance towards Goku. What? Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment. How could Broly remain unscathed after his full-force attack? What on earth was that guy made of? Meanwhile, Goku wore a serious expression. Broly had brushed off Vegeta's strike without a scratch? If that is the case, then bring it on. Kakarot. I am not Kakarot. I'm Son Goku. Seeing that Broly paid him no heed, Vegeta ascended into the sky and unleashed a powerful energy wave towards Broly, disregarding Goku who stood nearby. Vegeta. Stop. Boom. The energy wave struck Broly squarely, causing the space around them to tremble, yet the resulting shockwave sent everyone present hurtling backward. Haha. What so-called legendary Super Saiyan? I am the true legendary Super Saiyan. Vegeta, laughing maniacally, was about to direct his gaze toward Paragus, ready to deal with this audacious individual who had managed to confound him. However, his attention was suddenly drawn to the epicenter of the recent explosion. There stood Broly, unscathed and untouched. Chapter 55, The Terrifying Power of Legends. Just moments ago, Vegeta's fierce strike had created a deep crater in the ground, and the shockwave had nearly obliterated the nearby palace. Even Goku had to utilize instant transmission to temporarily retreat to a safer distance. Those farther away, including Lin Chen and others, had taken to the skies for safety. Yet, in stark contrast to the overwhelming force of that strike, Broly remained completely unharmed. His energy not only intact, but seemingly on the rise. How could this be? As he sensed the astonishing power radiating from Broly, Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief. Father, everyone, be cautious, Goku shouted, acutely aware of the transformation taking place within Broly. Cold sweat trickled down Lin Chen's face as he beheld the escalating combat prowess of Broly. 55 million, 60 million, 65 million, 70 million. With each surge in Broly's strength, the heavens trembled and the earth quaked. Simultaneously, a look of agony suddenly crossed Broly's countenance. Roar. Boom, boom, boom. Out of nowhere, a multitude of electric arcs manifested in the sky. These bolts pierced through the air, detonating mid-flight and fragmenting into countless streaks of lightning that cascaded downwards, striking the ground with tremendous force. Thunderous roars echoed as numerous henchmen of Paragus, who had rushed to the scene, were struck by these electric flashes and evaporated in an instant. Be careful, Goku shouted, shielding Gohan and the others from the oncoming bolts of lightning. With a vigorous sweep of his hand, Lin Chen dispersed a flash of lightning. Sun Wukong cast a glance at Lin Chen, whose sudden surge of energy had piqued his interest. However, the attention of the crowd quickly shifted to Broly. At that moment, the golden aura enveloping Broly began to transform, shifting from its original hue to a striking yellow-green. Vegeta recalled a statement made by Paragus upon their first encounter. The legendary Super Saiyan's aura is yellow-green. This individual was undeniably a Super Saiyan. Could he possibly undergo further transformation? Unfortunately for Vegeta, his thoughts were prescient. Kakarot, Kakarot. Broly suddenly roared like a wild beast, his muscles swelling dramatically. A brutal, tyrannical energy emanated from him, sweeping outward with ferocity. In the next instant, Broly's pupils lost their color, and a surge of yellow-green energy erupted violently. Soon, everyone present felt an overwhelming aura, chilling them to the bone. Ha! You are all doomed. No one can save you now. Broly, in his current state, was beyond control. He would not relent until the entire universe lay in ruins. Witnessing Broly's final transformation into the legendary Super Saiyan, Paragus exclaimed in despair. Broly's hair floated majestically. His bloodthirsty eyes devoid of pupils, and his physique had grown immensely, resembling that of a demonic deity. The legendary Super Saiyan? Under Broly's overwhelming presence, Vegeta involuntarily regressed from his Super Saiyan form, collapsing to the ground, his legs giving way, and he found himself kneeling, gasping for breath. What is happening? Vegeta, do you feel it? Paragus crawled out from a pit, a grim smile on his face. It seems your pure Saiyan bloodline has sensed it. The legendary Super Saiyan embodies the true royal bloodline of the Saiyans. Before him, all Saiyans will instinctively feel the weight of suppression. Vegeta attempted to resist, only to realize he was utterly unable. An unprecedented terror gripped his heart. This fear and despair were feelings he had only previously experienced in the face of Frieza. He never anticipated it would resurface today. We will die. Such thoughts were not confined to Vegeta alone. Sun Wukong and Lin Chen felt the same, as pure-blooded Saiyans. They too sensed the overwhelming pressure of their bloodline. So this is the true essence of the legendary Super Saiyan? Lin Chen gritted his teeth, straining to support his own body. He had not anticipated that Broly's strength could be so formidable. At present, Broly's combat power had soared to an astonishing 80 million. The legendary Super Saiyan transformation had amplified his abilities by a staggering factor of 50, rather than the mere 20-fold increase characteristic of a typical Super Saiyan in this world. Faced with such an adversary, could he truly overcome this challenge alone? Lin Chen could not help but let out a bitter smile. Kakarot. Broly glared at the face he despised, his expression twisting into a cruel grin. I shall shatter you into pieces. As soon as the words left his lips, Broly's foot slammed down, shattering the ground beneath him as he charged directly at Lin Chen. Father! Gohan shouted, attempting to assist Goku, but was swiftly embraced by Goku, who urged, flee, Gohan. Even the battle-hardened Goku, influenced by the weight of bloodline, sensed the insurmountable gap between himself and Broly, leaving him devoid of fighting spirit as he could only escape with Gohan in tow. Broly pursued them relentlessly from behind. Observing this, Trunks called out to Lin Chen and joined the chase. Mr. Lin Chen, please help Mr. Krillin and the others find a place to hide. Lin Chen nodded, leading Krillin and the others away from Broly's direction. According to his initial plan, Lin Chen would not intervene in the battle at the outset. He would only act when Goku and the others had been defeated. Otherwise, he would be unable to complete the task of Choice 3. However, could he truly defeat Broly alone? In the distance, Goku and Gohan were desperately evading Broly's relentless pursuit, with blue energy spheres crashing behind them, shattering the ground into fragments. Several times, Goku and Gohan narrowly escaped being caught, thanks to Goku's instantaneous movement technique, which enabled them to evade danger at critical moments. However, after a brief chase, Broly suddenly halted. With a sinister grin, he gathered a blue energy sphere in his hand and hurled it towards a nearby construction site. Accompanied by a flash of blue light, countless screams erupted. Numerous lives of the Shamo Star slaves, lying dormant at the construction site, were extinguished in that blinding light. Ha! Kakarot, if you do not fight, I will obliterate this planet. You fiend, I will not allow you to succeed. Goku's eyes widened with fury as he and Gohan landed on the ground, then let out a roar and transformed into a Super Saiyan. Beside them, Gohan and Trunks also descended to the ground, transforming into Super Saiyans in succession. Faced with the astonishing aura emanating from the three Super Saiyans, Broly merely responded with a cruel laugh, charging forward with wild abandon. Boom! A wave of energy surged forth instantaneously. Chapter 56. Overwhelming Disparity. Lin Chen joins the fray as Lin Chen led Krillin and the others away. Thunderous sounds echoed from the distant sky. Mr. Lin, are Goku and the others all right? Krillin asked, cradling Master Roshi. I am uncertain. That Broly is indeed terrifying, Lin Chen replied. Aren't you going to help them? You are a Saiyan as well, aren't you? Oolong, held by Lin Chen, remarked. I will assist them, but before that, you must board the spaceship and leave. This planet is about to be destroyed. When Lin Chen informed Krillin and the others about the approaching comet, their faces turned pale with shock. What? What about Goku and the others? Fool, isn't Goku capable of instantaneous movement? We should be the ones worrying. We must escape quickly. As soon as they landed, the group hurried towards Paragus' spaceship. At that moment, Lin Chen also spotted Paragus fleeing towards the spacecraft. You all go ahead. I will hold off that Saiyan. With a swift movement, Lin Chen appeared before Paragus. Upon seeing Lin Chen, Paragus immediately halted, declaring, if you intend to flee with me, then follow closely. Otherwise, step aside. Lin Chen responded, will you not stay to accompany your son? Paragus scoffed him. Broly is no longer under my control. Now he only serves to hinder my efforts. Lin Chen sighed and shook his head. Paragus, in this world, you have indeed been subjected to too much pressure from reality. Allow me to liberate you. What? Paragus was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped the implication of Lin Chen's words. He immediately released his imposing aura, intending to attack Lin Chen. But a hand pressed firmly against his chest. Paragus, you are a pitiable man, and I lament the misfortunes of your existence. However, rest assured, your counterpart in another realm is thriving. What are you talking about? In an instant, a radiant beam of white-blue light pierced through Paragus' heart. This man, who had spent nearly his entire life in suffering, his character twisted into selfishness and extremity by external forces, met his end at Lin Chen's hands. In truth, dying at Lin Chen's hand was a stroke of fortune for Paragus. Had Lin Chen not intervened, his ultimate fate would have been to be crushed to death by his own son, Broly, aboard a spaceship, before being cast into a comet to perish. As Paragus fell lifeless before Lin Chen, Krillin and the others remained silent, devoid of any sympathy. After all, had it not been for Paragus' machinations, countless lives would not have been lost at Broly's hands. His hands were stained with blood comparable to that of Frieza. Upon returning to Krillin and the others, Lin Chen swiftly re-entered the spaceship, dispatching all of Paragus' subordinates before emerging to address Krillin. Mr. Krillin, this vessel is now in your care. Depart at your earliest convenience. I shall investigate the situation with Mr. Goku. Understood. Krillin nodded, but his gaze suddenly sharpened as he turned towards the direction of Goku's battle. Over there. The energy signatures of Goku and his companions were rapidly diminishing. Oh no, it seems Goku and the others are in trouble, Krillin exclaimed, turning to Lin Chen. Mr. Lin Chen, I entrust this to you. I am but an earthling, and I cannot intervene in such a fierce conflict. I understand. Leave it to me, Lin Chen replied, nodding in farewell before soaring towards the battlefield. Along the way, Lin Chen sensed that Goku's energy was becoming increasingly feeble, as if several of them were on the brink of collapse. Just as he contemplated accelerating his pace, another unfamiliar energy suddenly intruded upon the scene. Could it be Piccolo? Indeed, upon arriving at the transformed battlefield of the desolate city, Lin Chen found Piccolo administering Senzu beans to Goku and his companions. Revived, the 4Z fighters surrounded Broly. And it was at this moment that Lin Chen entered the fray. Broly cast a disdainful glance at him, sneering, no matter how many come, it is of no consequence. To me, you are all mere refuse. A Saiyan? Goku, who is he? Piccolo inquired. He is Lin Chen, a wandering Saiyan. Goku responded. Then turned to Lin Chen with a plea. Mr. Lin Chen, can you lend us a hand? This fellow is incredibly formidable. I apologize, but I prefer not to collaborate with others. If you all fail, I shall intervene. Thus, Lin Chen could only respond in this manner due to the nature of the task. Upon hearing this, Wukong felt a tinge of regret, while Piccolo, unaware of Lin Chen's capabilities, paid it no mind. After all, they were facing an unprecedented monster. If Lin Chen proved inadequate, his presence would merely complicate matters. Son Wukong, enough with the chatter, let us four attack together, Piccolo shouted. All right, Wukong replied. Ha ha ha, if you submit, your suffering will be greatly diminished. Why can't you comprehend this? The legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline, as energy surged, would gradually erode one's reason. However, Broly, having been suppressed by Paragus for so long, had not yet completely lost his sanity. Though the rampaging Broly was fearless and relentless, the version of him that retained rationality was even more despair-inducing. After replenishing their strength with sins of beans, Wukong and his companions commenced their assault anew. Each of the 3 Super Saiyans possessed a combat power exceeding 20 million, while Piccolo, having merged with the KO, boasted over 30 million. Yet, their combined efforts could barely inflict any damage upon Broly. Even more disheartening was Broly's seemingly inexhaustible stamina. The Super Saiyan transformation is typically a form that can only sustain short bouts of combat. The higher the transformation, the greater the strain on the body. Thus, Super Saiyans are ill-suited for prolonged battles. However, Broly's legendary Super Saiyan form appeared entirely devoid of such limitations. From the onset of the battle until now, Wukong and his allies had consumed a Senzu Bean, bolstered by Piccolo and a reinvigorated Vegeta, who had managed to reignite his fighting spirit. Yet, the combined might of 4 Super Saiyans and a Super Namekian could not diminish Broly's aura in the slightest. With a resounding crash, Vegeta was forcefully smashed into a massive rock by Broly. A deep crater formed upon the rock's surface, fissures radiating outward, gradually enveloping the entire boulder. Vegeta, trapped at the center of the crater, lost consciousness after Broly seized his head and struck it several times, reverting from his Super Saiyan state. Vegeta's collapse signified the end of the battle. Apart from Lin Chen, who remained as an observer, no one else was left standing. Is this how it ends? Humph. Trash will always be trash. Broly released his grip, allowing Vegeta to slump to the ground. Then, as if showcasing his might, he let out a triumphant roar. Accompanied by this bellow, a golden aura erupted around Broly, resembling a blazing flame, exuding an air of unparalleled arrogance. At that moment, a figure suddenly materialized before Broly. Broly, let's hold off on celebrating our victory for a moment. Don't forget, I am still here. Chapter 57, The Fierce Battle Against the Enemy. The figure that appeared before Broly was none other than Lin Chen. However, upon recognizing him, a hint of disdain crossed Broly's face. Where did this trash come from? Lin Chen remained silent, opting instead to transform directly into a Super Saiyan as his response. As his overwhelming aura surged forth, the already incapacitated Goku and others lifted their heads in astonishment. Lin Chen? He can also transform into a Super Saiyan? Goku exclaimed in disbelief. A flicker of hope ignited within Trunks as he thought, Mr. Lin Chen. Meanwhile, Piccolo's face contorted with anger as he pondered. Why didn't he this fool lend a hand earlier? As for Vegeta, he weakly raised his gaze, took a glance, and then resignedly closed his eyes. It's futile. We are all doomed. Broly, witnessing Lin Chen's transformation, displayed no sign of panic, but instead revealed a cruel smile and pointed a finger at him, stating, Even if you can transform, trash will always be trash. You will soon discover whether you are indeed trash. In an instant, Lin Chen's form vanished, only to materialize beside Broly in the next moment. Lin Chen exerted force in his legs and suddenly delivered a powerful kick aimed at Broly's chest. The ferocious strength generated a shockwave and a piercing sound, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. However, as the leg struck, Broly did not even assume a defensive posture. Instead, he welcomed Lin Chen's attack with his bare chest. Did you really put forth your strength? Broly displayed a maniacal grin. Lin Chen's expression shifted dramatically as he pivoted, unleashing a relentless barrage of punches upon Broly. Each strike was executed with utmost vigor, were they to land upon a celestial body. They might very well shatter the planet's mantle and core beneath. Even now, as his fists connected with Broly, they produced thunderous reverberations, each impact sending ripples through the air. Has it come to an end? Suddenly, Broly scoffed derisively. Lin Chen's expression shifted dramatically, and his assault came to an abrupt halt as he retreated swiftly. Almost simultaneously, a cerulean energy sphere abruptly coalesced in Broly's palm. With a thunderous blast, Broly waved his hand, sending the azure energy sphere hurtling towards Lin Chen with ferocity. This cerulean orb possessed homing properties. Even as Lin Chen leapt into the air in a desperate attempt to evade, it was too late. He could only brace himself with his arms crossed in front of him, bracing for impact. Boom! The sound of the explosion reverberated, and smoke enveloped the surroundings. Humph. Is he dead? Broly suddenly paused, only to see a green light flickering within the haze. With another explosive strike, a sphere of cerulean energy, nearly identical to the one Broly had just unleashed, surged forth from the smoke and collided with him. However, unlike Lin Chen, Broly merely waved his hand lightly, deflecting the energy sphere, which subsequently detonated above him. Your technique is not particularly difficult to master. Lin Chen emerged from the smoke, smiling at Broly. Hearty laughter erupted from Broly. Well then, how about this move? With a sudden burst of mirth, he conjured another cerulean energy sphere, hurling it forth with remarkable speed. Lin Chen understood that evading such an attack was futile, so he raised his arms once more, bracing himself to withstand the blow. At that moment, a voice resonated in his mind. Ding! The talent of a primary martial arts genius has been activated, acquiring the technique Meteoric Shower. Meteoric Shower? This is bad. Lin Chen promptly released his defenses and brought his hands together. Simultaneously, the diminutive energy sphere in the distance suddenly expanded, its diameter swelling to several dozen meters. The force of this strike, if unleashed upon the ground, would likely obliterate the very planet itself. Just as Lin Chen was on the verge of being engulfed by the energy sphere, his figure flickered, and, in an instant, he reappeared behind Broly. Kamehameha. A radiant azure light pierced through the atmosphere, and an overwhelming surge of energy surged forth, completely enveloping Broly's form. What? He can also perform the Kamehameha? Wasn't that just Goku's instant transmission? Who, exactly, is this Saiyan? Witnessing Lin Chen's formidable technique, Goku and the others were left utterly astonished. Lin Chen's transformation into a Super Saiyan astonished everyone, and they were utterly taken aback when he demonstrated techniques even reminiscent of Sun Wukong. It was no wonder he preferred to fight alone. Mr. Lin Chen was indeed formidable, Trunks exclaimed with excitement. However, Vegeta clenched his teeth and retorted, no, it's futile. The gap is too vast. Vegeta's words held a semblance of truth, having directly endured Lin Chen's instant transmission Kamehameha. Broly unexpectedly turned around amidst the energy wave and smirked at Lin Chen, asking, what are you doing? Before the words could fully dissipate, Broly charged forward like a river flowing downstream, directly meeting Lin Chen's Kamehameha head-on. What? Bang! Broly's fist collided with Lin Chen's face. The overwhelming force transformed into a transparent shockwave, propelling Lin Chen like a projectile, ultimately crashing into a towering skyscraper. The building, unable to withstand the impact, collapsed with a thunderous roar. Amidst the swirling dust, Lin Chen emerged, gasping for breath, and swallowed the remnants of a senzu bean. Had it not been for the senzu bean, that last blow would have rendered him powerless, much like Sun Wukong and the others. Haha. It seems you can take a hit better than they can. Let us continue the game. With a deafening roar, Broly charged at Lin Chen once more, who also gathered his energy. Two brilliant flashes darted across the increasingly brightening sky before colliding, unleashing a cacophony of sound. Boom, boom, boom. The heavens erupted with the fierce resonance of their fists meeting in a brutal clash. Under the weight of their astonishing powers, the new planet Vegeta began to tremble uncontrollably, as chaotic energy triggered earthquakes, sending mountains and rocks crashing down. Not far off, Wukong and the others, having regrouped, could only watch in wide-eyed disbelief as Lin Chen faced off against Broly. Their injuries were severe, and although they had regained some strength, they were still far from being able to rejoin the battle. This one do. Although Lin Chen is powerful, he is no match for Broly. Despite the distance, none among them were ordinary. Even without a clear view of the clash, their senses allowed them to grasp the unfolding drama. Lin Chen's energy was steadily waning in the face of Broly, whose power not only remained stable but seemed to be rising continually. The outcome of this battle was becoming increasingly evident. Piccolo, do you have any senzu beans left? We need to assist, Wukong urged. Piccolo shook his head. The beans we had earlier are all gone. At that moment, Gohan noticed something peculiar. Dad, why does Mr. Lin Chen's energy fluctuate so strangely? Upon hearing this, others turned their gaze towards the distance, and indeed, as Gohan had stated, Lin Chen was engaged in combat with Broly. His energy would occasionally plummet to a nadir, only to surge back up moments later. Chapter 58, The Desperate Battle That Cannot Be Won. It is the senzu bean. That Saiyan possesses senzu beans. The Namekian, with his superhuman sight and hearing, was the first to uncover Lin Chen's secret amidst the spectators. Earlier, none of the five of them could stand against Broly, and it was clear that Lin Chen alone could not endure for such an extended period. Fortunately, in preparation for this battle, Lin Chen had procured numerous senzu beans from the cat sage of his world, just in case. Although it seemed that the number of senzu beans in the original story was limited, in reality, there were at least several dozen jars in Korin Tower. The reason for the eventual scarcity of senzu beans was due to the presence of Yajirobe, who consumed them as if they were his daily sustenance, drastically reducing their quantity. However, in Lin Chen's world, Yajirobe had yet to arrive at Korin Tower, and the cat sage, having reached an agreement with Lin Chen, had expanded the cultivation of senzu beans. Thus, Lin Chen was prepared with at least several hundred senzu beans. What? Lin Chen actually has senzu beans? Why doesn't he share some with us? Son Goku inquired in confusion. Gohan pondered for a moment and replied, Father, could it be that Mr. Lin Chen intends to use the senzu beans to enhance his combat power? Enhance combat power? I almost forgot that method existed. Every time a Saiyan revives from the brink of death, their battle power experiences a significant boost. Goku and Vegeta had relied on this trait in the past to rapidly augment their strength. However, Vegeta scoffed, foolish. That applies only to ordinary Saiyans. Our bodies have undergone countless trials. Such a method will hardly yield any substantial increase in power. Had Lin Chen been present, he would undoubtedly have applauded Vegeta's words. From the onset of the battle until now, he had been on the brink of death at the hands of Broly several times, consuming a dozen or more senzu beans. Yet his increase in combat power had been nearly imperceptible. Even after the amplification from the Super Saiyan transformation, he had only achieved a meager enhancement of several 100,000, rendering it virtually negligible. However, it was only today that Lin Chen came to this realization. After all, in his original world, since merging with the legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline, he had never been so close to death. Suddenly, a beam of light streaked across the horizon, carving a massive chasm 100 meters wide, followed by an energy sphere that erupted explosively, creating a crater 1,000 meters in diameter. The immense energy sphere lingered for an extended period before gradually dissipating. Yet, just as the sphere began to fade, Broly heard a voice. Kamehameha. In the next instant, Lin Chen reappeared before Broly, forcefully propelling the shockwave with both hands. The thick beam of light engulfed Broly entirely. However, as the beam receded, Broly tilted his head, smirking as he gazed at Lin Chen. Did I not say it was futile? Death beam. Lin Chen brought his fingers together and began to unleash Frieza's ultimate technique. A multitude of golden energy beams intertwined, forming an impenetrable net that descended upon Broly. Each energy ray contained an immense power, capable of piercing flesh with the slightest miscalculation. However, as these rays struck Broly, they failed to even breach his skin. Before the beams could reach their target, they were intercepted by a shimmering golden-green barrier. A protective shield? Lin Chen's pupils suddenly constricted, and a bitter taste lingered at the corners of his mouth. What about this move? The Planet Destruction Bomb. What? In the distance. As Lin Chen pointed skyward and a purple energy sphere coalesced into existence, Sun Wukong and the others were instantly taken aback. This technique was no stranger to those present. How could he wield Frieza's move? There was no time to dwell on that. Gohan, Piccolo, Vegeta, Trunks. Hold on to me. The Planet Destruction Bomb, as its name suggests, could effortlessly annihilate a planet. With no time to board a spaceship, Sun Wukong could only find a way to grasp everyone and utilize instant transmission to escape. Don't touch me, Kakarot. I will not accept your assistance. Vegeta, however, extended his hand and swatted Sun Wukong away. Father, Vegeta, amidst the chaos, Lin Chen finally hurled the Planet Destruction Bomb towards Broly. Lin Chen showed no mercy this time, regardless of the planet's destruction. He knew he could survive in the vastness of the cosmos. As for Sun Wukong and the others, he could always seek the Dragon Balls of Namek in this universe to resurrect them later. In any case, when confronted with a formidable adversary like Broly, hesitation was not an option. Upon witnessing the planet-destroying bomb hurled by Lin Chen, Broly's cruel smile emerged as he attempted to swat it away with his hand. Bang! However, the moment Broly's body made contact with the bomb, his expression shifted dramatically. Frieza's planet-destroying bomb concentrated all its energy into a single point, embodying nearly all of Lin Chen's power. Even Broly, caught off guard, found himself momentarily overwhelmed. The bomb, capable of annihilating a planet, bore down upon him. And under this astonishing force, Broly was propelled backwards like an arrow released from a bow, hurtling towards the ground. Boom! Broly was effortlessly driven into the earth, continuing his descent without any reduction in momentum, buried deep within. As he soared backward, a look of unprecedented fury finally crossed Broly's face. Until now, he had never experienced such a significant setback. Damn it! Suddenly, Broly's falling form came to an abrupt halt. Then, with a powerful thrust of his body and a push from his palms, he astonishingly propelled the Stardust Destruction Bomb skyward. Whoosh! The Stardust Destruction Bomb shot upwards like a rocket, breaking free from the ground and continuing its ascent until it finally pierced through the atmosphere. Moments later, high above in the heavens, it seemed as though a new sun had emerged, its dazzling brilliance piercing the eyes of all who beheld it. While a deafening roar echoed in all directions, nearly rendering listeners deaf, After a while, the smoke dissipated and the storm subsided. Lin Chen cast his gaze downward, his pupils contracting sharply as cold sweat began to beat on his forehead. Before him, Broly slowly ascended from the pit he had just emerged from, gasping for breath. Remarkably, there were no visible wounds upon his body, and his aura had not diminished in the slightest. In fact, it seemed to have intensified, his combat power exceeding what it had been initially by an astonishing 5 million. This was dire. It appeared he had underestimated the situation gravely. At this moment, Lin Chen could not help but regret his previous choices. Had he known that the legendary Super Saiyan was so utterly formidable, he would have opted for a task that required no bloodshed at all. Am I truly destined to bring misfortune upon myself? Lin Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly. Chapter 59. Awakening of the Legendary Super Saiyan Transformation. Just as Lin Chen found himself engulfed in despair, Broly floated before him, his body emanating a radiant yellow-green aura. His gaze pierced through Lin Chen, his eyes shimmering with a chilling light, while a low growl reverberated from his throat. My energy is surging. It's about to erupt. Roar. Kill. Kill. Suddenly, Broly's form faltered, and then he clenched his fists tightly, unleashing a frenzied howl. A vast amount of energy began to coalesce around him, forming an energy sphere brimming with tremendous power that enveloped Broly completely. Moments later, a barrage of azure energy orbs erupted from his body, causing violent explosions in every direction, nearly engulfing Goku and the others who were observing from a distance. Fortunately, Goku swiftly utilized instant transmission to transport everyone to a secure location. However, the rest of the planet was not as fortunate. The minions who had managed to escape earlier, along with the Shamo Star slaves who had not boarded the spaceship, were all consumed by the green energy blasts. Lin Chen, positioned closest to Broly, was relentlessly bombarded by the onslaught. And having already expended most of his stamina in the previous attack, he could no longer maintain his defenses and was sent crashing to the ground. Even his Super Saiyan form faltered, his hair reverting to black. Damn it. Lin Chen immediately summoned the remaining strength within him to retrieve the mystical bean from the system's space. Just as he was about to place it into his mouth, he noticed Broly suddenly materialize above him. You were relying on that bean to regain your strength, aren't you? Broly's lips curled into a smirk as he descended swiftly. Thud. His legs came crashing down upon the wrist of Lin Chen, which clutched the mystical bean. In an instant, Lin Chen's right hand was shattered. Broly let out a cold chuckle, leaping into the air before crashing down once more, this time landing squarely upon Lin Chen's abdomen. A spray of crimson blood erupted forth. How infuriating. The unprecedented agony ignited a fierce anger within Lin Chen. Why was he still unable to transform into the legendary Super Saiyan, despite his dire state? In peril lies opportunity. Lin Chen resolved to confront Broly single-handedly, a decision far from being a reckless pursuit of demise. His ultimate reliance lay in the legendary bloodline of the Super Saiyan coursing through his veins. This fabled lineage not only bestowed upon him the ability to transform into the mythical Super Saiyan form, with combat prowess that would intensify with age, but also endowed him with a remarkably unique capability. The legendary Super Saiyan grows stronger in the face of formidable foes. Lin Chen's aspiration was to challenge Broly, compelling himself to awaken as the legendary Super Saiyan. However, it now appeared that his hopes were destined to falter, time and again. Grievous injuries had not transformed him into the legendary warrior he sought to become. With another tremendous impact, the ground beneath him seemed on the verge of collapse. Lin Chen's body lay battered, every bone shattered, his aura barely perceptible. Yet, in that moment of despair, he suddenly felt an extraordinary surge within him. Countless cells began to tremble with fervor, a cascade of golden energy enveloping him, only to be absorbed and depleted by the multitude of cells, leading to yet another explosive resurgence. This is dire. I may not endure much longer. Everyone, lend me your energy. Grant me the strength to defeat Broly. As it seemed Lin Chen was on the brink of failure, Son Goku struggled to rise, preparing for one last desperate attempt. At that critical juncture, an astonishing aura erupted unexpectedly. Goku was taken aback. How is this possible? Piccolo exclaimed in shock. It's Mr. Lin Chen, Trunks remarked, bewildered. Vegeta, trembling with intensity, ground his teeth in disbelief. How can this be? The legendary Super Saiyan is said to appear only once every 1,000 years. Why is this individual in the distance? Amidst a tempest of lightning and thunder, Lin Chen, who should have been obliterated, began to levitate, radiating a breathtaking aura of yellow and azure brilliance. Lin Chen's appearance has undergone a complete transformation. He now stands nearly as tall as Broly, towering over 2 meters with a physique that boasts robust muscles rivaling those of Broly. The sole distinction between him and Broly lies in Lin Chen's eyes, which still reflect a serene emerald hue. Indeed, at this moment, Lin Chen has finally ascended to the legendary Super Saiyan form. It becomes clear that to achieve this legendary transformation, one must also harness the power of fury as a guiding force. Lin Chen gazed at his powerful form, finally experiencing an enlightening revelation. It became clear why he had previously struggled to break through. During those times, he had enjoyed an untroubled existence, easily dispatching foes even as formidable as Frieza. In such a state, it was nearly impossible for him to feel any true anger. Yet, the transformation into the legendary Super Saiyan, much like that of an ordinary Super Saiyan, demanded an overwhelming surge of rage as its catalyst. Just moments ago, in the depths of despair, Lin Chen's fury at himself had finally triggered his transformation. Upon successfully transcending into the legendary Super Saiyan state, Lin Chen's aura underwent a radical metamorphosis. This legendary form not only healed his wounds but also propelled his combat prowess from a baseline of 1.6 million to an astonishing 80 million, a remarkable 50-fold increase, nearly on par with Broly. Unlike Broly, who had begun to lose his sanity, Lin Chen maintained control over his emotions even in this legendary form, avoiding the fate of becoming a mere instrument of destruction. Feeling the potent energy coursing through him, Lin Chen smiled and cast a glance at Broly, beckoning him with a finger. Roar! Let the battle commence. In an instant, Broly let out a thunderous roar, his expression turning wild. He moved with the swiftness of lightning, darting toward Lin Chen, his massive fist aimed directly at Lin Chen's face. With a resounding slap, Broly's fist was intercepted mid-flight by another fist. Lin Chen seized Broly's hand and remarked with a smile, "How does it feel to be overpowered in strength? After enduring so many blows from you, it is now my turn." With a thunderous punch, Broly expelled an unknown liquid from his mouth, doubling over in agony. The indomitable Broly, who had remained unfazed by any previous assault, now displayed unmistakable suffering beneath Lin Chen's strike. Boom! Lin Chen's iron fists fell upon Broly like a tempest, relentlessly striking him from the heavens to the earth and back again. Broly appeared to have lost all sense of reaction, resembling a mere punching bag as he endured Lin Chen's blows without any semblance of resistance. For the first time, Broly's aura began to genuinely wane. Chapter 60, Clash of the Titans. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Chen and Broly, two legendary Super Saiyans, engaged in an intense clash of fist and feet. Punch against punch. Kick against kick. However, this time, Broly found himself lacking the overwhelming advantage he previously held against Goku and others. Instead, he was on the receiving end of Lin Chen's relentless assault. In terms of combat prowess, Broly still surpassed Lin Chen. Yet the current scenario depicted Broly being battered from all angles by Lin Chen's strikes, even contorting his neck as if on the verge of defeat. In the ethereal confines of the Spirit Time House, Lin Chen, under the tutelage of Master Bobo, underwent rigorous training. In a scenario where their strengths were evenly matched, his efforts finally bore fruit. Simultaneously, the fierce clash between the two warriors brought new Vegeta to the brink of annihilation. Chaotic energies caused the very stones beneath their feet to defy the constraints of gravity, as mountains and rocks crumbled with thunderous roars. Nearby, Goku and his companions could only watch in astonishment. Even Goku had to concede that the battle unfolding in the sky far exceeded their capabilities. Even if he harnessed the energy of everyone around him, it was uncertain whether he could make a difference. Truly, in a conflict of such magnitude, we stand no chance to assist. Goku scratched his head in resignation, astonished by Lin Chen's formidable strength. Had he known, he would have preferred to spar with him earlier. Gohan chimed in. "Father, I can hardly discern their movements." Frustration etched on his face. Vegeta seethed with indignation. Ever since he had triumphed over Cell, he had believed himself to have surpassed Goku, claiming the title of the strongest Saiyan. Yet, here he found himself confronted by two immensely powerful Saiyans that instilled despair within him. For Vegeta, who had always taken pride in his identity as the Prince of Saiyans, this was nothing short of a disgrace. Just as Lin Chen relentlessly pummeled Broly, the latter suddenly curled his body tightly before explosively uncoiling. A radiant yellow-green aura enveloped Broly completely, shielding him from harm. Lin Chen's fist was halted by the radiant light, striking it as if against an impenetrable wall, producing a resounding thud. Ding! The foundational talent of a novice martial arts genius has been awakened, acquiring the protective technique. Upon hearing the system notification echo in his ears, Lin Chen temporarily ceased his assault to catch his breath. "Broly, do you not consider yourself invincible? Why do you only know how to defend?" and not retaliate. As Lin Chen's taunts resonated, Broly suddenly erupted with a roar. His muscles quivered with the intensity of his bellow, and his aura surged in formidable waves. Could it be that Broly's power has ascended once more? A monster? Are the legendary Super Saiyans all monstrous beings? As the roar subsided, Broly grinned, laughing maniacally at Lin Chen, devoid of any semblance of rationality. In the relentless fray of battle, Broly's sanity had finally eroded, transforming him into a feral beast solely driven by the instinct to fight. Governed by a frenzied consciousness, Broly charged recklessly forward. Lin Chen dared not be complacent. Fully employing the insights he had gleaned from Mr. Bobo regarding the essence of Chi, with his power once again enhanced, Broly began to widen the gap in strength between them. As the disparity reached a significant level, the efficacy of technique began to wane. Although Lin Chen still held the upper hand, Broly was now capable of launching effective counterattacks against him. Bang! Lin Chen's fist struck Broly once more. Although it still elicited a pained expression on Broly's face, this time, before Lin Chen could retract his fist, Broly managed to grasp his arm with one hand. In the next instant, a yellow-green energy sphere materialized in Broly's other hand. This energy sphere was thrust directly onto Lin Chen's chest, followed by an explosive release. As if reveling in his success, Broly roared once again, but this time, his roar faded abruptly after only a few seconds. As the dust settled, Lin Chen stood before him, unscathed, a layer of yellow-green shield shimmering around him. Beneath the protective barrier, Lin Chen gasped for breath. After transforming into the legendary Super Saiyan, he, like Broly, possessed an almost limitless reservoir of power. Yet, despite such boundless strength, the sensation of fatigue still lingered. Lin Chen gazed upon Broly before him, realizing that it was time to alter his strategy. Defeating such a legendary Super Saiyan creature through conventional means was utterly impossible. The disparity in strength between himself and Broly was minimal, thus continuing the battle in this manner would yield no definitive victor. At that moment, Lin Chen's eyes were drawn to something behind Broly. Unbeknownst to him, the son of New Vegeta had already risen. And dominating the azure sky was a colossal white orb, occupying a significant portion of the heavens. It was the comet, in Paragus' original plan. He intended to utilize the comet to annihilate Vegeta and his companions, with the comet's impact on New Vegeta scheduled for today. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Chen and Broly had been engaged in battle for an entire night, and the enormous comet was now perilously close to New Vegeta. Eureka! Just as Lin Chen conceived his plan, a vast number of energy blasts surged forth, burning with ferocious flames, akin to a tsunami, hurtling towards him. These energy blasts collided with Lin Chen's energy shield, erupting in a cacophony of explosions. Amidst the billowing smoke, Lin Chen suddenly soared into the sky. The bloodthirsty Broly pursued him without hesitation, continuously launching energy spheres at Lin Chen. What were they attempting to accomplish? Below, Goku and the others looked on in bewilderment as the two ascended higher, nearly breaching the atmosphere of New Vegeta. However, they soon found themselves with greater concerns. For the massive comet had now entered their field of vision. Oh no, it's the comet. Piccolo, where's your spaceship? Over there. Hurry. Vegeta, stop dawdling. Just as Goku and his companions raced towards the spaceship, Lin Chen and Broly finally broke through the atmosphere. Simultaneously, a yellow-green protective shield enveloped both of them, and they resumed their relentless pursuit of one another. With Broly in tow, Lin Chen nearly reached the comet before coming to a halt. Broly concentrated once more, conjuring an energy sphere, which he hurled at Lin Chen. Initially no larger than a fist, the sphere suddenly expanded to an enormous size mid-flight. The massive energy sphere collided directly with Lin Chen's form. Yet at that moment, Broly realized that the Lin Chen engulfed by the energy sphere had seemingly vanished. This Lin Chen was merely an afterimage. Chapter 61. The Return Home. I am the Saiyan King Afterimage Fist. In the next instant, Lin Chen materialized behind Broly, swiftly wrapping his arms around him. Ha 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 ha. In that moment, all the power within Lin Chen erupted with tremendous force. He firmly grasped Broly and propelled them both towards the comet with unwavering determination. The legendary Super Saiyan, unless faced with an overwhelming disparity in strength, is nearly invincible. The only method that Lin Chen could conceive to defeat Broly was to utilize that comet. Even Broly, when confronted with a comet capable of effortlessly obliterating entire planets, could not possibly endure its might. However, as Lin Chen embraced Broly and accelerated toward the comet, even Broly, who had lost his senses, became acutely aware of the impending danger under the immense pressure of the comet. Broly began to relentlessly pound his fist against Lin Chen's back, striving to free himself from Lin Chen's grasp. Thud, thud, thud. Let go. Let go of me. Perhaps sensing the peril to his life, Broly suddenly regained his senses and cried out. Simultaneously, he summoned 2 energy spheres in each hand and pressed them against Lin Chen's back. Boom. Lin Chen had expended all his energy in suppressing Broly, leaving him with no surplus power to conjure a protective shield. He could only grit his teeth and brace himself for the impending strikes. Fortunately, having transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan, his body was as indomitable as Broly's. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Broly, seemingly driven to madness, unleashed a relentless barrage of energy blasts upon Lin Chen's back. The cacophony of explosions resembled the patter of rain. And even Lin Chen, now a legendary Super Saiyan, began to feel a sense of dizziness. Nevertheless, he did not relent. He continued to exert all his strength, propelling both himself and Broly towards the comet. Above them, the colossal comet loomed perilously close, its white gaseous aura stretching as far as the eye could see. Let go. We shall both perish. No, only you shall meet your demise, while I shall survive. Instant transmission. Lin Chen suddenly teleported to the surface of the new planet Vegeta, standing atop a shattered rock. With great difficulty, he lifted his gaze towards the sky above. In the absence of Lin Chen, Broly finally ceased his movements. Yet at that moment, the comet loomed perilously close. There was no time to escape. Broly fell into a frenzy once more, extending his arms and unleashing a deafening roar, radiating an overwhelming aura of energy. He intended to halt the comet single-handedly. Upon the collision of Broly's form with the comet, there was a fleeting instant where it appeared as though the comet had come to a standstill. Alas, in the next moment, the colossal comet mercilessly engulfed Broly entirely, extinguishing his essence in that very instant. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the choice, defeating Broly alone. Reward, combat power 5 million. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the choice, liberating the Southern Galaxy from the control of the legendary Super Saiyan. Reward, 1 card for the experience of the legendary Super Saiyan 2 form. Would you like to use the experience card immediately? No, that would be absurd. With the new planet Vegeta on the brink of destruction, how could one use the experience card at such a critical moment? With Broly's demise, the new planet Vegeta was also approaching its end, returning to his normal state. Lin Chen surveyed his surroundings and finally pinpointed the locations of Sun Wukong and the others. Lin Chen immediately soared towards their spacecraft, and as he approached, he executed another instantaneous teleportation, leaping aboard the vessel. Hello, I'm back. Inside the spaceship, Lin Chen greeted Sun Wukong and the others with a smile, before plopping down onto a seat, panting heavily. Host, Lin Chen combat power, 6 million bloodline. Legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline skills, instantaneous movement, beginner martial arts talent, basic potential development technique, perfect control of chi techniques, planet destruction bomb, death beam, flame rift wave, Kamehameha, phantom fist, instantaneous movement Kamehameha. This encounter with Broly brought Lin Chen closer to death than ever since his arrival in this realm. However, the rewards were equally astonishing. Besides the almost mythical experience card for the legendary Super Saiyan 2 transformation, Lin Chen's combat power had multiplied several times. Now, his peak combat power had reached a staggering 330 million, representing a qualitative leap compared to the past. It was akin to an overnight windfall, indeed. Opting for the most challenging trials, despite the risk of death, proved to be worthwhile. Yet, Lin Chen's elation was short-lived as he quickly regained his composure. A power of 330 million might seem invincible, but he recalled that the combat power increase of the Super Saiyan 2 form was double that of the Super Saiyan 1 form. Moreover, in this world, numerous foes could rival a Super Saiyan 2, not to mention the gods, such as Beerus, who stood at the pinnacle of combat power. At this moment, he still could not claim to be invincible. His future held many paths yet to traverse. Mr. Lin Chen, are you really leaving? Trunks' voice pulled Lin Chen back to reality. At this moment, they were en route back to Earth. Goku and the others were already aware of Lin Chen's intention to depart. Yes, although our time together has been brief, my objectives have been fulfilled, and it is time for me to prepare for my departure. Piccolo glanced at Lin Chen. He had learned from Gohan that Lin Chen was a Saiyan from a parallel universe. Suddenly, he inquired, your purpose for coming to our world, it wasn't solely for Broly, was it? Now, Piccolo had merged with the Supreme Kai, possessing the wisdom of the divine, and Lin Chen's small intentions could not escape his notice. Indeed, Goku then asked, "Mr. Lin Chen, could you share with us the circumstances of your world?" Of course. Lin Chen smiled and began to recount the circumstances of another realm. Upon hearing that in Lin Chen's world, the Saiyans not only survived but triumphed over Frieza, embarking on a new journey, Vegeta's face flushed with excitement. After narrating the tale of his own world, Lin Chen realized that it was time to return. He rose to bid farewell to Goku and the others. However, at that moment, Vegeta suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, who exactly are you? To transform into the legendary Super Saiyan, you must be far from an ordinary individual in the realm of Vegeta." Lin Chen turned around and flashed a smile at Vegeta. "Vegeta, in my world, I am the king of the Saiyans." With those words, Lin Chen executed a technique of instantaneous movement, departing from the spacecraft and returning to the initial point of his arrival in this world. System, open the time-space portal and let me return home. Chapter 62. Unexpected events in the year 749 of the Aichi era. Indeed, the method of returning to his original time-space was, as the system had initially stated, remarkably simple. Upon issuing the command, a surge of energy erupted from within Lin Chen, striking the dark void of space. In the next moment, the time-space portal that had brought him here swung open. A familiar sensation emanated from the portal, a taste of what could be deemed a homeland. Without hesitation, Lin Chen dove into it. He soon found himself in a vibrant and bizarre time-space. Having experienced this once before, Lin Chen knew that this realm lay beyond the fabric of time. Based on his previous encounter, he anticipated that he would soon exit this space and return to the current time. However, curiously, he found himself lingering in this void far longer than expected. Gradually, an unsettling feeling began to wash over Lin Chen. "System, what is happening? Why have I not yet exited?" Strangely, the system did not respond immediately. Instead, a considerable amount of time passed before the reply came. "Ding. The time-space anchor has vanished, forcibly opening the time-space portal for the host." "Wait, the time-space anchor has disappeared? What does that mean?" Lin Chen felt a growing sense of foreboding. But before he could fully comprehend the implications, a time-space portal opened before him. And in the blink of an eye, Lin Chen was drawn through it, returning to the realm of reality. Time rewinds to the moment Lin Chen first traversed the time-space portal. Shortly after his departure, two figures materialized in this space. One was tall, while the other was diminutive. Yet the shorter one appeared to be the leader. "Lord Kaishin, the time-space anomaly is located right here. It is quite peculiar why it has manifested in this location. It may be due to the influence of the black hole. Jebit, do not squander time. Prepare swiftly. We must act to prevent anything from passing through the time-space portal and disrupting the order of time." "Understood." The two figures then raised their palms towards the space where the time-space portal had once appeared. Immediately, an indescribable force was exerted upon this realm. Time passed, how long? One could not tell until the two figures vanished, and just when the previously tranquil space began to settle, a blood-red time-space portal opened once again. Lin Chen burst out from behind the door, returning to the realm of reality. Just as Lin Chen emerged, the portal of time and space vanished in an instant. Lin Chen turned around, gazing into the surrounding void, confirming that he was indeed near the black hole where he had first opened the portal to time and space. But what had just transpired? "System, I require an explanation." Ding. Returning to the host, it has been detected that the temporal anchor is unstable, resulting in a discrepancy between the time of return and the original timeline. Speak plainly. Ding. Returning to the host. It has been noted that 6 years have elapsed in the current temporal dimension. What? 6 years? Lin Chen never anticipated that although he had only lingered for a few days in another dimension, a span of 6 years had elapsed in his original timeline. System, are you playing tricks on me? Why has this occurred? Time and space, do not speak in riddles. I desire clarity. Ding. The system suspects that external forces interfered with the portal to the time-space continuum that the host had opened. After the host's departure, the coordinates of the portal were obliterated, rendering the host unable to locate the point of departure upon return. Obliterated? Who could that be? Lin Chen pondered for a moment and ultimately resolved to hasten to Planet Vegeta to investigate, having been away for 6 years. He wondered if any unforeseen events had befallen the planet. In the blink of an eye, he materialized in the skies above Planet Vegeta. Upon his arrival, he beheld a scene bustling with activity and tranquility, a stark contrast to the circumstances of 6 years prior. Numerous spacecraft were frequently seen traversing the planet, and a slight attunement to the atmosphere revealed that, in addition to the Saiyans, a plethora of extraterrestrial presences now permeated Planet Vegeta. As Lin Chen began his descent towards the planet's surface, a cacophony of sirens erupted nearby. Several spacecraft, adorned with flashing lights, approached rapidly. A group of Saiyans and aliens emerged from the vessels, their expressions tense and vigilant as they surrounded Lin Chen. "This is Planet Vegeta. Unidentified intruder, state your purpose immediately," bellowed a Saiyan, adorned with a power-level scouter. Beads of cold sweat trickled down his face. For the readings on his device indicated that this enigmatic newcomer possessed a combat power exceeding 500,000. Such strength was on par with the elite warriors of Planet Vegeta, second only to those led by Princess Hanasia. The defense team, with mere combat powers in the tens of thousands, wondered if they could withstand until the elite warriors arrived. "Wait, this individual seems somewhat familiar. I feel as though I have encountered him before. Who could it be?" Lin Chen observed the vigilant expressions on their faces and pondered whether, during his 6-year absence, numerous foes had besieged Planet Vegeta. Otherwise, why would these individuals appear so alarmed? Yet, what was the matter with these extraterrestrial beings? Alas, 6 years had indeed wrought significant changes. With this thought, Lin Chen continued his descent, noticing that they remained silent. A young Saiyan, seemingly no older than a teenager, perhaps overwhelmed by anxiety, unexpectedly unleashed a wave of energy towards Lin Chen. "Fool! Everyone, prepare for battle immediately." Recognizing that one of their own had fired the first shot, the commanding Saiyan understood the gravity of the situation and promptly issued the order to prepare for combat. However, at that moment, the onlookers witnessed the energy wave collide with Lin Chen, only to vanish upon impact. Lin Chen, appearing unfazed, continued his descent. What just happened? All eyes turned toward the young Saiyan, who wore a bewildered expression. I used all my strength just now. Forget about that." Immediately informed the defense headquarters that someone has forcibly invaded Planet Vegeta. Soon, dozens of Saiyans soared into the air, converging towards Lin Chen, accompanied by several formidable presences. "Is that Paragus?" Sensing a familiar energy, Lin Chen smiled. Moments later, it became evident that Paragus was indeed approaching, flanked by a group of young Saiyans. Yet, upon seeing Lin Chen's visage, Paragus suddenly froze, then erupted with excitement. "Ah, it is His Majesty. Lin Kusi has returned," Paragus exclaimed, activating his communicator and using his authority to announce over the public frequency. "Everyone, His Majesty Lin Kusi has returned." In that instant, the entirety of Planet Vegeta seemed to fall into a hushed silence. Following this, a golden aura surged from the palace, racing towards Lin Chen with great speed. His Majesty Lin Kusi, transformed into a Super Saiyan, Hanasia crashed into Lin Chen's embrace, greedily inhaling his scent. Chapter 63, The Changes on Planet Vegeta. Over 6 years witnessing Hanasia's actions, the other Saiyans quickly comprehended the situation. Moreover, for those younger Saiyans who did not recognize Lin Chen, the majority of the Saiyan populace still vividly remembered his countenance. Upon confirming that the figure in the sky was indeed their king, who had been absent for 6 years, the assembled Saiyans instinctively knelt on the ground, bowing in reverence towards Lin Chen. "What is the matter with you all? Who is that person? What are you doing?" The extraterrestrial beings on the ground gazed in confusion as their Saiyan companions paused their activities, kneeling on one knee and voicing their bewilderment. Silence. Yet, it is none other than our Saiyan King, His Majesty Linkus. "What? Linkus? Is he truly Linkus?" The gathered extraterrestrials erupted in astonished exclamations. The renown of King Linkus of the Saiyans resonates throughout the cosmos, echoing like thunder. Even those who have never laid eyes upon him have heard tales of Linkus personally vanquishing the tyrant Frieza, who once reigned over the universe with terror. However, it was later rumored that King Linkus had embarked on a prolonged journey, having not returned for several years. Who could have anticipated his return today? "Your Majesty Linkus." Another figure swiftly ascended from the capital of Planet Vegeta, soaring towards Lin Chen. It was none other than King Vegeta. Lin Chen appointed 4 leaders to oversee the Saiyan Kingdom, with only Bardock yet to make an appearance. Observing the entire planet come to a standstill due to his presence, Lin Chen smiled and spoke. "I am Linkus. I have returned. You may all withdraw." "Yes." The Saiyans across the planet responded almost in unison. Moments later, order on the planet was restored to its usual state. Only the few Saiyans who had encircled Lin Chen remained frozen in place, hesitant to move. Lin Chen cast a glance and waved his hand, saying, "You may all leave. After 6 years, it is only natural that you no longer recognize me." Upon hearing this, the individuals felt as if a great weight had been lifted from their shoulders and hurriedly withdrew. Meanwhile, Lin Chen, accompanied by King Vegeta and others, descended to the planet's surface. The closer they approached Planet Vegeta, the more Lin Chen observed the transformations that had taken place. Over the span of 6 years, towering structures had risen on the planet, and the capital city was particularly vibrant, with an incessant flow of spacecraft coming and going, reminiscent of a bustling trade hub in the cosmos. At the heart of the city, a monumental statue, standing 100 meters tall, proudly loomed over the expansive plaza. Lin Chen glanced over and smiled, for the statue depicted him in his Super Saiyan form. It was no wonder that the Saiyans had failed to recognize him earlier. For the past 6 years, they had only seen him as a Super Saiyan, naturally causing them to forget his original appearance. Upon entering the royal palace, Lin Chen returned to the long-forgotten throne, where Hanaxia, without any pretense, sat directly on his lap. Salute to King Lynx. Beneath the throne, aside from King Vegeta and others, several Saiyans had also arrived at the palace to pay their respects to Lin Chen, among whom were 2 extraterrestrial beings. King Vegeta explained that these individuals were key officials responsible for various affairs on Planet Vegeta, while the 2 aliens included the ambassador of the Galactic Patrol stationed on Planet Vegeta and a representative from the Galactic Trade Alliance. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen, filled with curiosity, inquired, "What exactly transpired over these 6 years? It appears that you have been doing quite well." King Vegeta promptly elucidated the situation. Although Lin Chen had been absent for 6 years, this duration was inconsequential for the Saiyans. In earlier times, while serving under Frieza, Saiyans often embarked on missions that required them to be away for several years. Those unfortunate children who were banished to lesser planets due to their low combat power frequently spent 6 or 7 years fulfilling their assignments. Consequently, during Lin Chen's absence, everything on Planet Vegeta remained on course, with no significant disruptions. After his departure, King Vegeta and his council continued to heed Lin Chen's instructions, diligently advancing the development of their home planet. In terms of military might, Planet Vegeta persistently collaborated with the Galactic Patrol, undertaking their missions while simultaneously organizing forces led by Princess Hanacia and Bardock. They launched assaults on territories once belonging to Frieza, liberating planets that had been under his dominion. Over the span of 6 years, 70% of Frieza's territories were liberated, granting countless indigenous inhabitants their freedom. During this period, the reputation of the Saiyans underwent a transformation. When they first began executing missions for the Galactic Patrol, some weaker civilizations mistakenly perceived them as invading demons, inducing fear and trepidation. Even when planets under Frieza's rule were liberated, some believed they had merely exchanged one tyrant for another. However, as time passed without the anticipated calamities, these civilizations realized that the contemporary Saiyans were strikingly different from the ominous tales they had heard. As the favorable reputation of the Saiyans spread, certain weaker races even initiated contact with Planet Vegeta, establishing a contractual relationship for the Saiyans to safeguard their worlds. Similar collaborations began to emerge as well. With such partnerships, the necessity arose for representatives to reside on the planets for regular communication with the Saiyans, leading to an influx of extraterrestrial beings on Planet Vegeta. In addition to military prowess, a collaboration initiated by Lin Chen on Earth facilitated the Saiyans' integration into the Galactic Trade Alliance. Dr. Brief's ingenious capsules unexpectedly became a cosmic bestseller. Initially, the Saiyans on Planet Vegeta had no intention of trading these capsules. Most were brought back by Hanacia during her leisure visits to Earth. However, a serendipitous event allowed the extraterrestrial inhabitants of Planet Vegeta to witness the marvel of the capsules, resulting in an immediate surge in demand from other civilizations. Paragus, serving as an advisor, played a pivotal role in recognizing the commercial opportunity and swiftly negotiated a distribution agreement between Hanacia and Dr. Brief, establishing her as the representative for the capsules on Planet Vegeta. While Saiyans were indifferent to wealth, they held an insatiable appetite for food, which they could not resist. Given their enormous consumption, the agricultural output of Planet Vegeta alone could only sustain them at a level of not being hungry. To satiate their hunger, they had to procure food in large quantities from other planets. The majority of their earnings from the Galactic Patrol had previously been exchanged for sustenance. The buzz surrounding the capsules provided the Saiyans with a new source of income. As the popularity of the capsules surged, food from various corners of the universe began to flow into Planet Vegeta, becoming a staple for the Saiyans. The abundant food supply even influenced their birth rate. Since acquiring this new financial avenue, their birth rate had risen by a remarkable 10% compared to the past. Chapter 64. The reward for the benefactor of potential development. Upon receiving this news, Lin Chen could not help but applaud Paragus. It is quite remarkable that, as a Saiyan, he has ventured into the realm of commerce. Although the notion of Saiyans engaging in business seems rather absurd, the mere fact that he has succeeded in enhancing the birth rate of the Saiyan populace warrants significant commendation. It is worth noting that, in this world, the Saiyans were already teetering on the brink of extinction, even without Frieza's intervention. After all, the entire population of the Saiyan planet was less than 10,000. A perilous situation for any biological species. This predicament persisted even after Lin Chen liberated the Saiyans from Frieza's grasp and sealed off Vegeta for 5 years. The issue remained unresolved. Due to insufficient resources, the number of newborn Saiyans was quite limited. However, thanks to Paragas's ingenious methods, there are finally signs of improvement. According to his report, the Saiyan population has now surpassed 10,000. Almost every Saiyan household has welcomed a new infant. Even King Vegeta has experienced a resurgence. Fathering another son. King Vegeta, well done, Lin Chen remarked. Your Majesty, you flatter me, King Vegeta replied, his cheeks flushed. Meanwhile, Hanacia, embracing Lin Chen, whispered in his ear, My lord, when shall we have our own children? Lin Chen cleared his throat and promptly shifted the topic. King Vegeta, what is the current state of the Saiyan warrior's strength? King Vegeta responded, Your Majesty, over the past 5 years, the number of Saiyan warriors with battle power exceeding 10,000 has surpassed 2,000. Those with battle power exceeding 100,000 have exceeded 300, and aside from us, there are now 3 more individuals with power exceeding 500,000. As he spoke of the remarkable achievements the Saiyans had attained over the past 6 years, King Vegeta's excitement was palpable. In his lifetime, the strength of the Saiyans had never reached such unprecedented heights. Not to mention, alongside these warriors, there were also Lin Chen and Hana, 2 Super Saiyans, providing their formidable presence. All of this is a source of immense pride for every Saiyan. Lin Chen felt a sense of satisfaction regarding the Saiyans' enhancement in strength. He nodded thoughtfully and inquired, By the way, King Vegeta, what about your companions? Apart from Hanacia, has anyone else ascended to Super Saiyan? Upon hearing Lin Chen mention them, King Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically as he exchanged glances with Paragas. Both men knelt, their faces etched with remorse. We apologize, Your Majesty. We have squandered your spirit fruit. Over the past 6 years, aside from Queen Hanacia, no new Super Saiyans have emerged among our kind. In fact, our combat prowess has scarcely improved at all. Oh? Lin Chen responded, promptly activating his power level detector to assess the two. Indeed, King Vegeta's power level stood at a mere 690,000, while Paragas registered at least 600,000, showing little advancement since 6 years prior. As for Hanacia, cradled in Lin Chen's arms, despite her ability to transform into a Super Saiyan, her base combat strength was only 640,000, even lower than that of King Vegeta. What of Bardock? Lin Chen inquired. Bardock has been engaged in battles abroad and has significantly enhanced his strength, yet he only reaches 730,000. We deeply regret, Your Majesty. It seems we have all reached our limits. Limits? Lin Chen smiled. Indeed, King Vegeta and Bardock, when it comes to innate talent, are not on par with the future generation of Vegeta. Even with the most advanced training methods, they have nearly exhausted their potential. However, have they truly reached their limits? Lin Chen held a different perspective. After placing Hanacia gently on the ground, he rose to his feet and approached King Vegeta and Paragas. You two have performed admirably during my absence of 6 years. As a reward, allow me to unlock your potential. What? King Vegeta exclaimed, slightly flustered as Lin Chen placed his hand upon his head. Your Majesty, what are you about to do? I intend to awaken your latent power. Latent power? Does such a force truly exist? I feel as though I have reached my limits, King Vegeta replied. Just as his words left his lips, an uncontrollable surge of energy erupted from him, causing those nearby to glance in his direction in astonishment. Power? Power. My strength has suddenly intensified. King Vegeta shouted with exhilaration, promptly activating his scouter to assess his newfound might. Incredible! My battle power has increased by 100,000. Your Majesty, what precisely did you do? I merely awakened your latent potential. Not only your latent power, but your limits should also have been elevated. With diligent training, there remains the possibility for further enhancement. Lin Chen elucidated. Yes, thank you, Your Majesty. Following this, Lin Chen proceeded to bestow the same potential enhancement technique upon Paragas and Hanacia, significantly elevating their battle powers as well. Particularly for Hanasia, her power surged to an impressive 900,000. Astounding. Your Majesty, how did you achieve this? I shall refrain from elaborating further on the method. In essence, what I have just granted you three is a reward for your efforts over the past 6 years. King Vegeta, Lin Chen called. Present. King Vegeta responded eagerly. Disseminate this message. Henceforth, anyone who accomplishes merit during missions shall receive my reward of awakened potential. Understood. King Vegeta replied enthusiastically, while the Saiyan officers present observed with eyes glistening with emotion. After conferring rewards upon the three, Lin Chen listened to various accounts from the past 6 years before dismissing everyone and returning to the palace for rest. In his private chambers, Lin Chen embraced Hanasia, fulfilling the void she had endured for 6 long years. Following an intimate moment, Hanasia nestled against Lin Chen's chest, listening intently as he recounted his adventures during his absence. Upon learning that Lin Chen had traversed to another timeline, Hanasia gasped in astonishment. Another timeline? No wonder we had not heard any news of your Majesty for 6 years. You were in a different realm, and the Saiyans in that timeline have dwindled to mere handfuls? The legendary Super Saiyan? I had thought that we were the only ones who transformed into Super Saiyans. It seems we are not the Super Saiyans of legend. As Hanasia reflected on Lin Chen's words, she expressed her wonderment. But when she mentioned a particular individual from that timeline, Lin Chen abruptly froze. Kakarot? Isn't that the son of Bardock? I recall that his battle power was merely 2 at the time of his birth. I never anticipated that he could transform into a Super Saiyan. Lin Chen suddenly sat up and inquired. Kakarot is in trouble. I almost forgot. Your Majesty, what is it that you have forgotten? Hannah, may I ask what month it is on Earth now? Lin Chen turned over in bed, dressing himself anew while inquiring. What month is it? It seems like it is September, isn't it? Your Majesty, are you planning to go out? Hannah asked. My apologies, Hannah. But I must make a trip to Earth, Lin Chen replied. Earth? Your Majesty, you do not intend to seek out Tai-Si, do you? No. I am going to meet Kakarot, Lin Chen responded. Bardock's son? Why? Because a legend is about to commence, Lin Chen remarked with a smile. In September of 749 A.D., it was precisely the moment when Kakarot, later known as Sun Wukong in the original narrative, first embarked on his quest to find the Dragon Balls. Chapter 65. A different story begins September 1st, 749 AD. On Earth, in the tranquil region of Baozi Mountain, nestled amidst towering peaks and remote landscapes, the serenity was abruptly shattered by the roar of engines. A rugged vehicle sped through the mountainous terrain. A young girl sat behind the wheel, multitasking as she drove while intently examining the Dragon Ball radar in her hands. Right ahead is the 4-star ball. Seriously, Master Roshi is utterly useless. Doesn't he even know how to fly? If only he could, I wouldn't have to exert myself so much. So far, I've only gathered 2. With a sigh of frustration, the girl's mind began to drift into daydreams. Once I summon the dragon, what wish should I make? Should I ask about the whereabouts of Big Brother Lin Chen? No. Tai-Si mentioned that he is simply on a distant journey and will return one day. I shouldn't waste my wish on that. It would be much better to wish for Big Brother Lin Chen to fall in love with me. Yes, that's it. This youthful girl was none other than the now-grown Bulma. In the blink of an eye, 6 years have elapsed. And the once young girl has blossomed into a vibrant young woman, just like in the original tale. This world's Bulma has embarked on a quest to seek the Dragon Balls. In truth, Bulma's desire to collect the Dragon Balls had ignited many years prior. Ever since she learned of the existence of such wondrous artifacts, she has long fantasized about gathering them to win the affection of Lin Chen. To this end, she scoured tales and legends surrounding the Dragon Balls, and through eavesdropping on conversations among Lin Chen and his companions, she discovered that by assembling all 7 Dragon Balls, one could summon the Eternal Dragon to grant wishes. Bulma even contemplated deceitfully procuring the Turtle Hermit's Dragon Balls for research, hoping to create a tool capable of locating the Dragon Balls. However, just as she was preparing to take action, the Turtle Hermit's Dragon Ball mysteriously vanished. Without the Dragon Ball, Bulma found herself unable to develop the Dragon Radar. It was only 6 years later, on an unexpected day, that she stumbled upon a Dragon Ball in her home's storage room, allowing her to finally construct the Dragon Radar and set forth on her adventure. While Bulma's mind was adrift in thoughts, an enormous fish suddenly appeared on the mountain road ahead. How could there be a fish on a mountain path? Before Bulma could react, she realized it was a young boy carrying the fish. No time to waste. As the car hurtled toward him, Bulma hurriedly slammed on the brakes. Miraculously, the vehicle came to a halt just in time, but the boy was startled, leaping into the air and brandishing a stick. "You monster! You're here to steal my food, aren't you? Witness my might." Sun Wukong threatened to smash the car, but at that moment, Bulma leapt out of the vehicle. "Hey, you little brat, this is my car. What do you think you're doing?" Bulma exclaimed. "What? A monster with a creature hidden inside it?" For the first time, Bulma was called a monster, and her cheeks puffed in indignation. How dare this insolent boy insult her? She retrieved her power level detector and aimed it at the boy, her spirits lifting. "Huh, a power level of merely 10? Watch as I teach you a lesson." Having trained under the turtle hermit for several years, Bulma, though of average aptitude in martial arts, had cultivated extraordinary strength under his guidance, boasting a power level of 20. Tucking the detector back into her bag, she discarded her backpack and charged at the boy with a fierce punch. "If you want to fight, then let us go. I'm ready for you." Seeing her advance, the boy raised his stick and rushed to meet her. However, moments later, he found himself on the ground, his rear facing the sky, having been thoroughly bested by Bulma. "Ouch, this monster is really strong. Grandpa, I'm sorry I've lost." Upon witnessing the boy's lack of strength to retaliate, Bulma clapped her hands and prepared to take her leave, a look of satisfaction gracing her features. However, at that moment, her attention was drawn to a peculiar appendage on the boy's rear, resembling a monkey's tail. "Oh, you possess a tail? Are you a Saiyan?" "Saiyan." The boy struggled to sit up. "I am not a Saiyan. I am Son Goku." "Fool, I did not inquire about your name. I was referring to your race." "Race? What is that? Is it edible?" Bulma rolled her eyes. "I ask you, is your tail authentic?" "Of course it is." Goku proudly lifted himself, swaying his tail before Bulma. Upon this revelation, Bulma confirmed her suspicion. This child was indeed a Saiyan, much like Lin Chen. Although she was perplexed as to why a Saiyan child appeared in this place, she felt an unexpected fondness for Son Goku. "Considering you are a Saiyan, I shall forgive you. Next time you encounter a girl, remember to be more courteous." "Ah, you are a girl? Indeed. Is it true that all girls possess such remarkable abilities?" Bulma paused momentarily, contemplating before replying, "I am special." With that, she entered her vehicle and continued her journey toward the Dragon Balls. Goku watched Bulma depart, blinking in excitement. "That girl is really impressive, Grandpa was right. There are indeed many skilled individuals in this world." In his excitement, Goku then marveled at the receding silhouette of her vehicle, suddenly exclaiming, "Wait, is she headed in the direction of my home?" Curiously, he pursued her, and upon returning home, he found Bulma joyfully emerging with his grandfather's 4-star Dragon Ball. "Fantastic! Now I possess 3 Dragon Balls." "Stop! That is my grandfather's heirloom. No one is permitted to touch it," Goku exclaimed. His face filled with urgency as he attempted to reclaim the Dragon Ball. Yet, with his combat power only half of Bulma's, he was easily subdued once more. Undeterred, Goku persisted, prompting Bulma to relent. "All right, I shall show you." With that, she produced her 2 Dragon Balls. Goku's eyes widened in surprise upon seeing the 2 Dragon Balls in Bulma's possession. "Oh, how can there be 2 of Grandpa? This is the Dragon Ball." Bulma smiled. Gathering all 7 Dragon Balls allows one to summon the Eternal Dragon, who can grant a single wish. "Is that so?" Goku nodded, somewhat understanding. "Then, how about you give me the 4-star ball you hold? I assure you, you will not be at a loss." Bulma grinned. "No, this is my grandfather's heirloom. I cannot give it to you." Sun Wukong shook his head in refusal. Bulma, hands on her hips, furrowed her brow. Although she was tempted to seize the Dragon Ball outright, she decided against it, considering that he was a Saiyan. "I won't take your Dragon Ball. I only need to borrow it when summoning the Eternal Dragon. You can keep it otherwise." "What do you say? Are you suggesting that I should accompany you to the outside world?" he inquired. "Indeed. Are there many formidable individuals out there, like you?" Little Wukong asked, his curiosity piqued. "Haha, there are plenty who are even stronger than I." "Really?" Wukong's eyes brightened suddenly. "All right, but I will only lend it to you once, and it must be returned afterward." "Deal," Bulma exclaimed, a look of cunning triumph on her face. In addition to tricking Wukong out of the 4-star ball, Bulma brought him along as a companion. Although he was not her match, she believed that as a Saiyan, Wukong possessed abilities that surpassed those of ordinary humans, making him a fitting bodyguard. Throughout their journey, Bulma had encountered numerous dangers, though she was now capable of handling these threats with ease. Such confrontations were harsh on a girl's skin. With Wukong by her side, her burdens lessened considerably. Thus, although their story diverged slightly from the original, Bulma and Sun Wukong embarked on their quest for the Dragon Balls. Chapter 66. Wukong and Master Roshi. The subsequent events unfolded much like those in the original narrative, with Son Wukong and Bulma setting out to collect the 7 Dragon Balls. However, unlike the original tale, the emergence of Lin Chen had transformed Bulma from a defenseless maiden into a martial arts expert even stronger than Son Wukong himself. After departing from Bowsy Mountain, they encountered an attack from a pterodactyl. The creature intended to capture Bulma for a meal, but she swiftly subdued it with ease. Ironically, it was Wukong who received a scolding from Bulma for failing to fulfill his duty as a bodyguard, allowing her to be ambushed. Bulma, you are far more fearsome than the pterodactyl. Why do you need my protection? He questioned. What nonsense are you speaking? I am but a frail woman, Bulma shouted. Wukong could only shrug in response. Next, they faced bandits and robbers, and this time Wukong was finally able to prove his worth by resolving the troublesome encounter for Bulma. As they traveled together, their relationship deepened, and Bulma was surprised to discover that after several battles, Wukong's combat prowess had begun to increase. Hey, Wukong, your power level has actually risen a bit. It's now at 11. Power level? What is that? In the evening, Bulma and her companions set up a mobile shelter for the night on their journey to the East Coast. After taking a shower, Bulma, feeling rather bored, picked up the power level detector to check on Son Goku, only to discover that the boy's power level had indeed changed. Power level indicates the strength of one's abilities. The higher the number, the more formidable the individual, Bulma explained. Is that so? Then what is your power level, Bulma? Goku inquired with curiosity. I boast a power level of 20. Bulma replied with a hint of pride. Among ordinary folks, none can rival me. Wow, you truly are impressive, Goku exclaimed in admiration. How did you become so strong, Bulma? Sighing, Bulma responded, don't even mention it. I trained under a rather lecherous old man for several years to attain this strength. Lecherous old man? Goku tilted his head in confusion. Never mind that. Bulma waved her hand dismissively. As for you, it seems you truly are a Saiyan. Within just a few days, you've managed to increase your power level. If you continue to fight, you should surpass me in no time. Saiyan? Goku asked. Bulma, you've been saying I'm a Saiyan. What exactly is a Saiyan? Bulma replied, Saiyans are actually an extraterrestrial race. They resemble humans but all possess tails, just like you, Goku. So I'm not human? Goku scratched his head, realizing, no wonder my grandpa told me I fell from the sky. Bulma chuckled at Goku's words. You silly boy. Without that tail and your innate fighting prowess, you wouldn't resemble a Saiyan at all. Most Saiyans are quite cool. In any case, they are immensely powerful beings from the universe. Although you may be weak now, you will surely grow stronger in the future. At this point, Bulma clapped her hands. By the way, once we locate the Dragon Balls, would you like to come visit my home? Several Saiyans come by each month for various matters. You could inquire about your origins with them. Sure. Goku nodded enthusiastically. The following day, as in the original story, Goku and the others encountered the lost turtle in the mountains. However, this time, Bulma not only supported Goku's decision to rescue the turtle, but also recognized it as Master Roshi's turtle. You foolish turtle. Master Roshi thought you were dead. I couldn't help it. I never expected to get lost in the mountains, the turtle replied, surprised to run into an acquaintance and feeling quite fortunate. Since we know each other, I can't just stand by and do nothing, Bulma said. In a manner reminiscent of the original story, Bulma decided to take the turtle along. After dealing with a highway robber in the form of a tiger, they finally reached the seaside. To express his gratitude, the turtle asked them to wait on the shore while he returned to the ocean. Bulma, where is he going? Goku asked. How should I know? Perhaps he's off to find that lecherous old man. Lecherous old man? Indeed, everything unfolded precisely as Bulma had anticipated. Before long, the turtle surfaced, bearing Master Roshi upon his back. Are you the ones who rescued my turtle? Master Roshi called out from a distance, but upon catching sight of Bulma, he was taken aback. Bulma? What a surprise. Is it truly you? What? You do not wish to see me? Bulma retorted with a sardonic smile. Oh, no. Master Roshi chuckled awkwardly, discreetly wiping a bead of sweat from his brow. He considered his promise to Lin Chen to introduce the Bulma sisters to martial arts as one of the gravest errors of his life. With two such exquisite young ladies constantly in his presence, he lacked the courage even to steal a glance, given the formidable backgrounds they hailed from. Moreover, Bulma and her sister were rather demanding. Even during yoga classes, they would not allow him a moment's peace, leaving him utterly exasperated. Just as he thought he had finally seen the last of them, here they were again. Bulma, since we are acquainted, I shall forego presenting you with a gift. If that is agreeable, Fine, not that you possess anything of value to bestow, Bulma replied, momentarily distracted as her gaze fell upon the necklace adorning Master Roshi's neck. Master Roshi, is that not a Dragon Ball? Indeed, he responded, producing the Dragon Ball necklace. I had thought it lost, but during a recent spring cleaning, I stumbled upon it in my home. Excellent. You may gift me that. Initially, Master Roshi contemplated imposing a condition in exchange, but upon reflection, he decided to relinquish the Dragon Ball to Bulma without hesitation. Ah, never mind. This girl is Taiza's sister, and Taiza's boyfriend is that formidable Saiyan. I cannot afford to cross paths with them. Master Roshi, this child also rescued me, the turtle interjected. Master Roshi adjusted his sunglasses, momentarily dismissing Bulma to focus on Goku. Since you saved my turtle, I shall present you with a token of gratitude. In a manner reminiscent of the original tale, Master Roshi bestowed upon Goku a flying nimbus. Observing Goku soaring through the sky upon the nimbus like a bird, Master Roshi suddenly paused. Wait, Bulma, why does this child have a tail? Of course. He is a Saiyan, she replied. What? Lin Chen and Taiz have a child? Master Roshi exclaimed in astonishment. Certainly not. I encountered him in the mountains. His grandfather is Gohan. Master Roshi was taken aback and called Goku down. Upon confirmation, he discovered that this child was, in fact, the adopted son of his former disciple, Gohan. He could hardly believe it. The child Gohan had taken in was a Saiyan. Chapter 67. The Love of Parents and the Reappearance of the Divine Dragon as they bid farewell to Master Roshi. The adventure of Sun Wukong and Bulma continues. Much like in the original tale, they acquire the fifth Dragon Ball in a small mountain village plagued by monsters, simultaneously capturing a pig named Oolong. To prevent Oolong from continuing his mischief, they tie him up and journey onward, encountering the desert bandit Yamcha. After a fierce battle, Sun Wukong and his companions resume their quest, while Yamcha, unwilling to accept defeat, trails behind at a distance. Throughout this ongoing adventure, no one, including Bulma, notices a solitary figure silently observing their escapades from above. This individual is Lin Chen, who has come to Earth. Upon realizing that the plot surrounding the Dragon Balls is about to unfold, Lin Chen hastens to Earth, watching Sun Wukong and his companion's grand adventure with a pilgrim's heart. Unnoticed by all. Although Bulma's newfound strength alters the course of events somewhat from what Lin Chen once knew, the essence remains largely unchanged. One day, as Sun Wukong and his party resolve the troubles of Fire Mountain and commence their search for the final Dragon Ball, Lin Chen suddenly perceives another presence, aside from himself. Monitoring Sun Wukong and his friends from afar. Is that energy signature Bardock? To his surprise, Bardock is indeed on Earth. Sensing the other's aura, Lin Chen smiles faintly and swiftly moves towards it. Sure enough, at an altitude of nearly 10,000 meters, Lin Chen encounters Bardock, whom he has not seen in 6 years, accompanied by a female Saiyan. Bardock. Hearing someone call his name, both Bardock and the female Saiyan are startled. Yet, when they realize it is Lin Chen, their shock transforms into joy. Your Majesty Lin Kex. They exclaim. You have returned. Yes, Lin Chen replies with a nod. I was wondering why I couldn't find you on Planet Vegeta. It turns out you were here on Earth? Your Majesty Lin Kex, this is my wife, Jine. We actually came to visit Kakarot, Bardock explains. It is then that Lin Chen learns that over the past 6 years, Bardock and Jine have made a point to visit Earth each year to check on their son. After the relocation of Planet Vegeta, they can reach Earth in just a week's time using the latest high-speed spacecraft provided by the Galactic Patrol. However, they have only ever observed his growth from a distance. Bardock, do you intend to bring Kakarot back to Planet Vegeta? Lin Chen inquires. No, Bardock shakes his head, smiling at his wife. While Jine had entertained that thought, sending Kakarot to Earth was your idea, Your Majesty. Furthermore, I have glimpsed fragments of the future. Though they are but scattered images, I know Kakarot will embark on a new life on Earth, which will greatly benefit his growth. Your Majesty, what brings you here this time? Me? I too have come to see Kakarot. This child's future is boundless. Is that so? Jine inquired with a hint of excitement. When it concerns her child's future, she cannot help but feel exhilarated. Lin Chen nodded, affirming, indeed, I believe Kakarot may one day transform into a Super Saiyan. A Super Saiyan? Jine paused, for that title belonged to only 2 formidable warriors on the entire planet Vegeta. Her son, Kakarot, currently possessed a mere combat power of 10. And yet, he might ascend to such heights? Your Majesty, is this truly possible? We shall wait and see. Kakarot's future will embody the hope of the Saiyan race. Lin Chen remarked regarding Son Goku. Both Bardock and Jine were visibly stirred by his words. Since ascending to the throne as the king of the Saiyans, Lin Chen's predictions had never faltered. Thus, if he expressed such confidence, Kakarot's future indeed held boundless potential. Although Kakarot's current battle prowess was lamentably low, Lin Chen's assertion hinted at the possibility of a remarkable turnaround. Thank you, Your Majesty. Your words suffice. Jain and I shall take our leave. Bardock prepared to bid farewell. No need for such formality. I shall use instant transmission to send you back. After teleporting Bardock and his wife to Planet Vegeta and further enhancing Bardock's latent potential, Lin Chen returned to Earth. Meanwhile, Goku and his companions had found themselves embroiled in the schemes of Emperor Pilaf. Despite Goku's growth and the assistance of Bulma, their combined strength remained woefully inadequate. Trapped by Pilaf's cunning traps, both Son Goku and Bulma fell victim, ultimately captured along with the 7 Dragon Balls. As Lin Chen reappeared on Earth, he observed Pilaf, clutching the Dragon Balls, making his way to the plaza outside his castle. Is he about to summon the Eternal Dragon? Lin Chen mused with a subtle smile. If the original narrative were to unfold, the upcoming wish would be squandered by Oolong. Although he intended to spectate Goku's adventures, the rare opportunity to utilize the dragon would not be one he wished to forfeit. Haha, I, Pilaf, shall become the ruler of the world, exclaimed Pilaf with exuberance in the plaza, flanked by his excited companions, the dog-headed Shu and Mai. Conversely, in the castle's underground dungeon, Yamcha and the others wore expressions of discontent. My Dragon Balls! Bulma, consumed by rage, pounded her fist against the wall in frustration. Each strike resonated with a fierce tremor, leaving Yamcha and the others in awe. They could hardly fathom the latent power within Bulma, surpassing even that of Goku. Though her fury was palpable, her strength proved ineffective against the sturdy wall. Damn it, why can't I break through? This is infuriating. My Dragon Balls! My wish! Aya! At that moment, Yamcha suddenly conceived a plan. Of course, Goku. Utilize the Kamehameha. How did you know I could perform the Kamehameha? Enough of the chatter, just do it. Hearing the exchange between the two, Bulma let out a fierce roar. Very well. Sun Wukong immediately assumed a stance, aiming at the wall. Kamehameha. After a blast of white energy, a small hole finally appeared in the wall. While it wouldn't allow anyone to escape, it was sufficient for Oolong and Puar to squeeze through. Oolong, Puar, it's all up to you now. Go and retrieve the Dragon Balls. Meanwhile, in the square, Pilaf had finally summoned the Eternal Dragon. Arise, Dragon. As Pilaf's words echoed, the 7 Dragon Balls suddenly radiated a brilliant light, shooting skyward. Boom, boom, golden lightning, like furious serpents, struck down from the dark night sky, colliding with the 7 Dragon Balls. Roar. With a resounding dragon's cry that reverberated through the heavens, the green figure of the dragon appeared in the night sky. Those who have gathered the Dragon Balls, speak your wish. I can grant any desire you may have. The deep, resonant voice echoed throughout the wilderness like a mighty bell, leaving the crowd, most of whom were witnessing the dragon for the first time, momentarily speechless in shock. However, Pilaf quickly regained his composure and opened his mouth, eager to articulate his wish. Just then, a figure suddenly descended from the sky, waving at Pilaf and his companions. In the next instant, a powerful gust of wind erupted from the ground, sweeping Pilaf and his group into the sky, whisking them away. Following that, the figure extended its 5 fingers towards Oolong and Puar, who were rushing toward the Dragon Balls. An invisible force abruptly collided with them, sending Oolong and Puar tumbling back toward the castle. Who is that person? What is happening? Hearing the strange commotion from outside, Bulma and the others, who had been despondent, eagerly attempted to peer through the small hole to discern the situation outside. Ultimately, 3 of them squeezed together at the opening, their gazes fixed upon the figure. It was him. Tears suddenly welled up in Bulma's eyes. Though still at a distance, she recognized that silhouette. It was indeed him. He has returned. It was Lin Chen who drove away Pilaf and his companions while simultaneously intercepting Oolong and his group. In the original narrative, this instance of the dragon granting wishes ultimately allowed Oolong to exploit the situation, resulting in the creation of a pair of undergarments. Naturally, Lin Chen would never permit such a desecration of the dragon's wishes. Coincidentally, Lin Chen had already formulated his own intentions regarding the dragon's grant. Hovering before the dragon, he inquired, "O mighty dragon, may I first ask if you possess the ability to bestow eternal life?" The dragon responded, "Eternal life is a feat beyond even the gods. This wish cannot be fulfilled." Upon hearing the dragon's reply, Lin Chen pondered to himself that it was indeed as he suspected. The dragon's powers have their limitations, and the concept of eternal life evidently exceeds its capabilities. Lin Chen, in his recent wish, hoped to attain immortality for himself and those he holds dear. However, since the divine dragon is unable to fulfill this desire, it matters not. He has alternative plans. What methods do you possess that could extend one's lifespan? In the realm of the underworld, there exists a renowned elixir known as the Fountain of Youth, a divine water utilized by deities to concoct the elixir of immortality, granting mortals the gift of longevity upon consumption. The Fountain of Youth? Excellent. I desire this. This wish is remarkably simple. In the next moment, the dragon's eyes glowed crimson, and a silver flask suddenly descended from the heavens, hovering in Lin Chen's grasp. Lin Chen opened the water bottle and discovered a colorless, odorless liquid within, enough to suffice for 3 to 5 individuals if shared. Your wish has been granted. Farewell. With that, the divine dragon transformed back into 7 Dragon Balls in midair, swirling a few times before soaring across the globe. After reclaiming the elixir of immortality into the system's space, Lin Chen turned to glance at the castle where Sun Wukong and the others were still imprisoned. Since he had revealed himself, it was time for a meeting. Lin Chen smiled and promptly soared towards the castle. Upon seeing him approach, Wulong and Pu'er were taken aback, hastily transforming into small animals and scurrying back through the entrance they had come from. This is bad. The strange person outside is charging at us. Wulong exclaimed in terror as soon as he reverted to his original form. Fear not, I am acquainted with that individual, Bulma replied. Having composed herself and wiped away her tears, her demeanor calm. Moments later, the wall shattered, and Lin Chen entered the prison. Greetings, everyone. Lin Chen, brother, Bulma exclaimed, attempting to leap into his embrace, but he deftly caught her with both hands and gently set her back down. Lin Chen gently patted Bulma's head, reminiscent of times gone by, and said to her, Bulma, it has been a long time. Brother Lin Chen, I am no longer a child, she replied. Lin Chen smiled softly, remaining silent as he turned his gaze towards the others. Having witnessed the effortless manner in which Lin Chen had just breached the barrier, Yamcha and Oolong, along with their companion, greeted him with utmost respect, their expressions tinged with a sense of formality. In contrast, Sun Wukong displayed a curious demeanor, his face radiating innocence. Big brother, you're truly remarkable. I exerted all my strength and could only make a small hole in this wall. Yet you managed to break through it. Lin Chen chuckled. With diligent cultivation, you too can achieve it. Diligent cultivation? Ever since my grandfather passed away, I have been practicing. You have a tail as well, Sun Wukong exclaimed, his gaze fixated on the tail coiled around Lin Chen's waist. Is that a genuine tail? Indeed, it is. Lin Chen extracted the tail coiled around his waist and gave it a slight shake behind him. Like you, I am also a Saiyan. Saiyan? Goodness, are they extraterrestrials? Yamcha and the others immediately stood upright against the wall. Little Goku, on the other hand, gazed at Lin Chen with a look of utter bewilderment. Just then, a thunderous sound echoed from afar. Bulma took a bold step out from the wall to glance outside, only to retreat immediately. Brother Lin Chen, those people are back. Outside the castle, a colossal robot charged fiercely towards the fortress, piloted by none other than the nefarious Emperor Pilaf and his companions, who had been sent flying by Lin Chen's previous strike. Damn it, give me back my dream of world domination, Emperor Pilaf bellowed, slamming a red button on the control panel with fervor. Instantly, the robot raised its right arm, revealing a massive cannon protruding from its limb. Boom. In the next moment, a shell hurtled towards the castle. Everyone be careful, Yamcha shouted, clutching Pu'er and throwing himself to the ground. Oolong desperately tried to squeeze into Yamcha's embrace. Only Lin Chen, Bulma, and Goku remained motionless. Bulma trusted Lin Chen, while Goku simply did not comprehend the nature of their peril. Yet, 1 second later, a tremendous explosion erupted at the point where the shell had landed. The towering castle was instantly reduced to rubble. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Pilaf cackled madly at the sight of the obliterated castle. Asu and Xiao, however, were left in despair. Lord Pilaf, all our possessions were in the castle. Silence. What do you care for money? I will not rest until they are dead, or I shall never quell my rage. Just as Pilaf finished speaking, his eyes widened in shock. Behind him, Asu and Xiao gaped, their jaws agape, staring at the monitor. Beneath the ruins of the castle, Lin Chen, unscathed, slowly ascended from the debris. Chapter 69. Goku's future choices revisited. As Lin Chen hovered in the air, Pilaf and his companions found themselves momentarily breathless. Moments later, all three screamed in unison, a ghost. Amid their cries, a wave of energy surged through the air, piercing the robot's armor. With a resounding crash, Pilaf and his companions were once again launched into the sky amidst a blaze of fire. I will return. After Pilaf vanished into the ether, Bulma leaped with excitement. Brother Lin Chen, we have triumphed. Yamcha and the others appeared in a state of shock. Yet, no one noticed that little Goku's eyes were fixated on the full moon above, his expression becoming increasingly entranced. Roar. Suddenly, Sun Wukong emitted a primal roar, his body visibly expanding at an astonishing rate. Ah, what is happening? Transformation. Lin Chen sighed deeply and called out to Yamcha and the others, urging them to leave the area. He had already lost control. Without hesitation, Lin Chen embraced Bulma and rushed outside, putting distance between them and Goku, who had transformed into a massive ape. Brother Lin Chen, what has happened to Goku? Why has he turned into such a monster? Bulma asked in a state of panic. He just gazed at the full moon. Saiyans transform into giant apes upon seeing a full moon, succumbing to a frenzied state. Given Goku's youth, he will lose all reason once he becomes a giant ape, Lin Chen explained. Upon hearing this, Bulma turned her gaze back to Lin Chen, saying, Brother Lin Chen, do not worry. I have already learned to control my transformation, and I did not look at the moon. Lin Chen reassured her, do not fret. I will handle this situation. Lin Chen spoke and then vanished from his original spot. When he reappeared, he found himself behind Sun Wukong. Despite the transformation into a colossal ape, Wukong's combat power barely exceeded a mere 100 points. Indeed, the protagonist's aura was evident even in Wukong. With a sigh of admiration, Lin Chen reached out and seized Wukong's tail. Though Wukong was not fully aware, his instinct for battle sensed the grip on his tail. His massive form twisted around, and he raised his fist to strike down upon Lin Chen. Thud! Lin Chen effortlessly caught the fist larger than his own body, then exerted a force. Wukong's tail fell to the ground with a thud, and his colossal form began to shrink rapidly, resembling a deflating balloon, soon reverting to his original state and slipping into unconsciousness. Big brother Lin Chen, are you all right? Bulma rushed over, her concern evident. I am fine. Please find a garment to cover Wukong, lest he catch a chill, he replied. Bulma turned her gaze and was startled to discover that little Wukong lay on the ground, utterly bare. Initially, she feared he had perished, but soon the sound of his snoring revealed he was merely asleep. Folding her arms, Bulma mused. I once heard Wukong mention that his grandfather was killed by a monster. Could it be that this monster is indeed himself? It seems likely, although merely a child. A Saiyan transformed into a great ape is not something an ordinary human can contend with, Lin Chen remarked. However, observing the current Wukong, whose battle power barely exceeded 10, Lin Chen suddenly pondered a matter. Given that Wukong's future formidable foe, Vegeta, had already surpassed his original counterpart significantly, and even his older brother Raditz possessed a battle power exceeding 10,000, should he not expedite Wukong's training? A notification chimed, detecting the host's hesitation regarding Wukong's future. Activating the strongest choice system. Choice 1. Allow Wukong to grow independently. Reward. Universal textbook on chi perception, time points. 1. Choice 2. Take Wukong back to Planet Vegeta. Reward. Universal textbook on the Kaioken technique. Choice 3. Train Wukong for 1 year, enhancing his battle power by 10,000 points. Reward. 1 bottle of 100 cell solvent. Is it truly up to me to determine Wukong's fate? Lin Chen's lips curled into a smile as he began to ponder. To be honest, upon witnessing the flourishing of Planet Vegeta during this return, he had gradually begun to adopt a more indifferent attitude towards the affairs of Earth. He had insisted that Bardock send Goku to Earth, recognizing the extraordinary potential within Goku and the proof of the Saiyan and Earthling bloodline strength embodied in his son, Gohan. In Lin Chen's eyes, should the progress of Planet Vegeta ever stagnate, Goku would serve as their last beacon of hope. However, with the smooth advancement of Planet Vegeta, Goku's combat prowess had started to pale in comparison to Lin Chen's own. After all, the rewards from his chosen missions had significantly augmented Lin Chen's usual battle power, rendering even a typical Super Saiyan at the second level unable to rival him. Thus, for both him and Planet Vegeta, Goku's potential contributions seemed superfluous at least until he attained the third level of Super Saiyan. The sole remaining value Earth held for Lin Chen was as a spectator and an admirer of Dragon Balls, relishing the familiar tales unfolding before his very eyes. With this thought in mind, Lin Chen made a decision. System, I choose 1. As for Goku, Lin Chen resolved to let nature take its course. At least until Goku possessed the ability to traverse the cosmos, he did not intend to interfere excessively in Goku's journey. Upon reflection, Goku's initial growth in battle power had been rather slow, as he belonged to the type that accumulates strength gradually. Although the battles on Earth did not expedite Goku's ascent to power, they laid a solid foundation for him. It was these experiences that enabled Goku, with the qualifications of a lower-ranked warrior, to eventually become the first to transform into a Super Saiyan. Should Lin Chen disrupt his growth now? It might indeed strengthen Goku in the short term, but could potentially stifle his future development, akin to the folly of pulling seedlings to hasten their growth. Better to allow him to mature at his own pace. Ding, host choice confirmed. Rewards have been credited. In Lin Chen's system space, a universal video tutorial in a cosmic format instantly materialized, and his attribute panel reflected an increase in time points. Shortly thereafter, young Goku finally awoke from his slumber. Upon regaining consciousness, he was oblivious to the transformation that had occurred, instead perplexed by the absence of his clothes and tail. Yamcha and the others had initially planned to conceal the truth from Goku to spare him the pain of knowing he was responsible for his grandfather's demise. But Lin Chen revealed the reality of the situation. What? I killed Grandpa? Even the innocent Goku found it somewhat difficult to accept the truth. Lin Chen. This is too cruel, Bulma remarked. No, this is all for his benefit, Lin Chen replied. Lin Chen embraced his arms and spoke sternly to son Wukong. Wukong. All of this stems from your lack of strength. Had you been sufficiently powerful, even in your transformed state, you would have been able to maintain your will. Ultimately, you were sorely lacking in training. Upon hearing this, Wukong clenched his fists, as if making a resolute decision, and said, Brother Lin Chen, could you teach me how to cultivate? Chapter 70. Each going their own way. Lin Chen's wedding. You wish for me to instruct you in cultivation? Lin Chen regarded Wukong with a frigid demeanor. Yes, you are so formidable. I wish to learn from you. Wukong's face displayed a rare seriousness. Very well. As long as you can touch me, I shall teach you, Lin Chen replied. All right. Little Wukong nodded vigorously, assuming a stance of determination. However, at that moment, his stomach growled unexpectedly. Embarrassed, he said, Oh dear, I'm hungry. Could you wait while I find something to eat? No need, Lin Chen replied, tossing a fairy bean to Wukong. Consume this. What is this? Wukong curiously placed it in his mouth and chewed, his eyes widening in astonishment. Incredible! I'm full. My strength has returned. What is this substance? This is a fairy bean. One can satiate your hunger. Brother Lin Chen, do you have any more? Might you spare some for me? If you can touch me, I may grant you a few. Very well. I shall make my move. Little Wukong reset his posture, shouted loudly, and charged directly at Lin Chen. Despite his vigorous spirit, the disparity in strength was evident with Wukong's current abilities. Even a mere touch of Lin Chen was entirely beyond his reach. After playing with Wukong for a while, Lin Chen lost his patience. I shall counter. Be on your guard. What? No sooner had the words left his lips than Lin Chen's tail struck out. Little Wukong didn't even have time to react before he was knocked unconscious by Lin Chen's tail. Wukong. Yulong and the others rushed over, gently tapping Wukong's head to awaken him. Brother Lin Chen, that was a bit too harsh, wasn't it? Bulma questioned, puzzled. Lin Chen shook his head and said to Wukong, Wukong, do you now comprehend the chasm that divides us? The gap between us is insurmountable. You cannot glean any knowledge from me. And it would be perilous for you to engage in cultivation under these circumstances. Little Wukong scratched his head, his face devoid of despondency, and simply expressed with a hint of regret, it appears to be the case. Observing his innocent demeanor, Lin Chen smiled, contemplating that perhaps Wukong's simplicity is one of the reasons for his rapid growth in the future. With this thought in mind, Lin Chen inquired, Do you remember Master Roshi? Wukong replied, You mean that old gentleman? Of course, I remember him. He is the second strongest person I have encountered, aside from you, Brother Lin Chen. You should seek him out for training. He is your grandfather's master, and given your current abilities, it would be most suitable for you to learn from him. By the way, it is worth mentioning that Bulma has also trained under Master Roshi. Having made his choice, Lin Chen resolved not to alter the future of son Wukong. Moreover, Wukong could indeed acquire a wealth of martial knowledge from Master Roshi. Is that true? How wonderful! I shall go to Master Roshi to train and grow stronger. Wukong exclaimed. I want to join you too. Yamcha suddenly chimed in. Yamcha? Puo inquired with a hint of surprise. Puo, I also wish to become stronger. After encountering Lin Chen, I realized how naive my former self was. I must become formidable enough to stand alongside Lin Chen. At the very least, not to be overshadowed by someone like Bulma, Yamcha silently added. Haha, that might be a bit challenging for you, Bulma teased. And what about you? Oolong. Puer asked. Oh, I think I'll pass. Bulma, might I accompany you to the city? I've heard there are many girls in the big city, Oolong said, glancing at Bulma. Fine, but just so you know, your lecherous nature is quite off-putting. If you don't want me to go, just say so. With everyone having determined their own paths for the future, they parted ways. Lin Chen, accompanied by Bulma and Oolong, swiftly departed the scene using instantaneous movement. Observing the disappearing trio, Goku could not help but exclaim, "Brother Lin Chen's technique is truly remarkable. I didn't even catch a glimpse of how he left." Indeed, Yamcha lamented, "There are many powerful individuals in this world." In West City, after bidding farewell to Goku and the others, Lin Chen and his companions arrived at Bulma's home via instantaneous movement. Here, Lin Chen was reunited with the long-missed ties and the Brief family. After 6 years apart, ties had matured significantly, embodying the essence of womanhood. For Ties, who was of Earth descent, those 6 years were a challenging passage of time, and upon seeing Lin Chen, her eyes brimmed with tears, reminiscent of delicate blossoms in the rain. Seeing Ties, Lin Chen felt a pang of guilt and embraced her, sincerely stating, "Ties, we have known each other for so many years. Will you marry me?" Ties replied softly, a whisper almost lost in the air. For she had awaited this moment for a long time. "Ah," Bulma gasped, her eyes wide in astonishment. "How can it be so quick?" "Bulma, what are you saying?" "Mrs. Brief reproached. "Ties has been waiting for so many years." However, Bulma stomped her foot in frustration and stormed off to her room. "My dear Bulma." Ties gazed at her sister's retreating figure, wishing to offer an explanation. Yet, Lin Chen waved his hand dismissively. "It's all right. I understand her feelings." Ties recognized that Lin Chen already had a Saiyan princess, so she did not mind sharing her husband with her sister. Yet, Lin Chen shook his head. "No need to say more. I regard Bulma as a sister. In the future, she will find the right person for herself." A month later in West City, Lin Chen and Ties' wedding was held. This ceremony was notably grand, given Lin Chen's identity as the Saiyan King, although the wedding took place on Earth. Planet Vegeta prepared a plethora of wedding gifts for Lin Chen, including rare gemstones collected from various planets. Additionally, individuals from Lin Chen's side, such as Bardock and others, were present, along with Hannah, who provided Ties with guidance on the customs of the Saiyan royal family. Ties' friends, including Gak, also attended, though it was unfortunate that Dr. Dashing, the inventor of the first time machine, had already passed away by this time. The wedding lasted an entire day before concluding, and that night, Lin Chen carried Ties into their bridal chamber. The chamber, located in West City and not far from the Brief residence, was purchased by Lin Chen with a fist-sized diamond after he decided to marry Ties. Prior to the wedding, the entire villa had been refurbished. When Lin Chen and Ties finally found themselves alone, he presented her with a flask of the elixir of immortality, saying, "Ties, take a sip of this." Though Taisi found it peculiar, she refrained from asking further and took a sip. After drinking, she inquired, "What is this? The taste is rather strange." "It wouldn't be poison, would it? This is the elixir of immortality I received after making a wish to the dragon. A single sip can extend one's life by several centuries. As a Saiyan, I frequently traverse the cosmos. After you drink this, Taisi, you need not worry about aging." "Why would I be concerned?" Taisi replied with an embarrassed smile. Yet, deep within her heart, she felt a surge of joy. No woman would shy away from the desire to remain youthful and immortal. "Taisi, we should take a rest." After the moment of joy, Lin Chen gently embraced Taisi's smooth form and whispered in her ear. The lights in the room then dimmed. Chapter 71. Experiencing the legendary Super Saiyan 2 after their wedding, Lin Chen and Taisi embarked on their honeymoon journey. As the wife of the Saiyan King, Taisi's honeymoon could not be ordinary. Their footprints nearly graced every planet under Saiyan dominion. During this time, Lin Chen savored rare moments of relaxation. For the first time since his rebirth, he chose not to dedicate his hours to training, but rather to relish life. Yet, blissful times are always fleeting. As the king of the Saiyans, Lin Chen finds his leisure time to be quite scarce. Following the honeymoon, he prepares to resume his training. It is noteworthy that Taze did not return to Earth after their honeymoon. Instead, she journeyed to the planet Adrat. Upon learning that Lin Chen's instant transmission technique could be mastered from the Adrat people, Taze resolved to study this remarkable ability herself. Given that Lin Chen spends the majority of his time on Planet Vegeta, Taze wished to avoid passively waiting for his return to Earth, thus expressing her desire to visit Adrat. Moreover, one must not forget that Taze's primary vocation is that of a novelist, and for an author, few abilities could prove more advantageous than the ability to traverse anywhere at will through instant transmission. In terms of combat prowess, after Lin Chen utilized the potential development technique, Taze's battle power exceeded 10,000. Therefore, Lin Chen harbored no concerns for her safety and sent her off to Adrat without hesitation. The Adrat people are a peace-loving civilization, renowned for their hospitality and aversion to conflict. They readily acquiesced to Tei's request. Once it was confirmed that Tei had commenced her training, Lin Chen departed from Adrat, preparing to attend to his own affairs. For Lin Chen, the most pressing matter at hand is to utilize the rewards obtained from his previous temporal journey, the legendary Super Saiyan 2 experience card. Host, Lin Chen, Battle Power, 6. 680, 000, Bloodline. Legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline. Skills, Instant Transmission, Elementary Martial Arts Talent, Basic Potential Development Technique, Perfect Control of Ki, Techniques, Planet Destruction Sphere, Death Beam, Flame Ripple, Kamehameha, Afterimage Fist, Instant Transmission Kamehameha. Since his temporal traversal, Lin Chen's battle power has seen a remarkable enhancement. Typically, once battle power exceeds 1 million, the rate of training diminishes significantly. However, thanks to the system's rewards, Lin Chen's base battle power surged nearly 5-fold, coupled with the 50-fold increase from his transformed state. His battle power has escalated far beyond 5 times its previous level, reaching an astounding 300 million. Upon transforming into the legendary Super Saiyan, Lin Chen's battle power not only surpassed 100 million but soared past 300 million. This figure, based on Lin Chen's estimations of the battle power exhibited by Goku and his companions in another timeline, may indeed surpass that of Gohan in his Super Saiyan 2 form. Nevertheless, the path ahead is fraught with formidable adversaries, and thus Lin Chen cannot afford to remain stagnant. In addition to honing his skills and augmenting his strength, he is now poised to explore further transformations. Beyond the standard Super Saiyan form, there exist the Super Saiyan 2 and 3 transformations. Though Lin Chen's legendary Super Saiyan form differs from the ordinary Super Saiyans, it is presumed to possess further transformations. However, even in the original narrative, such transformations were never described, leaving Lin Chen in a state of perplexity. Thus, the Ultra Super Saiyan 2 experience card he acquired through his mission is of immense value to him. Although the experience is limited to merely 1 hour, it is sufficient to illuminate a path for Lin Chen's ascension to greater strength. On this day, Lin Chen instantaneously transported himself to a desolate and unfamiliar icy planet. Despite its seemingly barren appearance, beneath the ice lies a clandestine base of cosmic pirates. He learned of this location after visiting the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol to accept a mission to eradicate these space marauders. He undertook this mission with the intention of harnessing the power of Ultra Super Saiyan 2. After all, merely transforming without engaging in battle would not allow him to fully experience the might of this transformation. System, activate the Ultra Super Saiyan 2 experience card. After preparing himself, Lin Chen began to utilize the experience card stored within the system's space. As his words echoed, his energy suddenly surged uncontrollably, as though a switch within him had been flipped, compelling him to unconsciously transform into the fabled Super Saiyan form. 10 million, 50 million, 100 million, 200 million, 300 million. Before long, Lin Chen's battle power astonishingly surpassed 300 million and continued to escalate. Accompanying the eruption of Lin Chen's energy, the icy planet beneath his feet began to tremble violently, unleashing a terrifying energy signature that triggered piercing alarms within the depths of the pirate base. What is happening? Are we under attack? Shouted a cosmic pirate leader resembling a shark from the monitoring room. Soon, he was met with the horrified exclamations from the surveillance team. Boss, the energy detector has exploded. There is an energy source exceeding our limits outside. What? Everyone, hurry outside and see who is causing a ruckus here. Instantly, a throng of cosmic pirates, each possessing battle powers ranging from the thousands to tens of thousands, surged forth from the secret entrance of their base. Meanwhile, outside, Lin Chen was filled with astonishment. Even after transforming into the legendary Super Saiyan, he felt his strength continuing to amplify. 350 million, 400 million, 500 million, 600 million. As Lin Chen observed his battle power finally stabilizing at 660 million through the system, this sudden surge of strength came to an abrupt halt. The yellow-green flames that encircled his body, akin to boiling oil, churned violently before transforming into a jet-like eruption. His previously upright yellow-green hair elongated even further than before. The most striking transformation, however, was the radiant yellow-green arcs of electricity that danced around him, crackling with vibrant energy. The sound of popping and crackling filled the air. Host, Lin Chen. Battle power, 668 million. Is this the legendary form of Super Saiyan 2? Lin Chen could distinctly sense an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his body, a force that yearned to be unleashed. At that moment, a tempestuous wave of energy beams surged towards him from below. These were the cosmic pirates emerging from their hidden base, intent on launching an assault against Lin Chen. At this juncture, the disparity in strength between Lin Chen and these pirates had become utterly incomprehensible to them. It was akin to how an ant could never fathom the magnitude of human strength, although the pirates could perceive the astonishing aura emanating from Lin Chen. They were incapable of discerning the vast chasm that lay between them and him. Ignorance breeds fearlessness, and thus, the cosmic pirates, undeterred, initiated their attack. A deluge of energy beams rained down upon him, yet before they could approach Lin Chen, they were dispersed by the electric arcs dancing across his skin. Lin Chen cast a fleeting glance at the individuals before him, a cruel smile unexpectedly curling at the corners of his lips. He then slowly raised his right hand. At that moment, the relentless blizzard that had been howling across the planet came to an abrupt halt. In the next instant, a verdant orb of light materialized above Lin Chen's palm. This orb was a confluence of astonishing energy, so potent that it generated an effect akin to a black hole, drawing in all surrounding matter into its luminous core. Perish! Lin Chen gently tossed the energy sphere towards the group of cosmic pirates, watching as it drifted slowly in their direction. Yet, in an instant, this seemingly innocuous sphere transformed into a colossal entity, radiating a blinding light that left the pirates agape. Though initially unaware of Lin Chen's formidable power, the sight of this nearly planet-destroying energy orb made them acutely aware of the terror embodied in the figure before them. However, by then, it was far too late. The terrifying energy sphere engulfed the cosmic marauders, plummeting downward until it burrowed deep into the planet's core. Moments later, a brilliant light erupted from the fissures pierced by the energy sphere, illuminating the planet's interior with hues reminiscent of fireworks. Spaceships, in a frantic bid for escape, emerged from beneath the icy surface, only to be consumed mid-flight by torrents of molten lava surging from the depths. Before long, with a resounding roar, the icy planet collapsed entirely, reduced to mere dust. Amidst the aftermath of the planet's obliteration, Lin Chen's silhouette emerged in the cosmos, his expression indifferent as he surveyed the devastation. Suddenly, he erupted into a fit of manic laughter. Yet, in that very moment, his laughter ceased abruptly. As if awakening from a profound dream, Lin Chen found himself drenched in cold sweat, grappling with the horrifying realization. Was this truly my doing? Gasping for breath while gazing at the annihilated planet, he grappled with the shocking truth that he had just obliterated an entire world. And even more bewildering was the unsettling thrill that accompanied such an act. What was happening to him? Lin Chen pondered for a moment, a wave of trepidation washing over him. He speculated that he had just experienced a fleeting episode of uncontrollable rage. However, considering that his ancestral bloodline had already undergone transformation, why had he nearly succumbed to such a frenzy? When Lin Chen inquired within his mind, the system responded, "Ding. The energy of the legendary Super Saiyan 2 is overwhelmingly vast, surpassing the control limits of your bloodline transformation. The host must enhance his mental strength to effectively manage this power." Mental strength? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen promptly retrieved the last few precious mental tree fruits from his storage space and consumed them without hesitation. As the essence of the mental tree fruits entered Lin Chen's body, he continuously absorbed and refined the pure mental energy, gradually calming his mind. Yet, Lin Chen could sense that as he ingested more of the fruits, the enhancement of his mental strength was becoming less pronounced. Ultimately, it seemed that he would still need to cultivate his mental prowess through self-discipline. An hour swiftly elapsed. Lin Chen floated in the vast expanse of space, simultaneously savoring the fleeting essence of the Super Saiyan 2 form while quietly reflecting on this brief yet profound experience. After enduring a surge of power, he had come to the realization that the legendary phenomenon of the Super Saiyan transformation was fundamentally a manifestation of an individual's spiritual strength being eclipsed by their physical prowess. Unlike the ordinary Super Saiyan transformations, the legendary Super Saiyan's overwhelming energy rendered those with such a lineage unable to master this colossal force. For instance, Broly and Caulifla from Universe 6 both succumbed to their berserk states due to insufficient mental fortitude. Later, when Caulifla fused with Kale and transformed into Kefla, her ability to maintain clarity became evident. This was because, at that moment, Kefla possessed a dual reservoir of spiritual strength, enabling her to harness the energy of the Super Saiyan transformation. As for Lin Chen, despite his perfect bloodline of the legendary Super Saiyan, he too could not evade the onset of a berserk state. While he could adeptly manage his power during Super Saiyan 1 due to the alterations in his lineage, the transition to Super Saiyan 2 began to overwhelm his mental control. Just moments ago, Lin Chen's power had surged uncontrollably, rendering him as ferocious as Broly himself. It seemed that his next objective should be to cultivate and enhance his spiritual strength. As for achieving Super Saiyan 2, he recognized that once his mental power reached the requisite level, the breakthrough would be within his grasp. The fleeting hour of experience was not merely an ephemeral illusion. Lin Chen had firmly etched that sensation into his memory. He was confident that with ample spiritual strength, he could smoothly ascend to the Super Saiyan 2 form. From that day forth, Lin Chen embarked on a new cycle of training. In the blink of an eye, several months had elapsed. Lin Chen was still engrossed in his cultivation, while Tai Si, who had ventured to the planet Avert, had yet to return. As time swiftly approached the midpoint of the year 750 in the age of the universe, memory stirred within him of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament, in which the young Goku had participated for the first time. Such an exhilarating event was not one Lin Chen could afford to miss. Just as he had arranged to join Bardock and his wife to witness Goku's growth on Earth, an unexpected incident abruptly interrupted Lin Chen's journey to the planet. Hannah had sustained another injury? Lin Chen was taken aback upon hearing Paragus' report. Paragus clarified, "My apologies, Your Majesty. There has been a misunderstanding. The princess is unharmed. But according to the information we have just received, she may be with child." With child? Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback, his expression reflecting an astonishment greater than that which he felt upon hearing of Hanazia's potential injury. At his urging, Paragus hurriedly recounted the circumstances. According to Paragus, Hanasia encountered an unforeseen incident while on a mission. On this occasion, she was leading an expeditionary force tasked with a planetary protection mission, commissioned by the Galactic Police Organizations. With the challenge rated at the highest level, the adversary in this mission was none other than King Cooler, one of the two individuals deemed most dangerous by the Galactic Police following Frieza's demise, and the elder brother of Frieza himself. The planet named Ivelight had recently been designated as a target for conquest by Cooler's forces. Ivelight is a world rich in history, boasting advanced technology, and renowned for possessing the most comprehensive library in the universe. Upon receiving the alarming news, the inhabitants of Ivelight promptly sought urgent assistance from the Galactic Police Organization. Consequently, the Saiyans were dispatched as the support unit, urgently sent to the scene. It was during their arrival and the commencement of battle that Hanasia faced the unforeseen incident. Chapter 73, The Battle of Ivelight. Ivelight is a vibrant crimson planet, and currently, the intermittent bursts of artillery fire and energy fluctuations made its red hue appear even more pronounced. At that moment, a large spacecraft commonly utilized by the Galactic Police hovered above the planet. However, unlike the typical vessels of the Galactic Police, this particular ship bore no insignia of the organization, but instead displayed the emblem of the Saiyans. This vessel was commanded by the Saiyan Princess Hanasia, leading an elite Saiyan task force. The ship was piloted not by Saiyans, but by a group of space pilots sent by the Galactic Police to assist the Saiyans. As the spacecraft began to penetrate the atmosphere, one of the pilots announced, "Princess Hannah, below lies Ivelight. We have detected Cooler's ship hovering over the capital. Shall we descend and confront them directly? Prepare to open the hatch," commanded Hanasia. However, the pilot interjected, "Wait, Your Highness. The Ivelites have just sent a request for help. Their evacuation convoy is under attack. We must prioritize their rescue." "What? I was hoping to engage Cooler in battle," Hannah complained, but promptly added, "Very well. Let us head there first." Beneath the surface, the ground trembled with the thunderous roar of artillery, smoke billowing into the sky. A convoy of Avrites, having fled from the capital, found themselves at the mercy of a band of Gula Legion warriors. The Avrites, a subhuman race, bore a physique akin to the Saiyans. Yet their hair was of a vibrant red, and their ears pointed. Unlike the Saiyans, who possessed innate combat prowess, the Avrites were an ancient race, rich in advanced technological innovations. These advancements enabled the Avrites to develop individual weaponry reminiscent of Iron Man's suits, allowing even the most ordinary Avrites to achieve combat power exceeding 10,000. Thus, in the cosmos, the Avrites were not to be trifled with. However, the current situation on the planet was decidedly skewed. The technological marvels that instilled pride in the Avrites now served only as mere trifles against their foes. This time, the Avrites faced none other than the infamous Gula Legion. Unlike the previous Frieza force, which relied heavily on sheer numbers supplemented by select elite fighters, the Gula Legion, though fewer in number, consisted entirely of elite warriors, each boasting a combat power surpassing 10,000. The Legion's most formidable mech squad, albeit comprised of only 3 members, Each possessed a staggering combat power exceeding 100,000, earning their fearsome reputation throughout the universe. Consequently, the disparity between the Evrites on the battlefield and their adversaries was vast, leaving them with little to no means of retaliation. Occasionally, one could witness armored Evrites vanishing beneath the onslaught of energy waves unleashed by their opponents. As the Evrites within the convoy watched in despair as their protective warriors fell one by one, a sudden commotion arose in the sky, an unexpected arrival of human warriors with tails and dark hair. Wait. One of the Gula Legion soldiers observed the unidentified squadron soaring above and promptly alerted his comrades while activating his combat power detector for inspection. Lord Shaviza. It appears reinforcements for the Evrites have arrived. Their combat power is, before the extraterrestrial could finish his sentence, his combat power detector exploded. Shortly thereafter, the detectors of other extraterrestrials succumbed to similar fates, unable to withstand the surge of energy. Upon receiving the alarming news, Shaviza, the commander of the mech squad stationed at the rear, could not restrain his urge to ascend into the sky. However, he was taken aback to discover that the incoming forces were not Evrites at all, but rather Saiyans. Fools! The Saiyans have come. Forget the Evrites. Prepare for battle. Even the illustrious mech battalions now tread carefully in the presence of the Saiyans. After all, the plight of the Frieza force over the past 6 years has revealed to all the formidable strength of the Saiyans. Furthermore, the Gula force has had its share of encounters with the Saiyans in the past. However, each of these encounters invariably culminated in the Gula force's retreat. Saviza had previously clashed with the Saiyans, particularly recalling an encounter with a scarred Saiyan. That experience remained etched in Saviza's memory, as he nearly perished at the hands of his opponent. Lord Gula, the Saiyans are here. Just as Saviza's words fell, the Saiyans surged onto the battlefield. The Gula Force warriors, who had just been dominating the Evolutions, suddenly found themselves experiencing the same plight as their former adversaries. Faced with the advancing Saiyan warriors, most of them were no match for their foes. Notably, the lead female Saiyan charged through with unstoppable momentum, leaving destruction in her wake. With a mere flick of her arm, a multitude of energy spheres poured forth like a torrential rain, reducing any unfortunate alien struck by them to mere fragments. The Gula force, already few in number, now found themselves in a precarious situation. At that moment, a purple figure soared into the sky. The overwhelming power emanating from this figure caused the battling Saiyans to halt in their tracks. Unlike the combat power detectors utilized by the Gula force, these Saiyans wielded detectors from Earth, enabling them to ascertain the terrifying battle power contained within that purple silhouette. Battle power, 16 million. Princess Hannah, it's the Ice Demon. I have seen it. The leader, Hanasia, felt her expression grow grave. Although the figure before them was purple and markedly different from Frieza's predominantly white form, its appearance, coupled with the long tail, bore an uncanny resemblance to Frieza's final form. Without needing further confirmation, Hanasia understood that this was undoubtedly the leader of the Gula force. Frieza's elder brother, Gula. Everyone stand back. I shall handle him. Upon declaring this, Hanasia instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan. As she beheld the golden figure standing not far away, a flicker of anger crossed Gula's eyes. These damn Saiyan monkeys. They truly appear wherever I go. Shall we engage? With a resounding crack, Gula's tail struck the air behind him. Yet, he did not immediately attack. Instead, he remained locked in a standoff with Hanasia. The tense atmosphere thickened, casting a heavy pall over the scene. Whispers began to ripple among the Saiyans. Is that Gula? What terrifying power! He's even stronger than Frieza. Do not be alarmed. Our Princess Hannah now possesses a formidable combat power of 18 million. Indeed, with Frieza vanquished, what is Cooler in comparison? Chapter 74, The Lost Power. Hannah is pregnant. The female Super Saiyan, was she not the one who defeated Frieza? Cooler licked his lips, his gaze deep and menacing. Ever since learning of Frieza's demise at the hands of a Super Saiyan, Cooler has been relentlessly seeking ways to enhance his strength. Unlike Frieza, Cooler is cautious by nature. He would not dare provoke a Super Saiyan without absolute certainty of victory. Consequently, during the 6 years when Lin Chen traversed parallel dimensions, the Cooler Corps adopted a strategy of contraction and defense. However, it became clear that mere avoidance was insufficient. With his fists clenched, Cooler murmured, "Before I acquire enough power to deal with that Super Saiyan, I shall first make you, woman, my target." A bloodthirsty killing intent surged forth in an instant. Huh, are we about to engage? Hannah sensed Cooler's murderous intent and burst into laughter. Ever since she gained the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan, she had not feared anyone in battle, except for Lin Chen. Even the ice demon was no exception. Suddenly, a light rain began to fall from the heavens. And as the raindrops struck the two warriors, both of whom boasted battle powers exceeding 10 million, they sprang into action. Boom, boom. The two figures raced through the air, colliding with one another. The sounds of their fists and feet striking echoed relentlessly. Their blurred forms danced in the sky, like leaves caught in a tempest. The warriors on Cooler's side could not keep pace with their movements, only hearing the explosive sounds resonating around them. On the Saiyans' side, although their eyes struggled to follow, many chose to close their eyes and began to sense the movements of the two through their energy. The perception of energy. Since Lin Chen received the task reward, he handed over the general textbook on key perception to Vegeta Star and began to promote it throughout the planet. Although the promotion period has been brief, many warriors, frequently engaged in battles, have already grasped the technique. With the aid of key perception, they can barely keep pace with the combat speed of Hannah and Asia. How infuriating! How detestable are the Saiyans? Why? Is the Frieza race not the strongest in the universe? Why can I not prevail against this Saiyan? Gula's teeth were nearly ground to dust. Ever since witnessing his brother's tragic demise, he had dedicated himself to rigorous training, yet despite his efforts, he found himself unable to bridge the gap with the Saiyans. Moreover, the opponent he faced was merely a female Super Saiyan. While he had heard that the one who defeated Frieza was the Saiyan King, the true mightiest Super Saiyan, this female Super Saiyan ranked merely second. After 6 years of relentless training, could he truly not defeat even the second-ranked Super Saiyan? Suddenly, Gula was struck in the abdomen by a powerful punch, nearly causing him to spit blood. Yet, more unbearable than the pain was the profound humiliation and fury that engulfed him. I am Gula, the king of the universe. How could I lose to a mere woman? As Hannah approached to pursue, Gula's tail lashed out unexpectedly, aiming for Hannah's face. This strike was born of his anger, without any expectation of effect. To his astonishment, Hannah's movement suddenly slowed, and she was struck squarely. Instantly, Hannah shot forth like a cannonball, swiftly becoming a mere speck in the sky. What? Gula was momentarily taken aback. How could that have happened? The Saiyans around him were also stunned. How could Princess Hannah have suddenly been hit? At that moment, two Saiyans murmured quietly to each other. Hey, did you feel that? What? Princess Hannah's energy is weakened. What? How is that possible? In fact, not only these two, but all the Saiyans who had learned key perception noticed that Princess Hannah's energy seemed to have suddenly diminished. Some skeptical individuals picked up their power level scouters, and indeed discovered that Hannah's combat power was continuously declining. What is happening? Hannah was equally perplexed. She had just begun to warm up. How could she suddenly feel so powerless? It must be an illusion. Hannah once again heightened her aura, charging back towards Gula, reigniting their fierce battle. After a brief exchange, Gula seized an opportunity during a dodge, landing a kick squarely on Hannah's chest. Although she crossed her arms to absorb the impact, the force was too great, sending her flying once more. Princess Hannah, are you all right? Someone immediately inquired through the communicator. Hannah struggled to steady herself, her breathing more labored than before. Why? My energy is depleting, she expressed her confusion, instinctively placing a hand on her abdomen. Observing her gesture, a female Saiyon's eyes suddenly lit up, and she whispered into the communicator, Princess, we must retreat. There may be a change in your condition. What? What is wrong with my body? Your Highness, you might be pregnant. The revelation left the other Saiyans momentarily stunned. Pregnant? Many suddenly comprehended the implications. For female Saiyans, pregnancy inevitably weakens their combat abilities, explaining Hannah's sudden decline in strength. Realizing this, the Saiyans quickly gathered around Hannah, ensuring her safety while hastily withdrawing from the scene. At that moment, the Everett fleet had already departed, leaving no reason for them to remain and continue the fight. Observing the Saiyans' abrupt retreat, Gula's subordinates returned to his side. My lord, congratulations. You have defeated that Super Saiyan. Foolish. Did you not see they are retreating on their own? I apologize. Gula scolded sharply, turning his gaze back to the direction of the Saiyans' withdrawal, his mind filled with doubt. How strange, that female Super Saiyan's power suddenly diminished. Could there be some scheme at play? Gula pondered, uncertain of the situation. He yearned to pursue and eliminate the female Saiyan, clearing the path for a future confrontation with the Saiyans, yet he feared it might be a trap. After a long moment of contemplation, he clenched his fists. Shavager, confirm whether the Everett database has been relocated. Once the mission is complete, we shall leave this planet immediately and wait for me in outer space. My lord, what are your intentions? I intend to deal with those Saiyans. Chapter 75. A false alarm. Gula, terrified and humiliated, let me go. I haven't finished fighting yet. Your Highness, please return to the ship at once. We need to conduct an examination. On the other hand, although Hanasia was exceedingly reluctant, she was forcibly escorted back to the spaceship by a group of Saiyans. In fact, by the time they were halfway through their journey, Hanasia had already lost her ability to transform into a Super Saiyan, her combat power plummeting to a mere 500,000. Meanwhile, on their return to the ship, the other Saiyans hastily informed the situation back on Planet Vegeta. With Hanasia unable to assume her Super Saiyan form, only Lin Chen remained capable of confronting Gula. Upon returning to the spaceship, Hanasia was immediately ushered into the medical room. The vessel was equipped with medical instruments from the Galactic Patrol, capable of conducting a comprehensive examination of Hanasia without delay. However, it was soon determined that Hanasia was not pregnant, but rather suffering from food poisoning. What? Food poisoning? Upon hearing this news, Hanasia was so furious that she nearly dismantled the machine, yet she soon succumbed to excruciating pain, lying helplessly on the medical apparatus. How could a dignified Super Saiyan like me succumb to poisoning? Hanasia muttered feebly. My lady Hanasia, did you consume anything unusual today? Inquired the extraterrestrial medical attendant. After pondering for a moment, Hanasia recalled a certain item. I believe I ate some fruit from Joga. Crash. The crowd present fell silent in shock. Hanasia, puzzled, glanced at them and asked, What is the matter with you all? A female Saiyan leaped up and exclaimed, Your Highness, Joga is from Planet Ball. Their planet is heavily polluted. Therefore, the food there is rife with super heavy metal contaminants. The digestive systems of Ball-S inhabitants have adapted to such substances. So Joga is unaffected, but any beings from other planets would surely perish if they consumed it. Your Highness, you are merely experiencing stomach pain. It is likely due to your status as a Super Saiyan. I found that fruit rather unpalatable, Hanasia remarked. Upon realizing that Hanasia was not pregnant but merely suffering from food poisoning, the Saiyans aboard the spaceship breathed a sigh of relief yet felt a tinge of disappointment. After all, since Lin Chen had led the Saiyans into a transformative phase akin to a phoenix's rebirth, the topic of Lin Chen's offspring had become a matter of great interest to many Saiyans. Had the princess truly been with child, it would have undoubtedly been a momentous occasion worthy of celebration for all Saiyans. At that moment, an alarm suddenly blared throughout the spaceship. Trouble. It is Gula. This is bad. The princess cannot fight now. We must protect her. Though we regret the plight of the Avrithians, we have no choice but to retreat. Weighing the pros and cons, the Saiyans resolved to retreat. Among them, only a handful of warriors with power levels exceeding 500,000 chose to remain behind to delay the ship's withdrawal. Outside the vessel, Gula hovered menacingly before the spacecraft. Noticing the absence of the female Saiyan, a chilling smirk crept across his lips. He had previously suspected that something unusual had befallen her, and now it seemed his suspicions were confirmed. Why else would she not emerge? Taking a deep breath, Gula bellowed, That woman, come out at once. Our battle is not yet concluded. His thunderous voice reverberated through the air. Moments later, the hatch of the Saiyan ship opened, and Gula anticipated the emergence of the woman. To his surprise, however, several ordinary Saiyans, appearing as insignificant as ants in his eyes, stepped forth. Humph. Clearly, that female Saiyan must have encountered some mishap. Gula, your adversary is us. These Saiyans unleashed their full might, launching a torrential barrage of energy waves to cover the ship's escape. Yet, to Gula, these energy waves were akin to mere tickles. Observing these individuals act like foolish jesters, daring to confront him, he noted the Saiyan ship attempting to turn and flee, further affirming his belief that the female Saiyan must indeed be in trouble. After all, given the Saiyans' nature, how could they possibly retreat without a fight? Seizing the moment, Gula resolved not to let this opportunity to strike the Saiyan slip away. Supernova. Gula cruelly smirked, his finger pointing, and a massive fireball, imbued with immense energy, leapt into existence above him. It surged toward the Saiyans and the spacecraft behind them. As the colossal fireball approached, the Saiyans, who had initially intended to delay their fate, were suddenly engulfed by despair. The energy waves they unleashed merely collided with the fireball, proving utterly ineffective, as they were completely consumed. Meanwhile, the spacecraft that had already turned around was unable to accelerate in time, leaving its occupants to watch helplessly as the fireball drew nearer. As the impending doom loomed over the Saiyans, Gula erupted in laughter. Today's annihilation of these Saiyans was merely the prelude to his future devastation of Planet Vegeta. However, at that moment, a figure suddenly materialized before the massive fireball. Sensing the approaching threat, the figure turned, his gaze sharp and resolute. In the next instant, a tremendous yellow-green aura erupted forth like a volcano. From a distance, Gula was momentarily stunned by the sudden appearance of this figure. Without hesitation, he turned to flee, choosing not to witness the fate of the fireball behind him. It must be noted that Gula's reaction was remarkably astute, for at that very moment, the newly arrived figure had already unfurled his fingers, applying tremendous force with both hands to halt the advancing fireball. With a triumphant laugh, the figure then lifted a foot and sent the planet-destroying energy sphere soaring into the sky as if it were a mere ball. Boom. Moments later, the fireball detonated in outer space, causing the very fabric of the universe surrounding the planet of Lit to change color. Once the intense energy dissipated, the figure turned to the astonished Saiyans and inquired, "Where is Hannah?" "Your Majesty Linkus." A few Saiyan warriors, regaining their composure, were filled with tears, ready to kneel in midair before Lin Chen. Enough of this. No time to waste. "Where is Hannah?" "She is aboard the spaceship. All is well." One Saiyan responded. Lin Chen let out a sigh of relief and then inquired, "Is she truly pregnant?" "No." Upon hearing this, several Saiyans wore expressions of bitter amusement. "Your Majesty, Princess Hannah is not pregnant. She merely has an upset stomach." "An upset stomach?" Lin Chen found himself at a loss for words, uncertain whether to feel relieved or disappointed. "You all return and take care of the princess. I will handle this task." With that, Lin Chen turned his gaze towards the direction in which Gula had fled. Originally, he had intended to attend the world's foremost martial arts tournament, yet he was now compelled to be here. He could not vent his frustrations on Hannah, so he would have to take it out on Gula instead. After all, it would be best if the ice demons were all eradicated. In the next moment, Lin Chen pursued after Gula. Meanwhile, Gula was sprinting at full speed, exerting nearly all of his strength as he hurried back to his spaceship. It cannot be mistaken. That individual, he is the one who killed Frieza. The moment Lin Chen appeared, Gula instantly recognized him. Years had passed, and that Super Saiyan had indeed grown even stronger. Even with just a fleeting glance, Gula could sense the immense power emanating from him. "I am Gula, the Cosmic Emperor. Why? Why am I so terrified? Unforgivable, unforgivable." At that moment, Gula suddenly heard a sound behind him, akin to the rush of air, and upon turning around, he nearly lost his composure. There, closing the distance between them, Lin Chen appeared like a golden demon. "Please, no." Gula shouted in panic, yet he could not halt Lin Chen's relentless approach. Seeing this, Gula gritted his teeth and concentrated all his energy into a singular energy sphere, hurling it downwards. This sphere contained enough destructive power to obliterate a planet, and Lin Chen, who had been tailing him closely, could only frown and redirect his flight towards the energy sphere. In an instant, Lin Chen positioned himself before the energy sphere, showing no signs of defense. Instead, he let out a powerful shout, conjuring a yellow-green energy shield that stood firm against the violent assault of the energy sphere. The catastrophic energy capable of annihilating planets erupted in an explosion. Boom! The overwhelming and terrifying energy radiated outward, transforming the energy sphere into a massive inferno that surged thousands of meters into the sky. The clouds above were instantly dispersed, invisible ripples suddenly spreading along the fabric of space. At that moment, the entire planet seemed to tremble slightly. Gula dove into his spaceship, and as soon as his feet touched the ground, he commanded, "Take off. Initiate full-speed flight immediately." "What?" Gula, the king, was reminded by an extraterrestrial pilot that the spaceship's engine had yet to warm up, and any attempt at full-speed travel could result in a catastrophic explosion. However, before the warning could fully escape his lips, a beam of light pierced through his skull. Enraged, Gula bellowed, "Is there anyone else who wishes to utter nonsense? Depart at full speed immediately." At that moment, the smoke enveloping the planet dissipated, revealing Lin Chen unharmed, standing resolutely in midair. He raised his gaze and beheld Gula's spacecraft descending through the atmosphere. With his hands lifted high, he gradually lowered them to his waist, adopting the iconic stance of the Turtle School's Kamehameha technique. In the next instant, Lin Chen teleported to the rear of Gula's ship and thrust his hands forward with great force. A robust golden energy wave surged forth, poised to engulf Gula's vessel. Yet, almost simultaneously as Lin Chen unleashed his technique, Gula's spaceship abruptly vanished, leaving behind a trail of explosive sound as it sped away. So close yet so far? It seemed Gula had managed to escape. With a resigned sigh, Lin Chen decided to return to the Saiyan ship, for he had not had the chance to address Hanasia earlier. It was due to him that he had missed the prestigious martial arts tournament. If he did not take the time to rectify this situation, the resentment in Lin Chen's heart would be difficult to quell. Meanwhile, in the vast expanse of space not far from the planet Everett, Gula's ship came to an abrupt halt from its high velocity. The interior was filled with the shrill sound of red alarms blaring. Now calm, Gula stood motionless in the center of the command room, arms crossed. Lord Gula. The ship's engine has malfunctioned and requires time for repairs, reported Frieza as he approached. Very well, Gula acknowledged, then inquired, Frieza, what of Everett's database? The Averitians were renowned as one of the oldest civilizations in the cosmos. Though their power seemed insignificant to Gula, their planet housed a database preserved for millennia, containing many secrets of the universe. Gula's incursion into Everett was motivated by the potential means to enhance his strength that might be found within that database. The analysis has commenced, and the technicians are searching for information within the database that could relate to strength enhancement, Frieza continued. After a brief pause, he added, By the way, Lord Gula, I overheard the technicians mention that they discovered an intriguing planet within the database, designated a zone of life prohibition by the Averitians. Oh? What is the name of this planet? Gula inquired. Report, my lord, this planet is called Begao Star. According to Averitian records, it is said to be sealed with a demon that once obliterated countless ancient technological civilizations. With a decisive thump of his tail against the deck, Gula commanded, Once the ship is repaired, set course for Begao Star. Yes, Lord Gula. A momentary scare, triggered by an upset stomach, has come to an end. After Lin Chen returned to the Saiyan spaceship, he initially intended to teach Hanasia a lesson. However, upon seeing her, she immediately rushed into his embrace, crying, Your Majesty, I am not pregnant. Well, if you're not pregnant, then there is nothing to worry about, is there? He replied nonchalantly. But I truly wish to bear your child. She exclaimed. It's all right. We can always try harder in the future. Yes, Your Majesty, let us begin right away. Without regard for their surroundings, including the medical room, Hanasia lunged toward Lin Chen. Due to this unexpected turn of events, Lin Chen missed the commencement of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. Realizing that even if he returned to Earth now, he would likely miss the competition, he decided to set aside his plans to go back and instead devote his energy to cultivating his mental strength. Additionally, he resolved to mentor Bardock during this time. As a Saiyan warrior whose combat power was second only to Lin Chen's, Bardock had finally surpassed the 1 million mark after undergoing potential enhancement under Lin Chen's guidance. Lin Chen observed that Bardock's S cells were sufficiently developed. With further training, he could become the third Super Saiyan on Planet Vegeta after Hanasia. Once a third Super Saiyan emerged on Planet Vegeta, Lin Chen would no longer need to be the frontline rescuer in future incidents similar to what transpired on Planet Everett. Therefore, he planned to personally instruct Bardock. Meanwhile, on Earth, as in the original narrative, the World Martial Arts Tournament concluded with the duel between Goku and the Turtle Hermit, who was disguised as Chung Long. The result remained the same, with the Turtle Hermit narrowly securing victory. Believing he had little left to teach Goku, the Turtle Hermit suggested that Goku begin his own training. At that moment, Bulma inadvertently mentioned the Karen Tower and the sacred land of Korin, places she had visited with Lin Chen in her youth. This sparked a sense of longing in young Goku, who resolved to train there after finding his grandfather's 4-star ball. However, on his journey, Goku encountered an attack from the Red Ribbon Army, who were also in pursuit of the Dragon Balls, thus igniting a fierce battle over them. As young Goku bravely ventured into Muscle Tower, a blonde girl suddenly appeared on a street in West City. I finally returned home. Tai stretched her body, excitement radiating from her as she surveyed the familiar surroundings, completely oblivious to the curious glances of passers-by who regarded her with bewilderment. Hey, did that girl just appear out of nowhere? Yes, it seems so. Is she a ghost? Chapter 77. The Misfortunes of the Red Ribbon Army at last. After taking a deep breath, Thais noticed the gazes of those around her. Feeling a bit shy, she stuck out her tongue and placed her fingers on her brow. In the next moment, the astonished crowd realized that Thais had vanished once again. If her previous disappearance could be attributed to a mere illusion, this time, everyone was truly convinced they had witnessed the extraordinary. Instantly, a chorus of screams filled the air. Meanwhile, the cause of this minor commotion, Thais, was actually perched atop a nearby building. Having been away from Earth for several months, Thais had returned equipped with the ability to teleport, learned from the Advertarians. Longing to reunite with her family, she immediately began to sense their whereabouts. Were Bulma and the others at home? How peculiar. The energy emanating from Bulma suggested she was engaged in battle. Noticing the turmoil in Bulma's aura, Thais furrowed her brows in confusion. Just then, the distant sound of an explosion echoed, accompanied by a cacophony of screams and gunfire. What was happening? Thais knitted her brows and promptly activated her teleportation ability. When she materialized again, she found herself in her familiar home. However, the scene before her was one of chaos. Dr. Brief and his wife were crouched behind a table, while Thais' sister, Bulma, was locked in combat with a purple-haired female soldier. Thais initially intended to intervene, but she soon realized that Bulma and the soldier were evenly matched and did not require assistance. Therefore, she turned to her parents and inquired, "Mom, Dad, what is going on?" Thais? How did you return?" "My darling Thais, let me see you." Upon seeing their eldest daughter, the Brief couple momentarily forgot their fear and rushed to greet her. Even Bulma couldn't help but turn her head in surprise, exclaiming, "Sister, there's a chance." Seizing the opportunity, the female soldier attempted to ambush Bulma, only to be met with Thais extending her palm and releasing an overwhelming force. The soldier was instantly propelled backward, as if struck by an invisible vehicle, crashing into the wall and losing consciousness. "Sister, there are still enemies outside." Hearing Bulma's shout, Thais stepped outside and indeed witnessed a peculiar army, marked by strange insignias, engaged in a firefight with the security forces of West City, who seemed intent on breaching Dr. Brief's home for rescue, while the army appeared to be stalling for time. One by one, "This is my home." With a fierce cry, Thais charged forward, swiftly dispatching the soldiers with a flurry of punches and kicks. A tank attempted to aim its cannon at her, but before it could fire, Thais obliterated it with a wave of energy. The surrounding security forces, initially eager to exploit the ensuing chaos for a vigorous assault, were rendered motionless upon witnessing a girl reduce the tank to rubble. After a brief moment of applause, Thais returned home. "Father, what is happening? What is that military force outside? Did you manage to deal with them?" "Thais, after months apart, you've turned into quite the troublemaker," Dr. Brief remarked in astonishment. "Be quiet. I just saved you, you know." Ultimately, it was Bulma who elucidated the recent events to her sister. It turned out that the peculiar military faction was none other than the infamous Red Ribbon Army, notorious across the globe. The Red Ribbon Army, equipped with advanced technology and substantial financial resources, commanded a cadre of ruthless warriors that instilled fear even in regular armies. Recently, the Red Ribbon Army had set its sights on Dr. Brief's versatile capsule company. In recent years, due to collaboration with the Saiyans, Dr. Brief's company had not only continued producing the versatile capsules, but had also introduced numerous innovative products utilizing extraterrestrial technology, such as high-strength alloys and new anti-gravity engines. These advancements caught the attention of the Red Ribbon Army, which had previously overlooked the capsule company, prompting them to attempt to recruit Dr. Brief on several occasions. However, Dr. Brief resolutely rejected their overtures, leading to the attack that transpired today. The Red Ribbon Army dispatched Colonel Violet's elite unit, initially intending to abduct Dr. Brief and his family. But Bulma's intervention thwarted their plans. The security forces from West City, upon receiving the distress signal, engaged in fierce combat with the invading Red Ribbon Army. Yet, had Thais not arrived today, the outcome might have been dire, for the Red Ribbon Army boasted an abundance of skilled fighters. Although Bulma had trained in martial arts for several years under Master Rashi, her interest waned after Thais married Lin Chen, leading to a decline in her abilities. Those despicable members of the Red Ribbon Army dare to bully our family. Mom and Dad, wait at home. I shall obliterate the Red Ribbon Army, Thais declared, her fists clenched in determination. "Thais, please, don't be impulsive," Bulma urged. "Indeed, sister, although it seems you have grown stronger, the enemy is formidable enough to challenge even regular military forces." Bulma and the others quickly interjected. "If we do not confront them, do you wish to be kidnapped every day, Bulma?" "And no, that can't be," Bulma stammered. Dr. Brief grimaced slightly. "It is indeed a possibility. The Red Ribbon Army is relentless." "Sister, quickly, defeat the Red Ribbon Army," Bulma immediately exclaimed. "All right." Thais nodded and proceeded to the still unconscious Colonel Violet. "Hey, stop playing dead and quickly tell me where the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army is." Violet lifted her head and coldly sneered at Thais. "Dream on. I would never betray the organization." Without further ado, Thais unleashed a powerful energy wave, blasting through the wall beside Violet. Upon witnessing the gaping hole larger than her own body, Violet shivered and conceded, "All right. Please spare me. I realize my mistakes." The Red Ribbon Army, once a formidable force on Earth that instilled fear in countless hearts, was receiving a series of grim reports. First, Colonel Silver's search team was defeated, and the Dragon Balls were stolen. Shortly thereafter, the northern stronghold of Misruda was also overrun. When the image of the enemy who captured Misruda arrived, General Red was infuriated. A mere child? Our proud Red Ribbon Army has been bested by a child? This is utterly unbelievable. His aide, Lieutenant Black, expressed similar astonishment. Before they could fully process this shocking news, yet another calamity struck. The mission to abduct Dr. Brief had met with complete failure. Chapter 78. Dr. Gero's Vow. What? After a brief moment of stunned silence, General Red erupted in fury. That useless Violet. Relay my orders immediately, summon all elite members to headquarters, and get the assassin Tao Pai Pai. I want those who dare to oppose us to know that the Red Ribbon Army is invincible. Yes, in an instant. The Red Ribbon Army mobilized with full force. An organization capable of rivaling the world government's mobilization was indeed formidable, and soon, several generals scattered across the globe, along with the world-renowned assassin Tao Pai Pai, convened at headquarters. What a trivial matter. Upon hearing that the Red Ribbon Army's mission was merely to deal with a young brat and to abduct Dr. Brief from the Universal Capsule Company, Tao Pai Pai wore a disdainful expression. Well, do as you please, but I shall not compromise on the payment. Of course, General Red nodded. Although Tao Pai Pai was his last resort, he would not skimp on expenses just to be safe. The other generals also approached the task with a relaxed attitude. In their view, the unparalleled Red Ribbon Army should have no trouble dealing with a mere child and a scientist. However, they likely did not anticipate that. At the very moment they were gathering, a figure had finally arrived near the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army. Is this really the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army? The individual approaching was Tai Si. Although Tai Si had mastered the art of teleportation, her ability to sense energy remained somewhat unrefined. Aside from the familiar auras of those she knew, distinguishing the presence of strangers proved challenging. Thus, on this occasion, she chose to fly directly instead of utilizing her teleportation skills. As soon as she drew near, the reconnaissance aircraft of the Red Satin Brigade detected her presence. The personnel aboard were rendered speechless upon witnessing Tai Si soaring through the sky. There is someone. Someone is actually flying, they exclaimed in astonishment. My goodness. Alert headquarters at once. Just as these reconnaissance aircraft dispatched their messages below, Tai Si effortlessly brought them down. The resounding explosions echoed through the air, immediately reaching the ground. One of the aircraft even plummeted directly onto the headquarters of the Red Satin Brigade. The violent blast sent tremors through the room, startling everyone within. What is happening? What is going on outside? Thundered Marshal Hong. Sir, we are under attack. We are being assaulted. A junior officer reported. What? Who dares to attack our Red Satin Brigade? At that moment, a woman's voice resonated throughout the entire base. Red Satin Brigade. Do you really think the Briff family is someone you can provoke? Boom, boom, boom. Waves of energy descended from the heavens like artillery shells, obliterating a significant portion of the base in an instant. Before Marshal Hong and his comrades could even comprehend the situation, their location was consumed by the explosions, leaving them no time to react. As Tai Si gazed down at the ruins that were once the Red Satin base, she exhaled deeply, although her combat prowess had surpassed 10,000. Marking her as perhaps the strongest human on Earth, this was her first experience with taking a life. Nevertheless, her mindset quickly stabilized. After all, those she had vanquished were irredeemable villains. It's all Lin Chen's fault. It seems that since I've been with him, my temperament has begun to resemble that of a Saiyan, she muttered before teleporting back. Unbeknownst to her, her interference had prematurely removed the Red Satin Brigade from the stage, which was supposed to have a significant encounter with Sun Wukong. After Tai Si departed, an unknown amount of time passed before an elderly man arrived at the now desolate remnants of the Red Satin Brigade's base. Is this a nightmare? Could it be that our Red Satin Brigade was annihilated in an instant? Who could it be? Who was responsible? At that moment, the old man suddenly noticed a photograph clutched in the hand of a corpse amidst the debris. The individual in the photograph was none other than Sun Wukong, the one who had shattered Marsruda. Is it this little brat? Unforgivable. I, Glow, swear that I will avenge the Red Satin Brigade with these very hands. Help. Suddenly, a battered hand emerged from the ruins. Dr. Gero turned around and his eyes widened in astonishment. Is it you? Ah, just in time. If it's you. You certainly would create a failed masterpiece. Meanwhile, at Korin Tower, tracking the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls, Sun Wukong arrived unexpectedly to encounter the Bra family. Not only did he discover his grandfather's 4-star ball, But he also learned that the towering structure before him was indeed the Kirin Tower that Bulma had once mentioned. Kirin Tower? I've heard from a friend that there's a sage atop the tower? Precisely. According to legend, if one can ascend the tower using their own strength and drink the sacred water bestowed by the sage, their power will greatly enhance. How wonderful. This is truly the place. The mere thought of the sage Bulma had once spoken of, along with the heavenly temple located even higher than Kirin Tower, filled Sun Wukong with exhilaration. He immediately leapt onto the tower, beginning his ascent toward the pinnacle of Kirin Tower. Though diverging from the original tale, Wukong nonetheless crossed paths with the Cat Sage of Kirin Tower, and in the future, he might even acquire the Cat Sage's permission to venture to the heavenly temple above. Ding. History has been corrected. Congratulations, host. You have earned one time point. On the distant planet Vegeta, Lin Chen was engaged in meditation training with Hannah. This was reminiscent of the fanciful exercises Krillin and Gohan had undertaken on their journey to Namek, where they practiced against each other during meditation. Although in the original story this training method was a necessity for Krillin and Gohan, it effectively honed their mental fortitude. Hence, Lin Chen adopted it as a means to refine his own spirit. However, just as he was immersed in his practice, he suddenly heard a system prompt. What is going on? Is a pie falling from the sky? How did I unexpectedly receive a time point? System? What is happening? Ding. Due to the influence of individuals connected to the host, history has been amended, and time points can similarly be acquired. Individuals connected to me? Who? What have they done? Lin Chen's doubts persisted until shortly after Tai Si arrived from Earth via instantaneous teleportation, finally providing an explanation. Aware that the narrative had been thrown into disarray by Tai Si's actions, yet eventually reverted to its rightful path, Lin Chen could not help but admire the formidable power of historical correction. Chapter 79, The Call from Namek to the Grand Elder. Planet Vegeta. Since Tai Si's arrival, Lin Chen accompanied her on a tour around Planet Vegeta and several neighboring celestial bodies, before allowing Hannah to accompany Tai Si, who had just mastered instantaneous teleportation, on cosmic adventures. Meanwhile, he resolved to resume his cultivation. The period of meditation he had recently undertaken had subtly enhanced his mental capabilities, yielding significant results from his training. Thus, Lin Chen decided to focus his mind and immerse himself in rigorous cultivation, aiming for a breakthrough. Coincidentally, on Earth, Goku and his companions' adventures had also reached a temporary conclusion, with the next major narrative arc set to unfold 3 years later at the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament. It was rumored that Goku had ventured to Kirin Tower. Although this might have reduced some plot elements, it should not adversely affect his strength. Having contemplated the matters on Earth, Lin Chen redirected his attention to his current cultivation. Mental training is a demanding endeavor, and unlike physical training, which can be remedied with the sins of being after injury or fatigue, mental exertion requires the passage of time for recovery, with no alternative remedies available. However, it is not entirely devoid of solutions. In fact, for mental fortitude, there exists a substance akin to the sins of being that can facilitate rapid recovery of mental energy. This remarkable entity is the fruit of the spirit tree. Lin Chen had already validated this with the last few spirit tree fruits in his system space. Although these fruits no longer significantly enhanced his power, they were nevertheless a nourishing treasure for mental energy. A mere bite could instantly restore depleted mental strength. Alas, had he known of this fruit's extraordinary efficacy, he would have refrained from destroying the spirit tree in the first place. Lin Chen scratched his head, feeling a twinge of regret for his impulsive actions in the past. Should he seek out the divine dragon one day and request it to conjure some spirit tree fruits for him? As Lin Chen pondered, he made his way toward the council hall. During this period, as a means of mental relaxation, he would often visit the council hall after his training sessions to observe King Vegeta and Paragus as they attended to state affairs. This not only provided him with leisure, but also allowed him to share his own insights, experiencing a taste of kingship. However, before he could leave the palace, he noticed that King Vegeta and Paragus, accompanied by their entourage, had approached his palace, seemingly with matters to discuss. Your Majesty Linkus, the item you left behind has suddenly illuminated. There may be trouble on Namek, King Vegeta announced, producing a green crystal ball resembling a Dragon Ball. Lin Chen glanced at the crystal ball, recognizing it as the object entrusted to him by the Namekians upon his departure from their planet. At that time, the Namekians had informed him that this was a communication orb, conjured by the dragon Shenron. There were 2 such orbs, capable of establishing contact from any corner of the universe. The radiance emitted by the orb signified that the Namekians were in peril, requiring Lin Chen's immediate assistance. Prior to his journey into the parallel dimension, he had entrusted this orb to King Vegeta and his companions for safekeeping. Upon receiving the crystal ball, Lin Chen discerned that it was indeed pulsating with a deep azure light in a rhythmic manner. Was the Namekian planet in distress? King Vegeta, I shall investigate the situation on Namek. After imparting a few instructions, Lin Chen immediately activated his instant transmission. Namek, the origin of it all, was where he had harnessed his initial strength to vie for the throne against King Vegeta, thanks to the Grand Elder's potential cultivation. Thus, he held a profound respect for the Namekians. However, upon his hasty arrival on Namek, Lin Chen discovered that circumstances were not as he had anticipated. Before his teleportation, he had presumed that the planet was under siege by external foes. Yet, upon his arrival, everything appeared as tranquil as ever. There were no signs of smoke or gunfire, nor any palpable aura of malevolence. What could this mean? Puzzled, Lin Chen executed instant transmission once more, arriving at the abode of the Grand Elder. Here, too, there were no indications of conflict. How strange. Just as he prepared to descend, the door of the Grand Elder's residence opened, and Nairo emerged. Bowing respectfully to Lin Chen in the sky. Mr. Lin Chen, the Grand Elder has been awaiting you. Mr. Nairo, what is the situation? Is there no external invasion? Namek is quite safe. This time, the Grand Elder has some personal matters he wishes to discuss with you. Personal matters? The Grand Elder will explain in detail. Lin Chen refrained from posing further inquiries and followed Nairo to the residence of the Grand Elder. It has been quite some time, Grand Elder. After years apart, the Grand Elder appeared considerably aged. In truth, Lin Chen, well-versed in the unfolding narrative, was aware that the Grand Elder's lifespan was indeed nearing its conclusion. It has been far too long, Mr. Lin Chen. You have grown even stronger than before. The Grand Elder slightly opened his eyes, only to close them once more. Lin Chen inquired, Elder, is there a particular reason for your sudden contact with me? I recently heard from Nyla that you have a private matter for which you seek my assistance. Indeed, the Elder responded, I have sought out Mr. Lin Chen in hopes that he might assist me in dealing with an individual, a Namekian. A Namekian? Lin Chen expressed his surprise. Mr. Lin Chen, the Elder sighed softly. The truth is that not long ago, a visitor, both strange and familiar, arrived on Namek. This visitor is the very Namekian I wish for you to confront, a being of pure malevolence. A malevolent Namekian? Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback, as a name suddenly surfaced in his mind. When speaking of the purely malevolent Namekian, aside from the sealed demon King Piccolo on Earth, only one individual remained in his recollection, the Super Namekian. Slug? The Grand Elder was slightly astonished. Mr. Lin Chen is also aware of him? Indeed. Slug was once one of the sovereigns who vied for cosmic supremacy against the Frieza clan. It is not surprising that you have heard of him. Could it truly be Slug? Lin Chen pondered for a moment, recalling the intelligence regarding this individual. Slug, a character from the Dragon Ball movie series, is a Namekian who, like the Guardian of Earth, was sent to a distant planet during the catastrophic events on Namek. However, unlike the Guardian, Slug's malevolent heart is far more potent and unadulterated, making him a super Namekian imbued with evil. Chapter 80. The choice to revisit the target. Slug Mr. Lin Chen, some time ago, after Slug's arrival, he forcefully seized the Dragon Balls of Namek and summoned the Eternal Dragon Purunga. Through Purunga, Slug fulfilled 3 wishes. The first wish restored his youth. The second wish granted him a lifespan far exceeding that of his previous existence. The third wish bestowed upon Slug an almost immortal regenerative ability. As long as the core of his brain remained intact, he could restore his body indefinitely. Upon hearing the Grand Elder's explanation, Lin Chen furrowed his brow, filled with perplexity. Grand Elder, when Slug attacked, why did you not call upon me or Vegeta's planet? How could you allow him to take the Dragon Balls so easily? Lin Chen had once promised the Grand Elder to safeguard Namek. Should they have sought assistance at that time, even in Lin Chen's absence, the inhabitants of Vegeta would have readily come to their aid. According to the Grand Elder, by that time, Shrag would have been frail and aged. Even as a super Namekian, he would pose no significant threat. Why, then, did they endure in silence until their wishes were fully realized before reaching out for help? Lin Chen found it somewhat incredulous. The Grand Elder, upon being questioned by Lin Chen, fell into silence. After a moment, he suddenly addressed Nailu, saying, Nailu, I wish to converse with Lin Chen privately from here on. Please take your leave. Understood. Nyla replied obediently and departed. Only then did the Grand Elder speak. Mr. Lin Chen, it was I who instructed Nailu and the others not to seek your aid when Shrag arrived. And it was I who directed the elders to hand over the Dragon Balls to Shrag. What? Grand Elder, what is the meaning of this? Lin Chen was engulfed in confusion. The Grand Elder sighed deeply. Mr. Lin Chen, to be candid, Shrag is, in fact, my child. During the calamity that befell planet Namek years ago, in a bid to ensure the survival of our race, many wise Namekians, like myself, were children who embodied our essence, sending them into the cosmos in hopes of preserving the Namekian bloodline. The deities of your planet, as well as Shrag, are among those children. Regrettably, very few of these children ultimately survived. Shrag, in his youth, found refuge on a planet named after him, where I sent him, believing that the inhabitants lacked strength, ensuring that even as a child, Shrag could endure. However, I regrettably overlooked one critical detail. That planet was, in truth, a realm governed by the law of the jungle. The malevolent energies on that world transformed Shrag into a purely evil Namekian. As the Grand Elder recounted this, he let out a long, sorrowful sigh. Lin Chen embraced himself with both hands, silently listening to this untold past. The Shrag planet is a realm perpetually shrouded in darkness, veiled by thick clouds that obscure the sun's rays. Consequently, resources on this planet are exceedingly scarce, forcing its inhabitants to engage in relentless bloodshed for survival. The young Namekian resembles a blank canvas, easily swayed by the surrounding environment. It was during this time that Shrag became tainted by an abundance of malevolence, ultimately transforming into the embodiment of pure evil that it is today. Lin Chen deeply resonated with the words of the elder. For was it not true that the deities on Earth gave birth to the malevolent incarnation known as Demon King Piccolo due to their entanglement with the wicked thoughts of humanity? It was evident that the malevolence encountered by Shrag was far greater than that faced by the celestial beings, leading him to become a being of pure evil from Namek. Unlike the deities of Earth, who ultimately retained their benevolence through their incarnations. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen remarked, "Elder, are you perhaps burdened by guilt, which compels you to allow Shrag to utilize the Dragon Balls?" The elder sighed and replied, "Indeed. When Shrag arrived on the planet seeking the Dragon Balls, I immediately recognized him. In my attempts to guide Shrag toward redemption, I revealed his lineage to him, hoping it would inspire a change of heart. However, Shrag insisted that for him to reform, he must be granted the Dragon Balls. Little did I anticipate that the darkness within him was too profound. It was you who were overly naive." Lin Chen murmured to himself, astonished that even the so-called wisest elder could act foolishly when confronted with familial bonds. After regaining his youth, Shrag did not harm the Namekians and departed, yet it was not long before I learned that he commenced the reorganization of his forces, launching attacks on numerous planets. My existence has only served to empower Shrag further. The deaths of those individuals weigh heavily on my conscience. Therefore, Mr. Lin Chen, I implore you to locate Shrag and put an end to his malevolence. Confronting Shrag, is it? Lin Chen pondered for a moment. Based on the portrayal in the Dragon Ball movies, Shrag, as a Super Namekian, is rumored to possess power that surpasses even Frieza and Super Saiyans. However, his performance in the film was rather underwhelming. Yet, this is a reality that diverges from the original narrative. The true extent of Shrag's strength remains uncertain. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered the ultimate choice. Choice 1. Reject the Grand Elder. Reward. 1 time point. Choice 2. Agree to the Grand Elder's request. Confirm Shrag's location with Zuno, and swiftly eliminate him. Reward. Namekian regeneration ability. Choice 3. Locate Shrag without any external aid and capture him to bring back to Namek. Reward. Introduction to psychic abilities. Basic telekinesis. Upon witnessing the activation of the selection system once more, Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. To refuse the Grand Elder merely for a single time point was a choice he wouldn't even contemplate. However, he found himself deliberating over the subsequent 2 options. The 2 choices, as their wording suggests, represent one that promises swift resolution and another that demands considerable time and effort. Yet, both rewards are quite intriguing. The regeneration ability of the Namekians is noteworthy, second only to that of the Magians, if Lin Chen were to obtain it, combined with his exceptional physique. The resulting effect might rival that of Cell's regeneration. As for the psychic abilities, Lin Chen reflected for a moment before grasping their significance. In the Dragon Ball universe, there exist 4 distinct forms of power. The first is pure physical strength, encompassing all forms of physical combat. The second is the power of Ki, manifested through techniques such as the Kamehameha wave and energy blasts. These 2 can be classified as physical attack powers. The remaining 2 involve a mental dimension. One is magic, as exemplified by Majin Buu and the sorcerer Babidi, who excel in this domain. The other is psychic abilities. In the narrative of Dragon Ball, Kaiatsu epitomizes the essence of superpowers, while Frieza also appears to possess such abilities, evidenced by the supernatural force he employed to slay Krillin in the original storyline. In Chapter 81, titled Darius' Secret Treasure, the regenerative capabilities of the Namekian race, though advantageous, merely serve to enhance Lin Chen's physical resilience. Conversely, superpowers, relying on mental strength, could effectively address Lin Chen's current deficiencies. Historically, the Saiyan race has exhibited a notable deficiency in mental fortitude. Their transformation system solely amplifies physical strength without any enhancement to their mental capacities. For ordinary Saiyans like Goku and Vegeta, this lack of mental prowess may not pose a significant issue, yet for Lin Chen, it is a critical concern. Merely achieving the legendary Super Saiyan 2 form imposes stringent demands on his mental acuity. Should Lin Chen aspire to advance further in the future, he must endeavor to continuously hone his mental strength. Thus, he cannot afford to overlook this opportunity for superpower rewards. With this in mind, Lin Chen swiftly made his final decision. System, I choose 3. Ding. Confirmation of host choice. Please complete the task promptly. At this juncture, Lin Chen addressed the Elder. Elder, I have accepted your request. Leave Shrag to me. The Elder cautioned, Mr. Lin Chen, Shrag possesses formidable strength. He is a combat-type Namekian. I am aware that you have attained Super Saiyan status, yet I fear that even in that form, he may prove to be a formidable opponent. Furthermore, due to the power of the Dragon Balls, Shrag currently possesses an exceptionally potent regenerative ability. Please exercise caution. I will be careful, Lin Chen replied with a gentle smile. Elder, are you now aware of Shrag's whereabouts? Shrag has transformed a planet into a spaceship, making his movements erratic. The last I heard, he was in pursuit of something. In search of something? Very well, I shall send someone to locate him. Lin Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Due to the constraints of the mission, this search for Shrag could not rely on external forces such as Zuno and the Divine Dragon. Thus, Lin Chen had mentally prepared himself for a protracted endeavor. Upon his return to Planet Vegeta, he immediately issued directives for the Saiyans to investigate the whereabouts of Shrag. Even the Galactic Patrol received his commission. Concurrently, intelligence regarding Shrag began to flow in steadily. According to the data from the Galactic Patrol, in his youth, Shrag exhibited an innate and formidable combat prowess. Defeating the masters of Shrag Star and proclaiming himself king, styling himself as a demon, he gradually amassed numerous subordinates and began to wreak havoc across the cosmos, committing unspeakable atrocities. During his zenith, Shrag was notorious as a cosmic villain, rivaling even the infamous Frieza. However, as he aged, Shrag's influence waned, and reports of him had become increasingly scarce. Nonetheless, investigations indicated that recently, Shrag and his gang had indeed begun to resurface with alarming frequency, having attacked 3 planets. Strangely, following these assaults, all 3 planets vanished from their respective star systems. Given the size of the planets, the Galactic Patrol suspected that Shrag might be in the process of converting them into starships. Upon hearing the report, Lin Chen inquired, "What is their current status?" "We have initiated a pursuit," came the reply, "but Your Majesty, the universe is exceedingly vast, and locating Shrag and his associates will be quite the challenge unless they launch another attack. Otherwise, it may take us considerable time." "Take your time," Lin Chen responded. Lin Chen understood that haste would not yield results, so he refrained from pressing for immediate information regarding Shrag's whereabouts. After all, this mission was not bound by time constraints, allowing him to cultivate his skills while patiently awaiting developments. Meanwhile, in a distant corner of the universe, a planet shrouded in dense clouds soared through the cosmos at an astonishing velocity. This celestial body was none other than the planetary spaceship modified by Shrag and his associates. Within a grand palace on the planet's surface, Shrag, the individual Lin Chen sought, was receiving reports from his subordinates. "Great King Shrag, we will reach our destination in 1 week's time," a voice reported. "Indeed," replied a tall Namekian seated upon the throne. This Namekian was Shrag, whose imposing stature was even more formidable than that of Piccolo. Having regained his youth, he now exuded an aura of pure energy. Surrounding him were several loyal subordinates, some of whom were natives of Shrag's planet, having allied with him due to their loyalty. Others were demon warriors born of Shrag himself. Most of them donned attire representative of the demon clan or Shrag's planet, but one diminutive extraterrestrial with purple skin stood out, clad in the battle uniform of the Frieza Force. Upon hearing the report from his subordinate, one of the demons addressed the uniquely dressed individual, Lakasilu. "The treasure of Dales must be located on this planet, correct?" The alien named Lakasilu immediately responded with a broad smile. "Lord Doladebo, I cannot guarantee that. Dales trusts no one, and only he knows the true location of the treasure. Thus, we must search one by one. Search one by one. That could take an inordinate amount of time. Doladebo, the demon warrior, expressed his dissatisfaction. At that moment, the throne's occupant, Shrag, erupted into a deep, rumbling laughter. Time. Ha ha ha. I am not lacking in time, Doladebo. There is no need for haste. Yes, my king, Doladebo lowered his head in deference. However, Lakasilu interjected. While I have ample time, it should not be squandered. If, in the end, we fail to locate Dale's treasure, or if it does not contain what we seek, you understand the consequences. Rest assured, my king, the seed of the spirit tree must be within Dale's treasure. This information is undeniably reliable. Please, direct us. Shrag let out a cold snort, his dark eyes shifting toward the screen, yet his thoughts wandered to the spiritual tree that had been mentioned earlier. As revealed in the conversation between the two, the being known as Rakasilu had once served as a subordinate to the Saiyan Dales. Although Dales and his main legion had been obliterated on Planet Vegeta, remnants of his followers still persisted in other corners of the universe. Upon learning of Dales' demise, these individuals scattered like birds and beasts, while Rakasela pledged allegiance to Shrag, bringing with him news of utmost importance. In the past, to prevent backlash from indigenous inhabitants during the planting of the spiritual tree, which could lead to failure, Dales had preserved a seed of the spiritual tree as a backup. In addition to this seed, some of the fruits harvested from the spiritual tree were also retained for unforeseen circumstances. These treasures were stored in a place referred to by Dales' remaining followers as Dales' hidden treasures. Rakaselu possessed a clue regarding their whereabouts. Chapter 82, the commencement of the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament. Shrag had heard whispers of the spiritual tree's fruits. These were life-giving fruits, condensed from the essence of planets, which, when consumed, granted the ability to absorb the life essence of an entire planet. Beyond extending one's lifespan, they significantly enhanced one's strength. Though Shrag no longer pursued longevity, he remained fervently eager for the amplification of his power. After all, he had not forgotten the humiliation inflicted upon him by the frost demons after his strength waned in old age. In his youth, Shrag had known few rivals in the North Galaxy, earning a notorious reputation as a formidable emperor across the cosmos. However, his encounter with the frost demons had dealt him a severe blow. Their strength rivaled that of the super Namekians, and more critically, the frost demons boasted a prolonged lifespan. Centuries passed, and while Shrag aged and his combat prowess diminished, his former adversary, King Cold, remained in his prime, having sired two equally formidable offspring. Ultimately, Shrag's vast territories, acquired through years of conquest, were wholly consumed by the frost demons, leaving him to curl up on his home planet, Shrag Star, in shame. Now, having regained his strength, Shrag was naturally inclined to seek vengeance against the frost demons. However, he had heard that the prodigious Frieza among them had been slain by a Saiyan. Upon hearing this news, Shrag felt an overwhelming sense of incredulity. Though he believed he could contend with Frieza now, he ultimately resolved to first locate the spiritual tree's fruits to enhance his power. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. During this time, Lin Chen had inquired multiple times about Shrag's whereabouts, but regrettably, each time, it appeared that Shrag was pursuing something, never lingering in one place for long. This left Lin Chen empty-handed on every occasion. Fortunately, there was no deadline concerning the matter of dealing with Shrag, and Lin Chen was not in a hurry. He continued to train diligently while patiently awaiting an opportunity. Meanwhile, on Earth, the long-awaited World Martial Arts Tournament was about to commence once more after 3 years. The previous tournament had been missed by Lin Chen due to an error on the part of Namekian, and this time, he was determined not to let the opportunity slip away. Having arranged numerous details in advance, Lin Chen returned to Earth with his 2 wives, prepared to witness this edition of the Grand Martial Arts competition, also inviting the Bardock couple to join him. This time, he was resolute in his intent to observe closely. Namekian and the others found Lin Chen's excitement rather peculiar. While the enthusiasm of the Bardock couple was understandable, given that they could once again see their son, what could possibly excite Lin Chen? A battle involving a group of individuals whose combat power barely reached 1,000 could hardly be captivating. Unbeknownst to them, the Grand Martial Arts Tournament held profound significance for Lin Chen. It was a matter of sentiment. Were it not for the embarrassment of overpowering the weak, Lin Chen would have eagerly wished to participate in the tournament himself. However, at that very moment, as Lin Chen made his way to Earth, on a desolate planet in a distant corner of the galaxy, King Slag received thrilling news. Your Majesty, we have found it. The secret treasure of Dales is located on this planet. Upon hearing the report from an alien, King Slag leapt to his feet with exhilaration. Excellent. What about the fruits and seeds of the spirit tree? They have been located. In addition to one seed, there are 20 spirit tree fruits. Well done, King Slag exclaimed. Sinking back into his golden chair, his excitement palpable. Quickly, bring everything back to me. Furthermore, investigate the star charts to locate nearby planets suitable for planting the spirit tree. I wish to commence planting immediately. My king, the nearest planet is just a week away, but at full speed, we might reach it in 3 days. However, that planet appears to be under the jurisdiction of the Galactic Patrol, one of his subordinates replied after careful calculation. The Galactic Patrol? When have I, Slag, ever feared those useless fools? Set the course immediately. I must plant the new spirit tree fruits without delay. Slag's voice was low and brooked no argument. At this, his subordinate stood at attention and chorused, yes. Seeing this, Slag burst into mad laughter. Huh? Once I consume these spirit tree fruits, those frozen demon clans and Saiyans will know who the true Cosmic Emperor really is. On Papaya Island, the venue for the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. The excitement had surged significantly after the spectacular duel between Sun Wukong and Master Wu Tian in the previous tournament, attracting numerous martial artists to participate this time. Even the arch-rival of Master Rashi, Crane Hermit, enrolled his 2 prized disciples, Tian Jingfan, a modified name to avoid censorship, and Dumpling in the competition. Thus, this tournament promised to be unprecedented in scale, at least from the perspective of Earthlings. However, for Lin Chen and his companions who had come to spectate, the so-called grandeur of the event was overshadowed by the realization that most of the competitors were far inferior, even to newly born Saiyan infants. My dear, I truly don't understand why you are so eager to witness a competition of such caliber, Hanasia remarked, stretching languorously. Lin Chen cast her a glance, expressing his dissatisfaction. If you do not wish to watch, you may as well return to Vegeta. That is out of the question. It is a rare occasion for me to visit Earth, and I am eagerly anticipating some delectable treats. In contrast to Hannah's calm demeanor, Bardock and his wife appeared considerably more reserved. Their casual attire, in particular, rendered them quite uncomfortable. Your Majesty, must we truly dress this way? And this hat is such a nuisance, Bardock remarked, adjusting the wide-brimmed hat that often threatened to be dislodged by his own hair, while lowering the mask that concealed his face. If you do not dress this way, Kakarot will immediately recognize you. After all, you and he are practically identical. Lin Chen replied. Are you planning for a father-son reunion today? That would certainly be inappropriate. We shall have to endure this, Bardock said, feeling conflicted. Rather than disrupt his son's training on Earth, he chose to bear with the discomfort. Lin Chen, I have heard that Bulma is also here. Shall we join them? Tai Si inquired. Certainly, he responded. Subsequently, outside the preliminary match venue, Lin Chen and his companions encountered Bulma and her group, which included the familiar Oolong and Pu'er, as well as the newly met Lan Chi. Upon seeing Lin Chen and Tai Si approach, Bulma's expression suddenly shifted. Bulma, it has been a while, Lin Chen greeted her. Big brother Lin Chen. Hello, Bulma said, her voice softening as she lowered her head, her lips twitching slightly. Ah, what was that name again? Right, Saiyan. Oolong and Pu'er exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 83. The arrival of the androids. Ever since Lin Chen married Tai Si, Bulma had maintained her distance from him. Despite the fact that their residences on Earth were merely separated by a street, encounters between them had become quite rare. Lin Chen observed everything with a sense of resignation, shaking his head in quiet lamentation. It was not that he failed to comprehend the little girl's sentiments. Rather, he understood that Bulma's future was not his to claim. After a considerable duration, the preliminary rounds of the martial arts tournament were drawing to a close, culminating in the selection of the 8 finalists: Sun Wukong, Krillin, Tian Jingfan, Dumpling, Chenglong, Yamcha, Renlang, and Bapyut. This outcome bore little deviation from the original narrative. The official matches were to be held that afternoon on the open-air martial arts stage, leading into a lunchtime interlude. Wukong and his companions reunited with Bulma, and Lin Chen seized the opportunity to greet them. Lin Chen, brother, it has been ages, Sun Wukong exclaimed, his face lighting up with the joy of reunion. Having witnessed Lin Chen's formidable prowess, Yamcha regarded him with utmost respect, bowing in deference. In stark contrast, Master Rashi appeared exceedingly anxious upon encountering Lin Chen again, as if a mouse had stumbled upon a cat. Only Krillin remained blissfully ignorant, perplexed by the evident trepidation surrounding Lin Chen. Wukong, who is he? Why does everyone seem so fearful? He inquired. This man is an unparalleled warrior. Not even 10 Master Roses could match his strength. Yamcha whispered discreetly. Although Master Roshi bristled at this remark, he chose not to contest it. Krillin, upon hearing this, was understandably taken aback. After exchanging pleasantries, the group shared a meal together. However, Bardock and his wife refrained from joining the others, wary of being recognized by Wukong. In the afternoon, the finals of the martial arts tournament commenced as scheduled. The unfolding matches mirrored the original tale, albeit with slight variations. Tianjin Fan, who could have easily advanced to the finals, encountered difficulties right from the outset against Yamcha in the first round. Lin Chen's presence had ignited Yamcha's resolve to grow stronger, prompting him to begin his training at Turtle Hermit S abode much earlier than in the original timeline. Consequently, his combat strength had already reached an impressive 160, while his opponent, Tianjin Fan, boasted a mere 180. As the first match of the finals, their bout showcased a level of skill befitting the championship. Ultimately, after a grueling struggle, Tianjin Fan triumphed over Yamcha through a diverse array of techniques, albeit at the cost of significant stamina. Observing the outcome, Lin Chen could not help but stroke his chin thoughtfully. It appeared that his presence had indeed elevated the strength of Wukong and his companions beyond their original capabilities. As for Wukong, he seemed to have been spurred by Lin Chen's influence, achieving a combat power of 220 points higher than in the original narrative. Originally, in the source material, the champion of this martial arts tournament was to be Tianjin Fan. However, it now seemed that Wukong might seize his inaugural championship title ahead of schedule. Just as Lin Chen was immersed in his contemplation, Taze tugged at his sleeve, holding a mobile phone in her hand. Lin Chen, it seems there is trouble at home. Tai shouted into Lin Chen's ear. Home? Dr. Brief's house? Yes. Father urged us to hurry back. He mentioned someone named Tao Bai has arrived. Tao Bai? Lin Chen's gaze sharpened. Wasn't Tao Bai slain by Tai's long ago? Even if he had somehow survived, according to the original narrative, Tao Bai would only re-emerge after undergoing mechanical transformation during the 23rd martial arts tournament. How could he possibly show up at Dr. Brief's residence now? This is infuriating. I haven't even witnessed the finals yet. Lin Chen lamented. After all the effort to attend the martial arts tournament, why couldn't these individuals simply bide their time until he finished watching the competition before causing a ruckus? Tais. Perhaps I should return alone? She suggested, noting the situation. After all, she could teleport instantaneously, and she didn't believe anyone on Earth posed a threat to her at present. Yet, Lin Chen felt uneasy. The timing of Tao Bai's appearance seemed off, and he sensed that something was amiss. Let's go together, he decided. Huh? Lin Chen. Are we leaving? Hannah asked, puzzled by Lin Chen's intention to depart. Although she had repeatedly claimed that such competitions were devoid of interest, after watching several matches, she had discovered their charm and gradually become engrossed. Tais has matters at home that require our attention. Would you prefer to remain here? Lin Chen inquired. Tais promptly shook her head, gripping Lin Chen tightly. Lin Chen smiled and greeted the Bedak couple and Bulma from a distance before instantaneously vanishing. The sudden disappearance of the three individuals caused quite a stir at the scene. Wait, that Saiyan has left? Bulma, do you have any idea what happened? The finals are about to begin, Oolong remarked, bewildered by Lin Chen's abrupt departure. Bulma was equally perplexed, filled with questions regarding the situation. The unexpected vanishing of Lin Chen stirred a ripple of excitement at the martial arts tournament, but soon, as the finals commenced, all attention returned to the competition stage. Due to Yamcha's sniping and Goku's significantly enhanced strength compared to the original narrative, this final showdown was indeed different from the original tale. In the end, Son Goku effortlessly claimed the championship, while Tianjin Fan and Dumpling, under Master Roshi's guidance, reformed their ways. As Goku jubilantly leaped on stage, elsewhere in West City, Lin Chen, who had instantaneously returned to Dr. Brief's residence, stared in disbelief at the figure that had materialized there. Although his attire and appearance had altered slightly, the person standing before him was unmistakably the assassin Tao Pai from Lin Chen's memories. But hadn't Tao Pai perished during the destruction of the Red Ribbon Army? Even if he had survived, he should have been reduced to mere fragments. If he had returned, he would likely resemble a cyborg. Why then? Did Tao Pai appear entirely human now? Lin Chen suddenly furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Dad. Tai Si rushed to Dr. Brief and his wife, inquiring with concern. After confirming their safety, she pointed at Tao Pai and demanded, Hey, who are you, and what are you doing in my house? Miss Tai Si. It is finally a pleasure to meet you. The figure resembling Tao Pai replied, seemingly focused on her. You know me? Who exactly are you? Who am I? You do not recognize me? Huh. Why would I know you, old man? My former name was Tao Pai Pai, and my current designation is Android 11. Remember this name, for it belongs to the one who will end your life. The original Tao Pai Pai, now Android 11, revealed a chilling smirk. Chapter 84, The Genius Doctor. Jero surpasses humanity with Android 11. Android? What is that? Taisi inquired, her face filled with confusion. However, Lin Chen's eyes widened in realization. He finally understood why the supposedly deceased Tao Pai Pai had appeared before them in his current form. It turned out he had been transformed into an android. This revelation hinted at the mastermind behind Tao Pai Pai's transformation. Hey, Dr. Jero, I know you must be watching us through him. Come out and speak. Lin Chen suddenly shouted. Upon hearing his words, Hannah Xiao appeared bewildered, while Dr. Brief's eyes widened in astonishment. Dr. Jero? Lin Chen, are you saying he is Dr. Jero? I have seen him before, and he does not look like this. No, he is not Dr. Jero. The individual before us is merely an artificial being created by Dr. Jero. However, Dr. Jero must be watching us through his eyes. Isn't that right, Dr. Jero? Suddenly, the eyes of the artificial being, Tao Bai Bai, emitted a crimson glow. Moments later, a voice, entirely different from Tao Bai Bai's, emerged, a voice marked by age and weariness. You wretch, how dare you recognize me and my creation? Indeed, I am Dr. Jero, the most esteemed scientist within the Red Ribbon Army. Dr. Brief, incredulous, exclaimed, Dr. Jero, you actually joined the Red Ribbon Army? Indeed. No one in this world supported my research. Only the Red Ribbon Army provided me with ample funding and resources. It was through their backing that I could pursue my long-cherished dreams. But all of that was destroyed 3 years ago. And the culprit behind it all is none other than your daughter, Dr. Brief. Me? Taisi was taken aback. What does that have to do with me? What? You don't remember? Despite the icy expression on Tao Bai Bai's face, it was evident that Dr. Jero was seething with rage from afar. You dare to forget? Despicable. I have not had a single day without thinking of revenge. To defeat you, I have been gathering information about you, researching day and night. What stands before you now is my latest masterpiece, Artificial Human Number 11. The preparations for my vengeance are complete. Once I eliminate you, I shall also deal with that fellow named Sun Wukong, and then use this artificial being to reign supreme and restore the Red Ribbon Army. This is my revenge. Huh. Just as Dr. Jero's emotions surged, Hannah Xiao let out an inappropriate yawn. Taisi, how much longer are you going to listen to this fool? Hurry up and end him. Indeed, Taisi said, placing her hands on her hips. Dr. Jero, I am quite formidable. Your artificial being will likely be rendered obsolete in no time. Truly, your strength is astonishingly beyond that of ordinary humans. Although you have never revealed your powers to the public, I know that compared to you, those martial artists are but a joke. Your true might is far more impressive than what you have penned in your novels. Hey, what is wrong with my novels? I am currently a best-selling author, Taisi shouted. However, Dr. Jero paid her no heed, continuing with his monologue. In just a moment, you will witness the spectacle. My artificial human number 11 possesses power that far exceeds yours. Huh? Him? The one whose presence is barely felt? What strength could he possibly have? Taisi wore a look of disdain. You'll see for yourself, she declared. Number 11, go ahead, eliminate Taisi. And take care of the others to accompany her in demise. Yes, Dr. Jero. The android number 11 once again emitted its voice, raising its hands and striking a pose reminiscent of the familiar stance once employed by Tao Bai Bai. Taisi, exhibiting a relaxed demeanor, prepared for battle. However, at that moment, Lin Chen suddenly shouted, Taisi, be cautious. The android possesses no aura. It might truly be stronger than you. What? Taisi was momentarily taken aback. Just then, number 11 lunged forward, delivering a kick that sent Taisi soaring into the sky, crashing through the roof and flying out. Taisi, Dr. Brief and his wife were instantly taken aback. It's all right, Doctor. Hannah and I will keep a close watch on Taisi. Upon Lin Chen's words, he soared from the rooftop alongside Hannah. In the sky, android number 11 was engaged in a fierce battle with Tais. However, it appeared that Tais was utterly overwhelmed, as android number 11 effortlessly deflected all of Tais' attacks with a single hand. What could be the reason? Tais' combat power should exceed 10,000. Why is it that he cannot prevail against this being, from whom not even a breath can be sensed? Hannah inquired with curiosity. Androids possess no breath. They rely solely on their bodily energy. As Lin Chen spoke, he produced a battle power detector. Unlike the method of sensing one's aura through intuition, the battle power detector directly perceives energy. Therefore, Lin Chen believed that this device would prove useful when confronting the artificial beings. Indeed, when he aimed the battle power detector at number 11, the display screen revealed a reading, 120,000. Lin Chen could not help but be taken aback. This Dr. Gero was truly a marvel. It is worth noting that the original form of number 11, Tao Bai Bai, possessed a mere combat power of just over 100 during his lifetime. What methods did he employ to elevate Tao Bai Bai's combat prowess to an astonishing 120,000? Such strength far surpasses that of many formidable races in the universe. Even during the era of Frieza in the original narrative, this level of power could still be deemed top tier. Now, at a point where the story has only just reached the conflict with King Piccolo, Dr. Gero has already created such a monster. It is no wonder that in a little over a decade, he would be capable of producing androids 17 and 18, who could even surpass a Super Saiyan. As Lin Chen marveled at this, the sky above saw Tai cease her assault, panting heavily, sensing something amiss. She had unleashed her full power, yet the android number 11 had effortlessly blocked all her attacks with just one hand. Was the disparity between them truly this vast? Lin Chen had claimed to be the strongest human on Earth for several years, so how could this happen? At that moment, number 11 displayed a look of disdain. Is that all there is to it? Now it's my turn. He raised his right hand, bringing his index and middle fingers together, ready to thrust towards Taixi's forehead. If he landed that blow, given the disparity between them, it could very well result in Taixi's demise. However, just as he was about to strike, a hand suddenly grasped him. Huh? Number 11 stared, astonished, at Lin Chen, who had unexpectedly appeared before him. When did you? Taixi is my woman. If you wish to bully her, have you consulted me first? With a single exertion, Lin Chen effortlessly crushed the wrist of the android No. 11. Chapter 85, The Ultimate Choice, The Fate of Dr. Gelo. My hand. Number 11 exclaimed, taking a step back in fury, glaring at Lin Chen. How did you accomplish that? Who are you? I am Lin Chen, the husband of Taixi. Lin Chen. Thousands of miles away, Dr. Gelo trembled involuntarily as he observed Lin Chen, who emanated a menacing aura through the surveillance monitor. Could he truly be Lin Chen, the husband of Taixi as reported? The surveillance robots had failed to detect him. I had thought he was dead. Who on earth is this individual? You dare to damage my body. The android number 11. A new type of synthetic human crafted by Dr. Gelo through human modification rather than pure mechanization, retained a fragment of the emotions once possessed by Tao Bai Bai. This included the prideful demeanor that he once exhibited. For Tao Bai Bai, his body was a source of immense pride, especially as it had nearly been obliterated due to Taixi's actions in the past. Subsequently, thanks to Dr. Gelo, he was bestowed with a formidable and perfect physique. Thus, Tao Bai Bai held this body in the highest esteem, regarding it as a treasure. Witnessing its damage now ignited number 11's fury. Calm down, number 11. This fellow is peculiar. Dr. Gelo, who had been remotely monitoring the situation from his laboratory, noted the alarming fluctuations in number 11's readings and raised a warning. Unlike the later models number 17 and number 18, number 11 adhered to Dr. Gelo's commands without question. Upon hearing his words, number 11 immediately regained his composure. Beep, beep, beep. Unusual sounds suddenly emanated from number 11's head, and with a sardonic grin, he remarked, "No wonder you are so arrogant. Your energy levels surpass even those of Taixi. I see now, you must be the one who taught her." Lin Chen chuckled softly. Do you possess an energy detector within your being? Indeed. Your energy is formidable, yet regrettably, mine far surpasses yours. Just moments ago, I deliberately subdued my energy to teach Taixi a lesson. Now, I shall allow you to experience what true terror feels like. Upon hearing these words, Lin Chen let out a cold laugh. True terror? Very well, I am eager to witness it. Seeking death, number 11 roared, suddenly launching an attack toward Lin Chen. Every punch and kick he executed could have instantly obliterated Taixi had they connected. However, regrettably for him, number 11 was not facing Taixi, but Lin Chen. In an instant, a sound of air being sliced open resonated, and when number 11 regained his senses, Lin Chen's face was alarmingly close to his own. Dr. Gro, your technical prowess is indeed impressive, yet it pales in comparison to reality. Lin Chen's indifferent voice penetrated the ears of Subject 11, followed closely by Lin Chen raising his hand to grip 11's neck. Despite being an artificial being, 11 was not incapacitated by the grip. However, to his astonishment, he found himself unable to break free from Lin Chen's grasp. How could this be? In the research facility, Dr. Gelo's eyes widened in disbelief. 11, what are you doing? Stop conserving energy. Use all your strength at once. I. What do you mean, I? Dr. Gillow, are you aware of the vastness of the universe? Although 11 is indeed invincible on Earth, his power pales in comparison to the formidable beings scattered throughout the cosmos. To them, eliminating 11 would be as effortless as squashing an ant. The universe? Could it be? You are not from Earth. Suddenly, 11's voice echoed Dr. Gillow's. Correct. But there is no reward. Cold sweat beaded on 11's forehead as he sensed Lin Chen's grip tightening. It was only a matter of time before his neck would be crushed, just as his wrist had been. In that moment, even as an artificial being, fear enveloped him. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please forgive me. If he were on the ground, 11 would undoubtedly kneel before Lin Chen. With a pleading expression, he implored. I promise I will never do anything wrong again. Please spare me. Spare you? What do you? Before Lin Chen could finish his words, a sly grin suddenly appeared on the face of number 11, who abruptly pointed his left hand towards Lin Chen's head. With a resounding blast, a wave of energy, concentrated with all of number 11's might, struck Lin Chen's head, resulting in a tremendous explosion on his visage. However, to number 11's astonishment, as the smoke cleared, Lin Chen gazed back at him, completely unscathed. How is this possible? My full-powered energy wave. This farce can come to an end. With a forceful motion, Lin Chen severed number 11's head from its body. As the shattered form of number 11 descended, Lin Chen casually unleashed 2 energy blasts, obliterating the remains into smithereens. At this juncture, even Dr. Gero could not possibly resurrect the former top assassin. Having completed this task, Lin Chen descended back to the ground alongside Tai Si and the others. Upon landing, Panacea, intrigued, inquired, Lin Chen, was that fellow a robot? A mechanical entity with a combat power of 120,000? Such technology exists on Earth? The inventor must be a genius on par with Dr. Brief. Lin Chen replied, Indeed. Really? Panacea exclaimed in astonishment. Dr. Brief's intellect is universally acknowledged, and his universal capsule technology is unparalleled across the cosmos. I never anticipated that Earth's technological prowess was so formidable. Indeed, Dr. Gero is truly a genius, Brief remarked. However, it is surprising that he has allied himself with the Red Ribbon Army. Both Dr. Willow and Dr. Gero are prodigies among humanity, yet they have succumbed to moral degradation. It is indeed lamentable. Nevertheless, Your Majesty, such individuals are exceedingly perilous. It would be prudent to eliminate them swiftly. Fortunately, we are on Earth, otherwise Tai Si could be in grave danger, Panacea cautioned. Upon hearing her words, Lin Chen remained undecided when suddenly a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Detection of the host's intention to act against Dr. Gero has triggered the ultimate choices. Option 1. Ignore Dr. Gero and let him be. Reward. Intermediate superpower. Time stop technique. Option 2. Eliminate Dr. Gero to prevent the birth of subsequent androids. Reward. A gravity chamber with a 1000x multiplier and an embedded training robot. Option 3. Subjugate Dr. Gero and compel him to serve you. Reward. Advanced version of instant transmission. Chapter 86. Goku and Lin Chen, the two who saved the world regarding the choices concerning Dr. Gero. Lin Chen found himself in profound contemplation. It must be acknowledged that Dr. Gero is an exceptionally rare super genius within the Dragon Ball universe. One could even argue that he is the true guardian of human dignity within that realm. Not to mention the android number 11 that Lin Chen had just encountered. If all goes as anticipated, Dr. Gero would also create androids 16, 17, and 18, surpassing even the Super Saiyans. Not to mention the perfect form of Cell, whose power rivals that of Super Saiyan 2. To extinguish such brilliance would indeed be a pity. Therefore, Lin Chen refrained from making an immediate choice and continued to ponder. System, could you elaborate on this reward? How does the time stop technique differ from instant transmission? The time stop technique is a superpower that halts time. The ability to halt time for a mere 2 seconds, albeit with the limitation of being unable to harness one's energy during this interval, presents an intriguing prospect. The notion of time suspension is indeed a captivating superpower. Lin Chen recalls that in the original Dragon Ball series, only Hit and Goldo from the Ginyu Force possess such a skill. However, this time-stopping technique appears to bear a resemblance to Goldo's ability. The restriction of being unable to utilize energy during the time freeze imposes significant limitations, rendering even the act of flight impossible. As for the training robot option, it can transform into a Super Saiyan or a member of the Frieza race, engaging in realistic combat simulations with the trainer and can adjust its combat power from 100,000 to 1 million. Lin Chen nodded. This reward was indeed an exquisite tool for cultivation, along with the 1,000-fold gravity chamber. Ever since the creation of the 500-fold gravity chamber, Dr. Brief had informed Lin Chen that, due to limitations in energy and materials, the prospect of constructing a chamber with an even higher gravitational multiplier was nearly impossible without a significant technological breakthrough. Thus, acquiring the 1,000-fold gravity chamber through conventional means seemed improbable for at least a decade. As for the upgraded version of the instant transmission, it was detected that the host already possessed the Gibbet instant transmission. Therefore, this advanced version was a combat-oriented teleportation. A combat-oriented instant transmission? Lin Chen immediately comprehended the situation. This must be akin to the instantaneous movement exhibited by Metal Cooler. In the realm of Dragon Ball, apart from the unique teleportation ability of Xeno, there exist primarily three forms of instantaneous movement. One is the teleportation of the Yard Rat people, another is the exclusive teleportation of the Supreme Kai, and the final one is the teleportation of Metal Cooler. The advanced version of this instantaneous movement is likely the latter. This form of teleportation can be executed at any moment, although the distance may not be extensive, as long as the destination is within the line of sight. One can traverse to any visible location. At present, Lin Chen's ability to teleport requires a considerable amount of time to activate, rendering it nearly impractical during combat. Should he attain the advanced version of this teleportation, it would signify a monumental enhancement to his practical combat prowess. The three potential rewards each possess their unique advantages, making the decision exceedingly challenging. Ultimately, the sole consideration must be the implications of these three choices for the future. Lin Chen pondered for a moment before ultimately arriving at his decision. System. I choose 3. Ding. Confirmation of host choice. Please complete the task promptly. Rewards will be issued upon the submission of Dr. Glow. After this confirmation, Lin Chen turned to Dr. Brief and inquired, Dr. Brief, do you happen to know the whereabouts of Dr. Glow's residence? Dr. Brief, after a brief contemplation, replied, I recall that his research institute is situated in the mountains near the northern metropolis. Lin Chen nodded and said, All right, Hannah, come with me. Taisei, you stay here and take care of the doctor and the others. Lin Chen, are you going to confront Dr. Glow? Dr. Brief inquired hesitantly, if possible. Could you spare his life? He is a genius, and it would be a great loss if he were to die. I will consider it, Lin Chen replied. While Lin Chen was preoccupied with the matter concerning Dr. Glow, the World Martial Arts Tournament concluded with Goku's triumphant victory. As Goku and his companions celebrated, Bardock prepared to leave with Jine. Jine, our child has grown, Bardock remarked. Indeed, though he is still quite weak, you are right. He is indeed filled with potential. Just as the couple was about to depart, Bardock suddenly sensed a wave of murderous intent nearby. As a seasoned warrior, he was particularly attuned to such feelings. Although the aura was faint, it was unmistakably close. What is it, Bardock? What's wrong? Jine asked. Wait a moment, Bardock replied, retrieving his power level detector. Upon donning it, he scanned the surroundings and soon discovered an individual with a power level of approximately 160 lurking behind the tournament stage. Seeing the opponent's power level, Bardock felt a momentary sense of relief. Such a minor character posed no threat to his son. However, their plans to leave would have to be postponed. Jine, let us hold off on returning for now. It seems our son is about to face a challenge, he declared. All right, she agreed. The couple then held their breath, soared into the sky, and concealed themselves at a height to observe the unfolding events below. They soon witnessed the entire sequence of events in which Demon King Piccolo's subordinate, Tambourine, seized the Dragon Balls and killed Krillin. Before long, an enraged Goku pursued Tambourine, but was ultimately defeated due to his hunger. With the intention of testing their son, Bardock and Jine remained hidden, even as Goku momentarily lost consciousness. However, they were taken aback when a Namekian appeared. A Namekian? What is one doing on Earth? Bardock and Jine were well aware that Namekians were a race with formidable power, rivaling that of the Saiyans. Although the Namekian below possessed a power level of only around 230, it still surpassed that of Goku. Indeed, despite Goku's strength having exceeded that of the original storylines, he was ultimately outmatched by the combat skills of Demon King Piccolo, leading to his defeat by a narrow margin. As Goku's heartbeat ceased, Jine nearly rushed down to confront Demon King Piccolo, but Bardock forcibly restrained her. Do not act impulsively. Check your detector. Goku still shows signs of life. Upon hearing this, Janae realized the truth of the matter. Bardock, do you not possess the sacred beans? Allow me to descend and offer one to Kakarot. No. We must not interfere with Kakarot's training, Bardock asserted with feigned composure. His Majesty, King Lynx, once proclaimed that the cultivation occurring on Earth is fundamentally laying the groundwork for Kakarot's future development, and I wholeheartedly concur with His Majesty's sentiments. Perhaps through this trial, Kakarot's combat prowess may yet ascend anew. Look, his companions are approaching. Under the gaze of the two, Majir Bihei, true to the original narrative, revived Goku, who then, with his assistants, set forth towards the Korin Tower. Although, in contrast to the original tale, Goku now possessed the option to seek Lin Chen's aid. He chose not to do so. Krillin, I shall personally avenge you. One Dr. Gero, one King Piccolo, Lin Chen and Wukong, unbeknownst to the world. Each embarked on their own quests to save the realm. Chapter 87, Subduing Dr. Gero. Regarding Dr. Gero's laboratory, Dr. Brief possessed only a vague understanding. Many years ago, before Dr. Gero vanished from public view, a scientific magazine had conducted an interview with him, mentioning that his research facility was nestled in the mountainous regions of the northern metropolis. Although there existed the possibility that Dr. Gero had relocated, Lin Chen distinctly recalled that his laboratory was indeed hidden in a secret mountain enclave. Thus, without further deliberation, he soared northward with Hanasia. The chilling Chulin Mountains in the north were blanketed in pristine white snow, presenting a vast, unblemished expanse. In such a sprawling mountain range, uncovering a well-concealed secret laboratory was no simple feat. Just as Lin Chen and Hanasia commenced their search for Dr. Gero's whereabouts, the sky suddenly darkened ominously. Your Majesty, why has the sky turned black? Hanasia exclaimed, her gaze fixed in astonishment upon the inky heavens. Someone is summoning the Dragon Balls, Lin Chen replied, lifting his gaze. At this moment, it must be King Piccolo regaining his youth. To his surprise, despite Wukong's newfound strength, he still was not a match for King Piccolo. Yet, this was perhaps for the best. The more battles of life and death he experienced, the more Wukong could continue to grow. With this thought, Lin Chen activated the combat power detector, setting it to life detection mode. If he wished to witness the ultimate confrontation between Wukong and King Piccolo, he needed to act swiftly. The device, improved upon from the Frieza Force's combat power detector by Bulma, retained many of its features aside from the modifications made to the combat power detection method, including the life detection functionality. This feature could sense the life signals of organisms above the level of insects, making it particularly useful for tracking Dr. Gero's movements in the desolate northern mountains, where few creatures could emit life signals. This method would undoubtedly be more effective than aimlessly searching. Indeed, after more than an hour of persistent searching, Lin Chen finally discovered the secret entrance to Dr. Gero's laboratory. Summoning Hanasia, the two approached the entrance together. A steel door, at least half a meter thick, barred their passage. Your Majesty, allow me. I can open the door, Hanasia declared. All right, Lin Chen replied. Hanasia stepped forward, delicately rubbing her fingers together, and unleashed a brilliant wave of energy that explosively shattered the entrance, revealing a corridor within. The research conducted by Dr. Gallo was not only situated in a remote and secretive location, but also housed facilities of extraordinary security. Shortly after entering, a multitude of sentry robots surged forth, mercilessly firing upon Lin Chen and his companions. How absurd! Hanasia sneered, and with a mere wave of her hand, the robots were obliterated by the force of her energy. Meanwhile, deep within the research facility, Dr. Gallo was drenched in cold sweat, overwhelmed by despair. Why? Why must such a formidable individual exist in this world? Had I known this, I would have never allowed the androids to be unleashed so prematurely. If only I had been granted more time. Suddenly, a woman's voice resonated from behind Dr. Gallo. He spun around abruptly to find Lin Chen and Hanasia standing before him. If given time, my androids would surely triumph over both of you monsters. What? Those piles of scrap metal? Hanasia scoffed disdainfully, yet Lin Chen recognized that Dr. Gallo was not speaking empty words. The androids he intended to create in the future could challenge even deities. Such a genius was indeed worthy of allegiance. Pushing Hanasia aside, Lin Chen stepped forward and declared, Dr. Gallo, it is evident that you have nowhere to escape. I now present you with two choices. First, you may pledge your loyalty to me. I can permit you to continue your research on androids. However, from this point forward, your allegiance will no longer lie with the long-fallen Red Ribbon Army, but with me, Lin Chen, in the Saiyan Kingdom I command. Saiyans? Are you not Earthlings? Dr. Gallo's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, we hail from Planet Vegeta. We are extraterrestrials, including the very Goku you sought to eliminate, who is also a Saiyan. No wonder. No wonder you are so powerful. Dr. Gallo clenched his fists, finally understanding that humanity could not possibly possess such strength, for his adversaries were, in truth, beings from beyond the stars. Lin Chen continued, as for the second option, should you refuse to submit to me, then let your research be buried alongside you in this cave. As Lin Chen spoke, a terrifying aura emanated from him, rendering Dr. Gero nearly immobile, his body trembling uncontrollably. What will it be, Dr. Gero? Life or death? What will you choose? Lin Chen intoned calmly. At that moment, Dr. Gero was so overwhelmed by Lin Chen's presence that he could scarcely utter a word. Despite his future potential to create artificial beings capable of rivaling gods, he was, at his core, merely an ordinary human. Observing this, Lin Chen retracted his imposing aura. Instantly, Dr. Gero gasped for air as if he had been revived from suffocation. With great effort, he lifted his gaze to Lin Chen and inquired, "What do you wish me to do by submitting to you?" "No need for anything elaborate. Simply continue your research," Lin Chen replied. "We Saiyans are a warrior race, often engaged in battles, yet our numbers are limited. Your artificial beings may one day become a formidable asset to the Saiyans." In contemplating how to utilize Dr. Gero after securing his allegiance, Lin Chen could think of little else for the moment. Historically, Saiyans had a practice of employing cultivated fighters for training and combat assistance with Dr. Gero's creations. The need for such cultivation may be rendered obsolete. In terms of training and support, artificial beings would undoubtedly surpass their cultivated counterparts. "Dr. Gero, I shall ask you once more. Are you willing to follow me?" Lin Chen sought confirmation. After a brief moment of hesitation, Dr. Gero finally bowed his head and declared, "I understand, Mr. Lin Chen. I am willing to submit to you." Ding. Congratulations, host, on securing Dr. Gero. Reward, advanced version of instant transmission. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lin Chen noticed new changes in the instant transmission section of his attribute panel. Lin Chen smiled faintly and nodded, saying, "Very well, Dr. Gua. Prepare to relocate your research facility. In the future, your laboratory will be situated on Planet Vegeta, where I shall arrange for some extraterrestrial scientists to assist you." Chapter 88. The Demise of the Dark Lord. "I understand, my lord," Gua replied, feeling a sudden twinge of apprehension about venturing to an unknown planet for research. At that moment, he sensed Lin Chen's hand resting upon his head. "My lord, what are you doing?" "I am augmenting your strength. Otherwise, with your frail physique, you would be crushed upon arrival at Planet Vegeta, where the gravity is tenfold that of Earth." In an instant, a radiant glow emanated from Dr. Gua's body, and he suddenly felt as if he had regained decades of youth. "Power. I am brimming with vitality." Thanks to Lin Chen's unlocking of his potential, Dr. Gua's combat prowess surged to over 900, comparable to the lower-tier warriors of Planet Vegeta in the past. "Work diligently, and perhaps one day I shall restore your youth," Lin Chen remarked. Yes, my lord. Thank you." At this moment, Dr. Gua seemed to have only just embarked on the advanced research of artificial beings, with future creations far surpassing Earth's combat capabilities yet to be initiated. Thus, in a remarkably brief span, he managed to transport all his research equipment using the universal capsule. "My lord, I am ready." "Very well," Lin Chen replied, casting a glance at the now barren laboratory, and inquired, "Have you removed the computer from underground?" Lin Chen recalled that there should still be a computer in the underground of Dr. Gero's laboratory. It was that very machine which, after Dr. Gero's demise, continued the subsequent research and ultimately brought forth the creation of the ultimate android, Cell. Underground? However, upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Dr. Gero was momentarily taken aback. "Sir, there is nothing down there." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen realized he might have overthought the situation. It seemed that Dr. Gero had not yet expanded his laboratory. "Very well, let us proceed." With that, Lin Chen instantly transported himself, along with Dr. Gero and Hannah, directly to Planet Vegeta. "Hannah, I entrust Dr. Gero to you. Please make the necessary arrangements. I must return to Earth to attend to certain matters." After delegating Dr. Gero to Hannah's care, Lin Chen returned to Earth, his purpose being the ongoing battle against the Demon King Piccolo. In the original narrative, this was the first significant confrontation faced by Sun Wukong, and Lin Chen did not wish to miss it. At that moment, rejuvenated, the Demon King Piccolo had invaded the royal palace of the human kingdom, declaring himself the new king. Meanwhile, after enduring the torment of the super god water, Wukong finally harnessed its power along with his Saiyan heritage, achieving a rebirth with a combat power of 270, slightly surpassing that of the Demon King Piccolo. As Lin Chen soared above the palace, he encountered the Bardock couple, who had not yet departed. Bardock, are you still here? Your Majesty, Bardock and Jain bowed to Lin Chen. Kakarot is on his way here. We intend to observe how you will confront this Namekian. Then let us await the outcome. As in the original tale, prior to this, Master Roshi had already perished in his efforts to thwart the Demon King Piccolo, having exhausted his power while unleashing the Mafoba technique. Tian Jingfan, inheriting Master Roshi's will, came forth to challenge the Demon King after mastering the Mafoba, only to discover that the device used to perform the technique was broken, forcing him to confront the Demon King directly. Yet, at that time, the Z fighters were still quite feeble, unable to cultivate warriors capable of overcoming extraterrestrial foes with merely the martial arts passed down on Earth. It was only when Tian Jingfan faced imminent defeat that little Wukong finally arrived. Kakarot's combat power has reached 270 in less than a few hours. He has increased his strength by a third. How is that possible? Jain exclaimed in astonishment upon witnessing Sun Wukong's displayed power, such as the extraordinary nature of Earth. Lin Chen marveled at the scene. Although Earth is but a trifling speck in the vast cosmos, this planet harbors an abundance of extraordinary wonders, super divine water, the Dragon Balls of Namek, and other exceedingly rare treasures found throughout the universe, all present here. It is indeed a marvel. Before their eyes, the battle between King Piccolo and Son Goku commenced, a fierce clash erupting around the palace as they exchanged blows. Waves of energy blasts surged forth, and the already dilapidated surroundings of the palace transformed into a desolate wasteland. Gradually, the confrontation approached its climax, despite King Piccolo's relentless efforts. He found himself no match for Son Goku. At a critical moment, King Piccolo seized the motionless Tian Jingfan, intending to use him as leverage against Goku. Haha. You better not move, or I shall crush his skull. Tian Jingfan. How infuriating. Young Goku was filled with reluctance yet dared not stir. Observing this, King Piccolo sneered as he picked up a stone, preparing to cripple Goku's limbs at this opportune moment. Don't move, kid. If you do, he is as good as dead. With a chilling grin, King Piccolo aimed the stone at Goku and blew forcefully. Just as the rock was about to collide with him, a figure suddenly appeared to shield Goku. Goku stared in bewilderment at the figure before him, while high above, Bardock exclaimed in shock. Oh no. Kain, that fool. The figure before Goku was none other than his mother, Kain. You foolish child, why haven't you swiftly dealt with that Namekian? And? What do you mean? If I move, Tian Jingfan, why are you so soft-hearted? You don't resemble a Saiyan at all. Very well, let me assist you this time. With that, Kain swiftly positioned herself beside King Piccolo, deftly slashing off his left arm and rescuing Tian Jingfan. My hand. King Piccolo screamed in agony, utterly blindsided by the emergence of yet another formidable opponent beyond the boy standing before him. What on earth has transpired during his centuries of confinement? All right, kid. I've saved your friend. Now hurry and eliminate this Namekian. I understand. Thank you, Aunt. With a mighty roar, Sun Wukong concentrated all his strength into his right fist and charged at the Demon King Piccolo with unwavering determination. In a frenzied state, Piccolo, despite having lost an arm, recklessly hurled several energy blasts towards Wukong. The energy blasts collided with Wukong, erupting in a blinding spectacle of light. Yet, amidst this dazzling display, Sun Wukong suddenly flickered and delivered a devastating punch that pierced through Piccolo. Chapter 89. The rescuer must save themselves in disbelief. The Demon King Piccolo lowered his gaze, only to find a gaping hole in his chest, a testament to his defeat. I have lost. He let out a bitter laugh, suddenly expelling a white egg from his mouth and casting it towards the distant northern lands. My son, you must avenge your father. The source of evil must never be extinguished. With a violent explosion, Piccolo was obliterated in an instant, vanishing without a trace. The interval between him expelling the egg and his subsequent demise was so brief that those present hardly noticed. However, Lin Chen and Bardock, high above in the sky, witnessed the event clearly, as did Jain on the ground. Realizing that her son had not eradicated the threat entirely, Jain contemplated intervening once more. Yet, at that moment, Bardock's voice resonated through her communicator. Enough, Jain. Your involvement has been ample. Let Kakarot rectify his own mistakes in due time. All right, fine. Jain relented, allowing the egg to disappear into the horizon. Shortly thereafter, Yamcha and others, arriving with the resolve of certain death to assist Tin Shinhan, learned of Piccolo's demise. The group erupted in exuberant celebration. We did it. Wukong has defeated the Demon King Piccolo. Marvelous. Piccolo has been vanquished. Wukong, You have saved the world. Supported by his comrades, Wukong managed a wry smile, saying, "It was not solely my doing. Had it not been for this lady's assistance, Tian Xinhan and I might have perished." Lady? The group, upon hearing this, realized there was indeed another presence on the scene. Although Yamcha was unfamiliar with her, Oolong, Puar, and Launch found her somewhat recognizable. As for Bulma, she immediately recognized her as one of the Saiyans who had arrived on Earth with Lin Chen, with her presence confirmed. Bulma looked up and soon spotted Lin Chen and Bardock descending from the sky. Big brother Lin Chen. Hello, Bulma, and greetings to all. Lin Chen gracefully descended to the ground and greeted them with a smile. It's you, Yamcha exclaimed, unable to contain his frustration. Why have you only just emerged? Aren't you supposed to be formidable? Why didn't you come to our aid? Are you not aware that Master Roshi and Krillin have perished? With a surge of indignation, a powerful force erupted from Bardock, instantly sending Yamcha flying. Oolong and Pure hurried over to assist Yamcha in getting back on his feet. Meanwhile, Tianjin Fan was taken aback. With just a fleeting glance, he could discern that these two newly appeared men were likely far more fearsome than the Demon King Piccolo. Enough, Bardock. Lin Chen called out to Bardock, then turned to the equally perplexed Goku. Goku, do you also believe I should lend a hand? Yes, indeed, brother Lin Chen. You are so formidable. Had you intervened sooner, many lives could have been spared. But we are not inhabitants of Earth. Why should we come to your aid? Lin Chen suddenly retorted. At these words, Goku was momentarily taken aback, and Tianjin Fan was rendered speechless. Goku, do you recall what I once shared with you? We are not Earthlings, thus the fate of this planet holds no relevance for us. Lin Chen spoke. This universe is fraught with various dangers, and beings like the Demon King Piccolo are merely the tip of the iceberg. We can save you once, but we cannot perpetually guard the Earth. For the planet to attain true peace, it is imperative that you rely on your own strength. He who saves others must first save himself. Only when you possess the power to protect the Earth can you genuinely safeguard its tranquility. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, both Sun Wukong and Tianjin Fan fell silent. Although Yamcha was unwilling to concede, he had to acknowledge the truth in Lin Chen's statement. If they had been strong enough, the recent upheaval caused by the Demon King Piccolo would not have claimed so many lives. But Master Roshi and Krillin are dead, Yamcha exclaimed in frustration. That's not a problem. We can resurrect them using the dragon. Wukong replied. Tianjin Fan, upon hearing this, turned pale and said, Wukong, you don't understand. The dragon has already been slain by the Demon King Piccolo. What? Then Master Roshi and Krillin. Wukong gasped, his body trembling. Fear not. The dragon was created by the divine. As long as we beseech the deity, the dragon can be revived. Lin Chen assured. Divine? Wukong was taken aback. Oolong, however, scoffed. How could there possibly be a god in this world? No, deities do exist. Bulma suddenly interjected. Wukong, the god resides atop Karen Tower. I once ascended there with brother Lin Chen. Then what are we waiting for? Nimbus Cloud. Wukong immediately summoned his cloud, ready to head to Karen Tower. Wait. Tianjin Fan called out to him. The Karen Tower you mentioned, is it the legendary sanctuary of martial arts? Indeed. I once trained there. And the reason I could defeat the Demon King Piccolo this time was due to the assistance of a celestial being known as the Cat Sage. So the legends are true. Please take me with you. I must grow stronger. This encounter with the Demon King Piccolo has shown me how much I still lack. I will become stronger and will not require your aid to rescue me next time. Tianjin Fan declared. I wish to join as well. Yamcha stepped forward. I haven't been of any help this time, but I will surely catch up with you. The group nodded in agreement, and Wukong said, Very well. We shall all journey to Karen Tower together. Fueled by their fighting spirit, the three prepared to embark on the path to Karen Tower. After bidding farewell to the others, Yamcha and Tianjin Fan boarded a plane, while Sun Wukong leaped onto the Nimbus Cloud. Brother Lin Chen, thank you for your guidance this time. I will continue to grow stronger. Wukong called back from the cloud. When I become powerful enough, I hope you will come to teach me, brother Lin Chen. All right. I shall await that day, Lin Chen replied with a smile and a nod. Then farewell. Sun Wukong waved at them and prepared to depart. At that moment, Kakarot. A sudden cry halted Sun Wukong in his tracks. Turning around, he found himself confronted by a stranger, a man who stood beside Lin Chen. Uncle, is there something you need? He inquired. Strive to grow stronger, Bardock urged, stifling his emotions. Be careful, Jean Nei added. MHM. Sun Wukong nodded to the two before vanishing into the horizon. Farewell. Bulma, Launch, Oolong, Puer, Tianjin Fan, and Luping also bid their goodbyes, chasing after Wukong. After their departure, Lin Chen took his leave from Bulma and the others, returning to Planet Vegeta together. Chapter 90. The Saiyans at the Divine Palace. After parting ways with Lin Chen and the others, Wukong made his way to Karin Tower accompanied by Tianjin Fan and Yamcha. Having triumphed over King Piccolo, Wukong had successfully obtained Master Roshi's permission to ascend to the Divine Palace and meet the Supreme Kai. Meanwhile, Tianjin Fan and Yamcha were to start their climb anew from the ground. As the two began their ascent, Master Roshi escorted son Wukong to the pinnacle of the tower. Insert the Rui Bang into the groove. It will extend endlessly, allowing you to reach the Divine Palace, he instructed. And here are these bells, which serve as your proof for meeting the Supreme Kai. Nodding in acknowledgement, Wukong followed the instructions, using the Rui Bang to ascend into the clouds, soon disappearing from sight. Master Roshi stroked his beard, smiling softly. Lin Chen was right. Martial arts on Earth have lagged far behind. For the safety of the planet, it is time to rejuvenate its martial arts. A savior must first save himself. By the way, when Wukong meets those two at the Divine Palace, he will surely be taken aback. Wow, it's so fast. Karin Tower is already out of sight. After a while, piercing through the thick cloud cover, Wukong finally beheld the Divine Palace floating in the sky. With a precise thrust, the Rui Bang fit perfectly into the groove at the base of the palace. Wukong climbed the side ladder and leaped onto the palace. Gazing at the magnificent and resplendent structure, he was filled with curiosity, and just then, he spotted a figure not far off. In the original tale, it was Mr. Popo, the servant of the Supreme Kai, who welcomed son Wukong. However, in this world, before Wukong stood a young man with black hair, appearing a few years his senior. Are you the Supreme Kai? Wukong asked. I am not. My name is Broly. The Supreme Kai candidate, replied the black-haired youth, who had resided in the Divine Palace for many years. A candidate? What does that mean? Wukong blinked in confusion. The Supreme Kai said that one day I will become the next Supreme Kai. Wow, so you are considered a god then? Hello, I wonder if you could resurrect the dragon? Wukong performed a respectful bow. Apologies, but that is something only the Supreme Kai can accomplish. If you wish to meet him, you must undergo a test, Broly replied calmly. A test? Does having this bell not suffice? Son Wukong produced the bell of the cat immortal. Broly glanced at it and remarked, the bell merely serves as proof that you can undertake the test. To meet the heavenly god, you must endure further trials. What sort of trials? Simply put, you must be able to confront me, Broly replied. This trial sounds oddly familiar, son Wukong mumbled in puzzlement. Well then, let us commence. All right, the original test was a martial contest, but I do not favor conflict. Is that so? What a pity, I find martial contests quite enjoyable. Ever since defeating the Demon King Piccolo, son Wukong brimmed with confidence, believing that few could rival him in strength. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that the being before him was a creature of an entirely different realm. I'm coming. With that, son Wukong suddenly vanished from his spot. Yet, in the next moment, he felt something strike him, causing him to tumble just 2 steps away from Broly. Ouch! What was that just now? Son Wukong exclaimed in confusion as he got back on his feet, finding nothing amiss. Strange, could it have been my own illusion? Broly, here I come. This time, Wukong unleashed the afterimage fist, hoping to sneak up on Broly. However, as soon as he executed the move, he was struck again, this time leaving his face swollen. Oh my, that hurts. What on earth was that? Son Wukong looked up, only to be taken aback. He finally discerned that the source of the strike was a tail behind Broly, strikingly similar to his own. You're also a Saiyan? Indeed, Broly affirmed. It was Brother Linkus who brought me here. Linkus? You mean Lin Chen? So it was him. No wonder. Son Wukong exclaimed. Broly replied nonchalantly, you should return. Though you defeated the Demon King Piccolo, your strength is insufficient to meet the heavenly god. Why yes, I apologize. I was presumptuous. But I must meet the heavenly god. I need to revive everyone quickly, or I shall not return. So? Broly raised an eyebrow. Would you allow me to train here? Yes. I wish to train rigorously and then pass the trial to meet the heavenly god. Even if there is such a vast disparity between us, you will not give up? Indeed. Goku clenched his fists and nodded vigorously. Broly smiled faintly, reflecting, indeed, this Goku is unlike any other Saiyan, just as Brother Lynx described. At that moment, the god, who had been observing from the shadows, resolved to meet Goku. Subsequently, Goku encountered the Elder Kai, who bore a striking resemblance to Demon King Piccolo, and witnessed the god resurrect the Eternal Dragon. After fulfilling his mission at the Goddess Realm, Goku learned astonishing news. Son Goku, You have vanquished Demon King Piccolo and saved the world. Truly remarkable, the Elder Kai praised. However, alas, Demon King Piccolo has not perished. Before his demise, he left behind a doppelganger, one even more formidable than himself, destined to wreak havoc upon the world once more. For various reasons, neither Broly nor I can confront it directly. So for the next 3 years, you must train here to safeguard the peace of Earth in the future. I understand. Brother Lin Chen told me that we must rely on our own strength to protect the Earth, not depend on others. Goku declared. The god nodded in satisfaction at Goku's resolve. Soon after, the Eternal Dragon was resurrected, and those slain by Demon King Piccolo returned to life, including Master Roshi and Krillin, who awoke from their coffins. Aware that all of this was Goku's doing, and with him now training in the Goddess realm, Krillin also resolved to ascend the Korin Tower to hone himself. Meanwhile, on Earth, the Z warriors, spurred by Lin Chen's chain reaction, began their training with greater diligence than ever before. On Planet Vegeta, King Lynx received urgent intelligence from Paragus. Your Majesty, the Galactic Patrol has confirmed the whereabouts of Slug. Lin Chen inquired, are you certain? They won't escape this time. Will they? It seems unlikely, Your Majesty, came the reply. As per the intelligence from the Galactic Patrol, Shrag appears to be cultivating the Spirit Tree. Chapter 91. The Battle for the Spirit Tree. The Spirit Tree? Did I not already destroy it? Lin Chen exclaimed in astonishment. Years ago, after Lin Chen merged with the Transcendent Bloodline, he encountered Dales attempting to cultivate the Spirit Tree fruit on Planet Vegeta. In pursuit of his mission, Lin Chen effortlessly reduced Dales and the Spirit Tree to nothingness. Yet now, another Spirit Tree has emerged, and it is in the hands of the malevolent Namekian, Shrag. Paragus remarked, Your Majesty, the specifics remain unclear. According to intelligence from the Galactic Patrol, Shrag's forces previously seized a planet under their jurisdiction, La. Upon discovering this, the Galactic Patrol dispatched officers, only to be repelled by Shrag's men. They are now hoping we can send a special operations team to provide immediate assistance. The Spirit Tree. Lin Chen stroked his chin, although he once believed that the fruit of the Tree of Might held no further value for him. It must be said that for all Saiyans on Planet Vegeta, the fruit remained an invaluable means of rapidly enhancing one's power within a short span. Furthermore, for him, the fruit could also aid in honing his mental fortitude. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, Lin Chen was resolute in not allowing the opportunity to obtain the Tree of Might to slip away this time. How long will it take to travel from Planet Vegeta to Lalala? He inquired. Lalala lies at an immense distance from us, utilizing the Galactic Patrol's high-speed spacecraft. It will likely require a month, Paragus replied. That far? Lin Chen furrowed his brow. Indeed, Lalala is situated in the Eastern Galaxy, which has surpassed our operational radius. The Galactic Patrol has advised that, should it prove impossible, they hope Your Majesty will take matters into your own hands. In that case, inform the Galactic Patrol that I shall personally intervene. Additionally, Paragus, organize a team to investigate the Northern Galaxy for planets that are suitable for life, but have yet to host any intelligent beings. Paragus raised an eyebrow. Your Majesty, are you implying? If possible, I intend to secure the seeds of the Tree of Might. I understand. I shall initiate the investigation at once. Paragus, having experienced the benefits of the Tree of Might firsthand, was well aware of its advantages. By the way, Your Majesty, will you be undertaking this mission alone? Summon Bardock and Hannah, and find 5 elite warriors. I will use instant transmission to bring them along. Lin Chen made his decision. Though he could likely handle Shrag alone, it was prudent to bring additional allies to guard against unforeseen circumstances. Paragus nodded and promptly began to gather personnel. Just as he was hurriedly seeking out others, an elderly man suddenly obstructed his path. Lord Paragus, what is the rush? Paragus cast a glance at the man. Dr. Glow? His Majesty is preparing to embark on a mission, and I have been tasked with assembling a team. Is there a problem? And no, not at all. I was merely curious. Is it true that Lin Chen, no, King Lynx, will also be undertaking this mission personally? Is the opponent particularly formidable? Dr. Glow inquired, his face etched with curiosity. Indeed. Otherwise, why would His Majesty need to intervene personally? Paragus frowned. Dr. Glow, you have only just arrived on Planet Vegeta. It would be wise to refrain from prying into such matters and focus on your research instead. Yes, I understand. Dr. Gero nodded repeatedly. Observing this, Paragus chose to ignore him and busied himself with finding others. Soon, Bardock and his companions arrived at Lin Chen's side. Apart from Bardock and Hannah, The individuals Paragas had gathered were all formidable warriors, each possessing battle prowess exceeding 100,000. After briefing them on the mission, they promptly placed their hands upon Lin Chen, who initiated the technique of instantaneous movement, transporting everyone to the planet La is an agricultural planet, devoid of any developed civilization. However, after being discovered by a certain civilization under the jurisdiction of the Galactic Patrol, this verdant planet was transformed into a vast agricultural hub, dedicated to the cultivation of numerous crops. Yet now, this planet, which should have brimmed with vitality, bore no trace of greenery. The entire world appeared lifeless, with wilting plants and extinct species. Only a colossal tree stretched its branches into the outer atmosphere, resembling a gigantic umbrella, shielding the warm sunlight from the star outside. Beneath this gigantic tree, the Slag Legion's demon warriors patrolled vigilantly, guarding against any potential theft of the ripening fruits of the spirit tree. Meanwhile, within the confines of Slag's spaceship, Slag savored a fruit he had uncovered from Dales's treasures, impatiently inquiring, "How much longer until the spirit tree fruits mature? Your Majesty, they should be ripe by today at the latest." "Excellent. This spirit tree truly provides sustenance fit for the divine. After consuming just a few, I can already feel every cell in my body brimming with vitality. If I could devour all the fruits from this planet, no one in this universe would stand against me." Just as Slag roared with ambition, the energy detector aboard the spaceship erupted with a series of incessant beeps. Shortly thereafter, a voice called out, "Your Majesty, strangers have suddenly appeared on the planet. Their battle power seems exceedingly strong." "Exceedingly strong? How formidable?" Slag questioned. "Your Majesty, their power exceeds 3 million. We dare not continue probing, lest the ship's detectors risk an explosion." 3 million? Upon hearing this number, several of Slag's direct subordinates gasped in astonishment. One subordinate, towering like a giant, nervously urged, "Your Majesty, this situation is alarming. Please command everyone to retreat." However, Slag merely raised his head coldly, fixing his gaze upon the intruders. The subordinate trembled, hastily attempting to clarify, "Your Majesty, what I meant was," before he could finish. Slag silenced him with a beam of light shot from his finger, ensuring the subordinate would never speak again. "A mere 3 million battle power, and you wish for me to retreat? Ridiculous. I, Slag, require no such cowardly subordinates." "Indeed, my lord." The others responded in unison. Shrag removed his cloak and strode purposefully towards the outside. "Let us go and discover which foolish thief dares to covet the fruits of my spiritual tree." Meanwhile, Lin Chen and his companions were equally astonished by the colossal presence of the spiritual tree that overshadowed them. Compared to the spiritual tree on Planet Vegeta, this one was of an even grander scale. The size of the spiritual tree is determined by the life force present on the planet, as Lalo, an agricultural planet, boasts a vitality far surpassing that of the former Planet Vegeta. This spiritual tree is nearly 10 times larger. Particularly, the fruits hanging from its branches glimmer like a multitude of stars, countless in number. Chapter 92, The Super Namekian. Your Majesty, there must be thousands of fruits on this spiritual tree, Hennessy remarked. This planet is likely twice the size of Planet Vegeta, which may explain this phenomenon, Bardock added. Lin Chen clenched his fist and addressed them. "These spirit tree fruits belong to us Saiyans. Hennessy, Bardock, take your men to deal with Shrag's subordinates while I confront Shrag." "Yes, Lord Lin Chen." Bardock nodded instantly. However, Hennessy interjected, "Your Majesty Lin Kex, leave Shrag to me." "You? Hannah, have you checked the detector? Shrag's combat power is already at 20 million. "What?" Hennessy exclaimed, hastily activating the energy detector. Bardock and the others also turned pale, quickly checking their detectors. Moments later, gasps of disbelief filled the air. How can a Namekian possess such immense combat power? Hennessy queried, perplexed. She was somewhat familiar with Namek, knowing that the inhabitants typically had combat powers of merely a few thousand, with some even lower, akin to that Namekian on Earth who barely reached 1,000. Yet now, a Namekian with power surpassing that of the frozen demon had suddenly emerged, leading everyone to initially suspect their detectors were malfunctioning. However, the Saiyans who had arrived on Lala's star had all learned to sense ki. When they set aside their detectors and focused on perceiving Shrag's energy, they were immediately struck by a terrifying presence, far more formidable than Frieza, even exceeding the strength they encountered on Planet Ivlet with Gula. Shrag was a super Namekian, akin to a super Saiyan, representing the pinnacle of Namekian strength. "Hannah, you are no match for him now," Lin Chen stated. "Your Majesty Lin Kex, what about you?" Hanazia's complexion paled slightly. Ever since she had transformed into a Super Saiyan, she had never felt such a sense of helplessness. Fear not, if it were another Super Namekian. I might find it challenging, but Shrag is still far from my level, Lin Chen replied with a hearty smile, revealing his pearly white teeth. In truth, if the being standing before Lin Chen were Piccolo, who had fused with the Supreme Kai during the Android saga, even Lin Chen, with his transcendent bloodline, would likely find it difficult to contend with him. At that time, Piccolo's power was at least 5 times that of the original Frieza, and according to the battle power analysis from the original work, he possessed a combat power exceeding 500 million, converted to Lin Chen's world. This would roughly equate to around 50 million in base combat power, not to mention the extraordinary abilities that Namekians possessed. Lin Chen is indeed not an easy opponent to contend with. However, compared to the future version of Bic, Shrag appears to lack the necessary experience, which may be attributed to his prolonged period of decline. Consequently, even though he has regained his youth, his combat prowess exceeds that of Frieza and his ilk by merely a fraction. Hanija nodded gently, gazing at Lin Chen for a moment. Your Majesty, upon our return, I hope you can offer me some guidance. I aspire to become even stronger. Very well. Lin Chen smiled faintly, observing that Hanija, who had always shown a disinterest in cultivation, was now provoked by Shrag. As he watched Hanija and her companions charge towards Shrag's subordinates, Lin Chen stretched his limbs. Since returning to his own world, it had been quite some time since he had encountered an opponent capable of drawing out his full potential. I hope you do not disappoint me. At that moment, the demon warriors flying out from the spaceship were already under attack from Bardak and his group. Before them, these combatants, whose power barely reached tens of thousands, were effortlessly dispatched as if they were mere vegetables being chopped. Lord Shrag, upon witnessing one of his direct subordinates scream as he was vaporized by a wave of energy, Shrag snorted coldly, preparing to retaliate. However, in that instant, Lin Chen appeared right before him. HM? Shrag was taken aback, for he had sensed no indication of Lin Chen's arrival. It was as if he had materialized out of thin air. Even with Shrag's superior Namekian vision, he had not been able to track his movements. Shrag, your opponent is me, Lin Chen stated matter-of-factly. You? You are a Saiyan? Shrag's gaze fell upon the tail at Lin Chen's waist. Indeed. I am Lynx from Planet Vegeta. Lynx? Shrag's attention sharpened. Was this the name associated with the legendary Saiyan who had slain the tyrant Frieza? So it is you? Saiyan, I have heard that you killed Frieza. That is indeed impressive for a Saiyan. However, if you believe that this makes you invincible, you are sorely mistaken. As Shrag spoke, a murderous intent began to seep into his tone. With my current power, killing Frieza would be as simple as crushing an ant. I harbor no grudge against your kind, so I advise you to leave at once. Otherwise, once I harvest the fruits of the Tree of Might, you will be my next target, Planet Vegeta? Huh. Lin Chen let out a derisive laugh, raising his hand to summon a beam of death, which he unleashed directly at Shrag. The golden beam shot forth like a swift serpent, striking Shrag with explosive force. The sound of the detonation echoed ominously. However, as the smoke cleared, Shrag remained unscathed, though his garments were significantly tattered, and his helmet, an emblem of his identity, was shattered, revealing the characteristic antennae of the Namekian race. Seeking death, Shrag roared, his aura erupting in a chilling wave that momentarily stunned the battling Saiyans nearby. Such power! This presence undoubtedly surpassed even that of Frieza and Cooler. Hanija and the others gaped in horror, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads, as they grew increasingly concerned for Lin Chen's safety. In a display of arrogance, Shrag continued to exude his menacing aura, believing that the motionless Lin Chen was rendered speechless by fear. Yet, at that moment, Shrag noticed a subtle smirk curl at the corner of Lin Chen's mouth. To intimidate others with one's presence, one must do so with finesse. What? Shrag was taken aback. But in the next instant, Lin Chen erupted with a thunderous shout, unleashing a torrent of energy as if a dam had burst, flooding forth with unrestrained vigor. The relentless surge of power sent a wave of terror through Shrag and his subordinates, their eyes widening in shock as they fell into a state of paralysis. Above the desolate planet of Lalu, dark clouds gathered, and golden lightning struck from the sky, crashing with thunderous roars. The ground beneath them trembled ominously, with small stones beginning to levitate under the immense force. Chapter 93, Transformation into a Giant. 10 million, 20 million, 50 million, 80 million, 100 million, 130 million. As Lin Chen's energy finally ceased its explosive outburst, his appearance had undergone a dramatic transformation. Shrag gazed incredulously at the figure before him. You are. I hear you are a Super Namekian? Apologies, but I am a Super Saiyan. Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. Super Saiyan? Shrag's face stiffened as he beheld Lin Chen, radiating golden energy with hair standing on end, having lived for centuries. Shrag was well acquainted with the legends of the Super Saiyans. So that's how it is. No wonder you Saiyans were able to defeat Frieza. Indeed, you were formidable. But before me, Shrag, you shall all perish. A surge of energy suddenly erupted from Shrag, radiating outward in all directions. The surrounding debris, drawn skyward by Lin Chen's power, was either shattered or scattered under the force of this energy, accompanied by the resounding thunder. Simultaneously, Shrag moved swiftly, delivering the first punch of the battle. Bang! Shrag's fist, fueled by fury, landed heavily on Lin Chen's face. Immediately after, Shrag withdrew his fist, shifting positions to launch a relentless barrage of attacks from various angles. Bang, bang, bang. His fist struck Lin Chen repeatedly, producing a series of dull thuds, while Shrag's speed intensified, echoing through the air like firecrackers. Witnessing Shrag's overwhelming dominance in the fight, his subordinates erupted in jubilant cheers. Long live! King Shrag is invincible. Defeat those Saiyans. Go, King. Meanwhile, the Saiyans stood with expressions of stark alarm. Suddenly, they heard Bardock shout, "Don't lose heart. His Majesty Lincus's energy has not diminished in the slightest." Huh? Everyone was momentarily taken aback. Just then, Lin Chen, who had been absorbing the blows without moving, finally unleashed his first punch in the battle. Bang! His fist connected squarely with Shrag's face, sending him crashing to the ground and creating a deep, bottomless crater. Hiss! The demon warriors collectively gasped in shock. Shrag, that's how you throw a punch. Lin Chen remarked nonchalantly. At the bottom of the crater, Shrag's limbs lay shattered and broken. Yet his wish for recovery from the dragon had already initiated the healing process. Despite his remarkable regenerative abilities, the pain was inescapable, and a grimace twisted Shrag's face. Super Saiyan. Impressive. Had this been before my rejuvenation, you would have undoubtedly been the strongest in the universe. Alas, I have wished for my youth to be restored. Now, I am invincible. Prepare to feel fear. Witness the true power of this super Namekian. The ground began to tremble violently as a terrifying aura erupted once more. Anyone capable of sensing the energy realized that Shrag's power was ascending once again. How is this possible? How can that Namekian possess such strength? 30 million, 40 million, 100 million, 150 million, 200 million? Lord Bardock, Shrag's battle power has surpassed 200 million. What? Just as everyone stood in astonishment, a towering, grotesquely fierce Namekian emerged from the depths of the crater. This massive Namekian could only be Shrag. Is this the Namekian's transformation into a giant? Lin Chen gazed at the colossal figure of Slag beneath him, deep in thought. The transformation of the Namekian was unlike that of typical cosmic races. It was a metamorphosis of stature. Alongside his physical enlargement, his combat prowess had augmented tenfold. Previously, Slag's strength had already reached a staggering 20 million, multiplied by 10. That amounted to an overwhelming 200 million. This was a formidable increase of 70 million over Lin Chen's own combat power of 130 million. The fearsome and immense aura emanating from Slag caused even the mighty Super Saiyan, Hanasia, to tremble. How does it feel, Saiyan? Can you sense the boundless power within me? Prepare to meet your demise. Slag bellowed, soaring into the sky. Despite his newfound size, his speed remained undiminished, even more agile than before. Boom, boom, boom. Slag and Lin Chen exchanged powerful blows, their forms becoming fleeting shadows, appearing and disappearing across the sky and ground. The golden aura in Slag's energy swelled, casting the entire Lalu star into an apocalyptic state, where calamities and anomalies unfolded in rapid succession. Occasionally, Slag's demonic warriors were caught in the crossfire of their battle, disintegrating into dust. The remaining warriors, witnessing this devastation, hastily retreated to the ground to avoid being ensnared. Heavens! How could the Namekian possess such strength? Can he truly rival His Majesty Lincus? Rival? His aura has already surpassed that of His Majesty Lincus. Such a formidable foe was unprecedented for the Saiyans who followed Lin Chen. Ever since learning that Lin Chen had ascended to Super Saiyan, they had believed that their Lincus was the strongest in the universe. Yet today, they were confronted with an adversary who eclipsed Lincus in combat power. This cannot stand. I must assist His Majesty. Observing Lin Chen seemingly at a disadvantage, Hanasia immediately transformed into a Super Saiyan, eager to lend her support. Wait. Bardock seized her arm. Your Highness, in a battle of this magnitude, even you cannot intervene. What then? Shall I stand idly by as Lincus faces defeat? Do not fret. Have you not noticed? Although His Majesty's combat power may not match that of the Namekian, he is at least holding his own. Indeed. How can this be? Han'Asia finally comprehended the situation. Despite the apparent disparity in strength between Lin Chen and the Namekian, he somehow managed to remain on equal footing. This conundrum was also a source of frustration for Shrag. You nimble monkey. This battle is infuriating. Despite my overwhelming strength, the battlefield remains evenly matched. Do you not understand? Such foolishness. Possessing immense power yet lacking the skill to wield it. You have thoroughly disappointed me. Effortlessly evading Shrag's onslaught, Lin Chen's tone carried a hint of regret. He had anticipated that Shrag, in his enlarged form, would compel him to unleash his full potential. Regrettably, this was not the case. Perhaps it was due to being sent to Shrag's planet at a tender age, where Shrag had become virtually invincible since reaching adulthood, facing few adversaries. Thus, despite being a super Namekian, Shrag's application of power was considerably lacking. Disappointing you? Preposterous. What are you to speak so boldly before me? Shrag's resonant voice reverberated through the air, his expression twisted with malice as he swung his colossal fist with a thunderous roar. Like a meteor. His massive punch was both domineering and awe-inspiring, yet just before it could strike Lin Chen, he deftly sidestepped it as if foreseeing the attack. On Namek, there exists a unique technique known as ki perception. A Namekian, much like yourself, who wandered to other planets during the Great Calamity on Namek. Refine this technique into a distinctive martial art that enables one to predict and assess an opponent's movements without relying on sight, simply by sensing the flow of ki. Compared to that Namekian, your strength, though formidable, is hardly utilized. Upon hearing Lin Chen's nonchalant remarks, Shrag's forehead bulged with veins. Silence. His missed punch suddenly swept horizontally towards Lin Chen, yet once again, Lin Chen effortlessly evaded it. Instead, he positioned himself atop Shrag's fist and began sprinting along his arm. Bang! Lin Chen's fist struck fiercely against Shrag's face, causing him to see stars. Following that powerful blow, a rapid series of thunderous attacks ensued. In an instant, Lin Chen unleashed a flurry of strikes upon Shrag's head, culminating in a dramatic convergence of his palms, which erupted in a dazzling golden radiance. The Kamehameha, a wave of energy, resplendent in its golden glow, surged forth like a roaring dragon, unstoppable as it crashed into Shrag's skull. As the brilliance faded, it became apparent to all that Shrag's head had vanished. "O great king, Shrag the great king," lamented the demon warriors in a chorus of despair. Meanwhile, the Saiyans erupted in jubilant cheers. Victory! Long live His Majesty Lin Kai. Amidst the celebration, these elite Saiyan warriors, hailing from Planet Vegeta, reflected on Lin Chen's earlier words. Particularly Bardock, who resonated deeply with the insight. It became clear that sometimes, the disparity in strength does not dictate the outcome of a battle. Lin Chen's words resonated deeply within them, akin to a sudden enlightenment. However, while everyone believed the situation was settled, Lin Chen remained in a combat stance. His gaze fixed upon the headless corpse of Shrag. Suddenly, Shrag's head violently emerged from its body, a sight that left the onlookers utterly astonished. Even the demon warriors were taken aback by the fact that Shrag could resurrect despite losing his head. Gasping for breath, Shrag glared at Lin Chen with bloodshot eyes, exclaiming, "Damn it! My power is clearly superior to yours. Why is this happening? I refuse to accept this." With a sudden roar, Shrag opened his mouth wide and unleashed a powerful energy blast. This attack was even more formidable than Lin Chen's Kamehameha, and if it struck the ground, it would likely penetrate the mantle itself. Yet, what use is such a devastating move if it cannot hit its target? Just before the energy blast reached him, Lin Chen vanished, reappearing beneath Shrag's feet, and then surged upward, his fist charged with overwhelming force. How can you be so fast? Shrag thought. But by the time he reacted, he could only raise his arms in a futile attempt to block the incoming blow. The impact was excruciating. A searing pain radiating from his chest as he looked down in shock to find a gaping hole where his heart once was. "Ah!" Shrag roared in rage, his face contorting in agony. Yet, almost immediately, he turned with a cold smirk towards Lin Chen, who had soared into the sky. With a surge of power, the wound in Shrag's abdomen quickly healed, restoring him to his former state. "Saiyan, you are indeed powerful, but I have made a wish to the eternal dragon Purunga and gained immortality. No matter how many times you kill me, I shall not perish." Thanks to the enhancement from the Namekian dragon, Shrag's regenerative abilities were now comparable to those of the future android cell. Observing Shrag's aura, it seemed he did not suffer the usual fatigue that Namekians experienced when regenerating lost limbs. Unless faced with an overwhelming disparity of strength, it was nearly impossible for Shrag to be defeated. Unfortunately for him, he was up against Lin Chen. Immortality? That concept is non-existent before me, Lin Chen scoffed. It is merely enhanced regeneration. As long as I can reduce your entire being to nothingness, I wonder how you will resurrect then? Shrag paused momentarily, then burst into laughter. Ridiculous. With your meager strength, how could you possibly render me to nothingness? I am eager to see what you can achieve. Then watch closely, Lin Chen retorted. With a thunderous roar, Lin Chen suddenly expanded in size, his already formidable presence escalating dramatically. He grew to over 2 meters tall. Surrounded by a blazing aura of yellow and green flames that engulfed the area within several meters. This legendary Super Saiyan form had not been displayed before others since Lin Chen returned to his world. Why you transformed again? Slag stammered. Swallowing hard as he beheld Lin Chen's terrifying figure, a flicker of fear igniting within him. It was not just him. The entire planet's populace, including Bardock and Hannah, felt the oppressive aura of Lin Chen, rendering them nearly immobile. Such terror. Is the king not a Super Saiyan? Are there transformations beyond that? Hannah, as a Super Saiyan, acutely sensed the vast chasm between her power and Lin Chen's. The other Saiyans, overwhelmed by the suppression of their bloodline, were rendered speechless. Ha ha ha, you charlatan. Do you think a mere transformation can extinguish my life? Slag scoffed defiantly, but was abruptly silenced as Lin Chen replied, of course. In an instant, Lin Chen vanished from sight, reappearing at Slag's side, delivering a powerful punch to his forehead. The impact caused Slag's head to explode like a balloon, crashing him to the ground. With a thunderous thud, he fell, yet when he rose again, his head had miraculously regenerated. What just happened? Your power. Slag's head swayed dizzily as he staggered to his feet, confusion flooding his mind. He could not comprehend how a Saiyan, merely swollen in size, appeared to be an entirely different entity. Was this transformation akin to his own, doubling his combat strength? You need not rise, lie down and await your demise. Lin Chen bellowed from the air, flipping his palm downwards and applying pressure. The space around them seemed to solidify, forcing Slag back to the ground under the weight of Lin Chen's power. Boom. A colossal handprint emerged in the vicinity of Slag, who became embedded deep in the earth, his bones cracking under the strain. Although his body began to rapidly regenerate, the excruciating pain left him feeling as if death would be a welcome relief. Lin Chen descended gracefully, and with a single hand, he grasped Slag, effortlessly lifting the giant from the ground with a physique less than 1/10 his size. Damn you. Slag suddenly spread his arms wide and seized Lin Chen with all his might. Ha. Now there's no escape for you. I shall crush you to death. Yet, as Slag exerted his strength, he was taken aback to discover that his hands could not press down at all. No matter how fiercely he tried, he could not crush Lin Chen as he had envisioned. How could this be? Why is this happening? Slag, do you truly believe you are the strongest? Have you not realized that there are always greater forces beyond your comprehension? Lin Chen spoke in a chilling tone. With ease, he pried apart Shrag's hands and, amidst the contorted expression of his opponent, hurled Shrag high into the sky. Subsequently, he forcefully launched 2 emerald energy orbs. Massive meteor. The 2 orbs, trailing behind Shrag, suddenly swelled in midair, transforming into what appeared to be 2 verdant suns. Upon contact with these spheres brimming with overwhelming energy, Shrag's body began to suffer catastrophic destruction and erosion. Every single cell within him was disintegrated under the weight of this energy, dissolving into nothingness. Please, don't kill me. Don't kill me. In that moment, Shrag felt the imminent threat of death. He finally comprehended that Lin Chen's earlier words were no jest. He truly possessed the power to obliterate Shrag in an instant. Even with Shrag's enhanced regenerative abilities, if every inch of his cells were evaporated simultaneously, restoration would be impossible. With a clear awareness of being on the brink of annihilation, Shrag let out a despairing roar, his face contorting in anguish. Lin Chen silently observed all of this when suddenly, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Ding. A reminder for the host. You still have an unfinished task. Locate Shrag without employing any external forces and capture him alive to bring back to Namek. Almost forgot. Lin Chen was taken aback, swiftly gesturing with both hands as 2 energy orbs dissipated into the air. At that moment, only the head and a small portion of the neck remained of Shrag. Lin Chen swiftly moved, appearing before Shrag, seizing him by the head, and in a chilling tone inquired, Shrag, do you wish to die, or will you surrender? I surrender. I surrender, Shrag pleaded. With a gentle flick, Lin Chen cast Shrag's head towards the ground. Hannah, Bardock, eliminate Shrag's subordinates immediately. I must take control of this planet at once. The fruits of the spirit tree belong to us. Yes, your majesty. Upon receiving Lin Chen's command, Bardock and Hannah regained their composure and began to deal with Shrag's subordinates. Waves of shock rippled through the sky, with Bardock's average battle power in the hundreds of thousands. Combined with Hannah's prowess as a Super Saiyan, dealing with these mere soldiers, whose battle power barely reached tens of thousands, was akin to a tiger among sheep. The demon warriors and soldiers of Shrag's star were no match for them, and the air was filled with their anguished cries. "Ah, King Shrag! Save me! Help, my king!" These cries were swiftly silenced by the searing energy unleashed upon them. At that moment, Shrag's body had recovered, yet the psychological scars were not so easily mended. Although Lin Chen had returned to his normal state, no longer exuding a dangerous aura, the fear of having been so close to death left Shrag devoid of will. He reverted from his giant form and knelt beside Lin Chen, trembling, entirely ignoring the pleas of his subordinates. Ultimately, the screams faded into silence. No one from Shrag's faction remained alive on the planet. Under the guidance of Hannah and the battle power detectors, none could escape the wrath of the Saiyans. "Your Majesty, the planet has been cleared." Moments later, Bardock and his companions approached Lin Chen, kneeling on one knee. "Bardock, do not notify the Galactic Patrol of our completed mission just yet. Stay here and wait until the spirit tree fruits are ripe for harvesting." "Understood." After giving his orders, Lin Chen turned to Shrag and asked, "Shrag, what do the seeds of the spirit tree look like?" "My lord, from what I know, each spirit tree bears 1 to 2 golden fruits, and these fruits are the seeds of the spirit tree," Shrag replied, not daring to conceal the truth. "Did you all hear that? Remember to preserve the seeds. I have other matters to attend to. I will take this fellow away for a moment, while you gather all the fruits you can collect." "Understood, Your Majesty." After issuing his commands, Lin Chen placed his hand on Shrag's shoulder, and in the next instant, they teleported to Namek. Upon seeing the familiar surroundings, Shrag was momentarily stunned. "My lord, where are you taking me?" Lin Chen did not respond immediately. Instead, he listened to the system prompt resonating in his mind. "Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the task, capturing Shrag without the use of any external forces and bringing him back to Namek. Rewards are now being issued." Subsequently, Lin Chen's mind was filled with newfound knowledge pertaining to super abilities. Host, Lin Chen Combat Power, 68 million Bloodline. Legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline Skills, Instant Transmission. Beginner Martial Arts Genius Talent, Basic Potential Development Technique, Perfect Control of Chi, and Elementary Telekinesis. With a faint smile, Lin Chen remarked, "This is Namek, and there is someone who wishes to meet you." "Meet me?" Lin Chen once again placed his hand upon Shrag's shoulder, and this time, he leaped directly to the abode of the Grand Elder. Upon encountering the Grand Elder before him, Shrag was taken aback, exclaiming, "It is you, Shrag?" The sudden appearance of Shrag startled Nairu, who immediately assumed a defensive posture. However, he soon realized that Lin Chen was also present beside Shrag. "Mr. Lin Chen?" Lin Chen nodded and addressed the Grand Elder, stating, "Grand Elder, I have fulfilled the promise we made. I have brought Shrag before you, and his fate now rests entirely in your hands." "What?" Shrag exclaimed in astonishment. He had believed he had narrowly escaped calamity, only to discover that the impending doom had merely been postponed. Instinctively, Shrag sought to flee, but Lin Chen, who had been meticulously prepared, instantly transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan form, delivering a forceful blow that sent Shrag crashing to the ground. Chapter 96. The Grand Elder's Enlightenment. Purification of Shrag, please. "Spare me," Shrag pleaded, crumpled on the ground, clasping his head in desperation. "Do not act rashly, or I shall end your life." Lin Chen let out a cold snort and raised his gaze towards the Grand Elder. "Grand Elder, the power of Shrag now far surpasses that of your Namek star. Without my intervention, he alone could annihilate you all. Therefore, you must contemplate this matter with utmost seriousness." As Lin Chen spoke, the Grand Elder and his companions were awestruck by the terrifying aura emanating from him. Such formidable power made the very planet tremble. It was no wonder that even the mighty Namekian, Shrag, was no match for him. Indeed, they had not misjudged. This young man was truly the savior of their Namek star. Regaining his composure, the Grand Elder replied, "Mr. Lin Chen, please temper your aura. Should this continue, Namek star may not withstand the pressure." "Very well." Lin Chen released his breath and kicked Shrag, asking, "How do you intend to deal with him?" "I have little time and cannot remain with you for long." The elder nodded, then opened his long-closed eyes to gaze at Shrag. "I never anticipated, Mr. Lin Chen, that when I entrusted this matter to you, you would not simply eliminate Shrag, but instead capture him alive. I am truly grateful. In fact, Bringing him back to Namek is far preferable to executing him outright. The elder sighed and continued, Mr. Lin Chen, I kindly ask you to stay a while longer and keep watch over Shrag for me. I need to gather the Dragon Balls on Namek. Dragon Balls? You plan to summon the Eternal Dragon? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, puzzled by the elder's intentions. Indeed, I leave Shrag in your capable hands. Very well. Lin Chen crossed his arms, poised to observe how the Grand Elder intended to deal with Shrag. Judging by his demeanor, it did not seem as though he harbored intentions of ending Shrag's life. Rather, he had summoned the Dragon Balls for an unspecified purpose. Lin Chen was utterly perplexed. While Shrag knelt on the ground, his face etched with despair. Amidst the varying thoughts of the onlookers, elders from various villages arrived, clutching Dragon Balls. Upon seeing Shrag, they were taken aback, fearing he had come to demand the Dragon Balls once more. Yet, upon catching sight of Lin Chen, they soon realized the situation was not as it seemed. Setting down the Dragon Balls, the elders gathered and discreetly summoned Naru to inquire about the circumstances. Naru, what is happening? Why has Shrag returned? And Lin Chen as well? I do not know. It is all the arrangement of the Grand Elder. Finally, when the 7 Dragon Balls were assembled, the Grand Elder rose from his seat and personally called forth the dragon. As the Grand Elder invoked the mighty dragon, the sky above Namek darkened ominously. Those who have gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, state your wish. The dragon Purunga proclaimed with a commanding presence. The Grand Elder took a deep breath and, summoning all his strength, shouted towards Purunga. Since the Grand Elder spoke in the Namekian language to express his wish, Lin Chen was unaware of the words being uttered. However, he noticed that as soon as the Grand Elder finished speaking, the expressions of Naru and the others shifted dramatically. And even Shrag beside him began to tremble violently. Why? Why would you do this? Lin Chen cast a glance at them and called out to Naru. Naru, what wish did the Grand Elder express? Mr. Lin Chen, the Grand Elder wishes for the Divine Dragon to dispel the malevolent thoughts within Shrag. Dispel malevolence? Wait, isn't Shrag a quintessentially evil Namekian? How can one dispel malevolent thoughts? Indeed, Purunga lowered his head, his 2 snail-like antennae swaying in midair. I regret to inform you that this wish is unattainable. Within Shrag, there exists no benevolence, only pure malice. To dispel malevolent thoughts would be tantamount to extinguishing his very life. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder appeared to have already anticipated the answer. Expressing a slight sense of regret as he said, I understand. It is as I suspected. So, Divine Dragon, can you purify Shrag's malevolence? Shrag's power has surpassed my own. This wish is beyond my capabilities, Purunga replied. Perhaps alone you may not succeed, but if someone were to assist you, would you be able to accomplish it? The Grand Elder inquired once more. I can attempt it. However, this would require the full concentration of my power, consuming 3 wishes. The Grand Elder smiled. Then addressed the others. Everyone, listen closely. From this day forth, Shrag shall be the new Grand Elder. The wondrous power of the Dragon Balls will continue. The Grand Elder? What? The assembly of elders widened their eyes in disbelief, and Shrag himself found it hard to comprehend. What does the Grand Elder mean? Is he truly bestowing the position of Elder upon Shrag? Lin Chen was equally bewildered. What was happening? He had gone to great lengths to bring Shrag here. Yet he was to become the Grand Elder of Namek? How could such a nefarious fiend ascend to such a venerable position among the Namekians? Had the Grand Elder lost his mind? At that moment, Nyla seemed to grasp the Grand Elder's intentions and cried out, No, Grand Elder. Is it worth it for this blood-soaked wretch? Shrag's current state is my fault. If it weren't for me, he should have been a good child. My mistakes must be rectified by me alone. As the Grand Elder spoke, he leaned on his cane and approached Shrag, placing a hand upon his chest. Hey, what are you doing, old man? Shrag asked, alarmed, yet he refrained from acting rashly due to Lin Chen's presence. Fear not. Your consciousness will remain unaltered. You will still be yourself, the Grand Elder reassured with a smile. Upon witnessing the Grand Elder's actions, Lin Chen finally understood. The Grand Elder intended to merge with Shrag, utilizing his own benevolence to aid the dragon in purifying the malevolence within Shrag's heart. Grand Elder, Lin Chen could not help but interject. Mr. Lin Chen, thank you. For it is due to you that I have the chance to atone for my wrongs. Farewell, may the Namekians dwell in eternal peace. With the Grand Elder's disappearance, the dragon Purunga's eyes emitted a crimson glow, and a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking Shrag instantaneously. Ah! Shrag screamed in what seemed to be excruciating agony. Moments later, Lin Chen observed a dark mist suddenly escaping from Shrag's mouth. At that juncture, the 3rd Elder merely shouted, Mr. Lin Chen, that is Shrag's malevolent thought. Please assist the dragon in purifying it. Purify? How? Lin Chen inquired. With your energy. came the reply. At once, Lin Chen transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan, bringing his palms together. Kamehameha. The golden energy wave surged towards the dark mist, crashing through it, dispersing it until it vanished completely. Chapter 97. The Grand Elder of Namek. Your wish has been fulfilled. Farewell, Grand Elder. As Lin Chen's energy dissipated the dark mist, the dragon Purunga glared with his blood-red eyes and uttered a parting remark before vanishing from sight. When daylight returned to the sky, Slag rose from the ground. Lin Chen stood to the side, scrutinizing the Namekian formerly known as Slag. Although his appearance still resembled that of the original Slag, it was evident that his aura had undergone a complete transformation. Gone was any trace of malevolence, replaced instead by a serene and gentle essence reminiscent of the former elder. However, it seemed that much of his power had been siphoned away by the forces of evil, rendering the current Slag significantly weaker. With a combat strength of merely around 5 million. What has happened to you, Slag? Lin Chen inquired. I am neither Slag nor the elder, Slag replied, gazing at his own form. I am merely a Namekian who has forgotten even his own name. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen turned to Neru and asked, Neru, what exactly transpired? How did Slag come to be in this state? Neru sighed. In order to expel the malevolent thoughts within Slag, the elder has just assimilated with him. What you eradicated moments ago, Mr. Lin Chen, were the remnants of evil that had accumulated within Slag's body. Typically, such malevolent thoughts would manifest as new avatars. If one were to eliminate these avatars, the original would perish as well. However, thanks to the life force provided by the Elder's assimilation, Slag's essence endured, sparing him from sharing the fate of his avatars. It is truly astonishing that the Elder would go to such lengths for Slag. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen could not help but let out a sigh. At that moment, the second Elder of Namek stepped forward and said, Shrag. Although I struggle to comprehend the Elder's intentions, in accordance with his dying wish, you are now appointed as the new Elder of our Namek. Shrag turned his head, and the familiar malice that had once adorned his features was now absent. I understand now. After merging with the Elder, I have grasped the truth of the matter, and I no longer harbor resentment towards him. From this day forth, I shall inherit the Elder's will and strive for the peace of Namek. With that, Shrag turned once more to Lin Chen and bowed deeply, expressing, Mr. Lin Chen, I am truly grateful to you. Had you ended my life on the planet La, I would never have been granted this opportunity for rebirth. Lin Chen never anticipated that the events would culminate in such an unforeseen conclusion. The Elder, who was destined to depart this world many years hence, had instead left prematurely, merging with Shrag. Consequently, the narrative of this realm is likely to descend into chaos. However, upon reflection, with Frieza already deceased, the anticipated battle for the Dragon Balls on Namek would not transpire, rendering further plot considerations unnecessary. After bidding farewell to the Namekians, Lin Chen returned to La Star. At this juncture, the spiritual fruits of the tree had all been harvested, and even a seed of the spiritual tree had been successfully discovered. Upon tallying the results, it became evident that Lin Chen and his companions had reaped substantial rewards. For the life essence abundant on La Star had yielded at least 1,000 spiritual fruits. Lin Chen first took out a dozen spirit tree fruits and distributed them among the Saiyan warriors participating in the mission, ensuring that each received several as a form of reward. Having consumed the spirit tree fruits a few times himself, Lin Chen understood that their ability to enhance combat prowess was somewhat limited. Their primary benefit lay in strengthening mental fortitude and nourishing one's vitality. Therefore, a few fruits per individual sufficed. As for the remaining spirit tree fruits, Lin Chen intended to keep half for his own cultivation of mental strength, while the rest would serve as rewards on Planet Vegeta for the Saiyans who had made notable contributions. In the future, Lin Chen planned to replant the spirit tree once he found a suitable planet. By harnessing the power of the dragon, it was possible that more spirit tree fruits could be harvested on Planet Vegeta. By that time, not only could every Saiyan potentially receive one as a reward, but the overall strength of the Saiyans might also experience a significant enhancement. After making all necessary arrangements, Lin Chen, along with the others, collaborated to destroy the spirit tree on planet La, and then they instantaneously vanished from the surface of the planet. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. Since bringing back a substantial quantity of spirit tree fruits, many, including King Vegeta, had embarked on a new wave of training. This surge was fueled both by the availability of such invaluable resources for cultivation and by the legendary Super Saiyan form exhibited by Lin Chen during the battle on Shrag. The Saiyans, known for their tenacity, were unwilling to concede defeat, although they realized they could not match Lin Chen's pace. King Vegeta and the others were determined not to fall too far behind, particularly Hanaxia, having felt her own limitations during this experience. Frequently sought Lin Chen's company for training upon their return. One day, after thoroughly besting Hanaxia in training, Lin Chen emerged from the gravity chamber and encountered Paragus. Paragus, have you not engaged in training? Lin Chen inquired. With his head bowed, Paragus responded, my potential is modest. I cannot compare to your majesty or Bardock. I have resolved to devote my energies to the endeavors of Planet Vegeta and your majesty. Lin Chen smiled, realizing that he was not intentionally trying to showcase himself. Indeed. Among Lin Chen's closest allies, Paragus possessed the most unremarkable talent. Although he had given birth to a genius like Broly, Paragus's own abilities could only be deemed mediocre. Without the enhancements Lin Chen had previously bestowed upon him, along with the fruit of the spirit tree, he would never have been able to reach a combat power of even 500,000. What brings you here? Lin Chen inquired. Your Majesty, it is regarding Dr. Gero. He has made a request that I find difficult to decide upon, Paragus replied. While the Saiyans lacked scientists, many existed on other planets. Since Dr. Gero's arrival, Lin Chen had assigned Paragus the responsibility of liaising with him. Any needs Dr. Gero had could be directly handled by Paragus. During this period, Paragus had been overseeing the construction of a new research facility for Dr. Gero while also recruiting biologists and roboticists from other planets to assist in Dr. Gero's research. Upon hearing that Paragus faced a decision he could not make, Lin Chen's curiosity was piqued. Oh, what request is it that you cannot decide upon? Paragus leaned in and whispered a few words into Lin Chen's ear. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's expression sharpened. I understand. I shall go and take a look before making a decision. Indeed, Your Majesty. Chapter 98. The Direction of Dr. Gero's Research. Dr. Gero's research facility was not located on Planet Vegeta, but rather on a small asteroid within the same star system. Due to Planet Vegeta's gravity being 10 times that of Earth, even with his enhanced combat power, it posed a burden for Dr. Gero, who was unaccustomed to such gravity. Furthermore, considering that the aliens assisting Dr. Gero were unlikely to be formidable, Paragus ultimately decided to establish the research center on another planet. Since it was still in the same star system, travel was relatively convenient. A spaceship could reach it from Planet Vegeta in just over 10 minutes. When Lin Chen arrived at the research facility via instant transmission, he found Dr. Gero engaged in an intense debate with several alien scientists. It is unacceptable. This design must be executed this way. But that is utterly unreasonable. As long as it adheres to scientific principles, it is rational. Lin Chen coughed gently and spoke. Dr. Glow. Upon hearing this, Dr. Glow, who had been engaged in a heated dispute, paused momentarily. When he turned around and spotted Lin Chen, he promptly dismissed the crowd, hurrying over with a face full of respect. Your Majesty Lin Chen, what brings you here? I heard from Paragus that there have been some issues with your recent research, so I came to check on you. Lin Chen, with his hands clasped behind his back, surveyed his surroundings and inquired, this is my first visit here. Would you mind showing me around? Of course not, Dr. Glow promptly replied, leading Lin Chen on a tour of the research facility. From the laboratories and experimental rooms to the production workshops and living quarters, the compact research institute was replete with every essential aspect. As Lin Chen toured the facility, he inquired, Dr. Gero, is it true that Paragus has mentioned your desire to acquire Saiyan corpses for research? Indeed, Your Majesty, Dr. Gero replied. But please do not misconstrue my intentions. I do not seek to desecrate the Saiyans. Rather, I aspire to refine my android technology through study. Dr. Gero elaborated. You may already be aware, Your Majesty, that my android technology fundamentally revolves around the enhancement of human physiology. In the past, the androids I created for the Red Ribbon Army, including the one you destroyed, Android 11, were all products of human modification. Now that we are far from Earth, I wish to explore the Saiyan anatomy. I believe that by using the inherently superior physique of the Saiyans as a foundation for my enhancements, I could potentially create an even more formidable android. I regret to inform you, Dr. Gero, that I cannot acquiesce to your request. Lin Chen shook his head and remarked, Saiyans place immense value on their own bodies. They would never allow you to manipulate them at will. However, Your Majesty, Lin Chen shook his head and said, Dr. Gero, I am aware that you possess the capability to create artificial beings from nothing, do you not? From nothing? Dr. Gero was momentarily taken aback. Theoretically, it is indeed possible. I once crafted one for the Scarlet Satin Legion. Then let us continue our research in that direction. Lin Chen stroked his chin and spoke, Dr. Gero, I now present you with two options. The first is to conjure artificial beings from thin air. And the second is that we can provide you with the remains of some cosmic felons for your cyborg research. However, I personally lean towards the former. Conjuring artificial beings from nothing? Indeed, Dr. Gero. I am aware that your previous endeavors in creating artificial beings were aimed at forging super warriors to vanquish the adversaries of the Red Ribbon Army. Yet, now that you serve as Saiyans, the objective of your creations ought to be revised. Lin Chen remarked, the Saiyans do not currently require super android warriors, but rather warriors who can assist us in battle and androids capable of sparring with Saiyans. In other words, we need mass-producible android warriors instead of a select few elite ones. Focus your future research in this direction. Once you have accumulated enough technological advancements, perhaps you may delve into the study of super warriors. I understand, Dr. Gero responded, lowering his head, uncertain if he had truly comprehended the directive. At that moment, Lin Chen unexpectedly tossed a fruit to Dr. Gero. Your Majesty, is this the fruit of the Tree of Might? Dr. Gero inquired, observing the somewhat unattractive fruit with a frown. Indeed, it is the fruit of the Tree of Might, capable of invigorating cellular vitality. Dr. Gero, you must be of considerable age, and this can enhance your lifespan as well as your combat prowess, Lin Chen elaborated. What? Such a thing exists in the universe? Dr. Gero exclaimed with delight. For someone of his age, there was nothing more joyous than the prospect of prolonging life. Carefully accepting the fruit, Dr. Gero's expression shifted. The initial hesitation, regret, and reluctance on his face transformed into renewed respect for Lin Chen. Thank you for your generous gift, Your Majesty. I shall reassess my research direction. However, if possible, it would be best if you could provide me with some extraterrestrial bodies. Lord Paragus has gathered quite a few assistants for me, and I believe I can pursue 2 lines of research concurrently. Very well. I shall have Paragus make the arrangements, Lin Chen replied, preparing to depart. Just then, a thought struck him, and he turned back, saying, by the way, Dr. Gero, are you engaged in genetic technology research? Genetic technology? Your Majesty, what do you mean? Dr. Gero asked, taken aback. Lin Chen fixed his gaze upon Dr. Glow, and after a few moments, he finally smiled and said, it is well that there is nothing. Until we meet again. With that, Lin Chen executed a technique of instantaneous movement, departing from the research facility. Upon his return to Planet Vegeta, Lin Chen materialized directly before Paragus. Your Majesty? You have returned, Paragus remarked. Indeed, I have made arrangements with Dr. Glow. Paragus, in the future, should any extraterrestrials be eliminated during our missions, please ensure that their remains are brought back for Dr. Glow's research, Lin Chen instructed. Your Majesty, does this imply your consent for his experiments on modifications? Paragus inquired. Lin Chen nodded, conceding that as long as the Saiyan body was not exploited, he would allow it. However, His Majesty Paragus suddenly displayed a hint of hesitation. What troubles you, Your Majesty? Lin Chen inquired. I have heard that Dr. Gero previously created artificial beings with combat powers exceeding 100,000 using human capabilities. The mere existence of such warriors, crafted through techniques I have never encountered, fills me with trepidation. What if one day Dr. Gero produces artificial beings that surpass our Saiyan strength? Do you believe he is capable of such a feat? Lin Chen questioned. I merely sensed the possibility, Paragus replied, lacking confidence. Yet, Lin Chen understood that his concerns were not unfounded. In the annals of history, Dr. Gero indeed accomplished such a remarkable feat, transforming ordinary individuals with combat powers below 5 into artificial warriors with strength surpassing that of the cosmic tyrant, Frieza. Chapter 99. 3 years' time, it was precisely because Lin Chen was aware of Dr. Gero's future triumphs that he understood Paragus's apprehensions were not baseless. Your Majesty, there are numerous technological civilizations in the universe that have been obliterated by their own creations. Such occurrences are not to be taken lightly, Paragus remarked. Lin Chen pondered for a moment before nodding. I understand, Paragus. Keep a close watch on Dr. Glow. Understood, Your Majesty. Paragus replied with a nod. Meanwhile, in the office of the Department of Bioengineering at North City University, a figure mingled with a group of professors, engaged in light-hearted banter. Suddenly, the sound of an incoming email notification broke the convivial atmosphere. Professor, it seems you have a new email, one remarked. The figure, who had been chatting, turned a glance and exclaimed, Really? Please hold on a moment. Approaching his computer, he paused upon seeing the sender of the new email, momentarily taken aback before swiftly closing his laptop. My apologies, everyone. I have some matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Oh, then farewell, Professor. Goodbye, Professor. Without further ado, the figure departed, clutching his laptop as he exited the university. Time passed, though its measure was unclear. In the mountainous regions of the northern metropolis, a flying craft eventually descended into a valley. The earlier figure leaped from the vessel, surveying the surroundings until he soon spotted a crimson stone. As he turned the stone in his hand, a rumble echoed all around him. Suddenly, an enormous iron door materialized on an otherwise unremarkable cliff, adorned with a vivid red emblem that caused the figure to furrow his brow. After resolving matters with Dr. Glow, Lin Chen resumed his training. And the passage of time felt swift. 3 years had nearly elapsed in the blink of an eye. On a desolate planet far from Vegeta, Lin Chen gazed at his own form, exhilaration radiating from him. Silver arcs of electricity crackled around him in a vibrant display. Your Majesty, is this truly your legendary Super Saiyan 2 form? It's astounding. This overwhelming aura signifies that you must be the most formidable Saiyan in existence, exclaimed Hanasia, her excitement palpable. Bardock was present as well, observing Lin Chen's transformation, beads of sweat trickling down his face. As expected of your Majesty, this aura is undoubtedly akin to that of a deity in my eyes. The legendary Super Saiyan form of Lin Chen instills a profound sense of dread even within pure-blooded Saiyans. Now, in his legendary Super Saiyan 2 state, while it may not evoke the same terror as the first form, it inspires an irresistible urge to revere him, such as the might of the Saiyan King. Upon sensing that his energy had ceased to grow, Lin Chen eagerly examined his attributes. Host, Lin Chen, combat power, 710 million. Throughout the past 3 years, having diligently honed his mental fortitude, Lin Chen devoted little time to physical training. Nevertheless, thanks to his bloodline power, his base combat prowess gradually ascended to 7.1 million. Frankly speaking, in terms of the increase in base combat power, Lin Chen's progress over the years pales in comparison to that of Hanasia and Bardock, whose respective base combat powers have now reached 1.4 million and 1.9 million. Yet, Lin Chen felt no shame, for during these 3 years, his focus was primarily on enhancing his mental strength. Through relentless training and the consumption of the fruits from the Tree of Wisdom, Lin Chen's mental prowess finally coalesced to a level sufficient for him to transcend into the legendary Super Saiyan 2 form. In this state, his combat power could amplify by 100-fold. With a base of 7.1 million, the augmentation results in a staggering combat capability exceeding 700 million. Moreover, due to the elevation of his mental power, Lin Chen no longer experiences the uncontrollable emotional turmoil that accompanied his initial use of the experience card. However, this is merely in moments of calm. The outcome during battle remains uncertain. Contemplating this, Lin Chen declared, Bardock, Hannah, both of you, join me for some practice. Huh? Your Majesty, the gap between us is far too great. Enough chatter, let us commence. Lin Chen commanded. In response, Hanasia transformed into a Super Saiyan first, while Bardock hesitated for a moment before following suit. Indeed, over these 3 years, Bardock had achieved self-overcoming, becoming the 3rd Super Saiyan on Planet Vegeta. In contrast to Lin Chen's seamless transition and Hanasia's somewhat forced elevation, Bardock's transformation was considerably arduous. Ultimately, with Lin Chen's guidance, through meditative training and envisioning the destruction of Planet Vegeta by Frieza, he managed to transform, driven by extreme rage. Nevertheless, having achieved this transformation through sheer effort, Bardock's power now stands at 38 million, surpassing Hanasia and even the ancient Cooler. As the 2 Super Saiyans materialized before him, Lin Chen smiled and turned to Hanasia, saying, Hannah, unleash your full strength. Huh? But your Majesty, that would be quite unseemly. Hanasia hesitated. Enough with the excuses. At the sound of Lin Chen's reprimand, Hanasia wore a look of deep grievance. Bardock, however, appeared utterly perplexed. Had Hanasia not already transformed? What, then, did Lin Chen's words signify? In the next instant, enlightenment dawned upon Bardock. Suddenly, Hanasia let out a fierce cry, her muscles swelling dramatically, akin to Lin Chen's transformation into a Super Saiyan, her stature becoming significantly more imposing. Moreover, her aura erupted and expanded, ultimately surpassing even Bardock's own. Hannah, my lady, your combat power? It must be around 50 million now, correct? She explained, according to links. I am currently in the 2nd stage of Super Saiyan 1. 2nd stage of Super Saiyan 1. So, there exists a transitional phase between Super Saiyan 1 and 2? Bardock exclaimed in astonishment. Observing his momentary daze, Lin Chen elucidated, Bardock, There are several transformation forms within the Super Saiyan lineage. My current state, I refer to as Super Saiyan 2. Your form is Super Saiyan 1. There are multiple tiers between Super Saiyan 1 and 2. And you are presently in the ordinary Super Saiyan state, which may also be termed the first stage of Super Saiyan. Panacea has surpassed your level, achieving the second stage of Super Saiyan. Following this, there exists a third stage, as well as the ultimate form of Super Saiyan 1, known as Super Saiyan Full Power. Each transformation stage yields varying increments of combat strength. Due to the nature of your bloodline, your Super Saiyan transformation initially offers a 20-fold increase. However, upon entering the second stage, the enhancement escalates to 35 times and progressively increases thereafter. Upon hearing this, Bardock could not help but inquire, "Your Majesty, what about you?" "My lineage differs from yours. I possess the legendary bloodline of a Super Saiyan, a rarity that appears only once in a millennium. Consequently, my transformation grants a combat power increase of 100 times, and upon transforming into the second stage of Super Saiyan, my augmentation has already reached 200 times. 200 times? Bardock was taken aback, feeling the vast chasm that separated him from Lin Chen. Yet, Lin Chen's words simultaneously illuminated a path to strength for Bardock. Although he might not possess the innate talent to advance further, the knowledge he gained today might one day benefit his son. "Very well, Bardock. Hannah, let us commence." Upon hearing Lin Chen's admonition, both regained their focus. "Engage," Bardock bellowed, unleashing all of his energy without reservation. Panacea, equally prepared, concentrated her full power and unleashed a fierce energy wave towards Lin Chen. In that moment, an exhilarating surge of energy ignited around Lin Chen. The ground trembled, and the air quaked. Boom! Upon the planet, a deafening roar suddenly erupted, enveloping everything in a radiant burst of golden light. As the brilliance subsided, both Panacea and Bardock lay unconscious upon the ground. Moments later, within a mysteriously materialized dwelling on the desolate plain, Lin Chen served each of them a cup of steaming coffee. "My apologies, it seems I may have exerted a bit too much force just now." Panacea, with a look of grievance, remarked, "Your Majesty, you are bullying me." Meanwhile, Bardock, cradling his head, wore an expression of distress. Lin Chen chuckled lightly. Despite having endeavored to temper his strength, the disparity between their powers had inevitably caused Panacea and Bardock some discomfort. "Thanks to you both, I have now fully mastered my new transformation. Even during battles, I managed to maintain clarity, and after 3 years of rigorous training, my mental fortitude has indeed enabled me to perfectly control the legendary Super Saiyan 2 form. I wonder what transformations await me beyond Super Saiyan 2. Will it be Super Saiyan 3, or perhaps some other variant?" Lin Chen took a deep breath, an expression of anticipation gracing his features. Given his current pace of cultivation, attaining the formidable level of a destroyer in the future no longer seemed an impossible feat. By the way, what year is it now? Lin Chen suddenly recalled that he had unknowingly been cultivating for a considerable amount of time. "Your Majesty, it is now the year 756 of the Earth calendar." "Around February or March," Bardock stated. His precise recollection of Earth's timeline indicated that he had been attentively monitoring Earth, or rather, his son Goku. "The 23rd martial arts tournament is approaching, isn't it? I remember I had promised Taisi to watch it together. Have you seen her recently?" Lin Chen inquired. Hannah shook her head. "It seems Taisi has been in seclusion, writing. I haven't seen her for quite a while." "Then it is perfect. We can go together this time. What about Bardock?" Bardock paused for a moment, then nodded, saying, "I will go as well." "Then it's settled. Let us go, Hannah. We shall first return to Planet Vegeta." "That sounds splendid. By the way, Your Majesty, I have a matter for which I seek your counsel," Bardock suddenly asked. "What is it?" Bardock hesitated briefly before speaking. "Your Majesty, ever since we acquired the fruit of the Tree of Might, the average combat power of the Saiyans on Planet Vegeta has significantly increased, and the gap between Kakarot and them has grown wider. I am contemplating whether I should offer him some guidance. However, I recall you once mentioned that it would be best not to disturb Kakarot's training on Earth, so..." Lin Chen comprehended Bardock's intent. With the introduction of key perception on Planet Vegeta, the average strength of the Saiyans was growing exponentially each day. In stark contrast, Goku, a fellow Saiyan, found himself increasingly distanced from his brethren. As someone who held a deep affection for the original characters like Goku, Lin Chen had initially refrained from interfering with the inhabitants of Earth, wishing to preserve the integrity of the storyline. However, witnessing the likelihood of the subsequent events from the original narrative becoming increasingly improbable, Lin Chen felt it might now be the moment for him to intervene. Lin Chen then said, "Very well, Bardock, After this competition concludes, we shall have a word with Kakarot. However, I shall take care of this matter." Upon hearing this, Bardock expressed his joy. "It is splendid that your majesty is willing to assist." The days drew nearer to the grand world martial arts tournament, and Lin Chen and his companions arrived on Earth in advance, eager to witness the event. On the 7th day of May, the venue for this year's World Martial Arts Tournament, located on a small island in the southeast, was shrouded in persistent rain. The reunited Lin Chen family, along with Bulma, Oolong, and Pure, made their way to the entrance of the venue. As they alighted from their vehicle, they spotted Master Roshi and Launch, both sheltered under umbrellas. "Hello, Bulma." Oolong, Pure, Launch cheerfully waved her hand, greeting them warmly. Upon seeing Bulma's stunning attire, Master Roshi felt an overwhelming surge of excitement, yearning to approach her. However, he suddenly froze, his hair standing on end, for he caught sight of Lin Chen's formidable family. "Master Roshi, it has been a long time." Lin Chen greeted with a smile and a wave. "Haha, indeed, it has been quite a while," Master Roshi replied with an awkward chuckle, swiftly redirecting his attention to engage in pleasantries with Bulma and the others. Lin Chen, that formidable being, is indeed someone not to be trifled with. Fortunately, after exchanging pleasantries, Lin Chen engaged in conversation with Tai Si. "What about Bardock and the others who came to Earth with you?" Lin Chen inquired. "Did I not mention it? Now that Goku has grown, he bears an almost uncanny resemblance to Bardock. Fearing recognition, Bardock dares not approach," Lin Chen elucidated. Tai Si remarked with curiosity. "I find it quite perplexing that you Saiyans, a father and son, would shy away from meeting each other." At that moment, Tai Si abruptly ceased her words. Turning her gaze to the side, Lin Chen and Hanasia followed her line of sight. "There are 5 notable energy signatures," Tai Si stated. "With an average battle power exceeding 400, the strongest among them must be Kakarot and his companions," Hanasia conjectured. Lin Chen was somewhat taken aback, surprised to discover that Wukong and his 4 companions had become considerably more powerful than in the original narrative. Moments later, 5 figures swiftly darted past, halting before Master Roshi and the others. "Krillin, Tianjinhan, Yamcha, Dend, you've arrived." Master Roshi and Bulma eagerly approached. "It's been such a long time." Krillin and the others greeted with smiles. "Ah, you're back. After 3 years, you've all grown significantly stronger, haven't you?" Master Roshi remarked, gazing at the 4 with immense pride. "We trained for a year at Korin Tower alongside Wukong, and then, like him, we earned the opportunity to train in the Heavenly Realm," Krillin replied, beaming with pride. "The Heavenly Realm? Truly remarkable. No wonder you 4 have improved so much." Master Roshi exclaimed in genuine admiration. "By the way, where is Wukong? Why didn't he come with you?" "Wukong? Isn't he right here?" Krillin responded, pointing curiously behind him. Only then did Master Roshi and the others notice a young man trailing closely behind Krillin's group, who looked vaguely familiar. Bulma rubbed her eyes, gazing at the young man in confusion, swallowing hard, and incredulously asked, "Could it be you, Wukong?" "Indeed, it's me. Did you not recognize me with this cloth wrapped around my head?" Sun Wukong replied, removing the cloth that had covered his head. "It truly is Wukong." Master Roshi and the others exclaimed in astonishment, not expecting that the little boy they once knew had grown into such a handsome young man. "Wukong, you've grown so much." Master Roshi exclaimed in surprise. Sun Wukong scratched his head, smiling broadly. "Yes. I didn't even realize how much I'd grown until I noticed Krillin seemed shorter." "Wukong, if you keep saying that, I'll get angry," Krillin retorted with a laugh. "Oh, hey, Bulma, your lips look quite red. Are you unwell?" "That's just lipstick," Bulma replied, rolling her eyes in exasperation. Indeed, despite his growth, Sun Wukong remained as innocent as ever. Suddenly, Bulma blinked, realizing that the grown-up Sun Wukong bore an uncanny resemblance to someone else. No, it was more than a resemblance. They looked almost identical. "Lin Chen, it's been a while," Sun Wukong exclaimed upon spotting Lin Chen, bowing deeply in respect. "Do your best and shine." "Absolutely. This time, I will surely claim the championship," Sun Wukong declared with unwavering confidence. "Wukong, this time I want to lose to you," Tianjinhan declared, clenching his fist with determination. "Wukong, we all underwent the same training, so you'd better be cautious," Yamcha confidently stated. After greeting the crowd, Goku and his companions proceeded to the registration desk to sign up, preparing to commence their preliminary matches. Observing their departure, Master Roshi expressed with a sense of nostalgia. "They have truly become remarkably strong. Indeed, my era is drawing to a close." "Old man, your era has long since concluded, has it?" My sister surpasses you by leaps and bounds. Bulma chuckled. Master Roshi shrugged. But Tais has Lin Chen's assistance. How can that be compared? Haha. It's good that you acknowledge that. Meanwhile, Tais watched the retreating figures of Goku and the others and inquired of Lin Chen. This time, Goku should secure the championship, right? It seems so, Lin Chen nodded. He had sensed Piccolo's energy earlier. Regrettably, it was far inferior to Goku's, even weaker than that of Krillin and the others. Lin Chen speculated that this might be attributed to Krillin and the others having commenced their training at the temple ahead of schedule. The time for Goku and his companions' training had significantly advanced compared to the original narrative. Conversely, the newly emerged Piccolo remained isolated in his training, akin to the original storylines, thus placing him at a disadvantage in terms of strength. It was likely due to his awareness of the disparity between himself and Goku's group that the heavenly god refrained from possessing an ordinary individual to participate in the competition as he had in the original tale. This time, both Krillin and Tianjin Fan, as well as Yamcha, possessed the capability to defeat Piccolo. Unlike Goku, they would not show mercy towards Piccolo, thus rendering the involvement of the heavenly god unnecessary. Perceiving the heavenly god's intentions, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for Piccolo, the once mighty Demon King. Harboring dreams of resurgence, was poised to face a considerable setback. However, with the absence of a fated confrontation between Piccolo and Sun Wukong, one could only wonder what highlights this martial arts tournament might still offer. Perhaps I should personally register for a match? At that moment, Lin Chen suddenly heard a voice. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the ultimate choice. Choice 1. Participate in the 23rd Martial Arts Tournament and seize victory. Reward. Combat Power 100, 000. Choice 2. Allow contestant Mark to claim the championship. Reward. Heavenly God Magic. Choice 3. Do nothing. Reward. 1 point of time. Upon hearing this long-awaited selection, Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. Although the rewards were not particularly extraordinary, they were certainly intriguing. Having missed one tournament and witnessed two, it was rare for the system to present a choice task for this particular competition. The first option was out of the question. Lin Chen did not possess the audacity to personally enter the fray and bully the weak for the sake of 100,000 combat power. The third option seemed equally dull. It was a rare opportunity for a choice task, yet opting for inaction would render him no different from a slothful fish. Yet, who exactly was this contestant Mark mentioned in the second choice? Just as Lin Chen pondered this, a commotion erupted from the crowd nearby. A group of individuals clad in karate uniforms pushed through the throng and made their way towards the registration desk. At the forefront was a young man with long hair. Hey, we're here to sign up, he exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table. The staff at the registration desk promptly replied, Certainly, sir. What is your name? My name is Mark. I am destined to become the world champion. Remember it well. So it was him? Now aware of the identity of the individual the system required his assistance with, Lin Chen glanced at his combat power. Mark. Combat power. 12. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Chen choked on his own saliva, unable to suppress his thoughts. Damn. I knew the system had no good intentions. After all this time, the seemingly best reward turns out to be the most challenging, with a battle power of 12. How can one possibly compete for the championship against Goku and others whose powers exceed 500? Fortunately, this task might be unattainable for others. But Lin Chen possesses the means to accomplish it. After all, he has a variety of skills at his disposal. System, I choose option 2. Ding. The host has activated the selection. Please complete the task promptly. Shaking off his thoughts, Lin Chen addressed Tai Si and the others. You two should accompany Bulma to the venue. I need to step out for a while. Huh? Where are you going? Lin Chen? Your Majesty, can I come with you? Tai Si and the others inquired curiously. Lin Chen shook his head in refusal, saying, No need. I'm just wandering around, that's all. Goodbye. With that, he executed a swift teleportation, vanishing before the crowd. Much like the previous martial arts tournament, this pre-selection round was also conducted through a series of arena battles to determine the final 8 competitors. At this moment, Sun Wukong and his companions had already donned their martial attire, ready to commence the competition. Look, this is the outfit I had specially tailored from the lower realm. Krillin boasted, proudly wearing his martial costume emblazoned with the turtle symbol. Everyone shared a similar sentiment. Yamcha and Sun Wukong also put on their martial uniforms, flexing their wrists with expressions brimming with confidence. After 3 years of diligent training in the heavenly realm, nearly everyone had made significant progress. This was inevitable, for aside from the deities, the heavenly realm housed a remarkably powerful expert. Due to his influence, Even Kairatsu had improved considerably compared to the original narrative. Just then, Sun Wukong's expression suddenly hardened, as if sensing something. He became alert, and it wasn't just him. Tianjing Fan also wore a grave countenance. Wukong, did you feel that? Just now, a formidable aura flashed by. Krillin pointed towards a distant figure cloaked in a strange mantle, asking, could it be him? No. That aura is far stronger than his, Wukong replied, puzzled. Odd, it seems to have vanished. As Wukong and his companions searched for the source of that aura, Lin Chen concealed himself, covering his mouth. Once he confirmed that Wukong and the others had ceased their search for him, Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Phew. These fellows are remarkably perceptive about energy. I almost revealed myself. If it weren't for external interference, this final match would likely have been a contest solely among them. Lin Chen gazed at Wukong and the others in the distance, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, what a pity. It is truly unfortunate that the champion of this martial arts tournament has already been predetermined to be my chosen contestant, Mark. Chapter 102. The Dark Horse contestant Mark. Shortly thereafter, the appearance of Chi-Chi and her ensuing conflict with Wukong captured the attention of the crowd. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Chen beckoned Mark to step outside. Hey, is it true? Is there a female contestant eager for my autograph? Mark asked, hands on his hips, trailing behind Lin Chen. Indeed. She is quite shy and is hiding near the restroom, Lin Chen replied. Lin Chen suppressed a smile and remarked on Mark's naivety, noting how easily he could be deceived. Soon, the two arrived at the restroom, where Mark glanced around, perplexed, and inquired, where is everyone? What happened to the beautiful contestant you mentioned? Suddenly, with a swift motion, Lin Chen struck, and Mark collapsed to the ground, a blade-like hand poised behind him. Lin Chen chuckled softly, then bent down to grasp Mark's shoulder. From here on, it was merely a matter of awakening his latent potential. If Dr. Gro could elicit a combat power exceeding 900, this fellow should surely surpass 1,000. Confronting Sun Wukong and his companions would likely be a trivial endeavor. As Lin Chen pondered, he activated his instantaneous movement, transporting Mark to a desolate wasteland devoid of any witnesses. The sudden awakening of Mark's latent potential could potentially attract the attention of Goku and his companions, hence the necessity to change locations. Once everything was adequately prepared, Lin Chen seized the still unconscious Mark and directly employed the potential development technique on him. A golden flame suddenly erupted from Mark's being. Yet, to Lin Chen's astonishment, the potential within this Mark was disappointingly minimal. What in the world? Who is this person? Is his potential truly so limited? After the potential development technique was completed, Lin Chen was alarmed to discover that Mark's combat power had only risen to a mere 50. A technique renowned for its remarkable ability to unleash human potential had merely elevated this individual by a few dozen points in combat prowess. This is outrageous. System, are you playing tricks on me? How can one achieve victory over Goku and his comrades with a mere 50 points of combat power? Alas, fortunately, I possess other treasures. He promptly retrieved a fruit from the Tree of Spirits. Although Lin Chen had an abundance of these fruits, they were considered invaluable treasures throughout the universe. It pained him to bestow such a precious item upon an ordinary passerby. Yet, for the sake of fulfilling his mission, he had no other choice. As Lin Chen floated the still unconscious Mark, he stuffed the fruit of the spirit tree into his mouth. Little did he anticipate that after feeding Mark a few bites of the spirit tree fruit, he would suddenly awaken. Ah, who are you? Mark exclaimed, springing to his feet, only to discover the remnants of the fruit at the corner of his mouth. How dare you? Who sent you to poison me? Lin Chen was taken aback, incredulity washing over him. He had offered this divine sustenance, only to be accused of poisoning. However, his astonishment did not end there. Mark suddenly bowed his head and violently expelled all the fruit he had just consumed. Not only that, but he even gagged himself, forcing out every last morsel of the spirit tree fruit. Witnessing the desecration of his precious spirit tree fruit, veins throbbed on Lin Chen's forehead. You fool! Do you even comprehend what you are doing? Immediately consume what you have just expelled. Otherwise, this will be your fate. Lin Chen cradled an orb of energy in his hand and, with a swift motion, hurled it towards a massive boulder nearby. A resounding explosion ensued, accompanied by the emergence of a mushroom cloud in the distance. Mark, gazing at the ominous phenomenon, felt his legs weaken, his eyes rolled back, and he promptly succumbed to unconsciousness. Lin Chen covered his face with a palm, utterly at a loss for words. What should he do? Even after unlocking his potential, he only possessed a meager 50 points of combat power. After consuming the fruit of the spirit tree, he merely regurgitated it. This Mark was beyond redemption. How could such a character possibly secure the championship? System, may I reconsider my choice? Ding. The host has confirmed the selection and cannot retract it. Otherwise, annihilation will ensue. Damn it. Lin Chen could hardly contain his frustration. He had been thoroughly duped by Mark this time. Was there truly no alternative? Gazing at the unconscious Mark, an epiphany struck him. Eureka! Dear contestants, thank you for your patience. The preliminary rounds of the 23rd World Martial Arts Championship are about to commence. Please gather towards the center. Upon hearing the announcer's voice, all participants flocked together, eagerly awaiting the introduction of the competition rules before the drawing of lots began. Meanwhile, the karate players who had registered alongside Mark were in a state of disarray. Have you located Mark? No. That guy couldn't have run away, could he? Just as the crowd grew increasingly frantic searching for him, Mark finally made his reappearance. Mark, where on earth have you been? If you don't hurry and draw lots, you'll lose your eligibility. Rubbing his head, Mark looked utterly bewildered. I think I just visited hell. A demon tried to poison me. His companions paused momentarily, then burst into laughter. Fortunately, the drawing of lots commenced, sparing Mark from further ridicule. After the lots were drawn, under the careful arrangement of Dumpling, Sun Wukong and his companions were fortunate enough not to be placed in the same competition district. Mark, too, narrowly escaped the vicinity of Wukong and others, taking the place originally designated for the celestial beings. Humph. Luckily, I possess telekinesis. Otherwise, I would be doomed. Lin Chen mused quietly from his hiding spot on the rooftop. Unbeknownst to anyone, Mark's drawing had been subtly manipulated. Soon, the various competition districts were ablaze with fervor. Thanks to the rigorous training in the heavenly realm, everyone advanced effortlessly into the finals. Even Dumpling, who was expected to be eliminated, triumphed over his opponent and smoothly secured a spot in the top 8. Then, it was Mark's turn. Although he possessed merely 50 points of combat power, his potential had been unlocked by Lin Chen, greatly surpassing that of an average individual. Before him, there was virtually no competition. Even Mark's teammates were astonished, wondering how the usually clueless Mark seemed to have suddenly grown significantly stronger. Haha, it seems I am not dreaming. I have truly returned from hell. Behold my strength. This is the power of rebirth from the flames of hell. Hey, old man, hurry up and compete. At that moment, a sharp voice interrupted, belonging to the masked figure, Majir Bihei, who appeared impatient. Upon hearing this, Mark scoffed and charged towards Majir Bihei. Ayaya, this guy is just an ordinary person. Just as Majir Bihei prepared to knock Mark off the stage, he suddenly found himself unable to move. In the next instant, Mark's fist landed squarely. Boom. Haha. Do you feel that? I call this move the Hell Iron Fist. Mark shouted. The unfortunate Majir Bihei desperately attempted to move his body. Yet he found himself utterly powerless. Suddenly, an overwhelming force surged forth, and Majir Bihei was catapulted from the ring. A gasp of astonishment echoed through the crowd as they witnessed Majir Bihei soaring out of the arena. The referee stood in shock, taking a considerable amount of time to regain his composure before announcing, the victor, Mr. Mark from the city of Satan. Wukong and his companions wore expressions of disbelief. Who would have thought this fellow possessed such prowess? The one who just fell must have been Majir Bihei, right? It's truly unexpected that Mark could triumph over him. Thus, the morning passed, and the final 8 contenders were finally determined. They were Sun Wukong, Piccolo, Krillin, Yamcha, Chi-Chi, Mark, Tianjin Fan, and Jiaozi. Observing this outcome, Lin Chen let out a sigh of relief. Phew. Thankfully, my psychokinesis proved effective. I hope the forthcoming challenges unfold smoothly. Chapter 103, The Misfortunate Piccolo. How could a fighter with a mere power level of 50 possibly claim the championship? After much contemplation, Lin Chen ultimately arrived at a singular conclusion: to cheat. Fortuitously, the celestial deity of Earth had previously provided Lin Chen with a flawless demonstration. In the original narrative, the Earth's divine being, in order to address the emergence of the newcomer Big, had employed divine magic to inhabit the body of a mortal on Earth, subsequently overcoming formidable opponents and advancing to the semifinals. Although Lin Chen has yet to master the divine magic, he possesses the ability of telekinesis. In pursuit of transforming into the legendary Super Saiyan 2, Lin Chen has diligently honed his mental strength, allowing his telekinesis, though still in its nascent stages, to wield a power far beyond that of the current group of combatants, none of whom possess a battle power exceeding 1,000. Previously, when Mark challenged Midgerope, it was Lin Chen who covertly provided assistance, enabling Mark, with a meager battle power of under 50, to triumph over Midgerope, who boasted a formidable strength nearing 200. As the preliminary rounds concluded, the brackets for the quarterfinals were swiftly announced. The first match featured Krillin versus Piccolo, followed by Goku against Chi-Chi, Yamcha facing Tianjin Han, and finally, Kaiatsu competing against Mark. The first match commenced in no time. As the two competitors entered the arena, the atmosphere among the audience surged with excitement under the host's encouragement. Upon seeing his opponent, a small bald-headed boy, the self-styled Demon Boy Piccolo sneered, "Boy, hurry up and forfeit. My aim is Goku. You're merely a nuisance unworthy of my time." Krillin, harboring a tumult of rage within, recalled that he had once perished at the hands of Piccolo's offspring. This encounter with Piccolo was nothing short of a quest for vengeance. "I am no longer the same," he thought to himself. "These past 2 years, I have been training against a monster. You mean nothing to me. A monster? Ha! What monster could possibly stand before me?" Piccolo retorted with a dismissive grin. Below the stage, Bulma, upon recognizing that Krillin's adversary was indeed the great Demon King Piccolo, expressed her concern. "I wonder if Krillin can hold his own." "Fear not." The Turtle Hermit replied confidently, "I can sense it. Krillin has undergone a tremendous transformation. I can't fathom how he has trained these past few years, but it is truly impressive." "Is that so?" At that moment, the host shouted, "Let the match begin." As the words echoed, Krillin instantly grasped the situation. His speed was so remarkable that the ordinary spectators could scarcely perceive it. Even Piccolo momentarily failed to catch a glimpse. How was this possible? With a swift motion, Krillin unleashed a punch that sent Piccolo soaring off the stage. Struggling to regain his balance mid-air, Piccolo noticed the trickle of purple blood at his lips. His eyes ablaze with fury. "How can this be? My opponent is supposed to be Goku. How could I be bested by such a mere insect?" In a fit of rage, Piccolo shed his cloak, unleashing the full extent of his power, which he had intended to reserve for his challenge against Goku. "Pathetically weak," Lin Chen muttered from the stands. Upon unleashing his full strength, Piccolo's battle power reached a mere 350. Yet across from him, Krillin's battle power had already surpassed 400. Indeed, despite the formidable potential of Piccolo, he currently lacks systematic guidance, rendering his immense capabilities utterly undeveloped, to the extent that he is outmatched by Krillin. How feeble! Even those in the background, including Goku, could not help but express their sentiments. How weak! Even Krillin on the stage could not restrain himself from exclaiming, "What?" Upon hearing Krillin's words, Piccolo's lips twitched. Never did he anticipate that the one time he could not even defeat a subordinate of the Demon King Piccolo would now find him so weak. The training at the Heavenly Temple is indeed impressive. That Broly fellow is truly a monster, Krillin mused. The Heavenly Temple? Piccolo was taken aback, finally comprehending that they had trained at the Heavenly Temple. But so what? I am Piccolo, the Demon King destined to rule this world. Just as Piccolo's proclamation left his lips, Krillin suddenly darted forward, delivering a powerful punch to Piccolo's abdomen before he could react. In a single blow, Piccolo fell unconscious, collapsing to the ground. What? Witnessing this scene, the announcer, who had been preparing to commentate, was left utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, the audience, initially stirred by Piccolo's words, was equally astonished. "Hey, what did the guy say his name was? Piccolo? Pick? I don't know. He seemed so weak. I thought he would be formidable. Yet he lost so quickly?" The audience erupted into murmurs of disbelief. Simultaneously, the announcer rushed over to begin the countdown for the fallen Piccolo. By the time he reached 0, Piccolo had yet to rise. The announcer then declared Krillin the victor. "Haha, I won," Krillin exclaimed joyfully, leaping into the arms of Goku and the others who rushed onto the stage. Observing Krillin's transformation, Master Roshi sighed with relief, acknowledging that his era had truly come to an end. Medical personnel soon arrived, placing Piccolo on a stretcher to be taken away. Lin Chen pondered for a moment before using instant transmission to return backstage. There, Piccolo had already regained consciousness and, aware of his defeat, was seething with rage. At that moment, he had yet to fully reform. Enraged, he threatened to obliterate the entire venue. "I care not for any competition. I am Piccolo. I shall annihilate all humanity." Just then, a voice echoed in Piccolo's ear. "Piccolo, a wager must be honored. At your current level, you are vastly outmatched by Goku and his companions." "Who?" Piccolo gasped, quickly turning his head. Yet, when he looked, he saw no one. As he stood in stunned silence, a head suddenly emerged beside him. "I am right here." "What?" Beck turned his head, astonished as he gazed at the nearby human. Just moments ago, he had completely failed to keep pace with the man's movements. "Who are you truly?" he stammered. "If you wish to grow stronger, you must obediently accompany me to a certain location." With that, Lin Chen grasped Beck firmly and, in an instant, executed a teleportation, vanishing from the scene. The medical personnel present were utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend how a perfectly fine individual had simply disappeared. Is this a haunting? They wondered. Meanwhile, within the divine temple, Lin Chen and Beck materialized in the courtyard. Broly! Lin Chen exclaimed loudly. Shortly thereafter, Broly appeared in a flash. Brother Linkus! Lin Chen forcefully threw Piccolo in front of him. Broly, from this day forth, allow this fellow to train here under your watchful gaze. Ensure he does not escape. Understood. Broly replied. Chapter 104. The Unstoppable Mark. What? Is this not the heavenly realm? Why have you brought me here? At that moment, Piccolo finally recognized his surroundings and turned to question Lin Chen. However, Lin Chen paid him no heed and instead instantaneously transported himself before the Supreme Kai and Kibito. Gazing at the Supreme Kai, before he could voice his inquiry, Lin Chen smiled and said, I know what you were about to ask. In truth, having observed him for so long, you should have noticed that this Piccolo is not the same as the previous one. He is no longer purely of the demon race. With a little guidance, he may well amend his ways. But why bring him here? The Supreme Kai asked, puzzled. Isn't Piccolo your doppelganger? Guiding him is naturally your responsibility. Well then, I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. With that, Lin Chen prepared to return to the lower realm. Yet, suddenly recalling something, he paused and added, by the way, if Piccolo proves stubborn, let Broly handle him. For someone of his prideful nature, a show of strength is the most convincing argument. Subsequently, Lin Chen vanished before the Supreme Kai and Kibito. The Supreme Kai sighed and turned to Kibito. Mr. Kibito, what do you think I should do? Kibito replied, Supreme Kai, Lin Chen is correct. This Piccolo is indeed different from the former Demon King. Perhaps you truly can help him reform. Very well, I shall give it a try. After all, this is the consequence of my own misdeeds. With that, the Supreme Kai set off in the direction where Piccolo was located. Meanwhile, Piccolo's furious voice echoed, Damn it. Who are you? Why are you two so incredibly strong? I refuse to accept this. When Lin Chen returned to the lower realm, the second match of the top 8 had been underway for quite some time. However, he arrived just in time, as he witnessed Son Goku launching Chi-Chi out of the arena, shortly before she revealed her true identity. As Chi-Chi disclosed her origins, informing Goku that she was the little girl he had encountered during his quest for the Dragon Balls, Goku finally grasped the truth. Ah, so it's you. I remember you saying that if I wanted you, I could have you. You finally remembered. Goku thought with a hint of embarrassment. Well, I used to think wife was something delicious. All right then, let us marry. Instantly, the atmosphere erupted in cheers. Lin Chen, having just returned, yawned as he watched Goku and Chi-Chi indulging in their affection. He had witnessed this scene countless times and had grown weary of it. Yet, Tai Si and Hannah were thoroughly engrossed. Hannah turned to Lin Chen and said, Lin Chen, Kakarot is actually marrying a human. I wonder if Bardock will approve. How could he possibly disapprove? Moreover, let me tell you, the offspring of a Saiyan and a human will inherently possess greater fighting power than pure-blooded Saiyans. Is that true? Hannah, filled with skepticism, questioned, How could you possibly know? Have you? And Tai Si. I haven't. Tai Si hastily shook her head. In unison, they both cast a glare at Lin Chen, who could only manage an awkward smile in response. Following this, the competition between Tianjin Fan and Yamcha commenced. Both of them had made remarkable progress in their cultivation within the heavenly realm, matching the prowess of Klin. However, in terms of foundational strength and innate talent, Tianjin Fan surpassed Yamcha significantly, leading to an anticipated victory for him. Next, it was the turn of Jiaozi and Mark to take the stage. As Mark exuberantly mounted the platform, striking various karate poses and blowing kisses to the beautiful women below, Yamcha gazed at him with envy. Why couldn't my opponent be him? Unbeknownst to Yamcha, as he felt fortunate for Jiaozi, beneath the stage, Ijirubi silently mused, that little fellow is truly unfortunate, facing such a formidable opponent. What bad luck he has. Huh, what a weakling. Just watch as I dispatch you with 2 or 3 moves. As Jiaozi observed the seemingly feeble Mark, he prepared to utilize his superpower to push him aside. However, at that moment, he suddenly realized that his superpower had been sealed. What's happening? As Jiaozi stood in bewilderment, Mark swiftly charged forward. What an opportunity. Take this. Explosive flying leg. With a single kick, Mark sent Jiaozi flying, crashing into the wall. I actually lost. Jiaozi cried out in despair, then fainted. Witnessing Jiaozi's near-instantaneous defeat, Wukong and Tianjin Fan were utterly astonished, never anticipating Jiaozi's loss. What puzzled them further was that they couldn't comprehend how Jiaozi had lost, as Mark's kick had seemed utterly unremarkable. Jiaozi, wait for me. I will avenge you. Tianjing Fan clenched his fists. The semifinals featured Wukong versus Klin and Tianjing Fan versus Mark. Wukong and Klin quickly determined the outcome, followed by Tianjing Fan and Mark taking the stage. Tianjing Fan, resolute in avenging Jiaozi, was similarly dispatched by Mark shortly after stepping onto the platform. Why? This guy seems so weak, yet he's so powerful? Stunned by his defeat, Tianjing Fan could hardly believe it. Meanwhile, Wukong's blood surged with excitement. Wonderful. I thought there were no opponents left on Earth to excite me, aside from Broly and Brother Lin Chen. But it turns out there are still many formidable masters in this world. Wukong's eyes sparkled with fervor as he eagerly leaped onto the stage. Mr. Mark, let us commence the finals without delay. Humph. Mark sneered as he approached the arena. Just as the referee was about to declare the match's start, Mark interjected, Hold on. Huh. Mr. Mark, is there something you need? Please wait a moment. In preparation for today's final, I have meticulously arranged everything. Preparation? As the crowd pondered. Mark produced a universal capsule and, before the astonished eyes of all, tossed it to the ground. Bang! The onlookers widened their eyes, eager to discover the contents of the capsule. Soon, they beheld that Mark had revealed 4 wooden planks. Mr. Mark, what is this? Wukong inquired cautiously, only to be immediately admonished by Mark. Do not disturb me. My apologies. Mark, holding the 4 wooden planks, suddenly glared and hurled them into the sky. Oh my! The 4 wooden planks were struck repeatedly by Mark in midair, ultimately descending to the ground, each splintering into 2 halves. Ha ha ha. Did you see that, Wukong? This will be your fate shortly. Mark laughed heartily, gesturing towards the broken planks on the ground. Perfect. My performance was simply impeccable. Though Mark believed this, the audience, including Wukong and the others, remained utterly silent. For anyone with discernment could see that, in comparison to the previous battles where Wukong and his companions soared through the skies, Mark's display seemed rather lackluster. Chapter 105. The Unexpected Champion My Name Is. Is he serious? Dumpling. How could we lose to such a fellow? Tianjing Fan. I cannot fathom it either. Behind the stage, the already defeated Krillin and his companions were expressions of disbelief. Even the referee, donning sunglasses at the edge of the arena, could not help but comment. Mark, what was that you just did? What? Was my performance not flawless? Mark turned, frowning. No, it's just that you saw Wukong's previous matches. They were. Oh, Mark dismissed. Those were merely special effects. They cannot deceive my eyes. Special effects? Wukong was taken aback. Observing this, Mark pointed at Wukong and declared, What do you say? I have seen through your charade. If you have the ability, let us engage in a fair contest. But I am not being deceptive. Wukong replied, feeling aggrieved. Enough with the nonsense. Referee, commence the match. Mark proclaimed loudly. Yes, the referee complied. And thus announced, the finals of the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament begin now. Just as the referee's words fell, Wukong suddenly clasped his hands together. Mr. Mark, let me show you whether I am being deceptive. Kamehameha. Huh? Why does Wukong start with such a move? Is he not concerned about exhausting his energy? Upon witnessing Wukong's decision, Krillin and the others were utterly astonished. Their surprise was not solitary. Lin Chen was equally taken aback. The words spoken by Mark had unexpectedly prompted Wukong to unleash the Kamehameha right from the onset. Before he could even harness his telekinetic abilities, he could only watch helplessly as Mark was struck by the powerful wave. Boom! A mushroom cloud erupted in the arena. Good heavens! Lin Chen could not help but cover his face and sigh. Why on earth did that wretched Mark utter those words? With his fighting prowess barely reaching 50, being struck by Sun Wukong's Kamehameha was tantamount to certain death, was it not? My heavens! No one could have anticipated that the climactic battle of the world's foremost martial arts tournament would commence with such ferocity. One wonders if Mark could possibly rise again after enduring Sun Wukong's recent assault. Rise again? He is likely to be utterly shattered by now, is he not? Lin Chen shook his head. However, at that moment, he suddenly heard the referee exclaim, Oh my heavens! Ladies and gentlemen, did you witness that? Contestant Mark is still valiantly standing his ground. He has not fallen. Remarkable. Lin Chen hastily raised his head, only to discover that Mark had indeed not fallen. Although he now resembled an African with his once flowing hair transformed into a wild afro, this Mark stood resolutely in place. How could this be possible? Suddenly, Lin Chen contemplated a potential explanation. Could it be the spirit tree's fruit? This Mark had truly managed to evade calamity. While Mark had expelled the majority of the spirit tree's fruit, it was evident that he must have ingested some of its essence. It was precisely this essence that had bestowed upon Mark an extraordinary resilience, enabling him to survive the onslaught of Sun Wukong's Kamehameha. What remarkable fortune this fellow possessed! Lin Chen could not help but exclaim. At that moment, he suddenly realized that the transformed Mark, now sporting a wild hairstyle, bore a certain familiarity. Why does he look like this? The disheveled Mark, clutching his body in agony, was audibly gasping for breath. Referee, this guy used a bomb. Shouldn't he be disqualified? Bomb? The referee was perplexed by what Mark was babbling about. Nonsense. He must have planted a bomb on the stage beforehand. Mark shouted. I'm sorry, Mr. Mark. But such a thing is impossible. You scoundrel. Mark glared at Sun Wukong. Even if everyone else is deceived by you, you cannot fool my eyes. Sun Wukong, prepare for my counterattack. Here I come. Rolling attack. Mark bent down and surprisingly began to roll across the stage. Sun Wukong stared blankly at the rolling Mark, utterly bewildered by this bizarre maneuver. His expression was caught off guard by Mark's unexpected motion. An opportunity. Watch out. This is my most powerful dreamlike special invincible punch. This punch lacks any real power, does it? Mark believed he had seized the moment, yet Sun Wukong had already assumed a defensive stance, ready to counter the blow. Just then, Lin Chen widened his eyes. A perfect chance. Following this, all present witnessed Sun Wukong's body being catapulted into the air like a piece of paper, landing outside the ring. Huh? Did I not even land my punch? Mark blinked in astonishment at the sight of the flying Sun Wukong. But at that moment, the host, having regained his composure, raised the microphone and excitedly announced, Incredible. Ladies and gentlemen, Sun Wukong has fallen out of the ring. Thus the champion of this martial arts tournament has been decided. Let us give a warm round of applause to congratulate Mark. Oh, though the audience may not fully comprehend. They erupted in fervent applause and cheers. Ding! At last, the system notification echoed in Lin Chen's ears. Congratulations, host. You have completed your selection and received the reward, Divine Magic. An influx of peculiar knowledge surged into Lin Chen's mind, momentarily bewildering him. However, he soon realized that a plethora of enchanting magical knowledge had taken residence in his consciousness. Among these were abilities such as telepathy, possession, and simple creation spells, each possessing extraordinary potential. Although these powers might not significantly enhance Lin Chen's combat prowess, they held remarkable capabilities. Finally, he sighed in relief, grateful that his efforts were not in vain. At that moment, a voice suddenly resonated from the arena. It was Mark, grasping the referee's microphone, signaling for silence. Ladies and gentlemen, please refrain from calling me Mark any longer. I have made a decision. From this day forth, I shall be known as Satan. I am the man returned from hell. Satan, 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 Satan. After a brief moment of astonishment, the audience erupted into synchronized cheers, collectively chanting the name of the newly crowned champion, applauding and celebrating. The former Mark, now rebranded as Satan, stood with his hands on his hips, laughing boisterously in the arena. Ha ha ha. Lin Chen's expression darkened as he realized why this Mark seemed so familiar. He was indeed the same individual known as Satan. In the original tale, during the Shrag Games, he had inadvertently taken credit for the accomplishments of Sun Wukong and others. It was no wonder that this fellow possessed such remarkable fortune. Chapter 106, Wukong's Wedding, Lin Chen's Z-Warrior Training. The 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament has finally concluded, leaving everyone astonished by the outcome. Following the event, Sun Wukong, Master Roshi, and others gathered together. Although Wukong had lost the match and forfeited his title, his friends approached him to offer their congratulations. After all, the opponent had proven to be unexpectedly formidable. Despite an outward appearance that suggested otherwise, he was terrifyingly powerful. Impressive. This Mark, no, he should now be referred to as Mr. Satan. Wukong scratched his head in contemplation. Indeed. This guy is either feigning weakness or possesses strength surpassing all of us. Tian Jingfan gritted his teeth. I must continue my training, and once I grow stronger, I shall challenge Mr. Satan. Wukong declared resolutely, clenching his fists. Forget it. If you seek him out next time, he may very well perish. A sudden voice interjected from behind Wukong. Turning around, he discovered it was Lin Chen. Huh, brother Lin Chen. By the way, what did you mean by that? Wukong inquired. Having already secured his reward, Lin Chen no longer concealed the truth and revealed the reality of the situation. Upon learning that Mark's victory was largely due to Lin Chen's assistance, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. What? So it was you, brother Lin Chen, who aided Mr. Satan. Wukong exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. I found it strange that someone with such a weak aura could be so powerful, Tian Jingfan muttered, begrudgingly accepting the truth. Brother Lin Chen, this is quite excessive. Why assist an outsider in defeating Wukong and the others? Bulma crossed her arms, expressing her dissatisfaction. Lin Chen chuckled awkwardly, formulating a plausible explanation. I merely wish to prevent them from becoming too arrogant. After all, they struggled immensely against an opponent as formidable as Demon King Piccolo. Now even Krillin can easily defeat him. Had I not intervened, their pride might have led to stagnation. Krillin, bewildered, responded, Huh? Why did you specifically mention me? Am I that weak? Laughter erupted among the group, but soon Wukong adopted a serious demeanor. Brother Lin Chen is right, aside from him. There are many formidable adversaries we cannot contend with. Progress is essential. I shall not cease my journey. Me too. I shall not falter. They echoed in unison. Plin, Tianjing rice, Yamati, and dumplings likewise expressed their sentiments. Very well, since that is the case, I shall illuminate a new path for you all. And when the time comes. Before Lin Chen could finish his words, a voice abruptly interrupted him. Wait, Wukong, do not forget that we are to be wed. Turning around, he realized it was Chi-Chi. Upon hearing Chi-Chi's statement, everyone else also recalled that Wukong was indeed about to marry. Lin Chen smiled and said, Indeed, Wukong. The vastness of the heavens and the earth pales in comparison to the significance of marriage. Matters of cultivation can be addressed later. For now, you should prioritize marrying Chi-Chi. Son Wukong, momentarily perplexed, was soon joined by Master Rashi and others who chimed in. Yes, yes. How could we have almost forgotten? Wukong, Chi-Chi is a wonderful girl. You must not let her down. Suddenly, Taisi suggested, let us host a grand wedding. Her proposal was met with immediate approval from many. A few days later, atop Baozi Mountain, a magnificent wedding was held. Although Wukong's home was devoid of possessions, with Lin Chen's assistance, the ceremony was indeed lively and joyful. Additionally, at Lin Chen's behest, Wukong's parents, Bardock and Jine, made their way to the event. Lin Chen felt that the future of Wukong and his companions was about to undergo a significant transformation. Bardock and Jine no longer needed to remain in the shadows, observing. It was time for the father and son to reunite. When Wukong discovered that the two individuals who had once aided him during the battle against Demon King Piccolo were, in fact, his parents, his innocent face was tinged with emotion for the first time. You are my parents? He asked, to which Bardock replied, Indeed, Kakarot. We are your parents. I am Bardock, and this is your mother, Jine. Father, mother, Wukong exclaimed, enveloping them in a tight embrace and weeping openly for the first time in front of others. As this heartfelt reunion unfolded, Tian Jingfan and the others were filled with profound sentiment. I always thought Wukong's appearance seemed familiar. It turns out we had seen his face back when we encountered Demon King Piccolo, one remarked. I can't believe Wukong is actually an alien. Krillin exclaimed in disbelief. Huh? You didn't know? Yamcha queried, puzzled. Krillin, you found out? Why didn't you mention it sooner? Didn't I say? The wedding celebrations were lively, continuing until the early hours of the morning. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 6 months had passed. At this juncture, the news of Chi-Chi's pregnancy reached Lin Chen's ears. Upon learning that Chi-Chi was expecting their future son, Gohan, Lin Chen realized it was time for Wukong and the others to depart. After the conclusion of the World Martial Arts Tournament, Lin Chen had promised to guide Wukong and his friends towards a new path of training. In the past, he had adhered to the principle of not interfering with the lives of those on Earth, which had kept him from intervening in Wukong's training. However, with the world undergoing significant changes, his previous convictions had lost their relevance, particularly since, in the original narrative, Wukong's eternal rival, Vegeta, had now surpassed a battle power of 500,000, creating a considerable gap between them. If this continued, it was conceivable that Wukong and his companions might become superfluous in the future. For those who once cherished Dragon Ball, such a prospect would indeed be disheartening. Thus, Lin Chen devised a development plan for the Z fighters. However, not wishing to impede Gohan's arrival, he refrained from executing this plan until now. At last, the time had come to put the plan into action. After ensuring that the pregnant Chi-Chi was settled in West City and receiving assistance from Tais and Bulma in caring for her, Lin Chen took the worry-free Wukong to the Heavenly Temple. There, Krillin, Tian Jingfan, Yamcha, and DZ awaited him. Also present was Piccolo, clad in a cloak. With a stern expression, all had been summoned by Lin Chen. Hey, Wukong, Krillin, Tian Jingfan, Yamcha, and DZ exclaimed in unison. Long time no see. Is that Piccolo over there? He seems to have grown stronger. Suddenly, Sun Wukong expressed his surprise. Krillin scoffed. Indeed. I heard that fellow was taken to the heavenly realm for training by Lin Chen after the martial arts tournament. In less than a year, his progress has been astonishing. Now, as I prepare to spar with him, I find myself feeling rather uncertain. At that moment, Lin Chen clapped his hands and called out, "Everyone, gather around. And you, Piccolo, why are you standing so far away?" Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Piccolo had no choice but to comply and flew over. However, he still maintained a clear distance from Wukong and the others. Lin Chen, brother, may I inquire about the new training path you mentioned before? What exactly is it? Wukong could barely contain his anticipation. Lin Chen smiled and remarked, "The reason I have summoned you all today is to take you to a new place for training. Everyone present, except for Piccolo, has already undergone cultivation with Kai and the Celestial God. While you have all become quite formidable, I must inform you that beyond the confines of Earth, there exist countless beings far more powerful than yourselves. Therefore, I intend to introduce you to the realm of the King of Worlds for further training." The King of Worlds? Who is that? Upon hearing this unfamiliar name, Sun Wukong inquired with a look of confusion. As Lin Chen was about to elucidate, an aged voice interjected, "Mr. Lin Chen, allow me to make the introduction." Subsequently, the celestial being approached, his visage adorned with admiration as he proclaimed, "The Lord of the Realm is the magnificent deity overseeing the entire northern galaxy, wielding immortal might and reigning as the supreme divinity of this expanse." "Forgive my interruption," Lin Chen interposed. "Celestial being, you are mistaken. Above the Lord of the Realm exists the Grand Lord of the Realm, and beyond him lies the God of the Realm, with even loftier deities beyond that. Your knowledge is not entirely comprehensive." "What?" The celestial being's face flushed a shade of green, revealing his surprise at the existence of even more formidable gods. Clearing his throat, he remarked, "In any case, the place Mr. Lin Chen intends to take you is indeed that of such a magnificent being. Is he truly powerful?" Sun Wukong eagerly inquired. "Certainly stronger than all of you at present," Lin Chen elucidated. "Most importantly, the Lord of the Realm possesses profound and enigmatic techniques, along with training methods far superior to those on Earth. You shall glean vast knowledge from your visit. Is that true? Let us hasten there." Sun Wukong could scarcely contain his excitement. To approach the Lord of the Realm, we must first secure the consent of the King of Hell. If we wish to venture into the underworld alive, we shall rely on the celestial being's power. This is the very reason I gathered everyone here today. Lin Chen addressed the celestial deity, "Heavenly God, I entrust this to you." He then turned to the assembly, "All right, everyone, please place your hands upon me." The crowd nodded in unison and collectively placed their hands upon the divine figure. Moments later, with a mere thought from the heavenly God, they vanished from the temple and reappeared in the realm of the underworld. The scenery of the underworld was starkly different from that of the mortal realm.